Super Necromancer System. Written by John Dover. Chapter 51 The Chrysalis. In the next moment, Aldrich and his undead found themselves in a sudden free fall. Aldrich immediately gathered his bearings and looked around to see any surfaces to hold on to. He could see they were surrounded by large walls of rock, but the walls were far away and the tops of the walls too high up to grab, at the very least needing a 50-meter jump up. Good thing two of Aldrich's undead could fly. Flurgan grasped Aldrich while Stella held both Valera and the Bloodspitter lizard to stop them from falling any further. Head back up there. And what was that, Stella? Said Aldrich, remaining calm. This thing's a chrysalis, said Stella as she made her way up with short bursts of explosions trailing down from her feet. Aldrich had no idea what that was. It seemed to be a variant whose existence was too hidden for him to know from net surfing. Most of the time, the planet kinda just coughs out nests at random. It's a real passive and random process, explained Stella. But there are special variants out there that can make entire nests themselves. A variant that can make a nest is called a chrysalis, and they're real fucking dangerous because once they register you a threat, they'll use everything in the nest to kill you. That includes tossing out waves of variants at you on top of warping you away here and there to death traps. So it tries to defeat us by dropping us from great height. Is that all it can do? Said Valera. As if to challenge her words, a sudden pulling pressure stopped everyone from moving upwards. Instead, it overpowered any form of flight and drew them down, into the bottom of the deep chasm. It was a pull akin to magnetism that ignored the effects of gravity and resisting force. No matter how much Stella or Flurgan struggled to move up, they just kept falling down at a steady pace. A pace slower than falling, but going downwards nonetheless. You had to say something, huh? Said Stella to Valera with a shake of her head. A living nest, is it? Said Flurgan as he took in his surroundings and started to think. Then is it not possible to defeat it by creating mass amounts of environmental destruction? If these walls and rock are part of the creature, then I believe it most prudent to simply drill and escape through its body. Nah, Stella shook her head. It ain't like that. Only a few parts of the nest are legit parts of its body. Plus the nest is its own dimensional space. Bigger in the inside than on the outside. Who knows how much rock you gotta blast through to get out. And the chrysalis can keep warping us to different areas, stopping us from ever leaving if it got really serious. Normal AA protocol says to clear a chrysalis nest out, you need a team with warp powers to get out in case things get bad, location tracking to get a hold of its brain, and then enough firepower to bore through the layers of rock and walls probably guarding the brain. Brain. Like a monster core, said Aldrich. Yeah, it's real similar. The only issue is we don't have scanning as good as that, especially not for altars, said Aldrich. He opened up his inventory and put a lingering gaze on the sign stone he had from clearing the first trial quest. That was his get-out-of-jail-free card to teleport away when something went wrong. But would he use it now? Did he have to? We wait this out for now. We aren't in immediate danger. The speed of a fall like this shouldn't do any damage to us. Aldrich said this but kept himself wary, ready at a moment's notice to warp out to the Nexus using his sign stone. He could also choose all of his undead to come with him remotely, so it did not matter too much if they were separated either. Look, it would appear that a mere leisurely fall such as this was not our intended method of demise, stated Flurgan as he gestured down. Below, the fall ended into a large pit of whirling sand. Aldrich could spy several ants and lizards within it, but they were not guards. No, they were struggling for their lives. They tried to move out of the sand pool with desperate struggles, but the sand was soft, breaking apart under any amount of weight and sucking them in. Quicksand. On top of this, the sand pool created strong spiraling currents towards the center that sunk those unfortunate enough to be in it even deeper. When the ants and lizards fell down to the center of the spiral, a large stake of sand solidified into rock skewered them all, impaling them before sucking them in. Antlion, said Stella, creates these sand traps, usually has an anti-flight ability of some sorts. Then guts whatever reaches the center of their trap with sand spikes. What rank of variant is this? Said Aldrich. D+ rank, noted Stella. It ain't that impressive on its own. It's just hard to reach it through the sand because it creates a natural sort of insulating barrier. Most likely, This variant's what the chrysalis chose as its dedicated method of killin'. Chrysales, once they get woken up, don't like us in their warpin' or chongin' their insides too much. Costs too much energy. So, usually, they'll warp intruders into a trap they've set up. Usually with variants that they keep nice and fat and happy to do their biddin'. A symbiotic relationship, said Aldrich. He looked down at the sand pool drawing ever nearer. They were now 30 meters above it. But this isn't much of an issue, is it? You have the firepower. Just go down and use your bunker buster on it. Yeah, but then I gotta drop Valera and this lizard, and then they'll get caught up in the blast, began Stella. Throw them to me. Flurgan will carry us all, said Aldrich. I am afraid my back will give out from such strenuous physical activity, said Flurgan. My elderly form simply lacks the muscular strength to hold all of you together. Don't worry about that. Aldrich casted negative surge on Flurgan, boosting his physical stats for 10 seconds. -15 mana. Mana. 183 183rds 168 183rds. Oh, I have not had such strength in 50 years. Flurgan's mouth tendrils quivered in delight. I feel as light as the day I was birthed from the elder brain. Give them to me, and go, said Aldrich. Show me as much destruction as you can. Blow this thing up. Stella's eyes alighted with a glint of pure excitement. Her body started to shine, her veins becoming visible through her skin as they gleamed orange. Off you go to your boyfriend. Stella tossed Valera to Aldrich, and he grabbed her by the waist under the crook of his arm. Then Stella tossed the lizard, which Aldrich too grabbed the same way. BB boyfriend. Valera looked up at Aldrich with a blush and then looked at how she was being carried. It looked like she was being carried unceremoniously like a sack of potatoes. Sorry, but I have to carry both of you. If it was just you, I could have done better, said Aldrich. This was just the easiest way to carry her since his other hand was occupied with the lizard. Valera glared at the headless lizard. I will remember this, she said under her breath. Stella went straight down, a comet tail of light trailing behind her as she neared the whirling sand pool. She thrust her hands out in front of her. Bunker buster, she shouted, her whole body turning blindingly bright before she detonated right above the sand. There was first a burst of incredibly blinding light, then the deafening sound of an explosion followed by a mighty shockwave that sent everyone hurtling upwards. The chasm shook and trembled from the blast. The explosion blasted away all of the sand below, scattering it against the walls like Moses had parted the Red Sea. And in the middle of this uncovered sea of sand was simply a gaping, smoking crater. Standing in the middle of the crater was Stella triumphantly holding up the charred remnants of the antlion's head. The head was as large as her upper body with one remaining mandible that could easily have chopped a man in two. Aldrich had Flurgan drop everyone down where it was now safe. Excellent work. Aldrich nodded to Stella and had her put the antlion head down. A grave marker floated over it. Serve. -5 mana. Mana. 168 183rds 163 183rds. Zombie antlion level 15 raised. Units controlled. 1920 seconds 20 seconds. Aldrich took the reanimated, twitching head of the antlion and then used its mandible to hook it into an exposed part of the lizard's back, locking them together so that it was easier to carry them both. All in a day's work, said Stella as her light died down and she flipped her hair, resetting her manic, explosion-loving grin into something more calm. I must agree with the master. Your capacity to enact destruction is formidable. I like it, said Valera. Least there's one thing we agree on, said Stella. Indeed, such power coming from not a trace of mana. Unfathomable, said Flurgan. Are you certain you do not wish to undergo any experimentation? Once I have my laboratory set, I can even ensure that the process is utterly painless. You will be unconscious even, if needs be. Sorry, but I'll pass again, said Stella. The idea of being unconscious with you just made the whole, experience, seem a lot worse. The fight's not over, said Aldrich. Stay focused, all of you. Stella, you're the most experienced at dealing with variants out of all of us, and I'm giving you full reign over your memories to remember anything related to this chrysalis thing. How would you suggest dealing with this? Or getting out? We could try to blast our way out of here, but the issue is we got no way to tell where to direct our firepower to get us out. Plus, like I said, the inside of a chrysalis nest is way bigger than the outside. Granted, a chrysalis that can only host D-rank variants is probably not gonna be that big, but it isn't a certainty either. Stella paused. Or we could wait it out. It's trying to get rid of us cause it thinks we're a threat to it. But if it knows we aren't, it might decide to go dormant again and let us leave. This whole warpin' and chongin' its insides thing costs a hell of a lot of juice. I doubt this thing can do it much more. As if in response to Stella, the surroundings warped into a blur again. You just had to say something, said Valera, mimicking what Stella said to her before. Stella sighed. Guess we're even now. They were warped into a much tighter space. A spherical cavern of strange red and pink rock that looked strangely organic. The cavern's walls were grooved and ridged, and when they undulated like a living organ, that was when Aldrich realized, this was not rock, this was flesh. The cavern's walls contracted and started to slowly squeeze inwards, attempting to crush everyone. It's trying to eat us whole, said Stella. She started to glow. I'm gonna blast a hole right through this damn thing. Wait, young one, said Flurgan. Our powers are far too destructive and this space far too confined. The Elder and the Knight will be caught in the crossfire. He's right, said Aldrich. But without firepower to drill out of here, what could he do? He again hovered his attention over the sign stone in his inventory. But he held off on using it even now. ORAA. Valera dropped her shield and slammed a massive punch against a stomach wall. Her fist caved in a great crater in the rocky flesh, but it healed immediately. Unless you get the chrysalis brain itself, its core, punches ain't gonna do anything, said Stella. This thing's committed completely to killing us, no matter how much energy it takes. Tell me, Stella, are these stomach walls connected to the chrysalis? Said Aldrich, his mind racing. No, don't think so. Chrysales tend to hide their core out in brain chambers separated from their stomachs, said Stella. But say that the chrysalis was a human being. Would you say that this stomach chamber is connected to its brain in the same way that a human's stomach is in the same body as their brain? That they're both part of the same body? Said Aldrich. Yeah, I'd say so. I've heard tell of some heroes poisoning the stomach chambers to get the brains to freeze up, so seems like it, said Stella. Good. Aldrich held up his lantern and cast the light towards the stomach walls. This chrysalis was too big and healed too quickly for conventional damage to deal with it. But what countered regeneration better than instant death? Chapter 52 Chrysalis 2. Flurgan stood right beside Aldrich, enveloping him in the Mind-Eater's pyro shield while casting smaller, focused blasts like fire bolts at the ever-approaching stomach walls. Stella tackled the opposite side of the stomach, throwing out punches and kicks with focused detonations that blew back the stomach wall as much as possible. Aura, 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 aura. Valera madly punched against the approaching walls with all her might, her strength significantly boosted by the red aura of her berserker's rage. Each of her punches gouged out significant craters in the wall, but it was like putting a dent into styrofoam. The holes just bounced back and sealed over as quickly as they were made. 10 seconds. Aldrich watched as his undead tried their best, but the walls continued their approach through volleys of flame and explosions and punches. 20 seconds. By now, everyone was corralled back to back. The more the walls progressed, the less effective Flurgan and Dynamite Girl became as they did not have space to unleash their area of effect. If anyone had claustrophobia at this point, they would probably have fainted as a living cave tried to crush them whole from all sides. At this rate, they would not be able to hold on until Aldrich had inflicted the full 10 stacks of the Gaze of the Watcher debuff on the Cryolus stomach. Aldrich manifested the sign stone in his other hand. Master, no, I will take care of this. You can rely on me as you always have and always will. Valera put a hand on Aldrich's shoulder. She squeezed his shoulder ever so gently with a comforting nod. A nod that showed that out of everyone here, out of anyone, really, Valera cared for Aldrich the most. Cared for him deeply on a personal level and would do anything to make him happy. Valera took in a deep breath and then said with resolution, "Everyone, huddle around me." She drew a wide stance, digging in her greaves, and put her hands up. As the walls closed in, she stopped them from crushing everyone with pure, brute force strength, pushing back against them with tremendous force. Her armor groaned and creaked as her body trembled. Berserker's rage boosted her physical stats, helping her push back, but she was going against an immense amount of solid pressure from all sides. Aldrich heard the snapping sound of her leg and arms breaking. She buckled down onto one knee, her back rounding under strain, but she held on, using her undead body to weather through her broken bones. And the more damage she took, the stronger Berserker's rage became. The aura of red around her became even stronger, raging like a veil of flames. "I will not allow you to touch my master," shouted Valera as she held on with all her immense power. She held on until 30 seconds passed. Aldrich wasted no time. He casted Disintegrating Gaze with his lantern. The eye suspended in gleaming amber fluid within the lantern opened up instantly, bloodshot and ready to kill, and fired its beam of disintegration. Aldrich thumbed the sign stone in his offhand nervously. He did not know exactly if this would work. His theory was that because the stomach was linked to the main body of the chrysalis, instant death magic cast on its stomach would transfer to its brain as well. After all, that was what happened with normal beings. Just because instant death was struck on, say, their foot, did not mean they did not die. All he could do was watch and wait. The beam fired into the stomach walls and turned what it hit into a petrified white state ready to crumble into ash at any moment. Then, the petrification spread rapidly, covering all of the stomach walls. The walls completely froze up and no longer crushed against Valera, giving her some rest. She slumped over, exhausted and panting. Blood pooled from her greaves and gauntlets, probably because broken bone had torn through her flesh and mangled her limbs. Stella wrapped an arm around Valera to support her. Aldrich did the same. "Seriously impressive *T. You did amazing, Val," said Stella. She smiled down at Valera. Aldrich could tell that despite their petty squabbles here and there, they had a special camaraderie together. "Almost sisterly. Can I call you that?" "I suppose," said Valera. "I agree." Aldrich nodded to her. He paused for a moment. "And, thank you for being willing to sacrifice so much for me." It meant even more because unlike the undead Aldrich or Rose, Valera did not have a pre-programmed drive to be loyal to Aldrich. She did this all out of her own volition. Her own free will. "Hey, a thanks from my master. What a wonderful reward." Valera looked up as ash fell all around everyone like snow. "We have won, master." Aldrich looked up to see the stomach walls disintegrating, and not just them, the disintegration spread rapidly in all directions. Soon, cracks of sunlight started to stream in from above as the entire nest fell apart. The nest trembled and shook like a dying creature before it finally disintegrated fully, leaving Aldrich and his undead in a large hole gouged into the side of the cliff. A dry breeze and bright sunlight washed over everyone. Aldrich looked around in wonder. The hole around them was not that large. Maybe the size of a large house. Much, much smaller than how massive the nest had been from within. Chrysalis defeated. Plus 1000 XP. Express bar. 600 1800 1600 1800. Aldrich sighed in relief, getting final confirmation that he had won. He, along with Valera and Stella, walked to the edge of the hole carved into the cliff and out at the yawning view of sunlit ridges and canyons stretching out in front of them. "Feels cinematic, doesn't it? Getting a view like this after a fight like that," said Stella. But not as wonderful as my master's praise," said Valera. Aldrich looked out at the view, but his mind was elsewhere. He was planning what to do later tonight at the Red Circle when he met Casimir, the club's manager, and the key to his plan on Saturday to kill Seth Solar. A large part of this plan involved meeting Casimir at the Red Circle and asking him to exit into a more private location using Aldrich's supposed influence as Bruce Wayne. Doing this would draw Casimir away from the safety of the Red Circle, at which point he would have a hidden Flurgan use his mind-eater racial skills to brainwash the man. But the logistics of this was going to be difficult. Getting Flurgan into the city and hiding him properly was hard, but not impossible. With Bruce Wayne's gold-ranked citizenship, Wall security would not bother to search the car of a wealthy, connected man, so Aldrich could stow Flurgan away in the trunk. Summoning a ghast could disrupt surveillance cameras to hide Flurgan away within the city. But if Casimir was a more cautious man, he would not meet Aldrich without guards, even in a private location. That was not that bad. Aldrich would bring Valera as his supposed wife, and as long as Casimir did not bring a whole squadron of villains, Aldrich could overpower the guards and kill Casimir to raise him as an undead. Yet what happened if Casimir refused to leave the red circle at all? After all, there were private rooms in the club. What if he insisted on meeting there in his stronghold? Was that not the safest and most logical choice for Casimir? "Oh Elder, you will want to see this," said Flurgan. Aldrich turned to see Flurgan holding a small, crystalline centipede curled up in an Ouroboros ball, its mandibles latched onto its tail. "That's the chrysalis," said Stella with wonder. "They start out as these tiny crystal bug things, but once they anchor onto an area, they start fusing with the environment, attracting variants to live in them, and so on until they get all big and hard to deal with just like that. But now that it's dead, I guess it reverts back to how it was." Aldrich's own eyes widened as he saw something else that made his mind race with possibilities. A grave marker floated over the chrysalis corpse. Chapter 53, Raising the Chrysalis. Aldrich went over to the chrysalis and knelt down by it. He picked the creature up. It was odd, staring at it. The chrysalis was not much larger than a basketball. An entire dimensional space generated from something this tiny. It is exceptional that such a minute creature was capable of harboring such vast space. Flurgan voiced Aldrich's thoughts, thinking the exact same thing. "Yeah, and I'm excited what this variant can do for me in Undeath." Aldrich placed the chrysalis down and chanted, "Serve." Green energy flowed into the crystal centipede, and as it did so, the ruby-red luster of the chrysalis changed into a dark light emerald green. -10 mana. Mana. 163 183rds, 153 183rds. Units controlled. 20 seconds, 21 seconds. Aldrich intently waited, watching the chrysalis to see how it would move. The chrysalis uncurled from its Ouroboros position with slow, lethargic movements. Its many legs moved for just a few seconds before they froze over and the chrysalis once more curled back up, completely still. Aldrich put a hand to his chin. He sensed its intentions. It wants energy. Without it, it can't move properly or do much of anything. "Specifically, an ether deposit," said Stella as she came to Aldrich's side with Valera by her side. By now, the bloodspitter lizard had regenerated its head, and it strutted forwards beside Aldrich too. "Ether deposit, is it?" Aldrich pondered this. Ether was an odd type of energy that had manifested on Earth after the altering. In its purest state, it appeared to be a glowing white light with an atomic structure that constantly fluxed, making it impossible to stabilize and study. There were even theories that ether seemed semi-sapient, oddly self-destructing when confined in laboratories. On its own, ether was worth little to nothing. It had zero reactivity nor malleability, so science and technology could not generate energy from ether or change its form into something more useful. But oddly, in the presence of alter powers, specifically with alter organs and cells, ether reacted. Or perhaps it was the other way round, with the organs being capable of interfacing with ether. Some people thought ether created alter powers, others thought alter powers generated ether. It was an endless debate akin to the question of whether the chicken or the egg came first. Regardless, ether and alter powers were inextricably linked. All alters generated trace energy signatures of ether, especially when they used their powers. The ether energy signature was what scanners used to detect powers. The denser an alter's cell count, the stronger the ether signature they generated. But ether also occurred naturally in deposits all across the planet. Variant ecosystems bloomed around ether deposits and alter humans competed with variants to vie for ether, for in the presence of ether, alter powers grew stronger. And, more importantly, higher-tier techno-alters could fully harness ether to fuel their sci-fi superweapons, processing the seemingly useless particle into a hyper-efficient, physics-defying energy. From what I remember, chrysales are created deep underground. Nobody knows exactly where, but they do know that wherever there are ether deposits, chrysales aren't far behind. They latch onto the deposits, drain them, and fuse with their environments, said Stella. They attract variants us in ether and sort of farm them. Variants come and breed and die inside their nests, and whatever dies turns into nutrients. Us in those nutrients, they expand. She stared down at the chrysalis's stiff, unmoving form. Guess this little guy's all outta juice. And without another deposit to anchor onto, it ain't gonna be movin', maybe not ever. So I need to find an ether deposit to even make this thing usable," said Aldrich. "I figure. And in most cases, it takes months to years for a chrysalis to make a proper nest," said Stella. Aldrich picked up the chrysalis and wondered whether it was worth it to keep the creature. Ether deposits were not uncommon, but it was hard to find one that some megacorporation did not mine out or where variants gathered en masse. "Energy, you say?" Flurgan clapped his hands together, but because his skin was soft and moist, it made a squelching sound. "May I propose, O Elder, a rather interesting potential solution?" "What is it?" said Aldrich. "Your phylactery," said Flurgan. "It may not seem like it, but there is an incredible amount of energy hosted within it. Enough such that if fully unleashed, the arcane shockwave alone could flatten half a human city." "Really now, I couldn't sense anything coming from it when I held it," said Aldrich. "Because the energy is tightly sealed within. Otherwise, it would be far too easy to track the magical trail of the phylactery, and that defeats the purpose of having a safe, undetectable place to house one's soul, no." Flurgan stretched out an open hand to Aldrich, beckoning for the phylactery. Aldrich materialized the phylactery and gave it to Flurgan, trusting the learned mind-eater's decisions. "But perhaps if I undo a few seals," Flurgan hunched over the purple orb and traced his slimy fingers around the many lines of sigils inscribed upon it. They glowed blue, and he started to use the tip of one of his lengthy digits to rewrite the letterings. "Watch it, old man. Make sure not to blow us all up," said Stella. "You insult me, my dear," said Flurgan with a scoff. "I am more learned than you could ever be with that brash and impatient attitude of yours. Now stay in silence as I work." Flurgan reordered multiple lines of sigils over 100 times at rapid speed, obviously showcasing a level of familiarity with the phylactery that stood as evidence of his decades of research building it. There. After 1 minute, Flurgan finished. The phylactery clicked slightly, and a few crack-like seams opened across its surface. Beneath these cracks glowed bright green energy, the color of necromancy. Aldrich saw in high interest as the chrysalis in his hand started to twitch, coming back from dormancy as it sensed the phylactery's energy. It was not ether, it was mana, and yet, the chrysalis still recognized it. "I sense you are just as excited as I, O Elder," said Flurgan. "To witness whether this world and our world may mesh together." Valera patted Stella on the back as she stood up on her own now, healed enough by Aldrich's passive anti-life shell. "Master, are you sure about this?" Valera said. "That phylactery, you need it to become a lich. Who knows what this crystal thing will do to it? I assure you, phylacteries are not so fragile a construct," said Flurgan. "If indeed this creature requires months to years to siphon a deposit of this energy form known as ether, then I sincerely doubt it can significantly drain the phylactery's reserves before the Elder halts it or destroys it." "I'm curious about this too," said Aldrich. "I understand your concern, Valera, but I'm alert. I've mentally commanded the chrysalis not to harm the phylactery at all, only to see if it can absorb the mana. If anything happens out of the ordinary, I won't hesitate to force the chrysalis to stop or destroy it if needs be." "Understood, Master," said Valera. Aldrich put the twitching chrysalis down. It moved with surprising speed, immediately leaping and latching into the phylactery. The chrysalis circled all around the purple orb, curling back into its Ouroboros position across the phylactery's surface. Aldrich waited tensely, seeing if the chrysalis regained its energy. Instead, something unexpected happened. The chrysalis sunk into the phylactery like it had fallen into water. "Master," said Valera. Aldrich raised a hand to calm her. He could still sense the chrysalis within, and it did not exhibit any sign of hostility or disobedience to him. "The creature has fused into the phylactery." Flurgan picked the orb up and began to navigate the many glowing lines of sigils on it again. "Yeah, we can see that," said Stella. "But is that a good thing or not?" "No, you do not understand. This fusion, it is remarkably complete. It is not merely that the creature has sunk within the phylactery, it has become the phylactery. They are now one and the same." Flurgan's 3 red eyes widened as he saw the cracks he had formed on the phylactery sealing up on their own. "Marvelous. Look, this experiment has been a resounding success. Our world and this world, its fusion, a success." Flurgan held the orb out excitedly for everyone to watch. Within the glassy glowing purple orb, the dark silhouette of the curled-up chrysalis could be seen. "It's adjusting," said Aldrich as he felt what the chrysalis was going through and the intentions it projected. "It's taking in mana, but it isn't using it. It's getting used to it, trying to process it. And to do that, it wants to be close to me. I'm the source of its life, and there's mana inside me, too. It wants to link with my body, to fuse with me as well so that it can analyze my mana first. My mana's more familiar, and once it's done processing that, it shouldn't have an issue getting used to the phylactery." Aldrich took the phylactery from Flurgan's hand and gazed at it, feeling a distinct draw to it. He knew what to do with this. He dematerialized the gear on his upper body, leaving him bare naked from the waist up. His body had noticeably bulked up since the beginning of his undeath due to the stats he had pumped into it. He had always been physically fit from his training, but now he was even bigger. Not overly big like a bodybuilder, but he still had a sizable amount of muscle that straddled a perfect balance between strength and speed. Lean and strong, ready to overpower and crush in one moment, then sprint and chase in the other. "Oh, Master, you do look so very ravishing," said Valera as she licked her lips, her fangs showing. She blushed in shyness but still panted and leaned forwards like a predator eyeing a prize they had hunted for days. And in her case, she had been on the hunt for years. On top of this, her usual shyness as an upstanding knight melted away because she was still low health and craving blood. And for vampires, the act of craving and drawing blood was closely linked with sexual desire. "This is a serious moment, you." Stella bonked Valera's helmetless head with a karate chop. "Keep that horniness in check." Valera growled but stayed still, understanding that Stella was right. Aldrich looked down at his body. In the center of all that muscle, right below his plate-like pectorals, there was the massive hole that Seth Solar had gouged out. He placed the phylactery tentatively within it and then. The phylactery glowed before tendrils of pink flesh emerged out of it, latching onto Aldrich's insides. More and more of these tendrils appeared rapidly, soon quickly filling up the gaping hole left behind in Aldrich's chest. There was now only the glowing purple surface of the phylactery jutting from his chest, covered seamlessly in pale skin and regrown bone and muscle. Aldrich went down into one knee as he saw complete and utter darkness. "Captain, Master." Valera and Stella immediately rushed to Aldrich's help, but he waved them back. "I'm fine," said Aldrich as he saw nothing but darkness. He realized this was what the chrysalis saw. "There's nothing in the phylactery. Just darkness." "That is to be expected," said Flurgan. "After all, a phylactery is ultimately a vessel to contain a soul. Once your soul transfers within, the darkness you see will be painted over by the color of your soul. It will become your very own inner world, a manifestation of the self. And now with this creature nested in the phylactery, you have an additional layer of defense if anyone attempts to target your phylactery directly. Perhaps the creature may utilize its spatial manipulation to conjure portals that bend deadly attacks to your soul away. Perhaps it may even absorb them. Perhaps it may even learn magic and cast spells of its own. The possibilities are simply endless, and to grasp them, we require further experimentation. Defense, is it?" Aldrich returned to his own vision as the chrysalis became more and more used to its newfound energy source. He willed the chrysalis to try an attack from within the phylactery. Aldrich tapped the phylactery, and it crackled with arcs of red energy before turning a solid vantablack, almost like a black hole. This was a dimensional portal. A tiny one, granted, but a portal nonetheless. The chrysalis was starting to use mana to fuel its warp powers. Small tendrils of darkness stretched out from it, slithering slowly on the ground, picking up pebbles here and there before sinking back into the phylactery. "What the hell was that?" Stella jumped back at the sudden emergence of surprised tentacles. "The creature is learning at an exceptional rate," said Flurgan. "That darkness was some of the mana stored within the phylactery. The creature has managed to control the mana, using it to create tendrils to interact with the world. Yet, judging by the minute size and chaotic shape of those tendrils, it is unused to shaping mana." Aldrich felt the chrysalis protest within him. It cost a significant amount of energy to make it open a portal, even a portal that small, from the phylactery and draw things in. "Not just that," said Aldrich. "Like you said, by design, Anything inside the phylactery is completely sealed off from the outside to prevent energy leaks. That includes the dimension that the chrysalis creates. So anytime it wants to attack, it has to open a portal, and portals are costly. It's too small and weak, so its max mana pool isn't large enough to do much more than open that tiny portal and spew out a few mana tendrils. It needs time to rest, absorb, and grow like it did with an ether deposit. I know you want to experiment even more, but give the chrysalis some time. We can start testing its limits as it grows. As you wish, O Elder, said Flurgan with a barely concealed sigh, disappointed he could not see and experiment more. Aldrich, too, wanted to experiment, but he remained patient. He could only imagine how incredibly useful this chrysalis phylactery fusion would be. One of the biggest issues he had was that he could not carry around his undead without attracting attention. But with the chrysalis, he could store and release them at will. Then what now? Said Stella. Aldrich snapped his fingers and bid the alloy wing eagle down to the cavern. We head to Haven City. Chapter 54 Alchemy. Aldrich and his undead made their way back up to the top of the cliff they got started on. He got Flurgan, Stella, and the eagle to get into the backseats of their armored car. Now, carrying the bloodspitter lizard and antlion was difficult because of how big they were, and Aldrich unfortunately had to tear off their body parts until they could fit into the trunk. Good thing was, as zombies, they did not really feel pain, so no harm really done. I'll be back to drive in a bit, said Aldrich to Stella through the rolled-down backseat window. I need to talk to Valera. He glanced over at Valera. She was some distance away, shuddering and in withdrawal for blood due to her low health and constant exposure to combat. He needed to deal with that, probably heal her for a bit longer with his anti-life shell. Got it, Captain, said Stella. Have fun. She whistled casually and rolled up the window, though occasionally she would sneak back glances to see what Aldrich and Valera were up to. Aldrich walked up to Valera. She had dematerialized her armor, leaving her in basic black leather leggings and a form-fitting, short-sleeved white tunic. There were still deep, visible wounds on her body, large streaks of torn flesh on her arms from the bone shattering and piercing through. Are you all right? Here, let me heal you. This should make you feel better. Aldrich started to release the green mist of his anti-life shell, but Valera turned and shook her head, putting a tight hand on his shoulder. No, I don't want that. Valera looked at Aldrich longingly, her fangs protruding from her bright red lips. Her lower lip trembled as she spoke. Master, may I feed on you? Are you sure? I remember you saying undead blood didn't suit you, said Aldrich. Yes, I hate the taste of undead blood. It tastes rotten and cold and, worst of all, it makes me feel sleepy. Then, began Aldrich, but Valera put a pale finger to his lips as she drew closer, placing a hand on his chest. She stared with hunger in her eyes at him, but her lips formed into a smile that was surprisingly warm and gentle. Vampires were seductive by nature. Valera kept her instincts under control through strict knightly training that prevented her from having any real experience with men, but beneath all that, her instincts still made her know exactly how to tempt. But if it's you, I don't mind. When a vampire devotes themselves to someone, devotes themselves truly, body and mind and soul, then that blood becomes the sweetest of all. Nothing else ever compares to it. Not even the blood of those I rip limb from limb. Aldrich blinked, remembering lore about vampires. In Elden World, vampires, though known as seductive creatures that drew blood through charm just as much as they did through force, were strictly monogamous. When they coupled with an individual, they did so for life, hence why strict vampiric royal lineages existed. I know that you do not like taking damage, you never have across all our many battles, continued Valera. That is why here, in this world, I have never asked to draw your blood. Even now, I feel bad asking. Go ahead, said Aldrich. It's the least I can do to thank you. A switch flipped on in Valera when Aldrich gave the okay, and any sense of reason she had just faded. She wrapped herself around him as much as she could. Her arms wrapped around his neck in a tight hug while she leaned against him, raising and pressing her leg tightly against his. Her heavy, hot breathing landed on his neck, and she licked the cold, undead skin gently before she sunk her teeth in. Normally, a human would find themselves completely numb, charmed, and in ecstatic pleasure from a vampire sinking their fangs into them. But as Aldrich was undead, he was immune to all those status effects. And because of his arisen purpose, he did not feel drawn to Valera. He appreciated her, he truly did, but love and desire were not emotions he felt strongly now. Not until his purpose was fulfilled. He put a hand on Valera's bare upper back, comforting her as he saw his health drain and her health go up. Surprisingly, Aldrich noted that Valera's health increased at breakneck speeds. She was still at around 50% health, but within 5 seconds of draining Aldrich's blood, she was back to full, the huge webwork of scars around her arms fading away. Valera drew back when she was full health. Aldrich had lost a quarter of his health. A near 2-1 health exchange ratio. Highly useful. Aldrich felt slightly bad thinking about the usefulness of this, especially when Valera considered it something too special to her, but he could not help it. He had always been goal-oriented, and as an undead, his goal of vengeance permeated every single aspect of his decision-making in life. Valera drew back when she was full health and swayed and staggered, her eyelids heavy. Gone was that brief flash of seductive confidence, replaced with incoming drowsiness. "Ah, I drank too much," said Valera. "I'm sorry, Master." "It's fine." Aldrich held Valera as she leaned into him, putting her head on his shoulder and smiling as she drifted off. "Master," Valera whispered into Aldrich's ear, but judging by the sleepy tenor of her voice, it was hard to tell whether she was sleep-talking or conscious. Do you know that I want to be with you? Now and forever and ever." "I know." Aldrich paused awkwardly. At the end of the day, he also had no experience with women. It came with being a permanent social outcast looked down in society as an unevolved waste of air. "Thanks," he managed out stiffly. Valera smiled and grew quiet, breathing in an even pattern that made it obvious she had fallen asleep. Aldrich supported her to the car where he placed her in the front passenger seat and got ready to drive. Valera instinctively leaned to her side, resting her head snugly on his shoulder. "Sue, what happened back there, huh?" said Stella. "Once my alchemical laboratory has formed, O Elder, I am quite capable of creating a concoction that significantly increases your performance. Many an elderly mage in the Arcanist's order has asked for my—" "Nothing happened," said Aldrich with a shake of his head, though he did slightly smile at the banter. "Sure," said Stella with a raised brow of disbelief. "Talk all you want. I'll just be driving," said Aldrich as he started the car. Equals. Aldrich first regrouped in the variant forest. "Boss, thought you were a goner." Fisk put his laptop down as he saw Aldrich appear in their clearing. Flurgan, Stella, and the now woken up but still groggy Valera walked behind him. The Geist was hanging out with the 2 mud crabs. The mud crabs raised their large pincers in the air and waved them side to side in a small dance they did with fellow crabs, and the Geist mimicked them, waving its arms in the air. When the Geist saw Aldrich, it stopped and stood at attention, clapping its hands excitedly. "Can't you sense whether I'm alive or not?" said Aldrich. "Well, yeah, but that don't mean I don't worry, you know," said Fisk. "Plus, alive doesn't mean unhurt." "Gay, he's right," said the Geist. "I appreciate all the concern. How have things been on this end?" said Aldrich. Fisk shrugged. "Nothing much has happened. These 2 have kept me company, though." He pointed to Adam and Elaine sitting beside him on a fallen tree trunk. "I booted up Dark Sins, and they totally admire my gaming skills. When I was doing a no-damage boss rush, they had their eyes glued on my screen, I tell ya." "Really now?" Aldrich looked at Adam and Elaine with hope, at their rotted, lifeless faces and eyes, trying to see if something was there. Lesser undead may have some remnant behaviors from their past lives, but they are not like arisen undead. There are no memories, no true thought, no true being. And even if they were arisen, they would no longer truly be the same, said Flurgan. "Hey, don't rain on his parade now, those were his friends," said Stella as she bumped an elbow into Flurgan's side. Flurgan glared at Stella as he rubbed his side painfully. "It is better that the Elder knows this for certain." "I know," said Aldrich. "I've always known. I never thought I was the hopeful type. But I've known enough disappointment not to trust in hope in any case." Aldrich waved Flurgan forwards. "About what we discussed." "Of course." Flurgan moved to the center of the clearing and closed his eyes while raising his hands. In front of his palms, 2 blue magic circles formed. Throughout the car ride back to the forest, Aldrich and Flurgan had talked about setting up his alchemical laboratory. Soon enough, the chrysalis would eventually grow to a point that the pocket dimension it created could house the lab. At which point, Aldrich could move Flurgan and the lab into the phylactery, taking them in and out when needed. Like this, Flurgan could experiment at minimal risk as what was more secure than an entirely separate dimension. But until then, Aldrich needed Flurgan alchemy. Especially for tonight at the Red Circle. Crazy cool, all this magic stuff, said Fisk as he watched. Yeah, said Stella. Valera came to Aldrich's side, and he rested her on the tree trunk, sitting beside her. Master, I did not do anything embarrassing, did I? Said Valera as she blushed furiously. I remember wanting to draw your blood, then nothing, No, said Aldrich simply. Nothing you would regret, at least. Valera sighed in relief. Thank the many gods. She tentatively reached out and squeezed Aldrich's hand. Aldrich did the same. Flurgan chanted, "Create base." In front of Flurgan, blue outlines, almost like they were drawn, of tables, beakers, tubes, forceps, knives, forceps, and dozens of other alchemical tools emerged. The outlines then filled in, turning into solid matter. The end result was 3 worktables. 1 table filled with beakers and tubes and pots for chemical reactions. 1 table containing several glass chambers within which reactions could be safely carried out. And the last table that was the most ominous, holding restraints and sharp, cutting tools for dissections and, as Flurgan called it, live experimentations. To see my laboratory once more, and to think of all the new specimens I may dissect and dissolve. Ah, how this elderly heart beats. Flurgan raised his hands in the air like a mad scientist. Boss, I really appreciate the guy's passion, but should we be, worried that we'll be a part of his experiments? Said Fisk. Tell me about it, said Stella. Not for now, said Aldrich. For now, said Fisk, but Aldrich ignored him and went up to Flurgan to talk business. By now, Aldrich's grave ward had snuck into the Red Circle and gotten a look at Casimir, the manager, as well. There were several places in the Red Circle that were impossible to sneak into, guarded by force fields, but Casimir's main office was not. And judging by how Casimir carried himself with 4 guards at the minimum, he was a careful man. He would underestimate Aldrich and Valera because they had no AC count, but Aldrich could not rely completely on that. You know what I requested, right? Said Aldrich. You desire a potion that can control the minds of up to 10 able-bodied men. The potion must also be as tasteless as possible. Flurgan nodded. He went to his chemical table and retrieved a vat filled with liquid. His stomach then heaved as he vomited in 3 purple, finger-length worms. The worms' heads were comprised of wriggling, spiked tentacles. These were pupae, mind-eaters reproduced by capturing live beings and forcing them to ingest pupae. Pupae would then travel to their host's brain and latch on, creating a cascading effect that would brainwash them and also turn them into mind-eaters. Flurgan wiped off slime from his mouth tendrils as he looked at the pupae swimming inside, inspecting their quality. I can only produce 3 pupae a month at this old age, and they are a little withered, but this will be enough. I will be done processing my pupae into potion form in 5 hours. Aldrich checked his watch. It was now barely noon. What time is the meeting with Casimir? Said Aldrich. Fisk scrambled to his laptop, utterly distracted by Flurgan's simultaneously gross yet interesting display. It's 11 tonight. Good, said Aldrich. More than enough time. The first real steps to initiating Aldrich's vengeance against Seth Solar now began. Chapter 55 A Meeting to Be. The Red Circle, 6 p.m., November 3, 2117. Casimir leaned back in his plush velvet leather chair, elbows rested upon imported wood carved from the bark of a plant-type variant. Anything made from variants was all the rage nowadays, and Casimir was never one to fall behind trends, particularly when it pertained to the currents of luxury. That was easily evident by the quality of his white snow-fur deerskin suit, his scaled marsh alligator dress shoes, and the sparkling gold and diamond-encrusted watch made by Regal, one of, if not the top luxury watchmaker in the world. So, my dear, tell me about that appointment tonight. The one with that fun air, said Casimir. His voice projected through an oval-shaped mask lit up with a neon display showing simple emotes that conveyed his emotion state. For now, the emote projected was highly neutral, if a little annoyed underscore. I've run a thorough background check on him. A slim young woman dressed in white suit and skirt spoke. The side of her head was cleanly shaved and plated with chrome. From here, she withdrew a cable which she attached a laptop port before opening the computer up on Casimir's desk. I've compiled a concise report on Bruce Wayne for you to read, said the woman. Now, my dear Blanca, you've worked as my secretary far too long to know I bore of reports. Tell me what I need to know, said Casimir. After all, it would be such a shame to waste an opportunity to hear that lovely voice of yours. Blanca paused for a moment. Yes, sir. I will begin with the potential client's wealth. Bruce Wayne possesses a gold-ranked citizenship in New York. Casimir whistled. A gold, in New York of all places. Hey, I like what I'm hearing. Go on. I will advise you to keep your safety in mind with this client. There is little to no public information about him. His wealth was inherited through a fund created from a company called Vane Industries that specialized in textile manufacturing. Then why not run a check on the company? Surely there's data on that, said Casimir. According to the details Mr. Vane was willing to share with us, his family company was a pre-monstering manufacturer based in Germany. All public records related to the company were lost during the tumult of the monstering, said Blanca. The company's wealth was consolidated and maintained, however, in the form of a trust that passed on to successive Vane generations. The Vanes have maintained that fund in relative secrecy through a diverse portfolio of hidden investments. Furthermore, Mr. Vane is unwilling to share proof of finances for it would force him to reveal his investments, citing a concern for safety and anonymity. A man of secrecy, I see. Casimir laughed. Not entirely uncommon in our line of business, no. But still, how convenient is it that his family company's records are lost to time? And his investments are an entire mystery case of their own. I agree, said Blanca. I have coordinated the meeting such that Mr. Vane meets you alone and in the safety of the Red Circle. He will have to go through thorough security checks, and though he requested a private meeting, I have arranged it so that you may bring up to 4 Red Circle mercenaries or villains to your side. Oh ho, as cautious as ever, Blanca, said Casimir. Need I remind you that I am paid to ensure my caution keeps you safe? Said Blanca. True, very true. Let me see, then. Mr. Vane wished to meet me to invest in the Red Circle, no? That is correct, and I've received an update on that. Blanca tapped her the plate on her head, and her violet eyes lit up as she processed more digital information. He specifically wants to involve himself with the Red Circle to sample our liquors. Liquors, how strong, said Casimir, a note of interest bleeding into his mechanical voice. Liquor was a key word for mercenaries and villains. Hired help or security, essentially. Especially help that did not care about the law. As strong as they can get, said Blanca. He has revealed further that the reason for this is because he and his wife are duds. Casimir almost fell off his chair. Duds. Did I hear that right? Yes. They have sent in a preliminary AC scan to confirm this, though of course, upon arrival to the Red Circle, they will receive a thorough one from us as well. Casimir's guard dropped. Duds, are they? Then that makes sense why Mr. Vane would keep his profile so hidden. A wealthy dud is a dud just waiting to be captured and extorted. Remind me again, is he coming alone? No, he wishes to bring his wife along. A wife? Then that's fine. No guards. Blanca shook her head. I would not allow him to bring any form of threat within the Red Circle. His background is far too tenuous to allow that. Blanca, my dear, I have made it this far in the criminal underworld because of how open I am to receiving clients of any kind, whether they dress themselves in fine suits or wallow in the bloody mud of violence. If indeed, Mr. Vane and his wife are both duds and they pass through all our security checks, then I sincerely doubt they are threats of any kind. Casimir waved his hand. Arrange this meeting. One more thing. Mr. Vane wishes to bring a bottle of wine with him. He strongly prefers his own drinks, said Blanca. Oh, a man of strong tastes. I can respect that. What does he want to bring? You did ask him, yes. Of course. As you said, I have worked with you long enough. It is a 2080 Celeste. Market price. 6,000 credits. 6,000. A respectable vintage, then. Casimir's emote face raised an eye in curiosity. Though certainly not the most expensive I have received. Any cheaper than that, and I would have rejected it. But it will serve as preliminary proof of Mr. Vane's finances. And indeed, I do quite find myself wanting to savor a dry red. Tell Mr. Vane his bottle service request is approved. Though, of course, it will have to go through all security checks as well. That will be all. Understood, sir, said Blanca. She unplugged herself from her sleek black laptop and held it to her side. She turned to leave but paused. This is simply my opinion, sir, but I still cannot shake an uneasy feeling about this meeting. All these years we have known each other. I did not take you to be a superstitious woman, Blanca. But your sincere worries do touch me. Here, I will use my power. Casimir reached into his suit's breast pocket and retrieved a plain white dice. He rattled it in his hand, and as he did so, his hand glowed a bright white. Then, he rolled the dice on his table. It rolled a solid 1. There, I will not suffer even a single scratch of harm to my body in the next 24 hours, said Casimir. His power involved rolling a dice to determine his safety within a 24-hour time frame. A1 indicated no harm done to Casimir while a 6 meant certain death. Depending on his mental state and physical condition, the time frame his power could calculate fluctuated, but even at its worst, it could see up to 9 hours ahead. And Casimir was in tip-top condition right now. It was this power, a power that fell under the ultra-rare flux category that manipulated fundamental aspects of reality like space, time, causality and probability, that had allowed him to survive and rise in the criminal underworld. That and his sharp business acumen, of course. The only downside to this power was that it possessed a 3-day-long period in which it was unable to be used. Blanca nodded, believing fully in the dice. It had saved her more times than she could count over all the years she had worked with Casimir as well, back when they were both nothing more than poor and desperate hoodlums begging on dirty streets for their next meal. Finalize the arrangements, Blanca. Casimir rolled around in his chair, looking out from the 3rd story of his nightclub. His view shot over thick, bulletproof, tinted glass down to the cracked, broken streets of Southside Haven below. I am now rather curious to see how Mr. Vane carries himself. As a dud, I am sure he has had his share of hardships despite his wealth. And hardship breeds ambition. Perhaps he shares an entrepreneurial spirit such as myself. Chapter 56 Meeting in the Red Circle. Aldrich could only drive his armored car up within a block of the Red Circle before he hit a security check. Or rather, it was a mandatory valet service, but judging by the 2-story tall, armor-plated valet booth that looked suspiciously like a sentry tower, it was pretty obvious that this was a security check. Aldrich stopped his car in front of the boom barrier set down by the booth. The barrier itself glowed with a streak of white energy, indicating Ethereum power, processed ether, that meant it was custom-made by a techno. It was no ordinary flimsy line of metal meant to stop traffic. Most likely, it had some function to stop cars that tried to ignore it. That was not Aldrich's intention, though. He was here for a chat, after all. He watched as 2 guards standing on either end of the barrier approached. They looked to be mercenaries rather than villains. Where villains liked to have a distinctive costume to make an impact and be recognized, mercenaries focused far more on practicality, donning themselves with cybernetics and military gear meant for efficiency rather than flashiness. "Are we to fight now, master?" said Valera from the passenger seat. She was dressed in her black dress set while Aldrich had just bought a 3,000 credit suit to keep up appearances, a wealthy fund inheritor. "No fighting. Not unless we absolutely must," said Aldrich. "Carry that with you and act as politely as you can. But try to leave all the talking to me." Aldrich motioned to a rectangular wooden case containing the 2080 Celeste bottle of wine. That had costed 6,000 credits, leaving Aldrich with just 1,000 left. It was mind-boggling how the wealthy spent so many credits on seemingly ordinary things like clothes and drinks. He had thought 10,000 credits a decent amount to start off with, but he quickly began to realize if he really wanted to keep up his appearances as an ultra-wealthy man, he needed to find a way to get more credits quickly. Valera nodded and picked up the case of wine. Mercenaries approached Aldrich's windshield. He rolled the window down and stared at the mercenary's dot-like cybernetic red eyes and mouth mask that made each of his heavy breaths sound deeply raspy. "Here to see the manager." 11 appointment, said Aldrich. "Yeah, I know. Valet service. Mandatory. Give me your keys." Aldrich turned off his car and tossed the keys to the mercenary. He grabbed them and nodded. "Walk past the barrier to the club. You'll face more security checks there. And just so you know, if we find anything here that's even remotely suspicious." "You won't." Aldrich ignored him and waved Valera forward. Together, they walked past the now upraised boom barrier towards the club. Valera tucked her arm in the crook of Aldrich's, and like this, they walked forward like gentleman and lady at a high-profile dance. Aldrich appreciated how Valera was right now. She kept a calm, confident poise. Her posture was straight and elegant, each of her steps even matching the Aldrich's pace. Even though she was a knight, she was also a lady hailing from a royal vampiric lineage, and that showed now. At the front of the club, Aldrich noted in the periphery of his sharp vision multiple cameras as well as several crawler drones in dormant state latched on the walls of the building, ready at a moment's notice to be active and crawl about while unloading machine gun fire. The club's entrance was surprisingly far more elegant than Aldrich would have thought a seedy club in Southside Haven, the broken-down, crime-infested part of the city, to be. Large, black-tinted glass double doors surrounded by a frame of red and gold shaped into floral patterns awaited Aldrich and Valera. A well-maintained, spotlessly clean red carpet led out of the doors, and flanking this carpet were several Red Circle staff noticeable from their white and red suits. One of these staff members came up to Aldrich and Valera with a bow. "Welcome to the Red Circle, Mr. and Mrs. Vane," said the woman. She had no cybernetics to speak of, but her organic eyes flashed with an odd, fluctuating green tint that made it obvious she was a powered alter. "I will be your server and guide for tonight. You may call me Hirondelle." "A pleasure to meet you, Hirondelle." Aldrich nodded and smiled uncharacteristically. He had practiced for hours to put up the fake persona of a wealthy socialite so as not to draw attention. "Follow me." Hirondelle smiled and led Aldrich towards the doors. "We have prepared nothing but the finest for you, Mr. and Mrs. Vane, as we treat each client with the utmost level of respect they deserve. However, there are some minor security hurdles we simply must press upon you." "Red Circle policy, I am afraid." "I perfectly understand," said Aldrich. "Safety is a real issue these days, isn't it?" "I appreciate the cooperation." Hirondelle nodded to the rest of the staff. Several people came forwards. Some waved Ethereum and metal detecting sticks over Aldrich and Valera. Others scanned them from a distance not with visors, but their very own powers, their eyes glowing or their hands projecting analyzing light. Hirondelle bowed and held out a hand towards Valera. "The bottle, Mrs. Vane, might my team analyze it? I assure you we will take the greatest of cares so that the taste and integrity of the wine is not harmed a single bit." Valera daintily held out the bottle, and Hirondelle grasped it in one hand before handing it over to a staff member who disappeared into the club. "Tech sweep complete." "Nothing," said a staff member. "AC scan complete." "Count at 0, said another. "Wonderful," said Hirondelle. "Once we have returned your bottle, I will lead you to your meeting. I hope you will enjoy your stay, Mr. Vane, and that this meeting ends with an investment that you can look back upon with a smile." Aldrich smiled, and this time, it was genuine. "I hope so too." Once Hirondelle returned with Aldrich's bottle and handed it back to Valera, she guided them as promised. Through the sliding double glass doors, Aldrich and Valera continued on through more red carpet. The first floor was a massive dance floor, though by the walls were highly upraised booths with tables for those that wished to pay for a premium experience. At the end of the dance floor stood a white platform meant for performers with large stage lights and sound systems ahead. Everything was powered off, however. The Red Circle only functioned as a club during the weekends. All other days was when business happened. Aldrich knew the ins and outs of the Red Circle. His grave ward had scouted out almost everything it could. That included the room on the third floor they were head to where a masked man that was most likely Casimir sat waiting with a guard. There were a few mystery rooms blocked with force fields, but Aldrich would know what was behind those soon enough. Hirondelle led Aldrich and Valera to the end of the dance floor to a platform elevator hidden behind the performance stage. The elevator ferried them all to the third floor, and here, everything was deathly silent. The walls were heavily soundproofed, isolating it from the tumult of the dance floor below. The third floor comprised of brightly lit hallways lined with red carpet and decorated with expensive paintings and sculptures, some of which dated pre-monstering, easily fetching over 100,000 credits. Right this way. Hirondelle led Aldrich and Valera down these hallways to a room. She opened a varnished, carved oak door, and bowed. Inside, the room felt like it belonged to an upscale fine dining restaurant. It was lit by elaborate chandelier, and beneath it stood a round dining table covered with white cloth. Casimir sat here with a plate, utensils, and 3 types of wine glasses in front of him. The same arrangement was repeated twice for Aldrich and Valera. Immediately, Casimir stood up. "Mr. Vane, you've come right on time," Casimir said warmly, the emote on his mask smiling. "Casimir, I presume." Aldrich held out a hand, and Casimir shook it thoroughly. "My, that is a powerful handshake right there," said Casimir. He playfully tapped Aldrich's shoulder. "You must train that body of yours quite dutifully, But the sad state of the world now is that one must always be ready for danger." Casimir then bowed lightly to Valera. "Mrs. Vane, is it a pleasure to make your acquaintance? Your husband has been nothing but warm and charming to me in our prior communications. Ah, and that bottle, I should not let a lady such as yourself carry it." Casimir snapped his fingers. "Walters, be good to me and take this off the lady." One of the 2 guards, a red circle waiter, it seemed, judging from his white and red suit, came forwards and took the bottle from Valera with a gracious nod. He had sharp, angular features with slit pupils and slicked a short buzzcut. Contrary to his brutish appearance, Walters carefully began to open the case and retrieve a tray of wine-opening tools like he was a world-class surgeon performing the world's most sensitive operation. Aldrich and Valera could both tell from a single glance that Walter was not some ordinary waiter. He was strong. They could not sense ether energy, but they could tell how physically capable someone was, and Walters was 6'6", 2 meters, with enough muscle that he seemed like he could burst out of his suit at any given moment. "Now sit, you must rest yourselves. The drive here was so very dangerous." "No." Casimir personally drew back Aldrich and Valera's seats, beckoning them to sit. As everyone settled into the dining table, Casimir continued, "I am deeply sorry that my establishment lies in this rather rough neighborhood. I do not mean to pry, but I noticed your AC counts were 0. It is no wonder that you had to drive here in an armored car, particularly when I had to request that you arrive with no security force." "Oh, trust me, it wasn't much of an issue," said Aldrich. "You have been more than welcoming enough so far. I appreciate your politeness, Mr. Vane. I tell you, some of the clients I receive, they know nothing. They cannot tell a street market leather from Gusian finery. Nor, as you no doubt know, some mass-produced red wine swill with a proper Celeste vintage." Aldrich noted that Casimir's compliments were quite targeted. Aldrich's current suit was from Gusian, and of course, that damned overpriced wine was a Celeste or some bullshit fancy-sounding name. "And that ring, that twin-coiling snake design with the silver and gold, my, that is expert work right there," said Casimir as he gestured to the ring of avarice on Aldrich's finger. "Might I ask who made it?" "Unfortunately, this is strictly artisanal. A custom order," said Aldrich. "Custom, is it? After our talk, you must acquaintance me with your jeweler. I would almost kill to have a piece such as that for myself," said Casimir as he stretched out his hands, showcasing a sparkling watch and several polished rings studded with rare gems of all kinds. "But you strike me as a more serious man, Mr. Vane, so let's get to talking business, shall we?" "You read me perfectly," said Aldrich. "Walters, pour us some Prosecco to begin," said Casimir. "Your wine, that Celeste, we must save for later. My chef will prepare a course that suits its dry yet subtle flavors beautifully." Walters nodded and took a bottle from a chilled cabinet. He popped the carbonated bottle open and held it by the base with his palm as he went around the table, filling up smaller, thinner glasses. Casimir held up the gleaming, golden-colored sparkling alcohol to the light of the chandelier. "A preliminary toast, perhaps?" "Of course." Aldrich raised his glass, and so did Valera. Casimir drew the glass close to his mask, and the lower half retracted, revealing a severely burnt, disfigured face. He sipped the Prosecco before continuing business talk. I understand that you wish to speak with me about sampling our liquor selection. Just as we discussed before, yes, said Aldrich. He had sent this message to get a good look into the Red Circle's list of mercenaries and villains to prepare for them. Plus, it was good cover and fit with the story of a wealthy dud that wanted security. Our liquor selection is acceptable, but not the finest. I am afraid that our in-house store does not exceed the B rank. For any higher, you must reach larger establishments. But that is what the Red Circle specializes in. Connections. We are one of the largest hubs for connectors from the largest organizations. The Four Dragons, the Rakshasas, the Moon, the Trident, any big names you can think of, we have ties to. Aldrich heard the word Trident and involuntarily narrowed an eye. Ah, are you interested in the Trident? Said Casimir, catching even that tiny eye motion expertly. Of course, who wouldn't be, said Aldrich as he maintained his smile. Chapter 57 Meeting in the Red Circle 2. I did take you as a man who could see potential, said Casimir. And you were right on the mark with that. There is no other organization in our line of work growing faster than the Trident. And who could have predicted it? A ragtag alliance of estranged Yakuza, Mafia, and Triad families banding together after the monstering in a most meteoric rise. It is truly admirable how hardship can make the fellow man set aside differences and work together. If I was an investing man such as yourself, I would place my credits in the Trident. But of course, I should not lecture an experienced investor like you. By all means, go ahead. I'm always in a learning mindset, said Aldrich. He kept his smile, but he could not hide the disgust welling up within him as Casimir talked about the Trident like they were some rags to riches story to be admired. The Trident built their empire off the blood and suffering of countless many. There was nothing to respect about them. And soon, once Aldrich saw to it, that empire would crumble into dust. Something big is happening, Mr. Vane, said Casimir. I can feel it in the air, in the fabric of this tumultuous society around us. Can you not? It is in the ever-increasing cases of theft by nomads in the wastelands. It is in the spirits of the downtrodden in the ghettos and broken-down streets of walled cities. Do you know what I call this? Entertain me, said Aldrich. Casimir raised a finger. Desperation. The Panopticon and the Alterhuman Agency are meant to protect humanity, but they are failing. Variance attacks are astronomically on the rise, and I hear whispers that the Titans stir in their slumber. Are you familiar with the prophet, Mr. Vane? Ah, the altar with future sight, correct. The one who makes a prophecy about humanity's safety every 15 years, said Aldrich. Who wouldn't be? His prophecies are the most watched live broadcasts on telescreen networks. Yes, that's the one. The doddering old man with that wispy head of white hair and bleak, blank eyes. Oh, I do feel for him, that man, to constantly have to foresee the fate of an entire civilization. It must take a toll on the mind. Casimir shook his head. But besides his personal suffering, have you heard of his latest prophecy? Who hasn't? Said Aldrich. 2 years ago, yes. 2115. If my memory isn't failing me, he's guaranteed humanity's safety for the next 15 years yet again. There is some tell among my sources that it is all a lie. A sham conjured up by the Alterhuman Agency and the Panopticon, said Casimir. I hear that the prophet has, in truth, foretold humanity's doom. Is that so? Said Aldrich, raising a brow in interest. Is it? Who knows? Even my own sources cannot penetrate deep into the internal politics of the AW and the Panopticon. All I hear are whispers and rumors. Second-hand accounts. Mutterings. But you know what, Mr. Vane? Casimir leaned forwards, the emote on his mask smiling at Aldrich intensely. Even a whisper is bound to be heard when it is telling the truth. Aldrich remained quiet, letting Casimir talk. Casimir spoke. I make no guarantees, but I feel that perhaps something big will happen. With the vast majority of modern-day supers degenerating into nothing but glorified pop stars, prancing about on their live streams and vying for the most likes on their social media platforms, who is left to defend the common man? When will the desperation that is ever growing on the streets reach a breaking point? And when it does, when that breaking point shatters the order of society, who will pick up the pieces? Ah, I see what you're getting at, said Aldrich. You're saying that the villains want to take control. With enough variant attacks and enough desperation, some perhaps artificially fueled, there's bound to be chaos. And who better to navigate chaos than villains? I am not saying anything. I am merely asking questions. Presenting a thought experiment. Yes, said Casimir coyly. But you understand what I mean. So, it is quite wise of you to divest some of your investments here, especially if you wish to keep yourself and your dear wife safe in times to come. Now then, for our in-house liquor selections. Casimir tapped the side of his mask 3 times, and the emote disappeared into a bright white screen. From there, a holographic series of images projected outwards onto the dining table. These images formed into profiles that listed out several mercenaries and villains for hire. The profiles listed a threat ranking if the subject had one, or if they were hidden, an estimated threat ranking. It showed an image of them, a list of their successful missions, how many credits and assets they had earned for their clients, their general personality traits, and so on. Like reviewing resumes, Aldrich noted that out of the dozen profiles Casimir projected, only one was at B rank. It seems you are a little disappointed with our in-house selection, and that is understandable. Casimir said this when Aldrich spent several seconds looking without saying anything. Again, we do not have the finest cream of the crop. For that, you would have to travel to a larger city such as New York. However, for you, Mr. Vane, I can offer more options. No doubt, if you have researched enough to connect with us, you know of Blackwater. One of few academies in the underground network that specializes in producing insider informants within the AA. But among them, many will also be promising mercenaries. If you so desire, I could arrange a meeting between you and some members of the A-rank class. Young as they are, they may not be as disciplined, but their potential, I am sure if properly groomed, will exceed our in-house selections. An interesting consideration, said Aldrich. You truly do have a wide selection to offer. But could I be just a little greedier and ask to see if there are even more? Of course, Mr. Vane, and I welcome greed. Greed is good. Greed is what drives us all. Casimir tapped his mask again. This time, Aldrich saw red-tinted profiles projected. Many of these had far more impressive accomplishments and higher average threat rankings than before. One thing tied them all together. They had an affiliation with the Trident. I know you were interested about the Trident. Here is a list of most of the villains they have working for them that they can outsource as independent contractors. Unfortunately, none of them are in such a small city as Haven, but I could certainly arrange a meeting for you with any one of them, said Casimir. Aldrich looked over the profiles before he settled on one. One that he remembered in crystal clear, perfect detail. A villain with a burly, bristle-furred body with a butcher's apron as a costume. This was the same man that had chopped Aldrich's parents into little pieces. Aldrich's undead mind allowed him to process a massive surge of emotions, of hate and vengeance and bloodlust, away so as not to draw attention. But even then, his finger trembled ever so slightly as he pointed at the man's photo. This one. I want this one, said Aldrich. Oh, the butcher. Casimir cocked his head in surprise. He is not quite suited for guarding jobs. His personality is rather erratic, and his patience is rather limited. A condition of his power, it is said. He is far more suited for torture. Ah, wait. Casimir smiled at Aldrich. Don't tell me, Mr. Vane, you weren't here to hire a guard at all, were you? Said Aldrich, wondering if Casimir had suspected him. You want someone gone, someone who has wronged you, and you want them to suffer. Am I correct? Said Casimir. Aldrich smiled. In a way, Casimir was right. Very, very right. How could you tell? I have a knack for sensing out my clients, said Casimir. Mr. Vane, you really did not have to skirt around what you wanted. You could have told me from the beginning instead of dancing about and pretending to hire a guard. I understand you are unfamiliar with how the underworld works, but you may be straightforward here. Within the underworld, all desires hidden and locked away may be laid bare. That includes a need to make someone disappear. Forever. You're right. I am unused to working with all of this. Thank you for the tip, I'll keep it in mind, said Aldrich. I am always willing to help, said Casimir. Will this be your final selection, Mr. Vane? Do understand that once you have reached out to arrange a meeting, it cannot easily be cancelled. I'm sure of it, said Aldrich. Excellent. Casimir clapped his hands triumphantly, and his mask stopped projecting images and returned to its emote face. I will have my secretary arrange the meeting within the red circle by this very week. Details regarding payment and contract details, numbers and words that spoil the mood, I leave to our respective staffs. Right then, the doors opened, and 3 more waiters entered carrying a rolling tray with 3 large plates covered by cloches, a breadbasket, and an assortment of small plates ranging from seafood bites to salads. For now, how about we enjoy the beginning of this fruitful relationship with a meal? Said Casimir. The waiters came by and arranged the plates neatly before Aldrich, Valera and Casimir. They then raised the cloches, revealing neatly seared chunks of steak glowing in a bath of still sizzling butter. Butter-baked baby carrots and rich, creamy scoops of mashed potatoes accompanied the meat. 70-day dry-aged quake hoof bison steaks, said Casimir. Seared and basted in gold cream butter. I sincerely hope you can stay and enjoy this meal. It smells incredible, said Aldrich, and he did not lie. This was food that he could never have afforded to even look at throughout his entire life. The kind of food that costed hundreds of credits a meal that only the richest of the rich could afford. I must agree with my husband, said Valera as she put a hand on Aldrich's. This is quite the treat you have prepared for us. Oh, it's nothing. A simple token of appreciation, said Casimir. Aldrich stayed focused and hinted to Casimir. But I do feel like it's missing something. A certain Celeste vintage, no. Don't think I forgot, Mr. Vane, said Casimir. Come, Walters, uncork that wine and give us a pour. The hulking, muscled brute of a waiter came forwards with surprising elegance, bowing as he poured at the red wine in everyone's glasses. Aldrich saw as hundreds of credits in the form of fermented liquid grapes just poured out casually like that, but he did not let his upbringing as someone who had never experienced luxury show. Valera, however, seemed utterly at home here. She smiled with the grace of a court lady and slid her wine glass towards Walters with an eased confidence. Walters poured, and Valera nodded ever so slightly before taking the glass and swishing it, swirling the dark red liquid about. Aldrich mimicked her, and Casimir stood up and raised his glass. Now, a proper toast. To a new partnership, said Casimir. A new partnership, said Aldrich as he and Valera clinked their glasses against Casimir's. At the same time, all 3 took a deep sip of the wine. Aldrich felt the deeply dry and bitter taste and held back a grimace. He did not really like alcohol as it affected his diet and training, but he did not let his displeasure show. He instead pretended to savor the taste like Casimir and Valera were doing. When after what seemed like an eternity, Casimir finally stopped letting the wine linger in his mouth and swallowed it. Ah, how wonderful, said Casimir. This kind of subtle dryness, Celeste is known for this. And what better to cut through dry with rich? Casimir picked up his fork and knife and reached down to cut his steak and then froze all of a sudden, as if someone had just hit the pause button on his body. Almost immediately, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Walters, the giant waiter, came on alert, as did the 2 mercenaries in the room. Then, after a tense half-second, Casimir moved again. Are you okay, sir? Said Walters. Why would I not be, Walters, in light of this breakthrough? Said Casimir as he cut his steak. I have never felt better. Same with me. Aldrich smiled as he heard Flurgan's voice ring in his head. Chapter 58 An Experiment. Thanks, Flurgan. Your potion worked perfectly. I owe you one, said Aldrich. I require no thanks, great elder, but if you are willing, perhaps a live sample of a human that is known as an alter. Aldrich thought about this for a moment. All right, Walters stared at Aldrich as he loomed over the table, his suspicions evidently still not eased. Walters, please, you are inconveniencing our guest. This is quite unlike you, said Casimir. All Aldrich did was smile at Walters. Walters stared at Aldrich for a few more seconds before he surrendered and walked away with a grunt. My apologies, Mr. Vane. Walters is normally such a lovely waiter, but tonight, he is a little off his game, said Casimir. It's quite all right. Everyone has their off days and their on days, said Aldrich. Aldrich was not an idiot. He had not made Flurgan's mind control potion ridiculously obvious. He had given Flurgan further specifications on the potion he wanted made. Most importantly, it had to be tasteless. Then, it had to be condensed down to as little liquid volume as possible so it did not increase the weight of the wine. The potion's effects finally had to be subtle as possible. Aldrich did not want to make Casimir a brainwashed, doddering fool who drooled at the mouth and only responded to his commands. Not only would that guarantee an immediate and powerful backlash attack from Casimir's guards, it would also completely ruin the Red Circle, and Aldrich wanted the Red Circle to keep running for the foreseeable future. Or, more accurately, Aldrich would now run the Red Circle in the shadows. Thus, he wanted Casimir to be high-functioning enough to the point where the club manager seemed almost completely normal. Flurgan's mind control potion worked so that if Casimir read, heard, or saw any requests, orders, or suggestions from Aldrich or Bruce Vane, he would be highly positively disposed to them. Let's enjoy the rest of this absolutely wonderful meal and wrap this meeting up. My wife and I have an event to go to later tonight, actually, said Aldrich. Ah, an after-midnight party, is it? Well, you two certainly are dressed for it. The lady, especially, my oh my. It must be quite difficult to keep prying eyes off of her, no? Said Casimir. Aldrich distinctly remembered the Odinsons and how much disgusting animal desire he had seen in their eyes for Valera. My husband is more than capable of keeping prying eyes off of me. As am I, smiled Valera. There is nothing more beautiful in this world than a strong couple. I can attest to that, said Casimir. He sliced another chunk of steak. Now, let's go ahead and enjoy this meal. Aldrich shook hands with Casimir outside of the Red Circle. His armored car was there in the front, keys in the engine and ready to be driven. That was an incredible dinner. And I mean it, said Aldrich honestly. He had literally never tasted anything as good as that. As a dud, he probably would have been shot on sight if he went to a restaurant that served that. That was an exaggeration, but it really did feel like it sometimes. Oh, that was nothing. You should come here in the weekends when the club is properly open. I can treat you to the finest VIP table service you can even dream of. Casimir bowed slightly. I would dare to say that my services can match even the most prestigious of New York nightlife. I'll be in touch with you about any additional requests, said Aldrich. And I will do my best to accommodate you, Mr. Vane. Aldrich and Valera drove off promptly, returning back to the Variant Forest, with Valera humming in happiness through the whole ride back as she savored the act of being Aldrich's wife. Aldrich's mind raced through the drive, however, as he now had all the pieces for his vengeance to finalize. When it turned midnight, a status message popped in his vision. Ring of Avarice gift received. Plus 150 coins. Coin. 20,170. Every 3 days, the Ring of Avarice would grant Aldrich 150 coins, and this number would go up depending on Aldrich's level. Hopefully, this would help Aldrich's coin problem out, but in the case it did not, he knew that liches and their higher evolutions could actually reach into the nether and bind more than one chosen undead to themselves. In that case, he would not be beyond considering binding Hadar, the in-game joke option that heavily increased coin generation. Hadar had passives that made him incredibly lucky when related to money according to the lore, winning in gambling almost all the time. In the game, that luck manifested in just a bonus rate of coins dropped, but Aldrich theorized that it would truly manifest as luck here, something that would draw wealth and fortune to Hadar like a magnet. In a world dominated by the credit sign, Hadar could be an invaluable asset, more so than any warmongering fighter. Miscellaneous units defeated, plus 600 XP. Express bar. 1600 1800 2200 1800. Level up. Level. 1314. Express bar. 400 2000. 5 stat points available to distribute. Plus 5 to strength. Strength. 15 20. Looked like Aldrich's undead in the forest had hunted plenty themselves. He briefly looked through the list of slaughtered variants and found nothing worthy of raising. He commanded his units to stop for now as he did not want to risk drawing any further attention to the forest. He was at a crucial juncture where everything needed to go right for Aldrich to finally enact vengeance upon those that had wronged him on Saturday. A mere 3 days from now. In the forest, Aldrich got to work with Fisk and Flurgan. Flurgan would continue his alchemical experimentations. The Mind Eater requested live alterhuman samples, but if Aldrich could not obtain them, the freshly slaughtered corpses of variants would do. Flurgan would also continue experimentation into teaching the Geist magic as a long-term project. Flurgan specifically said that the Geist seemed to have a natural curiosity that made it more suited towards learning magic than any of the other arisen undead, pointing out further to Stella's disgruntlement that she was far too impatient to learn anything. While Flurgan did that, Aldrich worked with Fisk to continually communicate with Casimir. Now that Casimir was under Aldrich's thrall, the club manager would do anything Aldrich wanted within reason. Aldrich first received all the information he could about Casimir regarding the rooms in the red circle that were blocked off by force fields. Those rooms contained highly valuable contraband ranging from experimental techno-weapons to potent combat drugs to blackmail on multiple important political figures and AA executives. Among them, Casimir stated that the most valuable was a newly developed drug called Boost. It was developed in secret through a collaboration between Imugi, the corporate leader in cutting-edge military technology, and Bioforce, a corporate leader in combat-enhancing biotech. Once injected, Boost would affect the alter organ and cause the body's cell count to rapidly swell, significantly enhancing the power of the affected alter. This was not exactly a new type of drug. There were many combat drugs out there that enhanced alter powers, but all of them led to massive side effects that invariably spiraled down to death, not to mention severe mania and self-destructive behavior that made them wholly unviable for combat. Boost was innovative because it was the safest, though even it was dangerous enough that using it more than once over an entire 2-week period could lead to devastating side effects, not to mention that continual long-term usage apparently caused irreparable damage to the alter organ. This was the contraband that the Odinson gang had stolen from an Imugi transport. It was also what Seth Solar desperately wanted from Casimir, likely to enhance his power to beat Mel and take #1 spot to soothe his ego. Seth Solar's meeting on Saturday was not just a party night out, it was also a venture to obtain an early access sample of Boost. Aldrich noted this down for later. The Boost would become useful later. He had a near-perfect plan set up to take down Seth Solar on Saturday, but he needed to get some specifics confirmed first. Aldrich asked Casimir to bring down 2D-ranked villains to the Variant Forest on a security mission. He emphasized to Casimir that the villains be as disposable as possible so that nobody would miss them. Casimir agreed. The villains would head out this very night. Aldrich waited and began his own experimentation. Jack Rondell drove out of Haven with his hand gripped tight around his steering wheel, his rearview mirror reflecting an expression of pure annoyance on his face. If there was one word to describe him, it would be rough. Rough hair, rough beard, rough features, someone that bordered on the brink of looking homeless. But Jack, or rather, the Slasher as he was known by his villain name, had to admit he looked a hell of a lot better than the guy in the passenger seat beside him. A pale, bald guy with deeply sunken in dark eyes, thin lips, and various spikes of various lengths jutting out of his head. That was his current partner for tonight's security mission. Another guy from the red circle known as the Lasher. Sometimes, Jack wondered what shadowy garbage pits of society the red circle dragged some of these guys out from, but then he realized that he, as a former drug addict turned serial killer, did not have much high ground to stand on. Anyways, Jack always disliked the guy. Not only because Lasher sounded way too similar to Slasher, but because he was a total antisocial freak. Fucking Casimir. He treats us well, but a sudden call like this. Man, and I was just about to fuck this absolute bombshell of a whore, too. Maybe it was a good thing I got called out. I don't know how much self-control I would have needed to stop myself from fucking her and then slicing her in pieces, said Jack, making small talk. He glanced at Lasher. Lasher only stared straight ahead, completely still like a corpse, his hands clasped together as if in prayer. Lasher was a member of a neo-cult called the Path of Pain. Neo-cults were odd religions that popped up past the altering and monstering when rapidly changing views of what it meant to be human, bleak postmodernism, and existential crises drew people to increasingly extreme views. Around the Lasher's leather-covered arms were spiked chains that grew out of his skin. Those in the Path of Pain believed that everything in the world was false except pain. Not that you would know anything about that, said Jack with a laugh. Only silence. After a few seconds, Jack tried to make conversation again. But you know, with all those chains and a villain name like Lasher, I thought you'd be a whole lot freakier. The Lasher did not even blink as he kept staring straight ahead. Fuck it, whatever. Jack sighed and just kept driving. The walls of Haven faded behind him as the forests in the distance drew closer and closer. After a 40-minute drive, Jack parked his car off-road, hidden in a thicket of trees at the edge of the Variant Forest. Alright, get your mask on. We're meeting the client up ahead. Says he's got a couple of sorry *ts he needs squealing in pain before he gets rid of them. That's totally up your alley, right? Pain-inflicting chains and all, yeah, said Jack. Pain is truth. Pain reveals all, the Lasher solemnly said while closing his eyes in prayer. He then exited the car while retrieving his mask, a gimp mask, from his black robes. The only thing I can do is turn my arms into knives. Why the fuck am I here? Jack complained as he got out and put on his mask, a typical ski mask you would see in a bad slasher flick. Hence, why Jack called himself the Slasher. Jack was not creative, sure, but if being creative meant becoming a freak show like the Lasher, then Jack was happy enough not to be left-brained or whatever the fuck it was that made people creative and deranged. Like this, the Slasher and the Lasher duo went ahead into the forest. Chapter 59 An Experiment 2. Where the fuck is this guy? Said Jack as he tentatively moved past a thicket of trees. It was dark as it got. His ski mask might have looked like a cheap Halloween dollar store piece of garbage, but it was not a shabby piece of tech. It had night vision, infrared, and some low-level AC scanning inlaid within its white, ballistic duraplastic surface. A lower caliber bullet would bounce right off the thing. Meanwhile, when Jack glanced at the Lasher and his normal leather gimp mask, he wondered if the guy could even see more than a few steps ahead. Jack's suspicions were confirmed when the Lasher walked face first into a tree trunk. The Lasher stepped back, utterly unfazed, his expression unchanging. Your costume seriously has nothing special about it, whispered Jack. How the fuck are you not in a jail yet? Or better yet, a mental asylum? Ark Asylum up in New York ought to have a nice spot for you. I do not need protection, for pain is a blessing. Pain is the only thing that is real in this world, said the Lasher. Alright, whatever. Jack checked his iPhone, tracking his location via GPS mapping. We've been walking for 10 minutes now. The guy should be here. *T. I better get paid for this if he bails on us, or if we have *T luck, a variant attacks us. All of a sudden, Jack's phone screen crackled, the graphics distorting before shutting off. Huh. Jack smacked his phone to try and get it to work. The hell, your phone working, Lasher? Wait, do you even have a phone? The Lasher took out an iPhone that looked entirely out of place with his getup. My phone has lost its life. Something's wrong, began Jack before he saw a massive, bright green flash barrel towards him through his night vision. *T. Get away. Jack stepped back as a massive, muscled arm smashed into the Lasher's side, launching him into a nearby tree with a solid, cracking impact. Who are you? Said Jack as he manifested his power. His arms solidified into metal before shaping into two large, serrated blades in a shower of sparks. The sparks lit up a huge, ugly brute of a man. Or, was it a man? The guy might have been 10 feet tall, 3 meters, with ugly tumors and growths all around his gray-skinned face and bare upper body. Large tusks jutted out from his jaw as he stared down at Jack with beady white eyes. Jack almost gagged as a disgusting rotting stench wafted out from the guy. The fuck? Jack felt pricks of pain all around his body that grew numb. Was he getting poisoned? No, he looked down at the bare skin of his shoulders. There were black, rotting patches. The giant man growled like an animal and took a heavy step towards Jack. You better not mess with me, fucker, said Jack. You don't know who I am. Who I'm associated with. The giant ignored Jack and charged forwards, raising both his arms up in the air to hammer down on Jack's head. Jack swerved to the side as the giant smashed dirt. He sliced his blade arms across the giant altar's stomach, aiming to gut him. He felt flesh yield and cut, and he smiled under his mask. His favorite feeling in the world was flesh slicing and tearing. However, the wide cut he made healed up in an instant. Before he could register surprise, Jack reacted to a punch from the giant by crossing his blade arms in front of him in a guard. Jack grunted as he was sent flying backwards, the punch cracking the dark gray metal of his knife arms. As soon as he hit the ground, he leapt back up, ready to fight. This fucker was strong. At the very least, a D-rank threat, same as Jack. An augmenter, probably, judging from his brawn and regenerative ability. Jack was also an augmenter, and in an augmenter versus augmenter fight, the better technical fighter tended to win. In this case, Jack was outmatched physically, but with his blade arms and skill, he could make up the deficit. Jack was not trained all fancy and intense like supers or some of the better mercenaries and villains, but he had gotten into plenty of street scraps. He had learned from bloody experience, and he could tell this alter was a total amateur. The giant growled and punched at Jack's head. Jack ducked and stabbed into the giant's throat and then circled around to try and decapitate the giant while he was disabled trying to regenerate a throat torn to shreds. The giant, however, landed a solid punch on Jack's chest, launching him back into a tree. Jack braced for impact, but even then, the giant alter's strength was just too much. He almost snapped the tree he hit in half as the wind knocked out of him. He dropped to one knee and sucked in breath as he shakily looked up at the giant. How the hell did this guy not react at all to his throat getting shredded? Yeah, he could regenerate, but even regenerating alters got disabled until their vital organs healed up. But this thing treated the hole in its throat as if it was just a minor bug bite. Jack looked around to see where the lasher was, but the man was gone. Had his body been taken? That's enough, troll chieftain. A voice came out of nowhere. Jack froze, trying to locate the voice. He did not have to try long. The source of the voice jumped down from a treetop and landed in front of Jack. Seemed to be some ordinary dude. Jack's mask scanner registered him at 0 AC count. Really pale skin and white hair with green glowing eyes. He was dressed in a black bodysuit with a strange purple orb embedded in his chest. Who the fuck are you? Wheezed out Jack. How rude. Is that how you talk to your clients? Why you? Jack slumped back, sitting down and leaning against the tree he had hit. He breathed heavily, looking moments away from death. In reality, he was now nearly fully recovered. His knife arms might have only affected his arms, but his alter cell count was good enough that he had superhuman physicals. Not enough to level a building with a single punch or anything like that, but still easily more than enough to rip a normal man like this idiot with a 0 AC count according to his mask scanner, in half. Yes, I'll have you and your friend assist me in a few experiments, said the man as he walked over to Jack. When the man got close enough, Jack lunged suddenly like a wild cat, thrusting forwards with his blade arm, aiming to carve straight through this idiot from the shoulders up. Whoa now, the man casually spoke as he held Jack's blade down between his palms. It felt like Jack's blade was stuck between a hydraulic press, just completely and utterly stuck. What the fuck? Jack growled as he pushed forward, but this guy with a 0 AC count, was much stronger than him. He noticed a strange green outline shining around the guy forming into a hexagonal pattern around his limbs, chest, legs, everywhere he exerted muscular energy, as if the pattern was reinforcing his power. So, negative surge lets me keep up quite easily with a D-rank villain. Good to know. Shut up. Jack used his other free arm to swipe at the cocky fucker's head. The man let go of Jack's blade arm and then rushed in close, too close for Jack's long blades to reach properly. Jack felt a sense of déjà vu. This exact sequence had happened before, the first time Jack had gone to jail. A super known by the name of Diamond Fist had outmaneuvered Jack's wild slashes with this very same counter. It showed Jack the massive difference between someone that knew how to use their powers with training and, well, someone like Jack who just used it wildly. This guy was trained. Trained properly, way beyond what a street thug like Jack could compete against. In the next instant, Jack nearly vomited as the man launched a powerful elbow right into his gut, this time properly crushing the air out of him. Jack collapsed to his knees, spit drooling from his gaping mouth as he trembled in pain and shock. All he could do was look up at the man weakly with shaky vision as he waited for a death blow. No such execution came, however. Instead, the man looked off to the side. Flurgan, I have your second sample here. Jack felt slimy tendrils crawl up his neck and around his face, and in the next instant, his world went black. Chapter 60 The Final Phase. Aldrich stood over the unconscious body of, what was his name again? He checked his iPhone at the villain profiles that Casimir had sent over. Ah, right, Slasher. An incredibly unoriginal name, especially considering his ski-masked getup. Make this guy wake up, said Aldrich to Flurgan. The Mind Eater was over one of his alchemical tables, specifically the dissection table where the other villain known as the Lasher was tied down to. The Lasher's brain was thoroughly turned to mush from Flurgan's brainwashed racial skill. The Slasher, though, Aldrich had told Flurgan to keep relatively sane. Still numb below the head, though, to make sure he did not try anything stupid like running. Flurgan slithered over to Aldrich and waved his purple fingers over the Slasher's face. A faint mauve light cast over the Slasher, and he forcibly awakened. Hello again, said Aldrich. You can go now, Flurgan. Flurgan nodded and slithered away. You again, said Slasher. How did you beat me? Without any powers. Did you use some kind of tech? Is that really the first thing that should be on your mind right now? Said Aldrich. He looked down at his phone and read out multiple accolades about the Slasher on his profile. The Slasher. D-rank villain. 8 confirmed kills, mostly prostitutes that nobody would care if they went missing. 1 confirmed cop kill. Spent 10 years in Metro City Class 5 jail before escaping through a prison break. Now a low-ranking villain doing odd jobs, said Aldrich. Yeah, that's me, the fuck you want, huh? Said Slasher. You are a stain on society. But even you can be useful. Useful to me, said Aldrich. He materialized the Death Lord's green sign stone in his palm and held it towards Slasher's face. Slasher stared at the diadem-shaped green stone. The hell is that? Said Slasher warily. Nothing that will hurt you. Once Aldrich made sure the light from the stone cast over Slasher, he asked, do you want to join my party? In response to Aldrich's words, he saw a screen manifest in his vision. Quest party count. 0. What the fuck do you mean? Said Slasher, thoroughly confused. Aldrich called out to Flurgan. Make him say yes. Flurgan waved his hand, and Slasher's eyes glazed over as he fell under Flurgan's control. I will join your party. Aldrich waited for the quest party counter to go up from 0 to 1. In the game, getting NPCs to join a quest to form a party involved talking with them, getting in their good graces through missions or favors, and then throwing out the question, do you want to join my party? Aldrich assumed the same would hold here. But the party counter did not go up. I see. Looks like an answer made under mind control doesn't count, said Aldrich. That'll be it, Flurgan. I won't bother your dissection any longer. I just want you to make sure this guy can still feel everything. His sensations are untouched, said Flurgan as he deftly wielded a small, sharp blade and started to carefully dig it into the Lasher's head, incising around his protruding head spikes. Good, good. Aldrich saw Slasher's eyes regain color and control. Now, I want you to say yes. Do you want to join my party? Fuck you, said Slasher. Wrong answer. Aldrich clapped his hands, and Valera came to his side in her full black and gray armor. The spikes, bones, and skulls on her armor made it very obvious that she was no paladin of justice. It looks like he needs some convincing done. Valera smiled under her helmet and licked her lips, hungering for pain. She stomped on Slasher's hand, grinding the bones and flesh under her greaves. Bones crunched and cracked as a bloody puddle of torn flesh, muscle, and bone shards formed under her foot. Slasher screamed, but the moment he did, Aldrich gagged him with a balled-up piece of ragtag cloth. Slasher's chest heaved up and down as he convulsed in pain. Once he settled down a little, Aldrich took the gag out. Now, answer my question properly. Do you want to join my party? Fuck, said Slasher. Is that the only thing you know how to say? Aldrich shook his head and gagged Slasher again. Valera, you said you knew how to make people hurt. Care to give me a demonstration? Of course, Master. Valera hovered her hand over Slasher's face. Her gauntlet glowed in an outline of red. Aldrich recognized this as the blood hold skill that involved channeling a root against another unit by controlling their blood. In exchange, the caster was rooted too. A root. I'm curious what this does for pain, said Aldrich. Oh, on a moving, resisting target, it is merely a hold, yes, said Valera. But on an unresisting piece of meat like this, I can control the flow of blood I am holding. She hovered her glowing red hand over Slasher's face as his eyes grew wide in abject fear. In humans, I remember there is a nerve behind their eyes and nose. It was, right around here. Valera clenched her fist, and Slasher immediately started to convulse and scream against his gag, spittle foaming at his mouth as his eyes bulged in pain. His skin grew pale as sweat poured from his forehead, intense pain assaulting him. Ah, I remember now, said Aldrich. The trigeminal nerve. It's said that pressure against that nerve is known as one of the most painful sensations a human can ever experience. See, look how he flails, said Valera as she kept up pressure and pain against the nerve. Slasher started to choke against his gag as his eyes turned bloodshot, tears drooling from them. The smell of ammonia filled the air as he wet his pants. That's enough, Valera. We can't kill him yet. You did very well. Hey. Thank you, Master. Valera bowed her head and withdrew. Now then, Aldrich ripped away the gag from Slasher's mouth. Will you join my party? Yes, I'll join your party, shouted Slasher, his voice utterly racked with desperation. Good, said Aldrich. He watched as the sign stone glowed brighter. A small green sigil in the shape of formed on Slasher's wrist. Quest party members. 0-1. Party cap. None. Isn't this a pleasant surprise? Aldrich noted that unlike in the game, there was no limit on the amount of party members he could add. The Death Lord had been very, very generous. Or perhaps, come to think of it, maybe she had expected Aldrich to think of this. In the end, it did not really matter. Aldrich spoke to Fisk, who gamed at the other edge of the clearing. Adam and Elaine looked at Fisk gaming. Fisk, tell Casimir the first want to talk to him about setting up a closed invitation event this Saturday. Try to get him on call, if you can. See Casimir, he set us up, said Slasher in utter shock. Oh, right, you're still alive. Unfortunately, you're simply too weak to reanimate. About level 12, perhaps, said Aldrich. At my current level, a simple created undead is probably about as strong as you are. What are you talking about? Aldrich ignored the desperate man and called out to Flurgan. Flurgan, do you need him alive? Preferably, O Elder, said Flurgan. The Mind Eater had carefully incised out several head spikes from the lasher, placing them in a metal vat, and now moved on to creating an incision down into his stomach. Do you need him conscious? I'd rather not hear screams and whimpers. They annoy me, especially when they come from trash like him. The type who always enjoys the cries of others but end up crying the hardest when their turn comes around. No, I will heavily sedate him until he is fully dissected and analyzed, said Flurgan. Good, Aldrich nodded. Wait, dissection. What are going to do to me? Began Slasher before his eyes became blank and lifeless as Flurgan put him under a brainwashed coma. Aldrich heaved up Slasher's corpse and carried it over to Flurgan. Over there, O Elder. Flurgan pointed with a long, spindly finger to the side of the table. Prop that specimen against the dissection table. I can only fit one sample at a time. Aldrich did as the Mind Eater asked and then asked, so, what are you doing here? You have stated before that the base body of these, alterhumans, are indistinguishable from that of a normal human. Yet, through alter organs and alter cells, they may manifest mutations. By severing mutations such as these ossified head protrusions, analyzing them, and comparing them to knowledge I have of the base human body, I am better able to understand the method by which these mutations occur. This is also why I did not favor experimenting with variant subjects. I have no knowledge of a base creature that matches them as well as humans to alterhumans. In addition, I will attempt extraction of the alter organ to investigate it directly, though I have been made aware by you and Stella that alter organs, when excised from the body, suffer from rapid deterioration. Thus, I will do my utmost best to keep the subjects alive until then. And what would your final goals be? Said Aldrich. I cannot say for certain. I set my expectations accordingly with the results of my investigations. But optimally, the replication and modification of alter organs, allowing for not only the introduction of magic in these specimens, but also the creation alchemical solutions that may freely suppress, change, or enhance powers, said Flurgan. That does sound incredibly useful. I will leave you to your work, then, said Aldrich. Again, O Elder, these are optimal goals. It may be that I cannot reach them. I understand, and don't worry about any expectations on my end. Anything you produce, even if it isn't useful per se, I'll appreciate and try to use to the best of my ability, said Aldrich. Work freely. Let your innovation and knowledge flow without restriction. Much appreciation, Elder, said Flurgan. Aldrich left Flurgan and went back to Fisk. It's time to finalize my plan, said Aldrich as he sat down by the fallen tree trunk that Fisk used to game on. Fisk immediately tabbed out of an anime scene he was watching where a woman's clothes were torn by an attack. I swear, scenes like this are the only ones that pop up when other people come to watch, said Fisk. Would you believe me if I told you that was like a normal action show? Yeah, a lot of action, said Aldrich sarcastically. He noted that Adam and Elaine were behind Fisk, watching. Adam was nodding while Elaine shoved Adam lightly. He smiled. They would have interacted just like that had they been alive. Aldrich closed his eyes, letting the dark calm him, to take him away from how Adam and Elaine had been, and then geared back into business. In any case, I need you to get to work, said Aldrich. I'm on it, boss, said Fisk as he jacked into the via cable to the side of his head. Is Casimir ready for the call? Yeah, he's up and ready and waiting. It's gonna take me a couple minutes to establish a secure line on the darknet, especially with a smaller rig like this, but I'm on it. Aldrich waited for a few minutes as Fisk worked his tech magic. Aldrich himself could actually navigate the darknet with a fairly strong level of tech savviness, but he fell far short of Elaine and far shorter than technos like Fisk who could literally navigate technology with their minds. After 30 minutes, Fisk turned his laptop screen to Aldrich as it connected to a video chat with Casimir. Mr. Vane, a pleasure to see you again so soon, said Casimir. It's 4 in the morning, Casimir. I thought you'd be asleep by now, said Aldrich. Ah, my line of business operates most at night, so I am quite used to this. Casimir seemed to be in his office, seated in a plush, luxurious velvet chair as he leaned forwards on his desk in welcoming poise. How were the 2 villains I sent you? They are not the cream of the crop, certainly, but I hope they did not inconvenience you any. They're doing just fine, said Aldrich. Look, Casimir, sorry to do this on short notice, but I want you to set up a special event on Saturday. Could you rent out the entire first floor of the Red Circle for an invitation-only dance? Make it as appealing as you can with the finest alcohol, foods, and service you can muster up. Casimir thought about his for a moment. That could be arranged. I only had a normal opening scheduled for that night, but I have all the supplies and logistics set to whip up quite the impressive dance in short order. I must say, Mr. Vane, that though setting up this dance is possible, establishing an extensive guest list with a mere 3 days of advance notice may be difficult, said Casimir. What kind of crowd do you think you can draw? Said Aldrich. Provided the invites you sent out were primarily for villains. It will be difficult for the villains of the higher organizations to make time for this. Their schedules are often busy and inflexible. However, if I have my team focus on marketing and invitations on the lower and middle tier organizations, I believe I could conjure up a solid crowd between 40 and 70, said Casimir. Some of these lower class villains would absolutely die for the chance to make themselves known in the Red Circle. Then let's go with that, said Aldrich. I want to emphasize, though, that I truly want to hold this event mostly for the Butcher and Seth Solar. Done and done, said Casimir. The Butcher has already agreed to meet you, and it will not be too difficult to have this meeting occur at this event. As for Seth Solar, that fine, promising student, well, he has been a devout weekly regular, and he is due to urgently meet me that day for an early access sample of Boost. Knowing him, I doubt he and his friends will bypass a chance to join an exclusive event, especially when fine alcohol is involved. Good, said Aldrich. He took a deep breath, feeling excitement growing within his heart. He was now in the final phase of his quest for vengeance. "Mr. Vane, I do have to inquire," said Casimir. "What is it? What is the ultimate goal of this dance? Is it a meet and greet among villains? Or perhaps a means to advertise your own name?" "Advertise my own name? You could say that." Aldrich smiled ever so slightly. "Market it as a meet and greet or whatever brings out the most numbers. And you don't have to worry about the purpose behind it. Just set it up, and I can guarantee you, Casimir, that even if you lose your current connections, you will not regret having me backing you." "Mystery, is it? I do like that. Well, Mr. Vane, it is not my style to pry into my client's intentions, especially with a high-profile one such as yourself. I will arrange this dance shortly and according to your specifications," said Casimir. "And I will be in touch with your assistant about any further details." "Wonderful. I look forward to seeing your handiwork, Casimir," said Aldrich. "It is always my pleasure." Casimir bowed in his seat before his video feed blinked off. Chapter 61 Disaster. Aldrich planned on lying low until Saturday night, staying in the forest while corresponding with Casimir via darknet texts about specifications on his event. He kept his undead from hunting further so as to absolutely minimize attention. He did not want to compromise any chance of his plan working when he was so close now. Throughout the entire day of Thursday, Aldrich commanded his variants to lay low. The variants mostly rested or played or mock-fought among themselves in the perimeter they patrolled. Valera, Stella, and the Geist trained together. More specifically, the Geist trained itself under Valera and Stella. The Geist had never actually trained before, so all of its powers were undeveloped. Plus, it had no martial training to use its brawn. Valera taught the Geist hand-to-hand combat while Stella taught it how to train its powers. Training alter powers was like training muscles. Just like how muscles grew stronger from wear and tear, alter powers grew from constant exertion and recovery. There was also training to increase fine control over one's power for innovative new attacks or to cover for weaknesses. The Geist was an exceptionally quick learner. Within 12 hours, it mastered basic footwork and stance work. This gave Aldrich the idea to give the Geist the cursed rock axe that the troll chieftain once used. As for its powers, the Geist learned how to apply its super regeneration to temporarily increase its body mass like a balloon, giving it greater surface area to protect others as a living shield. It learned how to use its incredibly powerful muscles to flex them in specific spots, creating durable body parts to guard against attacks with. It also learned greater control in emitting its neurotoxins, specifically in targeting the gas so that it minimized collateral damage. Stella trained in her own way by rapidly flowing blood around her body. She would try to keep this accelerated flow up for as much as possible until she reached nearly to heart failure. By doing this, she gained greater control and output on her explosions. Geist level 17-18. Dynamite Girl level 14-15. While everyone trained, Aldrich accompanied Flurgan in his experimentations, curious of the Mind Eater's results. He watched as Flurgan went about performing ghastly experiments that most humans would be horrified at. He removed all of the Lasher's head spikes, leaving the top of the villain's skull completely flayed and raw. The spikes, Flurgan put into a vat heated by magical blue flame. He poured in a dissolving solution that slowly turned the spikes into liquid mush. Then, Flurgan hooked up the Lasher to a series of large flasks, inserting barbed needles attached to transparent, plastic light cords that funneled blood into the flasks. Flurgan dissected the Lasher further, taking basically one of everything. One eye, one arm, one leg, one ear, and even parts of internal organs. Flurgan incised into the Lasher's skull, taking out pieces of the brain that the villain did not need to stay alive. He also took out a kidney and scraped flesh samples off of other organs. All throughout, Flurgan kept the Lasher alive through pastes and sprays that prevented excessive bleeding. As for the Slasher, Flurgan severed one of his arms for testing purposes. All the dismembered body parts were either broken down into liquid form or suspended off of spikes where Flurgan would do further delicate dissections, analyzing individual muscle fibers, vein structures, bone placement, and so on. It was interesting to see Flurgan work. Aldrich did not feel anything from seeing these men broken down into component pieces. He only admired Flurgan's swift, precise skill in disassembling the human body, like admiring an artist in their craft. Any results? Aldrich said at the end of the day approaching midnight. Flurgan had worked constantly for nearly 20 hours now. Not as much as I would have hoped, said Flurgan. He used a self-cleaning magical rag to wipe large stains of blood off his body. By now, the two villains were nearly unrecognizable. They were reduced to flayed torsos with their internal organs exposed by a cut down their middle. Not a single patch of skin remained on them, and indeed, patches of muscle had been cut out too for analysis. Miraculously, they were still alive, their exposed lungs still drawing air. The tubes that Flurgan hooked them up to not only drew their blood but could also transfuse them with a healing agent that kept their bodies functioning. The presence of a minor barrier around the laboratory also kept the workstation sterile and clean to prevent infections. I have made great breakthroughs in understanding the alterhuman body, said Flurgan. The placement of these seed-shaped growths known as alter organs seemed to differ from human to human. In this one that could transmute his arms into blades, the organ is nestled at the base of his spine. In this one that can manifest chains from his arms, it is located behind the eye. From these growths, alter cells manifested and circulate through the body. This, I am sure you already know. But what I have discerned is that the energy signature that this organ and its cells produce is not significantly distinct from that of mana. Is that so? Aldrich perked up, highly interested. No. They are both pure and formless sources of energy. They have no discerned structure or behavior, instead, they mold themselves to fit their vessels, said Flurgan. Take mana, for example. Mages across many different fields all utilize this very same energy. Yet, when processed through different spells, mana takes upon wildly different forms. Thus, mana can be used to fuel a vast variety of effects ranging from a fireball to a lightning strike or dark magic to raise the dead. The energy that these alter organs produce, ether as you call it, is extremely similar. It changes to suit its vessel, hence why Stella is capable of using this energy to infuse her blood with explosive properties while these two can generate spontaneous growths of metal. If they are similar, then merging mana and ether should be possible, no? Said Aldrich. That is the difficulty, said Flurgan. In our world, mages enter into a specific path of magic, a class, as some call it, through a mystic baptism. By undergoing the baptism, a mage fundamentally alters how they process mana. They commit to specializing their mana towards the specific spells in the field they are baptized in. I am baptized in pyromancy, and you in the dark arts. Certainly, we can shape our mana into spells from other fields, but we will be far less efficient than those properly baptized in said classes. There is something in this world that takes the place of these baptisms. These organs seem to be akin to a baptism. They direct how ether produced in alterhuman bodies are shaped, manifesting into unique powers. But it seems that these organs are locked in to processing ether only a single way. And they are only capable of processing ether. When I attempted to introduce mana into the organs, they rejected the energy source. How about the other way around? Can you use ether? Said Aldrich. I have been able to absorb ether into mana, though the rate at which I can do this is highly inefficient. I estimate I am losing 90% of the ether's energy in the conversion, for though the two are similar in function, they are still different. I believe over time, I can theoretically begin to produce efficient mana crystals using ether, said Flurgan. Progress is progress, said Aldrich. And how about changing or affecting alter powers? I believe it is certainly possible. However, it is difficult to analyze alter organs and cells for they reject any magical attempt to analyze them thoroughly. All blood divinations or alchemical analyses return with no information, said Flurgan. There is something within these organs and cells that rejects foreign attempts to pry into them. For comparison's sake, it is as if I am some common rogue attempting to pick the lock of a royal dwarven vault. I lack the experience and tools to unlock access to the organs. I see. Aldrich put a hand to his chin before he waved forward an idea. There are alters whose powers fall under the category of editors. They can manipulate or change the powers of others in some way. Would a sample? Yes, that would most certainly work, said Flurgan excitedly. That would be what I require to break through this hurdle. You must obtain this sample for me. Flurgan calmed down. Or, I request such a sample, O Elder. I'll have one to you in 2 days, if things go right, said Aldrich. Hey boss, you might want to see this, shouted Fisk from the other end of the clearing. There was distinct urgency in his voice. Aldrich gave Flurgan an appreciative nod before he rushed over to Fisk. What is it? Said Fisk. Look at this. Fisk turned his laptop screen to Aldrich and showcased panicked live news broadcasts. A variant was attacking Haven City. It appeared to be an enormous manta ray that flied in the air, casting a bright blue gleam from spines across its back and tail that rained down bolts of destructive lightning that reduced buildings to smoldering rubble. 2 heroes fought the manta in the air, one dressed like a Roman gladiator that flew about and slashed with a gladius. The other hero flied around with a bulky mech suit that fired barrages of explosive missiles. Despite the 2 heroes' best efforts, the manta shrugged them off. In the midst of this carnage was a panicked reporter on the ground that spoke into his headset while an antenna atop his head sensed danger, letting him dodge rubble. Reporting to you live from Haven City where a B disaster variant has struck. AA authorities report that the monster came westward from the Atlantic Ocean, evading panopticon detection nets with some form of concealment. Haven's walls have further been disabled by a powerful electromagnetic pulse, leaving the city reliant on its heroes. On the ground, we have heroes helping in evacuation and as Haven's 2 favorite heroes, the B-Rankers Gladiator and Rocket Man, hold it back. But it isn't looking good. But once Haven's heroes finish evacuating, they should be able to help the fight. The reporter's antenna twitched. The manta let loose a ghostly, shrill, siren-like scream that mixed with the already blaring disaster sirens that signaled everyone to evacuate. From its huge gills, large gooey droplets fell, and when they hit the ground, they morphed into living masses of acidic goo that attacked humans indiscriminately. The lower-ranked C, D, and E heroes that evacuated people from broken-down buildings and helped with evacuation now found themselves completely occupied fighting an ever-growing, continuously self-multiplying legion of slimes. What? The reporter ran into an alleyway as he avoided several slimes from reaching out and sucking him into their acidic bodies. Incoming report. The variant's threat ranking has gone up to A. The A will be sending in additional reinforcements and the Panopticon has deployed a Class 5 drone response. At that moment, the reporter's antenna twitched again before his eyes widened. The screen turned blue, the same color of the manta's spawned slimes, before the feed cut off. AB Class Disaster Variant. A minus when considering that it could spawn self-replicating slimes for larger-scale destruction. Disaster variants still fell into natural or Geist categories, but the difference was that they were strong enough that they required entire groups of heroes to defeat. Generally, a disaster variant required at the minimum 10 heroes of its own threat ranking to reliably take down. They were essentially what raid bosses were in MMOs. If Aldrich remembered correctly, in Haven there were 255 heroes ranked E to D, 50 C rank heroes, and just 2 B rank heroes. There was a huge difference between the C and B rank to the point where 1 B rank hero was probably worth more than 10 C rankers. And this variant needed 10 B rankers to beat reliably. Haven was entirely unequipped to deal with a B rank disaster variant. If the Manta did not create slimes, then the combined population of C-ranked heroes with its 2 B rankers could easily beat the variant, but the slimes would keep all the lower-ranked heroes busy to minimize population casualties. Aldrich could not do nothing. If Haven suffered any more damage than it did now, then the Red Circle event this Saturday would be impossible to set up. It would take about 1 hour for all reinforcements to arrive unless one of the S-rankers decided to be generous and help. 30 minutes for a Panopticon drone fleet to arrive, but a Class 5 drone fleet would take quite some time to kill a variant of this size and scale. It would also take Aldrich 30 to 40 minutes to fly out on his Eagle. Too late, and he did not want to reveal himself to the public. Not yet, but in just 30 minutes, that variant could do massive amounts of damage, and if it reached the Red Circle, Aldrich's plans were all over or at the very least severely delayed. Aldrich formulated an idea on how to approach this. "Get Casimir on the line," said Aldrich. "Got it, boss." Casimir responded almost instantly. "Mr. Vane, how do you do?" said Casimir casually as sirens blared in the background. "I am quite sorry for the noise. There is a variant attack. I know." "Ah, of course. Do not mind my safety, for the red circle is quite well guarded and nestled deep in the south side, quite far from the east side harbor districts that are taking the brunt of this untimely attack. Casimir shook his head. I must say, what truly is the ultrahuman agency in Panopticon doing? A creature of this size escapes all detection. And an entire hour for reinforcements to arrive. Are these heroes on sabbatical? Utter nonsense. Casimir sighed. Mr. Vane, I am quite disappointed to say this, but I may have to cancel this Saturday dance. Not happening, said Aldrich. Call up Seth Solar. Tell him unless he gets his ass out there to take care of that thing, he isn't getting any boost. An excellent solution, Mr. Vane, said Casimir. I will do exactly as you say. Chapter 62 Seth Solar. Seth Solar watched with arms crossed at a wide telescreen broadcast showing a B-class disaster variant wreaking havoc on Haven's streets. He watched with his gang of A-class fellow students in their barracks rec room where previously, they had been reviewing combat footage from their training sessions. Don't some of us have to go out there and help? We're technically hero trainees, right? Said Simon Wells, rank 10 A-class student. He was leanly built with a gleaming red visor around his eyes to help channel his ability to generate kinetic beams. No, we're bottom of the rankings, remember. Hey, said Zane, rank 8 A-class student and closest to Seth Solar now that Ghost was found dead. Zane shrugged, the black feather wings on his arms ruffling. They'll never call on a bottom feeder school like us. Plus, Haven Super's Academy is right there. There was distinct sarcasm in Zane's voice, and for good reason. Haven Super's Academy was a mediocre super academy, almost at the bottom where Blackwater sat. There was no way any of their trainees could handle a disaster of this caliber. Most likely, they were cowering in their academy walls or, at best, assisting in evacuation. Blackwater, on the other hand, sat at the bottom so as not to attract any attention, not because they were weak. In terms of pure combat, its students were all quite capable, and the A rank likely matched the trainees from the top 50 academies. Of course, in other aspects like civilian evacuation, the students were woefully undertrained by design, because what did future villains and mercenaries need to know about saving civilians? But if the entire A class were unleashed on this variant, then they could destroy it in half an hour, tops. Seth Solar alone could probably kill it, but then again, his power was exponentially higher than anyone else's in his class. The current rank 1 Mel Morales only beat him due to the nature of her force-reflecting barriers that used his own power against him. In raw destructive capability, she fell far, far below him. Yeah, Haven Supers, huh? What a stupid joke, said Evan Harker, rank 15 A-class student and the last of Seth Solar's gang. Evan laughed as he fiddled with parts for his wolf-shaped battle drones. I bet one of my dogs could fuck their top students up. Whoa, look at Gladiator and Rocket Man go, said Zane as his avian pupils narrowed down to slits. On the telescreen, Gladiator landed on the giant manta's back and stabbed his blade in before flying back, carving out a long scar. Unfortunately, said scar healed near instantly, and a bolt of targeted lightning struck Gladiator from the manta's spines, sending him hurtling down to the ground below. In retaliation, Rocket Man jetted above the manta before firing down a volley of heat-seeking missiles. A cloud of smoke erupted from the ensuing explosion, and out of it, another bolt struck Rocket Man head-on. This shorted out Rocket Man's mech suit, causing him to fall down like a rock. Dumbass didn't even have EMP protection, said Evan. Look, now he's going to fall to his death. I don't get these heroes, honestly. Why go into a fight you know you're at a disadvantage with? Pointless, if you ask me. Before Rocket Man hit the ground at terminal velocity, Gladiator emerged from a pile of rubble and saved his fellow B-rank hero. Ah, would have been cool to see Rocket Man get crushed in his tin can suit, said Evan. Kinda sweet, though, the way he saved him, said Simon. He sneered. I bet you they're fucking each other on the down low. Shut up. Seth Solar crossed his arms as he watched the screen intently. He grit his teeth, knowing that if the damage from his manta got any worse, it might hit the red circle where his precious boost was. But Seth could not intervene. He could never, ever show himself in public, as that would reveal that Blackwater, a supposedly bottom-tier school, had a top-class alter in their ranks. Not only this, but if word ever got out about his solar blood, then it would cause a *T storm of bad PR for both the main solar bloodline and Seth. The Solar family was a billion-credit dynasty propped up largely by the biggest villain organizations. Many of the disasters that Solomon Solar, the Shining Patriarch, triumphed over were set up by these villain syndicates. Caged variants that just happened to escape in populated city centers where Solomon patrolled. High-profile villains that Solomon Solar kept beating over and over again after they always mysteriously escaped from jail, often with tips from Solomon Solar himself. Everything was a setup to maximize Solomon Solar's power and position. In return, Solomon Solar was the highest-ranked plant in the AW and gave the Dark Six, the most powerful criminal organizations in the world today, inside information about the AA and Panopticon. Even Seth Solar, in the end, was just a PR tool. Once he graduated from Blackwater and worked a few years as a high-profile villain, he was supposed to come out the shadows as Solomon Solar's kidnapped, estranged son who had fallen to villain corruption. Then, after a lengthy fight, Solomon Solar would show the world his resolve and lock up his own son, at which point, Seth Solar would enter into Solomon Solar's revolving rogue gallery. Seth Solar's entire life was essentially a marketing scheme for Solomon Solar. But fuck that, Seth would obey his evil wretch of a mother, the current headmaster of Blackwater and the one who controlled his entire life, for just a few more years. He would do the villain work and build up his reputation, but when it came time for him to fight Solomon Solar, that heartless, cruel fuck that had forced Seth into this sham of a life, Seth would not hold back. He would kill his father. Then, he would show this disgusting world what a true villain was. He would make them feel true fear and suffering. For that, he needed boost. As a starter child, Seth reached close to his full potential power from a young age, but in exchange, his power ceiling was not as high as it could be. Unlike, say, current rank 1 Class A student Mel, Seth could not dramatically improve with training either. In a fight with Solomon Solar who had honed his powers for over 50 years, Seth would always lose regardless of whether it was staged or not. Seth needed boost to make up the difference. Then, he needed to find a way to counter his cryptic weakness so that the higher criminal organizations did not have a way to instantly kill him when he got out of control. "Something wrong, Seth," said Evan, still in a bad mood about Ghost kicking the bucket. "Fuck that junkie," said Zane. "He wasn't fit to be with us. All those times he jittered, all because he couldn't control himself. Pathetic." Simon took a sip from a can of Kula. "Agreed. No, I could care less about Ghost," said Seth. What he really cared about was the boost. All of a sudden, Seth received a phone call, his iPhone buzzing in the pocket of his uniform. He took the call. "Seth, my golden boy, how do you do?" said Casimir. "Casimir, you better not tell me my order's cancelled this Saturday," said Seth. "You don't know how fucking long I've been waiting for it. And how much I've paid you." "Aha, as Lady Luck would have decreed, I was calling you about that. You see, Seth, I believe you need to step in here. Why not flex those muscles of yours and drive this creature back?" said Casimir. "What, are you joking, Casimir? I do make quips here and there, but no, my boy, this is no jest. All reinforcements and Panopticon drones are coming in a half hour, maybe an hour," said Seth. "You can't hold out that long. What are all those villains there for? Show. They can't handle a couple of slime minions on the streets." It was not that Seth did not want to rip this variant apart to make sure the red circle was safe. He could not. Revealing his face and powers to the public at this stage was far too early. And he was supposed to be a villain. Saving the city would make him too sympathetic for his later staged conflict with his father. If Seth disobeyed these orders, there was no guarantee that the high-ranking criminal organizations that worked with his father would not send assassins with cryptic against him. "I cannot have this beast make a mess of the city before my grand event on Saturday," said Casimir. "I understand your position, but could you do me a favor? I will be generous enough to add in additional samples of boost to your order as well as fine liquors on tap this Saturday." Seth paused for a moment. "Fine, but 10 minutes. 10 minutes is all I'm spending fighting this thing." He flipped his phone shut and walked out the room. "Where you going, Seth? This shish tea's just getting good," said Evan. Seth did not spare a glance back before he shut the rec room door behind him. Shut the fuck up and wait here until I get back. Chapter 63 Seth's Solar 2. Seth wore a generic, monochrome black villain mask to conceal his identity as he flew straight to Haven. At top speed, he could make it to Haven from Blackwater in just 5 minutes. He pierced through the night sky clouds as he shot forward at subsonic speeds. Seth slowed down once he got near the site of destruction. He looked down from cloud level to see the giant manta letting loose ghostly wails as it rained down another volley of lightning bolts, destroying a dozen more buildings. The manta had just passed Haven's east side harbors, destroying boats, warehouses, apartments, and the general livelihoods of countless dock workers. It now ate away at Eastside's residential district as sirens blared. Up this high, Seth could make out crowds of tiny little people and cars and heroes all panicked and running away. Lots of corpses buried under bloodied rubble. He could care less about them. What he did worry about was where the manta would go from here. Once the variant reached the city center, it would probably slow down its warpath significantly. The city center where the wealthiest of Haven lived had EMP-protected walls with enough firepower and mercenaries hired by rich folk to easily stall out the 30 or so minutes it took for AA and Panopticon reinforcements to arrive. The issue was once the manta found the walls too difficult to breach, it would find somewhere else to go, and then it was a 50-50 chance whether it would go to Northside's manufacturing districts or Southside where, most importantly, the Red Circle was. Seth was not about to wait and find out. He took aim at the manta and then flew straight down with his fists planted in front of him. In seconds, he smashed through the manta's back, tearing through the flesh like a living missile before ripping through to the other side. The manta wailed in pain as it started to lose altitude from the lethal wound. Just like that, Seth ended the threat instantly. After all, he was the son of the S-rank hero Solomon Solar. A B-rank threat was nothing to him, even if it was a disaster-level variant. Seth landed on solid ground and shook off the disgusting, fishy mess of entrails and blood on his plain black bodysuit. This suit was a covert operation, one that lacked any insignia that tied it to Blackwater. In an instant, Seth found annoying lights from news drones shining down at him. Did the media never give up? There were countless news drones fried from EMP exposure scattered all across the ground, and yet they kept sending these drones and field reporters to die. Fucking waste of resources. Seth could not use his solar-powered I-beams here to gun down the drones. It would make it far too obvious to draw a connection to the solar bloodline. "You, hero, what's your name?" Gladiator shouted as he hobbled up to Seth. His legionnaire armor was chipped. A burnt red cape trailed behind him. His gladius sword was snapped in half. "Fuck off before you get hurt," said Seth as he hovered in the air, ready to leave now that his job was done. "Wait, the variant has regeneration. You need to destroy its head," said Gladiator. Seth growled in annoyance. He looked up at the manta as it regenerated the hole in its spine and floated in the air. It wailed before raining down a volley of lightning bolts at Seth. Over 20 bolts surged down at Seth and exploded in a brilliant blue blast wave that decimated everything in a 40-meter radius, frying news drones, smashing buildings, and sending Gladiator flying from the impact. Seth took in a deep breath as he stood in the midst of a smoking black crater, practically unharmed. Only a few hairs on his head were singed. He bent his knees, took aim at the manta's head, and then shot upwards. Instead of smashing through the variant's head as Seth expected, he instead felt massive impact against him as he shot straight back down like a pinball, digging out a deep crater in a concrete sidewalk. This time, he felt solid pain. Bruises around his fists and rattling in the bones of his arms. His attack's force had been reflected against him. Seth immediately flew out of his crater, his expression twisted in rage behind the mask. He saw a translucent blue, crackling barrier around the manta now. The barrier was generated by threads of blue energy generated by its spines, and notably, while it maintained this barrier, it did not rain down lightning bolts. "Fucking barriers. I hate this sh*t," said Seth as he had immediate flashbacks of punching himself with his own tremendous strength against Mel's golden barriers. He watched as the manta wailed again and started to fly away, down south, wanting to avoid Seth. Down where the red circle was. Seth grimaced as he thought about what to do. That was when he heard a familiar voice call out to him. "Throw me up there, Seth." "Who the fuck?" Seth started in alarm as someone identified him. He turned to see a young woman with long, golden hair tied into a ponytail and golden eyes that shone through a mask fashioned into the shape of a horned demon. She wore a gray-white motorcycle jacket and form-fitting pant leggings that tapered down into mechanical greaves. She held a mid-length sword with a pure golden blade in her right hand. "Mel, the fuck you doing here?" said Seth. "Same as you, saving the city. Now throw me up there." "I'm not saving sh*t, began Seth, but then he stopped. Mel could punch through that barrier. Her own barrier power directed vector forces, and if she contacted the mantis barrier with her own, she could break down the mantis barrier by scattering the flow of energy that comprised it. She would do all the hard work for him. Whatever. Seth held out his arm, and Mel gracefully jumped on his hand before crouching into a compacted ball. He briefly considered trying to kill her right then and there, but he held back his jealousy and cocked his arm back before throwing her with immense force. She shot straight up, spinning in the air as a golden barrier clung around her skin. Her golden blade shone even brighter, almost appearing to be made with pure energy. Right when she contacted the mantis blue shield, she struck with her barrier-coated sword. At first, her strike did nothing, but in the next instant, the mantis barrier started to break apart from the point of impact against Mel's sword, creating a gap through which she could move through. Mel's greaves then released thrusters that shot her forward as she sliced into the mantis brain from below using a flurry of expertly trained slices, using accelerated force vectors on the barrier coating her blade to make it impossibly sharp. Seth watched and scoffed at this gesture of heroism. Once, there was a time when he also wanted to be a hero like that. When he was young enough that he thought his life was his own to live. But that sh*t was for idiots who didn't know how the world really was. For carefree fucks that actually had a choice. Seth lingered, watching Mel kill the manta, but all of a sudden, the manta faded away. Its body started to spatially collapse into itself, as if it was being sucked into a black hole. Mel, in surprise, backed off, using the thrusters on her greaves to stop herself from free falling. In the next instant, the manta just disappeared. It had teleported. Seth checked his iPhone where the AA kept a map with live satellite tracking on the manta. It did not pop up anywhere in Haven. It had completely fled. Good. Then his job was done here. Plus, Mel could handle this on her own. And he did not want to waste time so that news drones could capture more video of him. Seth floated for a moment, then sped off disappearing into the sky as he turned into a speeding black blur shooting through the clouds. How interesting, said Aldrich as he watched the entire battle through the eyes of his grave ward. He had only ever heard of Seth Solar's power, but now, he had seen it himself. The rumors were true. Seth Solar truly was an immense threat. Overwhelming strength that could instantly punch through the hide of a B-class disaster variant. Not to mention that he had not even used his solar beams. Aldrich noted curiously that his active quest for vengeance changed upon these observations. Recalculating rewards for quest vengeance based on host experiences. Death of Seth Solar. 1,000 express, 800 coin, 20,000 express, 15,000 coin. Defeating that human will be difficult, said Valera. I have not seen strength of that magnitude in quite some time. It rivals that of top-class warriors from our old world. Yes, said Aldrich. But don't worry, Valera. I'll be dealing with him quite soon. And all the rewards and satisfaction his death will offer will soon be mine. Aldrich noted the presence of Mel Morales, current rank 1A class student. She had no incentive to be at the attack site, and yet, she was there to fight the manta. Not only that, but she now worked at ground level, guiding civilians to evacuation zones while cutting down leftover slimes. Soon, though, once authorities and heroes caught up to the scene, she would probably leave. He wondered about her motives, her purpose. Perhaps, in the future, when it came to destroying Blackwater, she could be an ally of some sorts. Chapter 64 Calm before the Emerald Storm. Aldrich hovered in the air on his alloy wing eagle with Valera behind him. One of his ghasts was tethered to him, preventing anyone from capturing footage or photos of him. Valera tentatively wrapped her arms around his waist and nodded her head from side to side in happiness. Meanwhile, he looked down to witness the chaos below. There were thin, packed streets lined with hastily built shacks, shops, and stalls littered with fire, smoke, rubble, and roving slime creatures. Here, people whimpered and screamed as they ran away from slimes or cowered in homes that were broken down from disrepair far before this recent disaster variant attack. These were the projects, ghettos where dud populations were corralled to live in under government subsidy. Here, they suffered from neglect across all sectors of society. At the top, the city governments barely provided for them. They had a few city and nationwide government programs that subsidized altars, and the most visible of these programs were the housing projects where the city built mega apartments for duds to live in it for highly subsidized or even free rent. This sounded good in practice, but because these mega apartments had no real long-term profit potential, the manufacturing companies that sucked up contracting money to build them abandoned them once they were done. Not to mention that these apartments were built with zero care. Their rooms were impossibly cramped, stacked tightly together to try and shove in as many duds in as small an area as possible. Each building had no thought for decoration. They were just concrete and steel, dull gray, featureless spires that looked like prisons villains would get locked up in. Over the years, these mega apartments, already built with less than stellar standards, fell to increasing amounts of disrepair. On top of this, duds in the projects faced high crime rates from low-life alters who wanted to steal what little powerless duds already had. To put insult to injury, project neighborhoods also faced discrimination from city police forces that did little to nothing to help duds. The only people that helped keep these neighborhoods even remotely safe were assigned supers, but for project neighborhoods, the patrol pay, and subsequently the quality of the supers patrolling, was low. Most of these supers were either highly idealistic first-timers fresh out of some mid to low-tier academy who needed a safe job to start out with, or disgruntled older supers that cared less and less about protecting the neighborhood as the years passed. Either way, any heroes patrolling here were weak. E rank, mostly, D rank at best. More screams littered the air as a gathering of slimes surrounded a small ramen shack, inching close to a family of elderly husband, wife, and grandchild. Aldrich shook his head. Since the manta disappeared, the slimes it produced stopped self-replicating, meaning that the many EDC heroes left could start rapidly clearing their numbers out with the aid of armed police. But of course, nobody gave a sh*t about the projects. Here, slimes still ran rampant. "Get me down there," said Aldrich. The eagle flapped its wings and dove down. When Aldrich was 24 meters above the ramen shack, he jumped off with Valera. He landed on solid, cracked concrete sidewalk with a roll to disperse impact while Valera aimed her fall so that she landed with a solid downward punch on a slime, completely splattering it apart and smashing the concrete below. 8 blue slimes started to extend tendrils towards Aldrich and Valera. Aldrich casted 8 chill bolts in rapid-fire succession from both his hands. In just 1 second, all of the 8 slimes were completely frozen over, suspended in icy still motion. -32 mana. Mana. 183 183rds 151 183rds. 8x Manta slimes defeated. +40 XP. Express bar. 402 thousandths 442 thousandths. Not a bad rate of express gain, thought Aldrich as he looked at his status screen. But regardless, he was not here to efficiently farm. He was here to meet Casimir, and while at it, have Valera clear this neighborhood out of slimes with the gas attached to prevent surveillance. The owner of the ramen shop, a slight, middle-aged man with far too many wrinkles on his face for someone of his age, came out and bowed his head several times. Thank you so much, hero." Aldrich stared at him through his phantasmal mask. The man's wife, a woman of similar age and similar stress-induced wrinkling, thanked him too while making their child, a little boy of about 5, bow. "Monster!" shrieked the child as he looked at Aldrich's mask and equipment. The mother covered her child's mouth in panic, not wanting to offend Aldrich. Aldrich was not offended, but Valera. "You would dare to insult him as a monster, after he has saved your short and unworthy lives," began Valera. "It's all right," said Aldrich. "He's a child, and he's scared." Valera calmed at Aldrich's voice and stood her killing intent down. He had forgotten the lack of value she placed on human lives. She was freely willing to unleash bloodlust against humans as she considered them lesser beings. You must be refugees from the Fukushima attack. Life must have been hard, said Aldrich, trying to diffuse the trembling fear that Valera had instilled in the family. 5 years ago, a S-ranked disaster variant struck Fukushima, Japan, drawn in by the city's nuclear energy. The ensuing destruction it caused made Fukushima uninhabitable, causing a mass influx of refugees. Yes, very, very hard, but that doesn't mean we have nothing, said the man. He rifled through his pockets, scrapping up a few credit chips. Here, this isn't much, but this should be good. Aldrich shook his head. No, I'm going to clear this street of slimes, and because they aren't replicating anymore, it should be safe. Stay in here. AA reinforcements and Panop drones should be coming. Where's the hero that's supposed to be patrolling the projects? Cowboy. The man spat in the ground. He does nothing for us. Probably already ran away. I see. Stay safe. Aldrich nodded and made a mental note to address this cowboy later. He sympathized with the plight of the innocent, especially the duds that had suffered just like him. He knew he had to place his own safety and survival above all else, but that did not mean he could use his power to alleviate some of their suffering. At the very least, it was what Adam and Elaine would have wanted. Aldrich left with Valera. He headed north, towards the red circle. He hovered above at a casual pace on his alloy wing eagle and gave Valera a single command. Destroy the slimes you see. Make it quick. My pleasure, said Valera. She then turned into a blur as she sped forwards. Whenever Valera encountered a slime, she would annihilate them. She coated her hands in a bright red aura of blood that imparted explosive effects to her punches, and these destroyed the gooey bodies of the slimes instantly. Aldrich did not try extensively to clear the entirety of the projects. Only the few neighborhoods he walked through. These ones were the most exposed as they housed the duds that were too poor even to live in mega complexes, needing to live in rough shacks exposed to monster attacks. The slimes could not get through mega complexes once their doors were blocked and barred, rendering those within relatively safe. Plus, there were not that many slimes. Almost all of them were concentrated in the east side. The ones this far south in Haven were stragglers dropped by odd chance. For the next 20 minutes, Aldrich hovered in the air on his eagle as he watched Valera blitz through the neighborhoods at super speed. She zipped from one shack to the other, splattering slimes that harassed them, leaving civilian duds confused at how they had been saved. By the end of this, Valera had killed a total of 70 slimes. 70 Manta slimes defeated, plus 350 XP. Express bar. 442 thousandths, 792 thousandths. Of course, the blocks around the red circle were completely clear of slimes as the nightclub was basically a military compound guarded with valets that acted as sentry towers with a small army of villains and mercenaries to boot. Near the red circle, Aldrich had the eagle fly off while he changed into his suit while Valera dematerialized her armor and into her dress set. The ghast, too, he sent away, tethering to the eagle to keep the undead variant a secret. Aldrich passed by the valet guard with no issue for they recognized him now. At the entrance of the red circle, he met a familiar face. "Welcome back, Mr. Vane," said Hirondelle, her violet eyes gleaming as she smiled and bowed. "Business meeting," said Aldrich. "Already so soon? Casimir must take quite a liking to you. I have never seen him meet so much with the same client," said Hirondelle. "Maybe I'm just a people person," said Aldrich. "Right this way." Hirondelle led Aldrich and Valera through with a small escort of staff. Some of them brought refreshments like towels, water, and fruits, but Aldrich and Valera ignored these and headed straight to Casimir's office. There, Aldrich passed 2 guards, one of which was Walters, the giant waiter, flanking the office door. "Mr. Vane, here to finalize the details of our event, I presume," said Casimir. He was turned away, watching a news broadcast from a deluxe widescreen wall-mounted telescreen. There, the news reported that the Manta had been beaten back by 2 mysterious vigilantes, showcasing zoomed-in video footage of Mel and a few still pictures of Seth Solar. It also reported that the Panopticon's VSSA, Variant Sensor Satellite Array, could not track down the disaster variant, determining that because it could not detect any ether signature, that the variant had died, its natural regeneration unable to keep up with its wounds. You presume correctly, said Aldrich. He and Valera sat in plush velvet chairs in front of Casimir's desk. Aldrich stared at a tall, blonde-haired woman by Casimir's side. By the way she held a laptop at her side like it was a part of her, he could tell she was his secretary. He gave her a look, and Casimir understood immediately. Blanca, my dear, can you leave the room for some time? Those invitation cards you drew up look marvelous. Go ahead and send them out, said Casimir. Blanca nodded and left, but not before giving Aldrich and Valera an emotionless, analyzing look. Your secretary, yes, said Aldrich. For 10 years now, said Casimir. A most wonderful woman who I would consider more precious than my very own hands. 10 years. That's quite some time. A business venture such as the Red Circle takes years and luck to build, Mr. Vane, though I am sure you of all people know that. Casimir's emote face smiled. But what all these successful entrepreneurs, these men and women who are the face of their mega corporations or rising ventures, do not like to mention is that their success was not carved out alone, no matter how much they wish to claim so. Always, there is someone behind them, someone that gave them the inspiration, the funds, the opportunities, the support. Casimir paused. The comfort. Nobody can stand at the top without first having others raise them on their shoulders first. Valera nodded happily, thoroughly agreeing with Casimir. That's a surprising level of humility. I hope you do not take offense to this, but I did not expect that from you, said Aldrich. I came from nothing, scrounging about on the streets of Haven, begging and stealing to see another day, said Casimir wistfully. He then looked down at his dazzling rings, gold watch, and bracelets. And because I came from nothing, I understand truly how to appreciate everything. But enough about my biography, I am not important enough for that. Business, that is what we are here for, no. Now, Mr. Vane, what did you want from me? Nothing much, said Aldrich. It seems like you've been handling everything excellently. The event is still on for this Saturday, yes. Indeed, said Casimir. The turnout was smaller than I hoped, perhaps about 40 villains, and unfortunately, the Butcher will be the only one to come from a high-ranking organization. The Butcher is all I need, said Aldrich. And Seth Solar, what has he said since beating back that variant? Ah, Seth, that hot-headed boy. He is still quite willing to come. In fact, he has been hounding me on the phone about offering not just 5, but 10 samples of Boost. This on top of a requested VIP table at your event. Give him whatever he wants. So long as it gets him and his friends to come, said Aldrich. This would be Seth Solar's last few pleasures in life. Akin to a final meal served to a death row prisoner prior to execution. At this point, you should have no worries about Seth, said Casimir. In fact, I have managed to woo a good majority of the A-class in Blackwater. Good, said Aldrich. Once again, incredible work, Casimir. You've managed to do all this in what, a span of a day? Efficiency is king in today's fast-paced world, Mr. Vane, said Casimir. Aldrich materialized the Death Lord's sign stone. The glowing green, diadem-shaped rock shone from his palm. My, what is that? Said Casimir as he leaned in, his emote face turning into one of scrutiny with a raised brow. To start off the event, I'll be making a short speech on the performance stage at the head of the dance floor. I want this projected for all to see on the performance stage screen, said Aldrich. Consider this a business card of sorts. Something I would give to people when I bid them a proper goodbye. Of course, Mr. Vane. I will tailor the entire event to be, in the theme of emeralds, yes, said Casimir. To match this wonderful, lustrous glimmer of green. I'll trust your marketing sense on that, said Aldrich. I wanted to request that my wife and I stay here until the event. I want to be there in person before it all begins, ready to make my speech. I also want to address a few more matters of business, specifically in seeing whether I can become a partner in this business venture of yours. Becoming a partner meant Aldrich would effectively be the face of this organization along with Casimir. This way, he would not only get a huge split of the Red Circle's profits, but it would also put him on the face of the organization. Or, more accurately, his Bruce Vane alter ego. Aldrich had taken a liking to Casimir and the man's quick wits and efficiency. He wanted to preserve Casimir for after this Saturday, where, if everything went well, the Red Circle would be no more, its connections to all villain organizations severed. However, there was nothing stopping Casimir from rebranding and rebuilding the Red Circle with Aldrich's support. Aldrich knew there were many like him. Vigilantes who did not fit with either supers or villains. Those that wanted to do right outside the scope of the law. He would in time, with Casimir's help, create a space for them to find purpose. Not to mention that with Casimir heading a business organization under Aldrich, his issue with raising credits for his supposedly wealthy Bruce Wayne alter ego would completely disappear. Aldrich waited for Casimir's answer to this partnership. With Casimir under Flurgan's powerful mental suggestion, he would be positively inclined to anything Aldrich said. However, this did not mean Casimir was utterly brainwashed. Casimir would take the vast majority of Aldrich's suggestions and follow them, but if something was too risky for both himself and Aldrich, then he could oppose the decision. Like this, Aldrich allowed Casimir to exercise his high level of judgment, for Aldrich knew he did not know everything. An opposing opinion, especially one from someone capable like Casimir, was always valuable. A partner. Casimir tossed and turned this suggestion in his mind for several seconds. That could be arranged. However, Mr. Vane, your investments are still in the shadows. Any liability that occurs from mismanagement in the Red Circle falls solely upon my shoulders to blame. If you establish yourself as my partner, however, there will be many prying syndicate eyes upon your back. That's fine, Casimir, said Aldrich. After this event on Saturday, everything will change. When that happens, you won't be worrying about my safety. No, you'll be thankful for yourself that you have a position as my protected partner. Casimir drew his hands together, and his voice grew lower, more serious. I am not saying anything, Mr. Vane, but if something extreme happens this Saturday, then I cannot guarantee that you will not become a target. I see, so you already know what I'm planning, said Aldrich. He had intentionally left out that he planned on wiping out everyone on Saturday to try and keep Casimir working for him without complaints. But it seemed like Casimir knew what was up. Not only that, but Casimir was willing to see it through with Aldrich. Of course, if Casimir complained too much, he would have had Flurgan fully mind control the man. Aldrich might have been willing to compromise and discuss at length about other issues with Casimir, but this Saturday night of vengeance was one thing he would never compromise on. But it was good that Casimir was willing to work with Aldrich even now. You hide it very, very well, Mr. Vane, but I know the gleam of vengeance when I see it. You can always see it in the eyes, said Casimir. His emote face smiled. It is a sight with which I am intimately acquainted with. Again, I do not mind aiding your vengeance, especially if you promise me protection. So long as I am alive, I can reallocate my assets and enter into different business ventures. I was thinking of retiring with my fortune in a few years with Blanca. In any case, she deserves the rest and peace. But your safety, you have no need to worry about that, Casimir, and remember, this is a partnership. You have more years left in that capable head of yours. Years working with me, said Aldrich. He reached out a hand, and Casimir took it in a tight handshake. And together, I guarantee we can make sure that those of us who came from the streets, those of us who were beaten and spat on, have a chance to see some of the good we enjoy now. Chapter 65. A Certain Report. Friday, November 5, 2117, 1 p.m. Alter Agency Outpost in Haven City Center. Brent McAllister, current director of the AA's Haven Outpost, sat in a sterile white conference room with a group of high-level personnel, or the highest level it could get in a Tier 3 city like Haven. They sat about in sleek black chairs that screamed corporate aesthetic as they watched a Panopticon researcher present his findings. As you all know, the Panopticon's variant detection network is thorough, but not perfect, especially when it comes to the ocean or subterranean threats. Even before the altering, humanity had yet to discover even 5% of the Earth's vast oceans, and that problem is still the same now. Ocean exploration may even be more difficult in this modern era considering the powerful variants that tend to lurk there, said the researcher with a droning voice. He had on a distinctive white lab coat emblazoned with an insignia showcasing a black pyramid with an eye encased inside, the logo of the Panopticon. Skip with this introductory bullshit, said Brent as he waved his steaming coffee mug impatiently. And tell me how the Panopticon fucked us over. You do know that the AA has to pay for this disaster, right? We might be the only multinational organization out there subsidized by every country, but our funds aren't unlimited, and we rely on the goodwill of the people for donations and support. *T like this does not send a show of confidence to our investors. I must inform you that the Panopticon also shoulders some costs, began the researcher. I must inform you, Brent mocked the researcher's soft-spoken tone before returning to his loud and brash mode of speaking. You know damn well that the Panopticon doesn't need to pay *T. It's got leverage over everyone and anything, Skyfields and tech and all. One phenomenon noted among variants was that there were precious few that flew above a certain atmospheric range, making them entirely rooted to the Earth. The only exception was when variants were attacked from near orbit or orbit, at which point they would start to adapt high flight capabilities in response to the severity of the attack they received. This meant that orbital bombardments were highly risky because it initiated an arms race where variants would evolve orbit-capable flight, and humanity was far less equipped to deal with orbit-based attacks than variants and their more expendable numbers. This variant adaptiveness to attack was also why the AA and Panopticon used nuclear weaponry extremely sparingly. Anytime a nuke was thrown out, a variant would spawn, often from the radioactive energy of the fallout zone, that was even harder to deal with than what the nuke wiped out in the first place. This meant that Panopticon run Skyfields, massive, controlled dome environments where large tracts of food were grown in the high atmosphere where variants did not conventionally reach, could make up for food shortages from large swaths of destroyed farmland across the world. Skyfields made the Panopticon untouchable because no country in the world would ever risk alienating the Panopticon and their food supplies, not to mention their monopoly over variant surveillance and large-scale drone mobilization against variant attacks. The Alter Agency, on the other hand, had to deal with daily protests over some hero doing some stupid thing here, some failed rescue there, some villain this and some variant that. And now more than ever, in the post-Vanguard era of heroes, things were getting worse and worse. More villains, not just thugs using their powers for stupid, selfish needs, but legitimately organized and powerful organizations, rose in strength. More and more variant attacks, many of which were becoming ever more dangerous. The ant colony attack on South Korea that killed hundreds of thousands a couple of years ago was just one of a dozen such incidents throughout the world in just the past 20 years alone. The worst thing about all this was the pay cuts Brent had taken. Over the years, he had to downgrade his fleet of 10 high-end sports cars down all the way to 2. I feel for your struggles, Mr. McAllister, I truly do, said the researcher as he maintained neutral professionalism in his voice. But you must understand that the Panopticon and AA are under a partnership. Accountability goes both ways. If you had not ignored early warning signs, then you would have already had a Class 5 drone response within city boundaries by the time of the B-Class disaster variants attack. Granted, a Class 5 drone attack cannot halt a B-Class disaster variant by itself, but it would have eliminated the threat of its amorphous liquid ground army. Brent opened his mouth to talk back, but the researcher raised a firm hand to stop him. I must continue this report, said the researcher, his steely gray eyes turning surprisingly cold, oozing power and threat that made Brent stay quiet and listen. He pointed with a metallic arm at a map of Haven. As you know, Haven is a port city that borders the Atlantic Ocean, making it high risk for aquatic variant attacks. Aquatic variants are especially difficult to trace for our satellite arrays cannot detect under the ocean. However, our coast detection nets should, in theory, sense the approach of variants from within a 50-mile radius stretching out from the coastline. This specific variant managed to clear a straight path through several underwater sensor towers, utilizing a unique electromagnetic pulse that bypassed prior EMP shielding. By the time the variant reached shallow enough waters for our satellite arrays to pick up on, it could utilize a form of spatial warp to reach Haven before an apt response could be formulated. Now, Mr. McAllister, the Panopticon will ignore the fact that your outpost received report of downed sensor towers and ignored requests for hero investigations a full 2 hours before the attack began. You can't blame us on that. We've been cutting costs. Do you know how hard it is to cough up heroes at a moment's notice like that? The logistics involved in it, protested Brent. The researcher raised a hand again, silencing Brent. Of course, what's past is past, and the point of this report is not to place blame. As you all know, 2 vigilantes halted the attack when B-rank heroes Gladiator and Rocket Man were incapacitated. Vigilantes, scoffed one of the executives. They ought to be round up and rotting in prison. Without regulation, they're just as good as villains. Plus they don't make us any money. The B-class disaster variant which we have coded in our system as the shock manta was not confirmed killed, continued the researcher, ignoring the executive. However, its energy signature has faded away entirely, indicating that it is very likely dead or, at the worst, recovering from injuries. As you know, there is a high chance that a variant attack of this scale generates an aftershock effect, drawing variants for often second or even third attacks. In the case that the shock manta itself recovers or there is an aftershock, the Panopticon and the Central AA headquarters has determined it fit to station 2 A-class heroes and a Class 3 drone fleet in Haven for the next week. Brent smiled widely. Now, that's more like it. Finally ensuring the safety of the people. He said this, but his mind wasn't on the people, it was on his next fat paycheck. A-class heroes were extremely expensive to field. The gap between a C and B-class hero was already sizable, but the gap between a B and a class was liable to be akin to an entire canyon. An A-class hero could destroy a B-class disaster variant solo. In fact, beating a B-class disaster variant solo was one of the main ways to become an A-class hero. Haven's city government would no doubt have to shell out massive amounts of credits on the order of millions to hire 2A heroes on contract, and some of that money would trickle down to Brent and his execs. The people are always our main objective, said the researcher. But I believe you are misunderstanding this situation somewhat. For your incompetence in dealing with the shock manta attack, you will not receive any bonus for the heroes. The cost of their contracts will be entirely subsidized by the Panopticon, for Haven has suffered enough. Rather, Central Law HQ has determined another pay cut for you. Details about this will be sent to you through an AA representative. Now, if you will excuse me. Chapter 66. The party begins. 11 p.m., Saturday, November 6, 2117. Red Circle Nightclub. Usually, the entrance to the Red Circle was marked by, well, a red circle. Specifically, a glowing red neon circle emblazoned with bright confidence above its wide, tinted glass doorway. Whenever this circle lit red in the weekends, it promised a good time whether through nightlife partying or under-the-table illegal business deals. Tonight, though, the red circle was lit wholly green. Even the red carpet leading into the nightclub had been replaced with an emerald green, gold-tasseled carpet. A line of diverse people funneled out from the doors, waiting to step inside. From an immediate glance, anyone could tell that everyone waiting in this line had blood on their hands. Many of them were dressed up in emerald-themed suits and dresses, but beyond that finery, it was easy to tell from sharp, predatory gazes, visible scars, calloused hands, and weaponized cybernetics that everyone here knew what combat looked like. Villains. On special occasions, the Red Circle held special events where it closed itself off from the general clubbing crowd and allowed invited members only to sit in and enjoy the finest foods, drinks, and company that Haven could offer. This was the first special event in 3 months, and the villains here were eager and impatient to get in. For lower-ranking villains that occupied the E, D, and C-rank totem pole, the Red Circle was perhaps one of the best ways to get connected to better-paying jobs and, potentially, work up to the B rank. Just like how there was a massive difference between C-rank heroes and B-rank heroes, the same was true for villains. The amount of money and job security a B-ranked villain received was incomparable to lesser-ranked villains that often had to routinely risk their lives and freedom just to get by. "What's taking so damn long?" said a mutant category alter whose mutation had made him grow porcupine-like quills instead of hair. He impatiently watched as people at the front of the line filed in one by one. Almost immediately, a Red Circle staff member approached with a pleasant smile. Her eyes shone a striking violet as she reached a platter out with a full glass of champagne. "My deepest apologies, sir. As you are aware, tonight's event is in held of a new partner and investor who values security and privacy greatly. Security screenings are a little more thorough than they usually are." The porcupine villain took the champagne glass and downed it in one shot with 0 class. He heavily placed the glass back on the platter. Well, hope this big shot investor believes in some good old trickle-down economics, 'cause I'm itching for a new security job. Ha, like he'd hire you, Porcupine, you almost beat your last employer half to death. Said another villain. Shut up, the bastard decided he wouldn't pay me after I saved his ass. I gotta feed myself too. I do wish you the greatest of luck in that regard, said the staff member as she bowed and tended to other disgruntled villains. At the head of the line, a tall, pale-skinned, dark-haired, black and red-eyed woman smiled as she manned the front door with several red circle staff. Her prettiness was such that it was almost charming, and any man or even woman who gazed into those crimson eyes of hers long enough felt quite incentivized to do as she asked. What she asked was very simple. Do you want to join this party? And of course, everyone would say yes, because why wouldn't they? This was what they were here for. Each time a villain said yes, a staff member would wrap a green wristband around their wrists which would then manifest a shiny green sigil. By midnight, 45 villains had entered the red circle and bustled about on the dance floor. Inside, the lighting was again green. Dim enough to set a partying mood but bright enough for people to see each other and make conversation. Glasses of wine, liquor, and champagne flowed like water as red circle servers worked efficiently and properly. Music played in the background. Elegant instrumental and orchestral music that set quite the sophisticated tone. This tone made the usually rough and rowdy crowd of villains behave at their utmost best, keeping from shouting or cursing or fighting. The invitation they received said that a certain Mr. Bruce Vane, an incredibly wealthy man, had become a partner in the Red Circle and wanted to host a party not only to celebrate his partnership, but also to find talent to add to his security team. Working as security for a rich man was an incredible opportunity for all the villains within. No longer would they have to risk their lives doing odd jobs and heists. Now, if they got lucky and made a good impression on Mr. Vane, they could sit back in a mansion while they guarded a rich man who paid them well. On the second floor, VIP tables were set up on balconies overlooking the dance floor. In one of these tables sat a duo of men dressed in white and red suits. One of these men barely fit in his suit, his portly belly practically bulging out of his dress shirt buttons, but his incredibly muscled arms made it clear that his bulk was not all fat. His face was pudgy and disfigured with scars, his mouth torn to show off sharp, animal-like teeth. This was the B-rank villain known as the Butcher, famous for the brutality of his kills and his expertise in torture. One of the Trident's most trusted associates in getting those unwilling to talk. Beside him sat a more presentable, normal-looking man with a goatee, gel-spiked hair, and squinty red eyes that made it seem like he was suspicious of anything he looked at. This was the Butcher's connector, basically his handler who waited impatiently to sign off on a few contracts for Butcher's service. At other tables sat Seth Solar, his crew, and several members of Blackwater's A-class. Notably, Mel Morales, current rank 1, was not there. Everyone made small talk, but what they were really interested in was this new investor, this Bruce Vane who had managed to become a partner in the Red Circle, one of the more well-known villain-connecting establishments throughout the United States. How many millions upon millions of credits had it taken? And who were the lucky few in this room who he was going to hire? The green lights in the room dimmed and the music stopped, making everyone go quiet. The performance stage at the head of the dance floor elevated with a mechanical whir before projecting the image of a green diadem. Casimir stepped out from the backstage curtains with a flourish. When he reached the front of the stage, he bowed, and as if on cue, a panel opened up before him that retracted out a mic. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a night out in the Emerald City," said Casimir. "Though unlike in Oz, the emeralds, the wealth you see, is very, very much real, no green goggles needed." Casimir snapped his fingers into the mic, and several red circle servers dressed in green suits and dresses funneled into the dance floor, passing out expensive drinks and food platters. A round of applause went around for Casimir as all the villains respected him. He had boosted many a villain from the lower ranks to high ranks, not to mention directly nurturing many hoodlums from the street into villains with enough professionalism to net clients regularly. But the fine spirits and aperitifs and hors d'oeuvres you enjoy now are not from me. No, they are served on order of my new partner, Mr. Bruce Vane. It is a funny thing, this partnership. I once thought I would never have one. Not that I was against the idea, mind you, I simply could not find a partner I could wholly trust in. But Mr. Vane has met my expectations and much, much more. So without further ado, I will introduce you to the man of the hour, Bruce Vane. Casimir bowed out, and the performance stage dimmed. Aldrich watched through the backstage curtains as the stage dimmed, awaiting his expected presence. He did not wear any equipment. Instead, he was in his suit. He did not need anything more for tonight. He took in a deep breath to calm himself even though his undead heart did not truly beat. This was it. This was the moment he was waiting for. Vengeance. Judgment. Justice. Aldrich looked at a counter in his status screen. Party members. 57. They had all given their consent to join this party, and their wristbands gleamed with the sigil that marked them out as Aldrich's party members. 45 villains. 10 A-class Blackwater students. And the butcher and his handler. Everyone he wanted dead in one room. Aldrich touched chest, feeling the hard surface of the phylactery beneath his suit. The chrysalis by now had merged enough with the phylactery that its dimensional space was the size of a small room. Easily enough to fit in Adam and Elaine for this final stretch. It felt almost surreal, to have come this far in just 1 week. To have vengeance for the taking right before him. He found himself second-guessing. Had he planned everything out properly? Was this going to work? He felt a hand squeeze his shoulder. "Master," said Valera. She drew close to Aldrich, and in her glamorous black dress, she looked absolutely stunning. "Are you worried?" "No, just slightly overwhelmed. I always thought ahead, always planned, but I guess there was some part of me that never believed that I would make it this far," said Aldrich. "Of course you would make it this far. You are my one and only master. The only man I have deemed worthy of serving for all eternity and beyond. If not you, then who else? At the very least, I believed in you from the start with all my heart," said Valera. "I know," said Aldrich. He looked into Valera's black and red eyes. "And thank you. Without you backing me, protecting me, I wouldn't be here. You should not thank me for performing my sworn duty as a knight." Valera patted out creases in Aldrich's suit and smiled at him. "You look wonderful, master. I am eager to see you bathe in carnage tonight." She then looked directly at Aldrich, and he looked directly at her. Because she was so busy fixing his clothes, she had not noticed how close their faces were, their cold breath intertwining together. Valera's eyes widened, her body stiff and tense, waiting. "Not now," said Aldrich as he drew back. "I still have to finish what I started." "Of course, my master. I understand," said Valera. She smiled coyly. "Not now, is it? Then later." "Later." Aldrich smiled back at her before his expression set into seriousness. He materialized his phantasmal mask and put it on. Then, he stepped out of the curtains, and as he did so, green spotlights hit him, lighting his each and every step to the microphone. Applause spread throughout the room as the mystery investor finally showed himself. Aldrich looked down at the crowd of villains before him, seeing the desire in their eyes, at how they wanted his supposed credits. He looked up at the butcher who picked his teeth with a claw-like nail, ignoring everything below. He met a glance with Seth Solar before Seth looked away, more interested in drinking more liquor and eyeing the small case of boost vials on his table. Aldrich raised his hand, and the applause died down. "First off, I want to thank all of you for making it here. You have no idea how thankful I am to see all of you gathered here like this," said Aldrich, his voice projecting throughout the room. A smaller voice modulating mic hidden beneath Aldrich's mask changed his normally neutral pitched voice into one far deeper. "I don't intend to take you away from this party of mine for long. I just wanted to give a quick foreword before we began." Aldrich reached into his coat pocket and materialized the Death Lord's signed stone. He held it up in the air, and everyone stared at it, wondering what it was. "This is a precious possession of mine," said Aldrich. "To me, it represents my hopes and dreams. A symbol of a trial to overcome and reach greatness." Aldrich paused, and then his voice grew even deeper, gaining a sharp, threatening edge to it that made everyone in the room shiver. "But to you, it represents your death. Your judgment." Before confusion could hit, Aldrich activated the signed stone, and the light from it burst out. The wristbands around each villain started to glow, reacting to the signed stone, and before anyone could think about running, the green light engulfed everyone, leaving the once bustling dance floor completely and utterly empty. Chapter 67 A Night of Dying. A commotion rose through the emptied-out dance floor from the Red Circle's many servers. They were standing in the sidelines, in the shadows, waiting for Bruce Vane's speech to end, but now, everyone had disappeared. Casimir took the steps up to the performance stage, getting back to the mic. Spotlights tracked his movements. When he looked down, he saw not the faces of the villains he had served throughout the years, but his precious staff, all those he had taken from the streets, from brothels, from dens of addiction, from pits of debt, and given them training and purpose. They looked up at him for answers, for to them, he was their guiding light in a criminal underworld where darkness snuffed out even the smallest flickers of hope. I regret deeply that I did not inform all of you of this turn of events beforehand, said Casimir. It is not that I did not trust you all, my dear, most valued staff. I simply wished to keep all knowledge of this surprise to a minimum for assurance purposes. Was this the right choice, Casimir? Said Hirondelle. She unpinned mauve hair she usually kept up tied in a professional bun, letting long, curled locks spill down to her shoulders, framing her striking, glowing bright violet eyes. With this, you have made yourself an enemy of every syndicate. You will be a target. We will all be targets. I have always said I do not take risks. For the first time in my life, I have taken one. I must say, it feels thrilling. I can understand why those I thought once as impulsive and foolish act the way they do, throwing themselves into the pit of risk for that precious glimmer of reward. Casimir's emote face smiled. But I understand not all of you are here to fall into these pits of risk with me. And that is why I am giving all of you the option to terminate your employment to me. You will no longer be affiliated with the Red Circle, and I shall see to it that your safety is guaranteed. You need not walk through the valley of the shadow of death with me, for unlike an omnipotent deity, I cannot guarantee you will fear no evil. Casimir. Walter's stern, guttural voice rang through the floor, projecting with powerful lungs that made it seem as if he was on mic. Yes, dear Walters, said Casimir. Are you making this decision with your own mind? Said Walters. Shall I be honest? At first, no. A murmur ran through his staff. But I have warmed to Mr. Vane's new and radical ideas. His desire to bring opportunity to those who have none, said Casimir. It touched upon what started me on this path. I began the Red Circle first as a means of dragging myself out from the streets. And when I was uplifted, when I looked back to see how many like me were still mired in the streets, waist deep in the mud of despair, poverty, and hopelessness, I reached out and pulled many out. Casimir gestured towards all his servers. And now, when I look upon what I have accomplished, I may see piles of credits and gold and jewels, but what shines to me brightest is all of you, my dears. My treasures. My flock of street crows turned to beautiful songbirds. But there is a time to let caged birds fly. I am giving you that opportunity now. Disassociate yourselves from me now, or I cannot guarantee it will be safe later. So long as you made this choice yourself, I will stand by you, said Walters. We are not caged birds, Casimir, we are free, freer than we ever have been, said Hirondelle. And we choose to fly by your side. All the servers of the Red Circle bowed their heads to Casimir, and a single tear trickled out from under Casimir's mask. Wonderful, my dears, he said, his voice quivering. Then, his voice immediately turned stern and serious, almost militaristic in its efficiency. And now, we must prepare for war. Until Mr. Vane emerges from wherever he has gone, we must fend against any potential retaliation. Walters, engage defense alert level 5. Understood. Walters talked into a hand radio. Initiate DA5. Almost immediately, the lights in the Red Circle turned red, not the festive, sultry shade of red that it shone during clubbing nights, but a bright, alarm-inducing red that incited not a dance, but a call to action. The Red Circle shook as emergency generators booted up and powered a building-wide force field. In immediate and trained fashion, the staff of the Red Circle began to mobilize. Many of them rolled up their sleeves, revealing cybernetically implanted blades and firearms. Tech team, engage drones, said Walters. Secure the perimeter. Several fleets of drones from the club's tech team started to circle around the building, the barrels of energy weapons and guns gleaming and rotating about, finding potential targets. Strike Squad, assist in securing the perimeter with aerial support. It will be my pleasure, said Hirondelle. Her entire body glowed violet, changing her into pure purple energy and burning off her uniform. Her energy form then shaped into the form of a large, man-sized swallow made of pure glowing violet light. In this form, her voice projected in echoing waves. Strike Squad, with me. Several staff members morphed into flight-capable forms, turning into mutants wholesale or growing wings. Some attached mechanical wings or thrusters to themselves. Others floated in the air with the power of their minds. Hirondelle flew out with the airborne Strike Squad. Elite Security Squads 1 and 2, with me. We protect the head. The rest of you, snipers, infantry, supply chain, take your trained positions. Any threats that approach, eliminate with extreme prejudice, said Walters. His appearance then began to morph as he tore through his suit, becoming a monstrous half-man, half-lizard creature with spined tail, curved white claws, and rocky green scales. He made one giant leap to Casimir's side, and within a minute, 24 staff members formed a tight formation around Casimir. Some of them were armed with incredibly futuristic, glowing energy weapons and combat suits. Others crackled electricity from their hands, some fire, some swirls of water. Valera appeared from backstage and stood with Casimir. Mr. Vane has requested I assist in your defense tonight. I am eternally grateful, said Casimir with a short bow. You have no powers, said Walters with a distorted, inhuman voice. He looked down at her with gleaming yellow reptilian eyes. You'll slow us down. Punch me, said Valera. What? A skin flap blinked over Walters' eyes in confusion. I said punch me. Was that so hard to understand? Walters grunted before throwing out a sudden, heavy and powerful punch at Valera. Valera stopped Walters' enormous fist in her palm. The impact of the blow sounded like concrete shattering, but Valera stood there unfazed and smiling, holding back Walters' might. Need I say any more? Said Valera. Walters withdrew his punch and nodded his lizard head. No. To my office, then, said Casimir. He looked up at the blaring red alert lights above and smiled. The night has just begun. What the fuck? Where are we? What is this place? I can't see sh*t here. Someone get a light. Angry and surprised shouts rang throughout the cold darkness in the crypts of the necropolis. Several glasses and plates held in villain hands dropped in surprise and shattered on the floor. Several villains that could generate some form of light lit up the space. The villains looked around to see themselves now in a cold, clammy underground space with a low ceiling of dull gray rock. Dust rose up with every step they took on the cold, cracked stone floor. Everywhere they looked around, they simply saw a vast expanse of tombs and gravestones packed together like lost and forgotten things. Huh, what kind of joke is this? Is this some VRSH*T? Is Bruce Vane showcasing some new tech to us? It was a testament to the wariness of even low-tier villains that even though they did not fully know what was going on, they all universally geared up to fight. They had been stripped of their villain costumes and gear, but they still had their natural powers. Mutant category alters morphed into their mutant forms unless they had permanent mutations. Blaster-type alters prepared a buildup of energy to shoot out at any potential threats. Augmenters strengthened their bodies. Fuck, I don't have any of my drones. Goddamn security check, said a techno-alter. Relax, we still don't know what's happening. Like someone else said, this might be a VR demo. The villain who said this shouted. Hey, Mr. Vane, your sh*t's real cool and realistic, but it's about time you stopped this. In response to this sudden noise, the tombstones began to tremble and shudder. They slid open. The graves parted. Rotted, dried corpses, almost skeletons, emerged, groaning in hunger for warm, living flesh. Damn, look at the textures and graphics on this zombie. This sh*t really is realistic, said a villain as he walked up to a crowd of zombies. One of the zombies lunged and bit him on his arm. He yelled in pain. sh*t. Fucking dumbass. Another villain, his partner, presumably, pushed him aside and shot out a gust of slicing wind that severed the crowd of zombies in half. But these severed halves still kept crawling towards them. Look at my arm. The villain bit by the zombie showcased his arm where around indented teeth marks, the flesh turned black and rotted. You stupid shish asterisk ts, roared Seth Solar, still dressed in a green and gold suit. He floated forwards and fired a blast of solar energy from his eyes, completely engulfing over 30 zombies in blinding orange light, utterly reducing them to ash. Where his beams traveled, the ground smoldered, gleaming orange with molten heat. But by now, there were zombies and skeletons emerging from everywhere, quickly growing into a mass of shambling walking corpses that which at first seemed like a joke was now starting to becoming a serious threat through sheer numbers alone. Technos, stop sitting on your asses. You have cybernetics in your eyes to analyze tech. Is this VR or not? Said Seth Solar. No tech, said Evan Harker as his mechanical green eye clicked. Can't get any connection either. No GPS. We've been completely isolated. Seems like a flux category power. One that warped us to a different location. Where? I have no idea. Hear that? Now start fighting back, you stupid fucks. Seth Solar waved his gang forward. He attempted to punch the ceiling of the crypt, trying to smash through it, but it was indestructible. He immediately adjusted his strategy. A-class and anyone that wants to get out of this, stay with me. Any of you shish asterisk TTYD listers fall behind even a single inch, and I am leaving your asses to rot. If you hold me back, I swear I will laser your head off myself. Roused by Seth Solar's commanding presence, the crowd of villains started to fight against the zombies. Various elements shot out, mutant alters morphed into monstrous forms and started beating zombies with their claws and fangs. Wait, don't leave us, shouted one of the villains as they saw Seth Solar and 10 members of the Blackwater A-class easily smash through the weak zombies at far greater speeds than them. The A-class did not even spare the weaker villains a single sympathetic glance as they continued forwards. Does Casimir truly think he can do this to us with impunity? Has he lost his mind? Tisk tisk, said Valus, the butcher's handler and connector. Butcher, clear a path. When we're done with this amateur attempt at eliminating us and reach an area with a signal, you'll be carving up both this idiotic Mr. Vane and Casimir. Kill, carve, cheer. Butcher roared in glee as he used his immense bulk to shoulder charge his way straight through a dense crowd of zombies, plowing through like a bowling ball smashing through pins. On his way forward, he trampled and killed a few villains as well. Behind this cleared path, Valus flew forwards with his hands behind his back. Occasionally, when a zombie leapt up at him, they would disintegrate into piles of dust. A path, quick. Some of the lesser villains saw the path the Butcher and the Blackwater students made and followed through. These were the lucky ones. The path quickly sealed up as the number of zombies exponentially swelled as time passed. This left approximately half the main crowd of villains, all of them comprising of the weakest E and D rankers, stranded and unable to break through a mass amount of ever-growing zombies. After all, the entire objective of the Necropolis crypt levels were to find the nearest exit, not to waste time fighting an infinite horde of undead. But it was not like the villains knew this. Aldrich observed everything that happened with his grave ward while hidden inside an underground tomb. The moment he had materialized into the Necropolis, he had used his phantasmal mask to render himself invisible and phase below while everyone was distracted, keeping him from any harm or from anyone detecting him. On top of this, he had made sure to have Casimir make sure that anyone that came to the Red Circle tonight did not have detection-based powers that could potentially scope him out. Getting Casimir loyal to him was also not that difficult. Aldrich had Flurgan look into Casimir's mind and find out what the man valued the most. This way, Aldrich could map out a path to making Casimir devoted to Aldrich's cause with the least amount of mind control needed. This involved tapping into Casimir's deep desire to see the world under a new order where people did not have to suffer like him. Casimir thought that heroes and the government had done nothing for him. After all, they had left him to die on the streets as they did with many others. Thus, he had joined the ranks of villainy where he had found far more success. And with the profits from his villainy, he tried to give back to those that had started out with nothing like him. Aldrich saw that desire and played to it. Now, Casimir was fully in Aldrich's hands. As for what Aldrich needed to do now, well, he just had to do one thing. Wait until the time was right. Chapter 68 Acquiring the Editor Sample. Aldrich waited for a solid 30 minutes in his underground grave. This was an empty safe space he had memorized and marked out the first time he had ported into this quest exactly for this moment. Here, no zombies or skeletons spawned, making it the perfect hiding spot. He had marked out similar safe spots like this across all the floors he had traveled through in his first attempt at this quest, giving him a way to hide while the villains ahead cleared everything for him. Meanwhile, he kept a group of 3 grave wards prepared to track Seth Solar and the Blackwater A-class, the Butcher, and the low-tier villains. Only one of these grave wards was technically a new creation. The others were evil eyes that he had destroyed and replaced with their upgraded versions. After 30 minutes, Aldrich saw an opportunity and reactivated his phantasmal mask to get out of his grave and shift through a massive crowd of zombies and skeletons. He looked up to see a platform of ice hovering above the masses of growling and chattering undead, and on top of it, only 10 villains remained, desperately crouching on this ice platform to avoid the infinite masses of undead below. The original 30 or so villains left behind here had fought admirably, beating back undead from every direction with their powers, but eventually, they began to grow tired. Individually, all of them were considerably stronger than the average skeleton or zombie, but the numbers of the lesser undead were unending. Where the undead never tired and never feared, the villains ran out of stamina, and as they felt their energy and powers slipping from them, they felt fear. As soon as a few of them, especially the ones with area of effect abilities, fell to the undead horde, the entire group started to fall apart and get swarmed. Now, the last 10 were reduced to relying on a creator-class altar that could form ice constructs. Normally, this individual could not generate ice constructs above their own body mass, but with the help of an editor-class altar that boosted his power, their floating ice platform managed to comfortably carry all 10 remaining, beaten and battered villains over the undead below. Of course, this did not guarantee their safety. The zombies and skeletons piled on top of each other, generating ramps of sheer packed bodies to reach the platform, but from a high vantage point, the villains could defend themselves against fewer targets more efficiently, staving off their inevitable doom for just a while longer. Aldrich was after the editor, the prime sample for Flurgan. He casted Negative Surge on himself, boosting his stats before jumping straight up, phasing through the ice platform. Mana: 183 183rds, 168 183rds. Aldrich unfazed and became visible as he landed on the ice platform. His suit was now gone, replaced with his freshly materialized Grave Reaper equipment. Hostile, hostile, somebody fuck him up. Aldrich immediately heard cries of panic and calls for violence against him. In response, he activated his spinal bracers of the Grave Reaper, crashing the spine-shaped golden ornaments on his wrists together. All around him, wailing, ghostly green skull spirits spread out in a circle. The villains cried out in surprise as the skulls crashed into them, sapping them of their life force and, for the extreme unlucky ones, instantly killing them. The attack was not meant to kill them. It was mostly meant for Aldrich to make space while he handled the ice-generating altar and editor at the center of the platform. Once those two were gone, the undead below would take care of everyone else. Some of the villains, their nerves already on edge from facing a supernatural zombie and skeleton horde attack, screamed in terror at the approaching skulls, losing their balance and slipping off the ledge the ice platform, falling into their deaths below. The other villains that managed to stay rooted to the platform focused entirely on dodging the threatening cursed skulls, their selfish, uncoordinated minds not at all primed to help the creator that held up the very lifeboat of ice they relied upon. This left Aldrich entirely alone with his designated targets. The ice generator was preoccupied maintaining the platform, kneeling in the center of the platform with both his hands planted down, sweat dripping from his pale forehead. The editor stood right behind the platform generator. A thread of red energy connected the ice altars back to the editor's fingertips. Both of them stared at Aldrich helplessly as they saw that all of their supposed allied villains, the ones who could fight back, were either dead, too busy with Aldrich's skull attack, or simply too scared to approach. Aldrich worked quickly and efficiently. Before the ice generator could divert his power from the platform to Aldrich, Aldrich rushed in with superhuman speed and landed a spinning heel kick right into the ice altar's jaw, knocking him out and breaking his jaw. The platform of ice remained intact for just a few more seconds after the altar went unconscious, and Aldrich used this time to slam a punch into the editor's stomach, heeling him over. Then, Aldrich casted Horror Warp, wrapping his hand in a malevolent aura of cloudy darkness dotted with gleaming red eyes. He smothered the editor's face with the cloud of dark, immediately sinking him into a nightmare from which there was no easy or quick waking. -20 mana. Mana. 148 183rds. The editor fell down face first, unconscious, and Aldrich grabbed him by his collar before tapping his phylactery and calling out to his chrysalis. The purple orb in his chest glowed and crackled before a tear of space appeared in front of it, forming into a vantablack orb from which several hooked tendrils of darkness burst out, abducting the editor and sucking him into the dimension of the chrysalis. Portal usages. 3-2. So far, the chrysalis could maintain about 3 portal openings into its dimension over the course of a single day before it had to enter a charging dormant period. This included portals for both taking things in and taking things out, so these were precious few charges to work with. Hopefully, when Aldrich became a proper lich, this would change. Flurgan theorized that once Aldrich became a lich and fully placed his soul into the phylactery, the chrysalis would react with it and become massively stronger, binding directly with Aldrich's soul to become a part of him. Aldrich then jumped off the platform as it broke apart, leaving the rest of the villains to die against the swarm of undead below. No, 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 stop, help us, Mother. Screams of terror echoed for a brief few seconds before they were choked out by a tidal wave of hungry undead. Aldrich survived by using his lantern's active skill, casting a disintegrating ray down at his landing zone that turned a small crowd of skeletons and zombies into dust. He then kept his lantern active as long as possible and ran straight forwards, not sparing even a single moment to stop, as the moment he did, he would get swarmed. Granted, Aldrich could probably break free from a swarm through sheer physical stats alone, but he did not want to deal with the inconvenience. When Aldrich's phantasmal mask came off cooldown the moment his lantern's active disintegrating ray faded away, he used the mask again, turning invisible and shifting through the enormous throng of walking corpses and bones. From his first attempt at this quest, he had memorized exactly where to go to leave the crypt level, and with phasing, he could just move through terrain like pillars and walls. The only things he could not phase through were ceilings and walls leading out of the necropolis. These seemed to be indestructible and unpassable. At the end of the crypt, Aldrich jumped atop a staircase leading straight up into a ghostly green fog door. Here, he sat on the stairs, watching as a crowd of zombies and skeletons started to growl and groan as they piled at the bottom. They could not scale up the stairs. It was not in their coded behavior. Aldrich sat on a stair and put his lantern down by the side, lighting up the masses of undead trying to reach out to him from below. He looked at them but did not focus on them, his fingers interlocked together in calm thought as his sight instead focused on observing his targets. He kept tabs on Seth Solar, Blackwater's A-class, and the Butcher in the meanwhile. The grave wards were far, far slower than them, but the villains reliably cleared out threats that could take out the grave wards. And once Aldrich's targets reached higher floors, the villains would slow down their rate of progress tremendously as they started to fight stronger and stronger threats, at which point the grave wards could keep a much closer eye on them. Aldrich would tail them from behind, and when their numbers grew small, when all that was left was the Butcher and Seth Solar, the two strongest of them all and the ones he needed alive the most, he would strike. Chapter 69 Unending Misery. Help. A C-rank villain used his arms to crawl his way across burnt stone, his fingertips melting and sizzling on charred black stone as he tried to drag his legless body towards Seth Solar. A trail of blood and entrails painted the dull gray stone beneath in bright red. Behind him lay the torn-apart corpses of the low-ranking villains invited to the Red Crickle. He was the last among them, the highest ranked at C, but even that was not enough to survive. All around him were scattered countless bones accompanied by racks of fallen-over armor and medieval weaponry. These bones would shiver and rattle before floating and attaching together into the form of a large, imposing skeletal figure. Armor and weapons would gravitate towards the skeletons, arming them. Skeletal knights. One of these knights tread over to the villain, raising a longsword in the air and staring down at him with a cold, unfeeling green glint in its empty eye sockets. The longsword sank into the villain's chest, and the skeletal knight twisted the blade, ending the villain in one clean execution. Tisk. Fucking weaklings, all of them, said Simon Wells as he looked briefly back, his red visor magnifying the scene of the villain's death. sh*t. Simon jerked around in pure fear as he heard whistling near his head. A large arrow, big enough to skewer through a cow clean through, stopped mere inches away from his head. Seth's solar grabbed the arrow in midair. "Stop fucking around," Seth growled as he tossed the arrow back to a skeletal archer knight, making sure to throw it so that the wider surface area of the shaft smashed into the bone creature with immense impact, blowing the skeleton apart. Archers sitting on ramparts circling pillars rained down giant arrows. "Alexis, shield and support," roared Seth, his voice booming and commanding. Alexis, rank 8 in Blackwater's A-class nodded. She gulped in a breath, and as she held her breath, her pale blue eyes turned completely white. Wind started to howl and whirl around her, picking up bones and debris, and in an instant, wind currents formed into a rapidly circulating barrier all around Blackwater's A-class. Any arrows that touched this barrier blew backwards. Bolts of lightning also crackled from the barrier, hitting skeletal knights and blasting them back. Zane. Seth's solar hovered in the air, drawing arrow fire. Arrows bounced off of his skin, dealing no damage. Zane flew up by Seth's side, his black feathered arms now morphed into full wings. His head had shifted into an aquiline, beaked form, turning him into a humanoid eagle mutant. He sped through the ramparts with acrobatic agility, throwing out volleys of large, blade-like feathers. The feathers were aimed specifically to sever the skeleton's arms, making them drop their bows. This left Seth's solar for cleanup. He hovered from rampart to rampart, unleashing his solar beam in flashes of brilliant gold. The beams turned the skeletons into dust, preventing them from ever piecing back together. "Quite excellent," said Valus as he hovered behind them, observing. "You Blackwater students will indeed make fine additions to the Dark Six. I will ensure that once we are out of this mess, the Trident will hear all about your fine talents. But still, to think we are 9 floors through this strange place without a single exit in sight." "Smash, take bones," the butcher bellowed from below. He was no in the protection of Alexis's barrier, but he was invulnerable to conventional damage like this anyway. A dozen arrows stuck out of his body as did swords and bones from destroyed skeletons, but instead of drawing blood, they just jutted into his body like he was made of flesh-colored dough. The butcher grabbed a skeletal knight and smashed it against the floor, blowing it apart into pieces. Any leftover pieces assimilated into the butcher's flesh, turning into raw biomass for him to continually regenerate. With the butcher on the ground, any skeleton knights that threatened the A-class were of no threat. The butcher was practically made to fight large groups of weaker enemies with his power that let him absorb organic and some inorganic matter and pad it to his own body mass. It also allowed him to link with the nervous system of those he swallowed, letting him control and amplify their pain. Alexis exhaled as she took down her barrier of wind. "We've been trapped in a pocket dimension," said Evan. He was useless here without his drones, and ordinarily, he would have been left behind to die. But as a member of Seth's gang, he was spared the fate of the rest of the technos who had no technology to work with. No net signal anywhere, no GPS, this is the only explanation. "Then we just have to wait this out, right?" said Simon. "A power like this that can keep 50 altars trapped is no joke. It must have an insane energy upkeep. What was that law again?" "The Tartarus effect," said Evan. "Powers that can move objects into another dimension or pocket of space tend to be unable to trap altars, and when they do, they cost massive amounts of energy. The more altars or variants it traps, the higher the cost gets." "We've been here for over half an hour," shouted Seth Solar. "I can't smash through the walls and we don't have anyone to scan for exits. All we can do is just take stare after fucking stare." "Stay calm, boy," said Valus as he came to Seth's side. Seth whirled around aggressively with his fist cocked back. "You throw that punch at me, and your arm turns into dust," said Valus. "Not before I cave your skull in," said Seth with venom oozing in his voice. "You heard what your techno said. There is a limit to his trick," said Valus. "The known record for dimensional entrapment barely exceeds a single hour. And even that was achieved only through the S-class hero Superspace sacrificing his life in the sinking of Neo Moscow. Say that Bruce Vane, who wants us dead for some quaint reason, hired some unknown, 1 in a million talent who could trap us here. Do you truly think he could keep us here for over an hour? Over what a S-class hero could do? So then what? We just sit on our asses and wait here, said Seth Solar. Yes, that is exactly what I am proposing, said Valus. The higher we go in this dimension, the more troublesome these enemies become. Why bother? Simply stay here until it is done. The Blackwater students nodded and agreed among themselves. Their expressions started to brighten, and a few of them started to sigh in relief. They had gotten so tense and worked up from being ported to this strange space that they had not considered that they could just wait it all out. But now, the answer just seemed so easy, all they had to do was wait. So then what? We just sit on our asses and wait here, said Seth Solar. Yes, that's exactly what I'm proposing, said Valus. Fine, we'll do it your way, said Seth Solar. 30 more minutes passed. 30 minutes turned into an hour. An hour bled into an hour and a half. And that finally reached 2 hours. Seth finished lasering a new batch of infinitely respawning skeleton knights. Thankfully, they only reanimated in intervals of 10 minutes, making them easy to deal with in waves. But that wasn't the issue here. The issue was that everyone had wasted time and precious energy sitting in one spot accomplishing exactly nothing. You fucker. Keeping us here. You're working for him, aren't you? That cocksucker Bruce Vane. Making us waste our energy, huh? Seth Solar aimed his glowing golden eyes at Valus. And no, that is not true. Valus's calm and composed exterior now began to break apart as his confidence in believing he would survive, that he would get out of this just by waiting, began to fade. I don't know. This is entirely unprecedented. Me getting tired of breaking bones, complained the butcher as he finished tearing apart a few more skeleton knights. Chapter 71 by 1. When Seth Solar passed through the foggy green portal into the 10th floor, he snarled almost animalistically as he stared with gleaming gold eyes at yet another host of enemies. There were no skeletons here. Instead, a legion of large, bulky knights wearing spiked black armor with faces of dried, pale flesh and sunken in, gleaming green eyes stood at guard with halberds and shields. Behind this legion of 20 knights, one knight in crimson red armor and pale white, unblemished skin stood tall and proud. Strike them down, said the Crimson Knight. You can talk. Seth smiled. Good. I'll beat some answers out of you. Seth flew forwards at such velocity that he pierced through the line of shield-bearing knights with utter ease, generating a shockwave of force that blew them backwards. He slammed into the Crimson Knight and drove the knight into the ground, dragging the knight several dozen meters. Metal screamed and sparks flew as the knight's back armor scraped against the rocky floor. Tell me how to get out of here, roared Seth as he held down the Crimson Knight with one hand while cocking back the other in a ready fist to smash through the knight's face. The knight's eyes gleamed red as he gave out a command that echoed through the dull gray hallway. Do not care for me, my knights. Defeat the rest of the intruders. Wrong answer. Seth slammed his hand around the Crimson Knight's helmet and applied crushing force. His insane strength let his fingers dent into the helmet, and he ripped it off, revealing a pale face with red eyes and large, blood-sucking fangs. Some kind of fucking vampire, said Seth in wonder. So far, everything he and the villains had seen so far in this place had been out of some kind of horror movie. Zombies and skeletons and now vampires. What was this? The only explanation he could think of was that this was an alter power that could manipulate and warp reality to create what the user's mind wanted. The vampire knight hissed as he swiped with his gauntlets, throwing out a scything blade of crimson energy from his fingertips. Seth took the hit straight in his chest and flew back a few meters from the force of impact. A clean cut stretched across the chest of his green suit, but the invincible skin underneath was utterly unharmed. His eyes glowed gold as he shot down a beam of solar energy, aiming it at the vampire's legs. The vampire screamed in agony as the sunlight turned his legs into dust. Weak to sunlight just like the movies. Doesn't that make this easy? Said Seth. He floated down and planted a triumphant foot on the vampire's chest. Now, tell me how to get out of here, or else the rest of you crumbles to dust. Why, you intruders will find no answer from me. For there is no escape, said the knight, smiling. There is no glorious victory for you. All of you are destined to die. To be sacrifices in the ritual of eternity. No escape. Ritual. Stop bullsh *TTING me and give me real answers. Seth applied pressure on the Vampire Knight's breastplate with his foot, caving it in slowly and painfully. The Vampire Knight only smiled as his ribs and spine shattered. Seth stomped his foot straight through the Vampire Knight's chest. He knew that the vampire had no intention of telling him anything. It was in the knight's eyes. Resolute, almost fanatic determination. For good measure, he lasered the vampire into dust before flying back. When Seth turned around to see the rest of the A-class still fighting the knights, he muttered to himself. Weaklings. He flew back, showering solar beams on knights, disintegrating them near instantly. With precision shots, he eliminated the knights with quick efficiency. Seth, here, called out Simon. Seth floated down by Simon where their gang gathered around Evan Harker's limp body. Several gaping halberd wounds in his stomach showed the cause of obvious death. Alexis, where was your barrier? Snarled Seth. Alexis turned pale as she stepped back. I tried, but their weapons had this dark energy around them, it made them phase right through. It's true, said Simon. Just sh*t luck that Evan happened to be the slowest out of us to dodge it. He was dead weight anyway, said Zane. Without his drones, he would have dragged us down at some point. Seth looked down at Evan's lifeless, bleeding body, and he just shrugged. Zane's right, he was going to be useless at some point here. He turned to Valus and the Butcher angrily. You two, you're Trident, right? If you aren't working for Bruce Vane, then tell me, shouldn't the Trident be storming the Red Circle by now? Tearing that fucking place down brick by brick. Yes, said Valus. The Trident does not take attacks on them lightly, and they would have noticed my disappearance. An attack on a connector, the diplomat and news bearer of the criminal underworld, is a serious offense met only with force. We do not have the strongest presence in Haven, but over 2 hours have passed. By now, Trident forces from surrounding cities and bases should have reduced the entire place to rubble. Yeah, Seth Solar's eyes glowed as he stared menacingly at Valus. Then why haven't they caught the guy generating this dimension, huh? Why are we still here? I told you, I do not know, said Valus, panicked. His dematerialization field could most forms of solid matter into dust, but it could not deal with pure energy attacks like Seth's heat beams. I say we kill him and move on, said Zane. Yeah, said Seth Solar. If you kill me, the Butcher will go on a rampage, and by now, he has feasted on so many corpses that even you will not put him down lightly. Said Valus as he hid behind the Butcher's enormous, stitch-covered bulk. Don't hurt him, said the Butcher. And think about this, why would we risk our lives for this? We were set up, I'm telling you, set up just like all of you. Continued Valus. Won't do good to waste energy fighting among ourselves, agreed Simon. And they can still be useful. Then you two, stay in front. Any threat we face from now on, you two take first, said Seth. His eyes flashed with threat. Otherwise, both of you die. You think I can't kill this fat fuck on my own? I have more than enough solar energy left in me to turn him into a pile of ash. Think he can regenerate from that? We will do as you say, said Valus. He tapped the Butcher, and together, they moved at the head of the group. 11th floor. The 11th floor comprised of a narrow labyrinth of traps and puzzles. If a step was made on the wrong trigger plate, flaming arrows would fire or perhaps a boulder would roll down to crush individuals or a trapdoor would open to reveal hideous tentacled monstrosities. If a puzzle at certain indestructible doors was not solved properly, then more traps like toxic gas or spikes or animated golems of flesh and bone would emerge. Fuck. Seth Solar smashed his fist into another indestructible puzzle door after he failed yet again to solve it. It involved answering a riddle. Fuck that Evan. He knew all this puzzle and riddle bullshit. He was our brains, our analyst. He would have solved all this so easily. And he had to die like that on us. He died because you left us to fend for ourselves back there, said a Blackwater A-class student. Some kid called Jonas, rank 14, could fire rays of adjustable gravity from his hands. Seth Solar whirled around and lasered Jonas in the face, melting his head away into molten, gooey flesh. His decapitated body knelt on the ground, limp and lifeless. Anyone else want to question me? Said Seth as he looked out at the terrified class. Only Zane remained unfazed, staying at Seth's side with confidence. That's what I thought, said Seth. Aldrich trailed Seth's group from 2 floors behind, constantly keeping watch. He watched as their numbers thinned floor by floor. On the 12th floor, they had to face a zombie giant who smashed Alexis's barrier with a skill called Bastion Break, meant for breaking through shields, flattening several Blackwater A-class students who thought they were safe under it. This also killed Simon Wells, one of Seth Solar's gang. Now there were just 2 left. Seth Solar and Zane Soldata. The 2 strongest of them all. The Butcher also survived due to the nature of his ability granting him exceptional resilience and regenerative power. Valus also managed to hold on to his life with his disintegrating barrier and the Butcher's protection. But slowly, floor by floor, their numbers were thinning out. One by one, Aldrich saw the lives of those who had wronged him snuff out under undead might, and he felt nothing but satisfaction. The only way he could have made this better was if he had been there to personally kill them, but in life, there was always compromise. So long as he got to kill the Butcher and Seth Solar personally, he had no qualms about how things had gone, especially according to his original expectations. He had expected his party to reach the 15th floor, but not without significant losses. It seemed that the enemies of the floors from 1 to 10 were all around the same level threshold of 1 to 10, with some strong individual units nearing level 20, but after floor 10, almost all the enemies leveled up to the 20 to 30 range. At the level 20 to 30 range, Death Knights could reliably beat D-class villains and fight evenly with C-class villains. The majority of Blackwater's A-class had the potential to be high B or rank villains based on altar cell count alone, but the keyword was potential. They were still young and untrained, not to mention the fact that their altar powers had not matured with age. Altar cell count only showed a rough estimate of an altar's max potential. Actually training the body and powers to reach that potential took years and years of biological growth and personal effort. Overall, most of the Blackwater A-class were at the mid to high C rank level in terms of combat prowess. As a result, Aldrich fully expected most of the A-class to lose their lives from floors 10 onwards unless Seth Solar, who was most definitely an A-rank threat, helped them out generously. Granted, Seth had surprised Aldrich by being considerably more tactical than expected, rallying the A-class and having them protect each other with tactical defenses and offenses, but Seth's selfish nature showed itself as he increasingly began to leave behind his fellow A-class students when they became more and more of a drag. By the time they reached the 15th floor, the group had been culled down only to a few remaining powerhouses that stood head and shoulder above the rest. Valus, the Butcher, Seth Solar, and Zane Soldata. Zane was interesting. It seemed he had been hiding his power in Blackwater, sandbagging at rank 8 when in reality he could sacrifice more and more of his human form to become increasingly monstrous and stronger until it was clear that he could keep up with even Seth Solar. And now, as Aldrich saw them pass through the portal to the 15th floor, the floor requirement for Aldrich to complete his ritual of eternity, he could see everything he wanted, his vengeance, his power, so close to him, close enough to seize and make his own if he waited just a little bit longer. Yet when the group of villains entered the 15th floor, Aldrich felt distinct surprise. Chapter 71 Relentless, the Tyrant of Bone. When Seth Solar reached the 15th floor, he found the entire place covered in pitch-black darkness. He started to emit some solar energy from himself, lighting up the area to reveal a narrow hallway. The hallway's walls were decorated with stone carved into the shape of countless bones. Skulls, ribs, femurs, any type of bone from the human body on top of bones from strange creatures Seth had no idea about. He saw ahead that Valus and the Butcher had stopped in front of a large door comprised of thick white fog, forming a nearly solid veil which they were hesitant to pass through. "Go," shouted Seth. "You're our scouts, aren't you?" "I do not have the greatest feeling about what lies past this wall," said Valus. "Dangerous," agreed the Butcher. "Yeah," Seth's eyes shone. "Is it going to be any worse than me? Either you go through it, or you die." Seth was almost bluffing at this point. His version of the sunlight overdrive power was less efficient than his father's. Where his father could famously fight for 3 days without rest and without even losing strength, Seth could only fight at high strength for 6 hours. It had not been 6 hours yet, but solar beams drained the most energy, and he had to use them liberally because most of the monstrosities here did not stay down from powerful punches. They needed to burn to fully stay dead. Seth had enough energy in him for a few more strong fights, but he could not afford to waste power burning down the butcher. Thankfully, Valus submitted to Seth and waved the butcher forward. "Come on, butcher, show us the way," said Valus. "Don't want to," said the butcher. "You must," said Valus. Butcher shook his head. "Here, how about this, you go ahead, and I'll give you as many people to carve up as you want," said Valus. "As many as you want." "Really, as many as I want," said the butcher as he smiled gleefully and hopped in delight, his rolls of stitched fat and flesh jiggling as he did so. "Yes, as many as you want," said Valus. "Okay then, I go." The butcher immediately powered his way through the door of white fog. "If I get out of this alive," said Valus, "the Trident will hear of your mistreatment against me as well." "Shut up and go," said Seth. Valus sighed and moved forward, fading into the fog. "My instincts are telling me not to go," said Zane. By now, he had morphed into the size of a large car, his arms completely morphed into giant, bushy feathered black wings. His eyes gleamed red while he tried his hardest to utter out words from his distorted vocal cords through this beak. "Yeah, but what choice do we have? You of all people should know this," said Seth. He patted Zane's back. If there was anyone in this world that Seth respected or even remotely cared about, it was Zane. They were both born and bred for lives they had no choice to live. Where Seth was born to be a villain, Zane was genetically engineered to be a monstrosity, an obscene hidden corporate experiment in the Middle East where alterhuman wombs were inseminated with variant seed. Zane would have been bred to be a half-human, half-variant monster used like an attack dog, but he had escaped, becoming a mercenary from the age of 10 to survive. True, Zane moved forwards, fading into the fog. Seth followed shortly behind. Beyond the fog gate was a circular space 200 meters in radius and 50 meters high. The ceiling was domed and decorated with lines of spines and ribcages leading into a central point. Each of these spines ended with a huge lizard-like skull. A total of 12 skulls stared at the center of the dome where a crimson-red orb glowed. The walls of this place were decorated with bone as well, and at the center, a towering throne composed of bones meshed together stood tall. Seated atop the throne was an enormous, armored man with his clawed gauntlets drawn together. It was hard to tell whether the thing was actually a man or not. It sat so perfectly still that it was debatable whether it just a piece of armor. The armor was obsidian black and practically oozed threat. The armor jutted and curved into rough spikes around the shoulders and arms. Around the breastplate down to the torso, the metal seemed to be hewn into the shape of rough, jagged scales. Dull white, almost gold bone outlined the armor's spikes and edges, padding particularly heavily around the gauntlet areas to form enormous, bladed spikes lined with glowing, fleshy crimson red that seemed almost alive in a raw, primal way. The helmet of the armor curved up into 3 large horns, the middle of which formed the visage of a bone-capped, bladed crown. There was no gap in the helmet to show any flesh or eyes beneath. There was only a single glowing red orb at the center of the helm. "Stop looking and go," said Seth after he stood in awe for a few seconds at the armor. A sense of dreadful power emanated from the obsidian construct that made it hard for anyone to approach. Valus and the butcher inched forwards, and when they got within 30 meters of the armor, an echoing voice projected from it. It was deep and guttural, utterly inhuman and sinister in its tenor. "Where among you is the necromancer that wishes to fulfill the ritual of eternity? I, Relentless, the tyrant of bone, 7th among the Death Guard, shall test you. Fell my health below half, and the obelisk that you seek shall be yours." Relentless stared at Valus and the butcher with the glowing red eye in his helmet. Then he stared at Seth Solar and Zane. "The necromancer is not here. I see. He brings forth his minions to do his bidding. Such is the way of those that follow the occultation of Legion." Relentless stood up, the metal of his armor groaning threateningly, and he utterly towered over Valus and even the butcher, standing at 4 meters tall. Bloody crimson strands of energy started to emanate from edges and gaps in his armor. "No matter. I will sunder your flesh and take your bones into my collection. I will show the Legion the might of the shattered bone." Relentless took a step forward, and as he left his throne, it faded and disappeared. Valus immediately shrieked. "Butcher, kill him," said Valus as he floated backwards. "Go away, monster," said the butcher as he shoulder charged into Relentless. Volantis clenched his clawed gauntlets into a fist and cocked it back. The large spikes on his forearms, constructs of metal, crimson flesh, and bone, glowed with bloody power, and he slammed his fist into the butcher's shoulder. The punch generated a shockwave of staggering force that made Volantis skid back while sending the butcher, his entire near 1 ton of weight, hurtling through the air. "Respectable power for one who seemingly holds no magic within them," said Volantis as he stared at his fist. "But I was warned by the Lord that there are those that need not devote themselves to the mystic arts to gain strength. Curious. This will make your bones ever the more worth harvesting." Seth's solar flew in the air and launched twin solar beams while Zane circled above, unleashing volleys of giant bladed feathers at speeds easily outstripping the speed of sound. HMPH. Volantis raised his arm up, and walls of bone emerged all around him, blocking the heat beams and mass volley of feathers. "So all of you possess powers that do not depend upon the swirl of mana." Volantis smashed his fist into the ground, causing the bone wall to blast apart omnidirectionally. The butcher took the attack head-on, the huge bone shards gouging into his flesh like oversized buckshot. Valus blocked the bones with his disintegration field. Zane let the attacks hit him, but they bounced off his thick coat of durable feathers that formed a powerful armor. Seth's solar guarded his face as the bones shattered against his invincible flesh, though this time, he felt cuts and nicks where the bones smashed against him. This thing was strong. Way stronger than any of the other odd creatures that Seth had seen so far in this dimension. If he had to put a variant ranking to this, it would be a B-rank disaster variant at the minimum. "Bone Lance Volley," shouted Volantis as he pointed his claws at Seth's solar. A red magic circle formed in front of his hand and from it, a mass number of giant ribs shot forth like spears. Seth maneuvered around the bones. Meanwhile, the butcher charged again on the ground. Giant's bone hold, Volantis slammed his spiked, greaved foot into the ground. 2 enormous skeletal hands erupted form beneath the butcher, grasping him completely in a tight hold. A volley of black feathers crashed into Volantis's back, etching out sparks and clangs of impact. The feathers jutted out of gaps in the armor, but seemingly did no real damage. HMPH. "This type of damage is nigh meaningless against me," said Volantis as he crouched, generating power before shooting up like a meteor towards Zane. Seth's solar zipped in front of Zane and blocked Volantis's giant fist with his own. Another shockwave of impact permeated outwards. "Impressive," said Volantis. "Fuck off." Seth's solar fired a beam of solar energy that smashed directly into Volantis's face. The beam of gold instantly drove Volantis down in diagonal descent into the ground, smashing out a sizable crater on impact. HMPH. Volantis knelt as he put his hand out, blocking the beam. Heat waves shimmered around his gauntlets as the black metal turned red-hot, then white-hot. "This is considerable damage, yes. But I will not stand here and take it." Volantis opened his other hand, and a chakram of linked and sharp bones formed. He tossed the chakram towards Seth's solar, away from the beam of solar energy, and it curved its trajectory to meet Seth's solar's head. An expertly aimed feather struck the chakram and sent it off course, evading Seth's head by a hair. "Good teamwork. Commendable." Volantis rolled to the side, causing Seth's beam to strike ground. He then stood up and chanted, "Morph. Bone Guard Asura." 6 large skeletal arms spread out from Volantis's back, and in each of them, bone chakrams formed. He began to throw out these chakrams at supersonic velocity, replacing them as soon as they were sent out. Within 10 seconds, there were over 50 chakrams flying all across the circular arena, pinging off the walls and each other to create a mass game of pinball where evading hits became a nigh impossibility. Seth's solar and Zane dodged like mad, but even then, they suffered attacks here and there. Seth looked down at Valus, who cowered in the back, completely fine because his disintegration field destroyed the chakrams as soon as they came in range. "Valus, you useless fuck. Go up there and touch him. Disintegrate him," said Seth. "While he's throwing these boomerangs around, he can't move." Chapter 72. Volantis, the Tyrant of Bone 2. Valus floated towards Volantis's imposing, giant metal form as his total of 8 arms moved rapidly, manifesting and throwing out bone chakrams at such speed that they became blurs. The closer Valus got to Volantis, the thicker this storm of chakrams became, but because they were solid matter, Velus's disintegration field broke the endless flurry of bladed projectiles before they could shred Velus into pieces. Velus trembled as he hovered forwards. The only thing he could hear was the intense cacophony of bone smashing against rock, and the only thing he could see amid this storm of white bone was Volantis's gleaming red, orb-like eye. That eye stared directly at Velus. How amusing. You would challenge me straight on though your bones are frail. Then come, show me you deserve the flesh that hides away your bones, roared Volantis. Velus took in a deep breath and landed on his feet, staring at that terrible red eye that flashed with eager anticipation. He was not a fighter, he never really had been. As a connector that functioned like a diplomat in the criminal world, he never saw fighting as he was forbidden to attack others and others were forbidden to attack him. But he knew that it was now or never. Velus closed his eyes and sprinted with his arms outstretched, trying to disintegrate Volantis. What? Velus opened his eyes as he felt himself pass through Volantis. He looked back and saw that he had passed right through the giant creature, disintegrating out a man-sized hole inside the armor. Volantis stopped moving as the red light in his helmet eye dimmed down. His skeleton arms turned into dust while his regular arms fell to his sides. He slouched over, limp. The giant skeletal hands trapping the butcher broke apart, revealing the B-rank villain no worse off for wear. Seth Solar and Zane tanked and dodged through the last volley of chakrams with several bleeding cuts but no severe injuries. They hovered in the air as they looked down at Volantis. I've killed it, said Velus triumphantly. Where all you so-called soldiers could do nothing but fear, I managed to kill it. The fuck? Seth looked into the hole in Volantis's armor and saw that there was no flesh inside it. Just a sort of shadow darkness that flickered like miasma. Volantis had no physical body within. Commendable, human. Volantis's voice echoed out as he suddenly moved, the red light in his eye glowing again. He reached out and placed his hands on either side of Velus. Velus flinched, but Volantis did not touch Velus. You have managed to completely break down this proud armor of mine, but I am no being of flesh and blood. I am living armor, and disintegration alone shall not end me unless it is absolute. Red swirls of energy formed around Volantis's black gauntlet claws, and these struck Velus from either side, encasing him in an aura of red. Volantis raised Velus in the air using this crimson energy tether. And as living armor, I am also demon. And as demon, your soul is mine to feast upon. Volantis made a tearing motion with his claws, and Velus screamed before a faint red silhouette of himself emerged from his body, funneling into Volantis's red-eye orb. Volantis dropped Velus's limp, dead body. Your defense, this barrier that breaks down all manner of construct, was worthy of praise. But with flesh as frail as yours, your soul becomes far too easy to take. No, snack man, the butcher roared as he barreled towards Volantis after seeing his handler and caretaker die. He slammed two giant fists down into Volantis's shoulders. Volantis took the attack head-on, and the force of it shattered the stone beneath his greaves. The disintegrated parts of his armor started to patch back, regenerating as if new. And your flesh is sturdy, too strong to sever your soul from, but you wield the strength of this flesh with the poise of a simple-minded fool. Volantis's bone and black metal armor glowed before covering itself with raw red muscle fibers that threaded out from its gaps and seams. Volantis landed a clean left and right punch combo on the butcher's head, disorienting the madman and driving him a few steps back. The butcher snarled and swung his tree trunk of an arm wildly, trying to club Volantis away. Volantis parried the swing with an elbow strike to divert the blow away before landing a powerful punch to the butcher's portly stomach. While the butcher keeled over, Volantis followed that up with an uppercut that sent the madman flying backwards with several seconds of airtime. That is how you properly wield strength, said Volantis in a lecturing tone as the butcher crashed into the ground heavily, groaning in pain. Volantis then grunted as a laser beam blasted into his body, driving him into the ground in a crater. All the muscle fibers the laser beam hit sizzled and melted away. Organ stitching. Pyro glands. Volantis used shattered bone necromancy to channel the flesh, organs, and bones of creatures he had assimilated into himself. Previously he had been using the spell organ stitching, giant muscles, to cover himself with the muscle fibers of a giant. Now, he turned his metallic, bony armor dark brown, changing its hard exterior into a rubberier form. This was flesh from the flame-generating organs of dragons. highly resistant to fire damage. Volantis stood up, easily withstanding the solar beams now. However, volleys of giant black feathers pierced through his softened armor, piercing right through him. But since he was a living armor that had no vital organs to really pierce through, piercing damage like this did almost nothing to him. Part stitching. Drake wings. Volantis's armor body shuddered as two large draconic, black-scaled wings sprouted from his back. He leapt into the air while accelerating himself with his wings. The sudden speed let him catch Zane by surprise, and he landed a powerful punch that sent Zane crashing into the ceiling like a pinball. Seth Solar retaliated with a punch that Volantis blocked with a guard, but it was heavy enough to drive him back dozens of meters in the air before he stopped himself with a flap of his wings. Your raw might is exceptional. It outstrips even mine. I would require muscle stitching merely to keep up with it, said Volantis. You alone may reduce me to half my health. Yet without your necromancer to appear before me, I cannot recognize this trial. That is, unless you kill me fully. Then, I will have no choice but to cede the obelisk. Yeah, you're still not even down to half health, whatever the fuck that means, after all that, said Seth Solar. Did you think defeating one of the 5 Death Guard would be a mere simple task? Scoffed Volantis. All right then. Seth Solar glared at Volantis as Zane flew to his side. Zane, stand back. I'm taking care of this, said Seth. I'm going to kill this fucker. If I kill him, this whole thing ends. Zane understood what Seth wanted to do and nodded his eagle head, flying away. A duel. I will gladly take one, said Volantis. There is no better way to take the bones from flesh than in a proper duel where what is desired is taken rightfully. Seth reached into his tattered coat's pocket where he withdrew his cases of boost. He snapped open the black case, took out a vial of azure blue liquid, and uncorked it, drinking the liquid down. Zane. Seth tossed the rest of the case down and Zane caught it gently in his beak. Seth took in a deep breath as his body started to glow brightly, shining like the sun, illuminating the dark and gray depths of the arena as if a miniature sun had been set alight within it. His clothes burned away entirely as his body became completely dressed in a sheen of bright gold with his eyes a bright shade of pure white. Waves of heat rippled all around him as did strands of bright orange energy reminiscent of the solar flares and explosions that scorched the surface of the sun. It's about time I ended this, said Seth Solar. Oppose me if you can, mortal, said Volantis. I welcome the challenge. Chapter 73 Loot and Summons and More. Aldrich witnessed the villains start the fight against Volantis the Bone Tyrant and watched only for a brief few minutes before his invisible grave ward was destroyed by collateral damage from Volantis's area of effect bone attacks. That Volantis would appear here was a massive surprise. He was a level 40 boss character and the weakest among 5 Death Guard that formed the inner circle of powerful troops that served the Death Lord. But even then, he usually guarded the 30th floor of the necropolis, so to see him so early down in the 15th meant that the Death Lord fully intended on not allowing Aldrich to pass the 15th floor. At the same time, Volantis only needed the villains to reduce him to half health, and from an initial survey of his moves, it did not seem like he was using the full extent of his move set. This way, the encounter was balanced enough that Aldrich could handle it provided he was around level 30. Of course, Aldrich was not even close to level 30. He had gotten around that level requirement by abusing the party system to its maximum extent. Aldrich estimated that Seth Solar by himself could take down Volantis to half health if Volantis continued to handicap himself, at which point, this quest would just end. Volantis might have been planted in the 15th floor to limit how much experience and loot Aldrich could obtain to just what he could scour from the first 14 floors, but even that was enough to boost Aldrich up massively. Aldrich did not know exactly how much experience he had accumulated because he did not receive it until the end of the quest, and all the items he picked up, mostly suits of armor and weapons, did not go into his inventory but a separate space where, like his experience, he would be granted everything at the end of this quest. So far, the best pieces of loot that Aldrich had found were several grades of reinforcement shards that were necessary to upgrade or merge equipment into higher ranks. He also found a Tome of Skeletal Mastery and Tome of Necrotic Carnage, specialized in bone-based spells and high-damage necromancy spells respectively. These tomes were too high level for Aldrich to use right now, but after this quest, they were all fair game. Even with conservative estimates, Aldrich figured he could reach level 30. The only thing that disappointed Aldrich was that all the equipment here was for knights and warrior types, not spellcasters like him. He would have to find better Necromancer sets from the trial quests he could unlock from gaining levels here and use reinforcing shards to upgrade his lantern to a higher rank, as trial quest weapons did not get that much better than the lantern until past level 50 or 60. Aldrich spawned another grave ward and sent it ahead of himself as he entered the 10th floor. In his first attempt, this had been the furthest he could go with his own power before it became too difficult to continue. This floor was essentially a mini-boss floor with its Legion of Death Knights and its Captain Vampire Knight. But the villains had cleared it quite reliably, with Seth Solar easily smashing his way through it. Here, Aldrich witnessed the carnage that Seth Solar had wrought. Countless burnt black craters on the ground stacked with the melted corpses of Death Knights all spoke of Seth Solar's overwhelming might. Among these corpses was one that interested Aldrich: Evan Harker's corpse. One of Aldrich's tormentors, now reduced to a lifeless body lying still in a pile of blood pooling from several deep gashes in his stomach. Aldrich put a finger on the back of Evan's head, and a green sigil formed on it. This marked Evan to be raised for later. The Death Lord had promised that any units that Aldrich wanted to raise here, he could keep. His current unit's controlled limit was maxed out, but for this quest only, he could mark corpses to be raised for later. After this quest, when he gained more levels and attunement points to increase his unit count, he could sort through the list of units he marked for later and keep those best for himself. Aldrich marked as many Death Knight corpses as he could for himself, and this totaled up to 15 knights. He also marked the Crimson Knight Captain's headless corpse. With that done, Aldrich moved on. The 11th floor consisted of puzzles that the villains had already solved or brute forced their way through. Any traps they did not deal with, Aldrich was smart enough to solve anyway. Here, the undead were not that strong, it was the traps that made this floor difficult. Any A-class Blackwater student corpses that Aldrich saw, however, he marked to raise. The 12th floor was also a mini-boss room of sorts, comprising solely of a fight against a zombie giant. Here, the zombie giant had been felled by a laser beam to his head that completely bore through his brain. Aldrich marked the zombie for raising. He also marked Blackwater students that died for raising as well. This included Alexis, the Storm Generator, and Simon Wells, another of Seth Solar's gang. Aldrich repeated this process throughout the 13th and 14th floors, marking most of the Blackwater A-class to raise for himself. The only ones he could not raise were those that had been utterly destroyed or their bodies lost to traps. This raising spree also included the strongest monsters on the 13th and 14th floors. The 13th floor consisted of tunnels where bone wheels, masses of skeletons attached in wheel-like configurations, rolled around at high speeds. Here, Aldrich raised a death wheel, the largest and strongest of them. The 14th floor was a small forest of vampiric plants, and this place had been thoroughly burned down by Seth Solar's solar beams. Through the flames, Aldrich could not raise anything, but he did manage to salvage several seeds of vampiric plant monsters. Past the 14th floor, Aldrich entered the hallway that connected to Volantis's boss room. Here, he sent the Grave Ward ahead to check how Seth Solar and the rest of the villains were doing. He saw Volantis still fighting, though his health was halfway down to the 50% threshold. From there, Aldrich continued to watch the fight, replacing the Grave Ward several times when it got destroyed by area of effect abilities. At one point, he witnessed a development that made his mind race with possibility. Volantis stated that so long as the Necromancer himself, in this case Aldrich, did not enter the boss room, the trial would not be counted. That is, unless the villains actually managed to kill Volantis. At which point, Seth Solar decided to use the boost that Aldrich had intentionally let him bring in an all-out battle to kill Volantis and end the trial. That made Aldrich wonder about this fight. In all likelihood, with boost powering him, Seth Solar could actually defeat Volantis, even if Volantis went into his full strength, as he had already allowed the villains to reduce him nearly to half health. This was perfect. Aldrich had been mildly disappointed so far that the only items he had found were armor and weapons for warriors. But if Seth Solar managed to kill Volantis, then would Aldrich not have access to perhaps one of the best armor sets in the entire game? The armor set that could be crafted from Volantis's dropped boss soul was immensely useful and perhaps the absolute best for a necromancer that valued survivability and durability. Yet beyond this, Aldrich could now raise the living armor demon, for unlike in the game, he had the ability to raise boss-level monsters. In the game, the player character could wear Volantis's armor set simply as just that, a piece of armor. Volantis himself was dead and could not cast any of his shattered bone necromancy spells. What about now, though? If Aldrich raised Volantis fully, then did that not mean he could wear the living armor in its fullest power? With Volantis alive and casting his own abilities, effectively doubling Aldrich's strength, Volantis might even have the possibility to level up, as by the end of the game, when the player character and a massive party of fellow heroes assaulted the necropolis, Volantis had raised himself from level 40 in the first mid-game encounter to level 80 as a mini-end-game boss fight prior to reaching the Death Lord. The possibility of all this power coming to Aldrich rested, however, squarely on Seth Solar's shoulders. Would he defeat Volantis, especially before the little surprise that Aldrich had put into Seth's boost kicked in? It was difficult to tell. All Aldrich could do was wait and hope. And observe. He did not just observe Seth Solar's fight, he also kept a keen eye on his controlled unit's status tab. He could not link his sight to anyone from the real world from a different realm, but what he could do was keep track of his list of current undead, seeing their health, mana, and status, and noting whether their health went down or up or their skills went on cooldown or so on and so forth. Like this, he tried to stay on top of how the battle in the real world was going. Chapter 74 Red Circle Defense 1. The Red Circle. A convoy of 3 sleek gray armored cars stopped in front of the Red Circle's first line of defense, the guard tower occupied by valets, with a boom barrier that now glowed with energy, ready to release a repelling shockwave anytime a car tried to ram into it. In the guard tower, red-coated valets looked down with laser-sighted assault rifles. Sentry turrets at the top of the tower joined in on this vigil, aiming their barrels at a convoy of 3 gray, sleekly armored cars. The cars stopped in front of the tower, and from the third car, the passenger door slid open as a white and red-suited man with golden shades stepped out while adjusting his collar and gel-spiked hair. A guard accompanied the man, and it was obvious that this guard was no joke. He was armored from head to toe in high-end combat armor. A miniaturized aetherite reactor created a glowing red circle at his chest, and from there, lines of bright red energy spread throughout like circuitry, powering various add-ons like wrist-mounted guns, forearm-projected plasmoid blades, personal shielding, and kinetic energy absorption fiber matrices. In the guard's hands was a black assault rifle emblazoned with a blue logo consisting of a 3-headed dragon, the symbol of Imugi War Arts, the highest-end weapons developer in the entire world. This gun in particular was called the Hydra, for it had multiple modes it could enter with experimental nanotechnology molding. A smart link cable ran from the rifle's butt and attached to the back of the guard's helmet, linking the firearm to a variety of scanning functions and Imugi's famous sure-kill auto-aiming system that drew from an advanced localized artificial intelligence that ensured accuracy that exceeded human comprehension. "Get Casimir down here," said the man wearing shades to the valets in the guard tower. He eyed down the barrels of their guns with cool annoyance. From an intercom system in the boom barrier, Casimir's voice projected outwards. "I am right here, Mr. Pepperelli. How can I be of assistance today?" said Casimir coyly. "You know damn well what you did. There are rules in our line of work, Casimir, rules that I thought you of all people knew. Like not attacking a connector, let alone abducting villains from across 10 different organizations. Release everyone you've taken hostage or suffer a *T storm of consequence that will level this little club of yours down to smoking ashes," said Joe Pepperelli, the manager of the Trident's small base in Haven. "Ah, so you knew. Were you doing a little spying in my own club?" said Casimir. "The Trident doesn't fuck around with new villain recruits. They're all microchipped for vitals and location. And now, they're all gone, warped to God knows where, and that includes Valus, our connector, and the Butcher, one of our more important assets. Not to mention the Blackwater A-class. Do you know how many golden eggs you've taken with you? How many of those students that already had contracts to work with us are the rest of the Dark Six once they graduated?" "I am fully aware, Mr. Pepperelli. I brokered most of those deals, did I not?" "Then what the fuck is this?" Joe shrugged indignantly. 10 years. 10 fucking years that you spent working with everyone, and this is what you pull. For what? For credits. Bruce Wayne pay you more than what we were already funneling into you. Let's call this a grand retirement party for my exit from the criminal underground. Oh, retirement, is it? Joe laughed. You think you're retiring, are you? You think you'll leave this place in more than one piece? You truly must have lost your mind. All right, I have your answer. You're going down, Casimir. If not today, then tomorrow, or the day after, you won't have a single day's worth of peace, I can guarantee you this. And that secretary of yours, I hope you enjoy seeing her in pieces. Please, Mr. Pepperelli, you and I are both far too experienced in this line of work to know that you do not have to utter these threats. They are already implied, said Casimir. Yet from what I can see, your base in Haven is small, as are the bases of the other Dark Six, if indeed they even have one. All of you relied on my red circle to host you, and now, because you have such little presence here, you have very few forces. How are you proposing you break down our defenses with 3 cars worth of men? Like I said, it doesn't have to be today. We can wait for reinforcements to come in. Where are yours? Who do you have? Who will back you now? Said Joe. You may be surprised by the answer to that question, Mr. Pepperelli, said Casimir. Joe scoffed. Yeah, let's see. Enjoy your night, Casimir. Let's see if you get to live through it. Shame, too, because I really like the drinks in this place. Joe walked away, and immediately, when his back turned, the valets at the guard tower opened fire with their assault rifles. Joe's guard raised a right hand and generated a field of rippling magnetic distortions that suspended the bullets in the air. All right, elites, let's get to work. Joe clapped his hands, and immediately, the 3 armored cars opened their doors. Several combat armored men streamed out with synchronized efficiency, forming an ever-moving wave of crimson-faced specters of death. Elites. Within the Trident, combat personnel that did not have the best combat alter powers became foot soldiers that used their powers for utility while relying on armor, technology, and countless hours of training to refine their deadliness. Among foot soldiers, the highest class of them were the elites. Squadrons of deadly veterans who had proven themselves across countless firefights and operations of high intensity. Many were veterans of the corporate wars of 2080 and 2090 when mega corporations and their hired or in-house armies clashed. Before the valets in the guard tower could adjust their aim, a trio of elite soldiers gunned them down with perfect headshots. Another elite held his secondary arm out like his forearm was a shield, and from it, a red forcefield riot shield emerged, blocking sentry turret shots. Then, an elite behind the shield generator transformed his assault rifle. Parts of the gun shimmered before breaking down into a cloud of nanoparticles that then reformed into the bulkier barrel of a grenade launcher. He immediately reached into his utility belt, withdrew a trio of miniaturized grenade shells, loaded the gun, and fired. The grenades, or rather more like explosive rounds, blew apart the sentry guns, reducing them to smoking, fiery scrap. Boys, the red circle is no joke, and though you might be overqualified to deal with their *TTY in-house villains and mercenaries, their actual staff is a serious threat. You'll need my help. Joe took down his shades, revealing gray eyes marked with cross-shaped black pupils. Stim up. As Joe's voice projected outwards, the 20 elites shuddered violently as Joe's power, stim sound, affected their brains and bodies, causing them to massively overload in adrenaline and other fight-or-flight bodily processes. They processed time slower with massively heightened reactions from their brains overclocking. They no longer felt pain. They became monstrously aggressive, and yet still in control of their training. Their strength and speed improved. And on top of this, all the elites pressed a button on the necks of their helmets. This caused their suits to introduce into their bodies a bonus stim cocktail of incredibly potent performance-enhancing chemicals, swelling up their muscles. Most of these elites were technos with unenhanced physical bodies. However, they used their ability to interface with their combat technology, making up for this deficit, and with Joe's power, their stim cocktail, and high-end cybernetic enhancements such as dermal plating, duraplastic-laced bones, organ add-ons and organ failure safeties, they became a terrifying fighting force. Joe watched as his elites made their way deeper and deeper towards the red circle. The Valet Tower was only the outer edge of the Red Circle's territory. The night club itself was still several blocks further in. Yet, all the resistance he faced right now was pitiful. There were a few mercenaries hiding behind cars, some E&D ranker villains, and air support from drones that fired down explosive charges or rained down gunfire. The elites carved a path of carnage through all of them. They released their own reconnaissance drones that mapped out any threat ahead of them, linking to their top-of-the-line environmental awareness and threat detection scanning in their helmets. Any combat drones they saw, they shot down with extreme accuracy, even though most of these drones zipped around on their rotor blades with the annoying agility of flies. Any mercenaries that threw grenades had their explosives shot down in literal mid-air or even in the very instant their hands blinked out of whatever cover they hid behind. The moment a mercenary popped out his head to try and fire back, he was headshotted by an elite whose infinitely faster reactions and better technology gave them every single edge possible. The occasional augmenter or mutant-class villain would come charging by with armored skin or regenerative powers. Hardened skin was dealt with through explosive ammunition or armor-piercing rounds through soft spots such as the eye utilizing the Hydra's sniper form. Mutants with regeneration were disabled with rounds to the brain before blown apart with planted plastic charges in their center, destroying too much of their bodies for them to regenerate. There was no mercy, only clean, efficient execution. Chapter 75 Red Circle Defense 2. When the Red Circle was visible, that was when things became more difficult. Actual Red Circle staff, noted by their white bulletproof suits, though not nearly protective enough to fend against immunity-class firearms and ammunition, contended against the elites. Yet of these low-level staff could beat the elites either. In terms of sheer training, the Red Circle staff were on par with the elites, but the elites outgunned and outarmored them too severely. In exchanges of gunfire, explosives, and the occasional usage of alter powers, the elites came out on top. Joe lost 2 elites total while Casimir lost 12 of his personal staff, forcing them to retreat back behind the Red Circle's force field. The moment the staff was in protective range, raining down suppressive fire so that Joe and his elites could not advance easily, the force field came up. Joe lit up a cigar as he watched from far behind through a pair of binoculars. His elites were stationed behind whatever cover they could find in this urban jungle. Mostly cars and the walls of buildings. Some headed to the top of buildings to take up sniping spots, using activated kinesis fields on the soles of their boots to scale up vertical walls. Once in defensive, entrenched position, all of them eyed the force field warily. The Red Circle was ready for a siege. Its entrances and walls were shingled with neosteel plating, completely replacing the fancy facade with cold, hard, gray steel. But beyond this, the Red Circle's force field made it nigh impenetrable. The most conventional way to deal with a force field generated with ether was to use an energy weapon, but this force field was strong enough that the plasma coil weapon forms on the elite's hydras would not punch through this. For all intents and purposes, this was a deadlock. And yet, Joe could not help but feel uneasy. None of the elite staff of the Red Circle had shown up. Walters, Hirondell, Kubahead, Smoke, and Speebird. Each of these aside from Kubahead were strong and trained enough that conventional gun and armor soldiers could not easily deal with them. Yet, Joe had prepared countermeasures. Hirondell's violet swallow form consisted of pure energy that made her immune to almost any form of gunfire or explosive, but Joe had prepared powerful kinesis generators that placed artificial gravity fields which could hold her in place, and then it was simply a matter of changing the force vectors in the fields to tear her apart. Walters was fast, strong, and had high regeneration, but the elites all had in reserve on their belts a special type of corrosive ammunition chemically tailored specifically to negate his healing. Kubahead could generate warp traps from cube-shaped constructs, but these had a specific energy signature that the elite's scanning systems had in their database, preventing them from ever letting it catch them by surprise. Smoke was a melee fighter who could phase into smoke form, and she could reform from being dispersed. Yet, she was still just smoke. Flash freezing charges could completely entrap her. Speebird was the Red Circle's head of technological operations. He had little combat power by himself, but his strongest drone, the Albatross, was a mechanical menace that had enough firepower to wipe out the elites wholesale, not to mention it had powerful EMP shielding. But Joe had prepped techno-elites among his crew with viruses developed by high-end Trident Techno specifically to render the Albatross unusable. It was a shame that Joe's preparation he had made from the tiniest suspicion he got years ago that the red circle might one day turn rogue, did not see the light of day. Not yet, at least. It was obvious Casimir was holding out under his force field. This was an idiotic maneuver because, as Joe had made clear, Casimir had no more help. No reinforcements. Meanwhile, Joe had already called the Trident's main body and the rest of the Dark Six. They would send in their higher-class villains, and then the red circle was over. Granted, this might take days, but it would still happen. And what did Casimir have to counter that? His finite, ever-dwindling staff numbers and a force field that could stay up for what? 3 more hours. 4. Casimir was done. He might even fall tonight. Joe received a call. He flipped out his phone and answered it. Yeah, about damn time. He smiled. Talk about reinforcements, huh? Within minutes, 3 individuals came to Joe's position. One was a large, hulking mechanical humanoid with huge red shoulder pauldrons, red-plated armor, and a spherical head glowing with a horizontal blue line that stood in for eyes. His each and every moment was heavy, clanking and whirring with hydraulic pressure. On his shoulder was a menacing mounted cannon large enough that it looked like it could bust a bunker. The other 2 were more normal-looking individuals, a man and a woman respectively. The man was tall, heavily built, and had on a perpetual angry scowl. His hair was cut in a military buzzcut and his stern square jaw made it obvious that he never enjoyed anything in life. Overall, he was relatively simple in appearance, just muscle and plain black bodysuit. The woman was far more elaborate in aesthetic. She was also tall, taller even than the man, standing in easily at 6'3", 1.9 meters, with a slim but strong, athletic build that showed the curvature of her muscles through skin-tight body armor that had a regal gold, blue and white color scheme. Her face had fine, refined features marked noticeably by a diagonal scar that ran from the top of her right eye down to her chin. Blue hair tied up in a ponytail trailed behind her. On her shoulders were small golden pauldrons tapered out into golden feathers. 2 large strands of blue feather-shaped flexi steel streamed from her back, flowing with her each and every movement gracefully. In her hand was a white metal rapier handle that hummed with a blue miniature aetheryte reactor embedded in its crossguard. From the handle, a thin blade of bright blue plasmoid energy flickered. "Good to see Blackwater cares about their assets," said Joe as he spat out his cigar and ground it under his foot. "Nice to see you, Clank, Darius, and Colette." Blackwater's 3 combat instructors gave Joe a curt nod, but they mostly looked ahead with firm resolution to the red circle that had taken their students. With the students gone, Blackwater would fall under large-scale investigation. There was only so much the Dark Six could do to shield Blackwater from the government. The mass disappearance of 15 students was beyond what the Dark Six could do. And under investigation, Blackwater would have no choice but to dissolve and fade away into the shadows. The comfortably paid lives that Clank, Darius Fletcher, and Colette lived now would disappear just like that. And they were not about to let their money vanish into the smoke like that. "You see that force field? I'm not equipped to deal with it," began Joe. "I got it. Just tell your men to get the fuck back." Darius Fletcher stepped forwards, into the open, and his entire body lit up, turning a bright molten orange. Waves of heat shimmered all around him, and each step he took, the ground under his feet melted. "Gun him down," shouted a red circle staff from behind the force field. The force field was configured so that any matter from within could phase directly out of it without much issue. Dozens of gun barrels flickered like little stars as bullets rained down on Darius. Darius trudged forwards with zero hesitation. The bullets hit his body and either bounced off or melted into nothingness. An explosion rocked the side of Darius's head, blowing off a large chunk of his skull. Several massive rounds from the cannons and larger turrets on the red circle gouged out chunks from Darius's body. Darius paused for a second as his head and body regenerated from molten material. He then began a fast sprint towards the force field and slammed into it. He put both his glowing orange hands on the surface of the field, and as he did so, the normally translucent force field flickered in varying shades of blue as it warped and twisted under the intense heat and energy. Darius roared as a bright white sphere inside his stomach glowed visibly through his molten body. His heat output increased exponentially, and the force field began to slowly cave inwards like a piece of glass twisting under heat. Retreat inside. Back to the red circle. Immediately, the red circle staff filed into the nightclub, opening up the fortified neosteel doors just long enough that the last man could retreat in before closing shut. Not 1 second after the staff retreated within, the force field broke apart. Like a system short-circuiting from one fried wire, it only took a small surface area of a force field to break for the entire thing to power down. "Get in here, you maggots. I've only shorted the field out. It might come back up again," shouted Darius as he waved everyone forwards. His head blew apart into molten goo from another large-caliber turret shot, and he angrily looked up and fired a pressurized blast of lava at the turret, melting it before encasing it in a tomb of cooling rock. Chapter 76 The Final Act. Joe Pepperelli considered himself a cautious man. As someone who needed others to work his powers through, he knew when to keep both friend and foe alike close. That cautiousness bled into everything else he did, or else he would not have survived in the cutthroat world of the criminal underground. "Wait," Joe shouted to his elites before they could get into range of Fletcher, and, consequently, the turret fire raining down on the combat instructor. "Elites, hold defensive entrenchment. Shield line formation Delta." Several elites filed in front of each other and unlatched large metal discs with glowing red centers. They planted the discs at their feet and crouched down, pressing a few touchscreen buttons. The discs crackled with red energy before opening up, exposing glowing red circuitry and moving mechanical parts. Large front-facing shields of energy formed from these discs, and behind them, groups of 3 elites crouched for cover. "What is it now?" said Darius as he withstood more barrages of large-caliber gunfire and energy blasts from the dozen or so turrets installed in the red circle's facade. Crawler drones skittered across the walls, firing volleys of seeker missiles and adding to this damage. Darius, however, was practically invincible. Like many alters whose powers transmuted their bodies into specific elements or energies, he was invulnerable to conventional firearms and possessed no real vital organs to hit. The only real weakness was the white core in his chest that functioned like an engine to boost his heat and lava output, but destroying that did not kill Darius, it just limited his magma output temporarily. Unlike many other alter powers that transmuted the body fully into a different form, he also did not need to eat, drink, or breathe while maintaining this state, essentially rendering his energy levels the only definite timer on his power. The only way to beat Darius was by destroying every single part of his body in a single instant, preventing him from regenerating or dunking him in deep water where his lava form would solidify and entrap him. Even so, it was annoying to deal with all the hits he was taking because he needed to expend energy to regenerate. Darius shot forth globs of magma with expert accuracy at the turrets he found, disabling them one by one. None of the red circle higher-ups are here. They may be planning an ambush within. And we need to remain careful, especially of Kubahead and his warp traps. My elites will provide suppressive fire and snipe any drones, but you 3 will have to deal with breaking through the main door. Joe nodded to an elite, and several of them reached into their combat packs and took out spinning disc-shaped drones that shimmered, cloaking themselves. These reconnaissance drones had no offensive power, but they had advanced scanning systems that had Kubahead's energy signatures locked into them. "Fucking pansies, gonna sit behind those shields and hold onto your balls like that, huh? And red circle higher-ups." Darius laughed derisively. "Don't get funny with me, Joe. You and your elites might be scared shishtilas of them, but each of us from Blackwater is worth 3 red circle *T stains." Darius, however, relented to Joe's plan. He looked back after he finished disabling the last of the turrets. "Clank. Get your lil pea shooters out of my face," said Clank to the elites as he trudged forwards, all of his heavy metallic parts clanking and clicking, emitting the sound of hydraulic pressure hissing from pistons external and internal. He looked like a living tank, awe-inspiring in his bulk and sheer power. He knelt down, and his 3 large metal toes extended out before hooking into the asphalt below, cracking into the ground for a firm hold. His enormous red shoulder cannon lowered, and the barrel began to light up orange and spin. Patterns of blue energy lit up all around the length of the red weapon of mass destruction. The cannon aimed square at the red circle's main door. Where before the door was a discreet yet stylish double door of tinted glass decorated with golden floral patterns at its frame, it was now a fortified gray neosteel frame at least half a meter thick. No conventional firearm would ever get through that. But Clank did not believe in conventional. No, he did not believe in anything that did not generate an explosion loud enough to rupture an eardrum. Go big or go home was his motto, and he lived by it. A deafening, rumbling crack echoed through the air as Clank's giant body recoiled. The ground under his anchored feet shattered. The sound of metal exploding, literally shattering into pieces under unfathomable impact, pierced through the air. Neosteel was the most durable metal on the market that was not techno-custom made. It involved a smart, atomic structure that incorporated nanotechnology to shape itself in the most efficient structure against any specific type of damage or impact. It was flexible, durable, adaptable, and, in the Red Circle's case, upgraded even further so that it was also heat-proof and shock-absorbent, making it bomb-proof. But now, that magnificent Neosteel door had been blown apart like glass, its broken pieces smoking and blackened from impact. Clank opened his metal mouth, and steam and smoke hissed out as he exhaled and stood up, detaching from the floor. Nothing beats the boom of a railgun, I tell you. Nothing. Scan the insides, we don't want to deal with any ambushes, said Joe. The elites moved quickly, using handheld controllers to sending out their recon drones into the broken main door to scan the insides for threats. All clear, said an elite. All clear. No hostiles, either. Joe narrowed his eyes. Not a single trap in sight and not even any personnel to try and defend. Something was off. Yes sir. All clear, repeated an elite. Joe worried for a moment before calming down. If it was just himself and his elites, he would be hesitant to push through. But he had 3 of Blackwater's combat instructors with him, and they gave him all the assurance he needed. Clank and Fletcher were solid B-rank villains. Colette at B+. At the B rank, villains and heroes alike became legitimate, recognized threats. The Red Circle's higher-ups were strong, yes, but they were either at the highest end of C rank or on the low end of B. There was just that much of a divide between the C and B ranks. The difference between those that were just strong and those that were exceptional. Darius Fletcher was not exaggerating when he stated he could deal with 3 of the Red Circle's higher-ups. In a direct engagement, it was probably true. Feeling more confident, Joe waved to his men. Squadrons 1 and 2, spread out and mobilize, said Joe. Flush anyone out with smoke and flashes. If you detect Kubahead's trap cubes, break them with sonic grenades. Kubahead could create small black cubes of energy that he could remotely activate or have detonate in foreign presences, causing the cubes to expand and warp individuals to other locations. However, these cubes were fragile like glass, and sonic suppressant grenades could release far-reaching waves of force that could easily shatter them without the need to ever risk nearing them. 10 of Joe's men moved forwards, sweeping the area around them with side-to-side scans of their Hydra assault rifles. They moved quickly but carefully, and entered into the Red Circle bit by bit, allowing those ahead to cover for those behind, making it so that if there was an ambush, losses could be minimized. Joe was careful enough to keep the rest of his 8 men outside, just in case something happened here. Darius watched the elites file in. So, any threats? Not yet, said Joe as he saw the last of the 10 elites from his 2 advanced squadrons move in. Dance floor is secure. Second floor is being secured as we speak. They must be concentrating their defenses on the 3rd floor, where Casimir is holed up like a rat. Darius spat a glob of magma on the ground. It melted and sizzled into the asphalt. We'll tear him out of there soon enough. Hostiles. Above. One of Joe's elites suddenly shouted. Joe immediately whipped his head. A veritable flock of drones buzzed above, descending towards everyone outside. Some of these drones were combat drones, but many were just utility or commercial grade. No explosives, shouted an elite, confirming that they were not suicide bomb drones. But then what the fuck was this? Without bombs strapped to these drones, the vast majority of them were just chunks of flying metal. Gun them down. Use your EMP charges. We take no risks here, said Joe. Joe's 8 elites knelt down and rapidly gunned down the swarm of drones above with volleys of explosive rounds. They tossed up EMP charges in locations where the drone swarm was thickest, disabling large swatches of them. Casimir must be getting real fucking desperate if this is his idea of a distraction, laughed Darius as he crossed his arms and looked at the dense cloud of random drones above. Wait, hostiles. Switching to anti-unit fire, said an elite. Now that the cloud of drones had been thinned enough, it was possible to see that there were people hidden within. White-suited men and women with some form of flight capability, whether it was levitation or through wings. The strike squad, shouted Joe. Take them out before they reach us. The Red Circle strike squad consisted of its airborne staff that functioned like cavalry, making quick strikes in and out with their mobility. Joe had been on guard against them. He knew that they would not fight in the insides of the Red Circle where their flight was restricted. But throughout the night, the strike squad had never shown up. Not until now, when Joe had allowed his confidence to lapse just a tiny bit, splitting his elites up in half. Joe's mind raced. The cloud of drones had also hidden the strike squad not only in a mass of metal, but there was enough interference generated from the mass of drones that it was impossible for the elites to scan them out beforehand. Yet the strike squad was still high enough up that they would suffer horrible losses before getting close. Already, Joe could see members of the strike squad grunting or yelping in pain as bullets struck them, many of these bullets goring through their heads to instantly kill them. Several bodies dropped out of the air, crashing into the ground and bleeding out of holes punched into their brains. Out of the 20 or so strike squad members, maybe only 3 or 4 would land on the ground without injuries, and then what? Blackwater's faculty would just annihilate them. Where's Hirondell? Said Joe. His eyes darted from side to side as he tried to find the leader of the strike squad. Without Hirondell, this attack was meaningless. She was the only one with enough power to put up a fight against Blackwater faculty, and yet, even she was hilariously outmatched against 3 faculty members. She's not there, shouted an elite. Cube energy signatures scanned, said another elite. At the mention of cubes, Darius immediately perked his head up and grew serious, the laugh wiping off his face. He started to blast forth streams of magma up to try and thin out the strike squad. Clank could not do anything. He was recharging from using his railgun. Joe stared at Colette as she just stood there with a hand on her hip and bored expression on her face, looking at the mass of whining drones and flying altars above. What? Said Colette in distinctive French accent. I can't fly. Joe turned away from Colette and to his men. Snipe those with cubes. Ignore all others. Squadrons 1 and 2, recall. Shouted Joe. He understood what was happening. The strike squad was essentially committing a suicide attack to try and throw down Kubahead's warp cubes to try and teleport everyone away. Joe saw as his elites expertly began to snipe those holding the cubes, but strike squad members without cubes acted like meat shields, soaking up bullets as long as they could. Too late. Warp defense formation, shouted Joe. The elites gathered in groups of 3 as they continued to fire, making sure they would not be alone when warped away. Yet those with the cubes did not focus on the elites. They made beelines towards Blackwater's 3 faculty. When they got close enough to the ground, the final 3 members of the strike squad tossed a cube at each of the 3 combat instructors. Fuck. Darius tried to reach out and shoot magma at the cube in front of him. Welp. Clank saw the cube hover in front of his face. Colette shrugged at the cube in front of her, knowing nothing she did right now mattered. At this range, destroying the cubes would still trigger its warp effect. The cubes expanded and engulfed each combat instructor in a cube of inky black before vanishing away. In exchange, the elites immediately gunned down the last of the strike squad, killing them all. Joe looked around at the battlefield. 20 white-suited bodies were scattered all across the ground, some slung over streetlights, some crashed into cars, some splattered on the ground from freefall after getting shot in the head. Fires from Darius and ammunition-based explosions crackled and roared in the night breeze. Countless broken drones sputtered all around, loosing an eerie mechanical elegy for the dead. All squadrons, return to me. Defensive entrenchment. Keep your Red Circle contingencies on hand, said Joe. He adapted to this sudden turn of events. He did not panic. Time was still on his side. Casimir had lost all of his strike squad to warp the Blackwater faculty away, and those were the strongest among his non-higher-ups. The rest were fodder that Joe's elites could gun down. The only issue was the higher-ups themselves. Probably, Casimir thought that without the Blackwater faculty, Joe's elites were defenseless against the Red Circle higher-ups. Joe smiled as he put on his shades again, his rapidly beating heart starting to calm again. Little did Casimir know, Joe had prepared a contingency plan against all of the Red Circle's higher-ups. The corrosive rounds for Walters, the kinesis fields for Hirondell, and the viruses against Speedbird's tech, all of this still gave Joe the upper hand. Joe almost wanted Casimir to bring out his higher-ups. He wanted to imagine how Casimir would despair when those he considered strongest and closest to himself were systematically and cleanly executed by Joe's elites. Wah! Joe dropped his shades as he felt blood trickle from his mouth. He looked down and saw a serrated dirk of black metal made slick by his blood. It jutted out of his chest, where his heart was. Joe's knees failed and he fell on the ground. The force of the blade ripping out of him turned him around on his back, and he looked up to see the last thing before he died, the cold, inhuman stare of a fleshless bare skull. Chapter 77 Dying Sun. Brilliant solar explosion after explosion rocked the insides of Volantis's boss arena, linking into a strangely beautiful chain of golden novas that formed a network of glimmering lights that looked like a constellation. What drew this constellation was Seth's solar punching Volantis over and over and over and over again in hyperspeed. Each of his mighty punches loosed not only a shockwave of enormous kinetic force, but a burst of light as his solar energy reserves burst out of him. Volantis shot around like a pinball, gouging out craters in the ground, walls, and ceiling as Seth's solar punched him, then flew to him at hyperspeed, punched him again, and repeated this process over 100 times. Volantis could do nothing but ball up and put his arms out in front of his head in a guard. He had used organ stitching to make himself as fire and physical damage resistant as possible, wrapping himself in thick coils of muscle, sturdy plate-like scales, and layering himself on top of that with dragon flame sac lining. But though Volantis could dramatically reduce the damage he took, he did not have the raw physical stats to keep up with Seth's solar. Seth's solar was absurdly fast right now, faster than what the human eye could perceive, faster than a speeding bullet, and against his onslaught, all Volantis could do was weather the solar storm. After another onslaught of punches, Seth's solar's aura of glowing orange and bright golden light started to dim over time. His breathing became heavier, his flight speed lagging and his blows weakening in their sheer destructive intensity. Energy seemed to leak out of him, shooting out from his body in strands of orange that dissolved in the air, leaving in their wake a trail of glimmering gold sparkles. Like the remnants of a dying star going supernova. Die! Seth's solar unleashed one more solid punch against Volantis from above, shooting the living armor down into the scorched, cratered ground below. This blow embedded Volantis in the deepest crater made so far, the cracks of the environmental damage streaking out through nearly the entire arena. Seth's solar breathed in and out with deep, gasping breaths, and each time he exhaled, a little more of his solar energy streamed out. He looked at the arena around him with glowing golden eyes that dimmed more and more by the second. Zane had balled up in a coat of defensive feathers, preventing himself from dying to collateral damage. The Butcher, on the other hand, was not so lucky. The simple aftershocks of solar energy gusts and force shockwaves from Seth's solar's intense barrage had torn the Butcher's body apart, leaving his bits scattered everywhere. But due to the nature of the Butcher's ability, it was possible the villain was still alive. Not that it mattered to Seth. In a battle of this scale, the Butcher was useless. He looked down at Volantis, wondering if the damn thing was dead. Volantis was still in the middle of his smoking crater, all of his muscle and newly formed organs charred to a black crisp. Fuck. Seth felt more of his energy leave him in streaks, and he held off on his flying, slowly falling back down to the ground. Something's wrong. He looked down at his hands. His energy was leaving him, his golden aura fading as it dissolved into little twinkling sparkles that faded into the darkness of the arena. He fully expected to lose a vast amount of stored solar energy, but that was because he knew he was going to use it all up. Right now, he was losing energy without even doing anything. The color of his normal skin started to return as his shining gold aura faded, and that was when his eyes widened as he saw black streaks within his visible veins. Cryptic. The realization hit Seth as his vision blurred. He felt deeply sick to his core, his strength leaving him in waves. Impressive. Truly commendable. Volantis emerged from his crater, piles of burnt rubble spilling from his huge frame. He moved shakily, and no longer did he regenerate damage to his armor, revealing a host of scorch marks and melted, warped holes. Your flesh is strong, very strong. I can hear your bones screaming under the oppression of that mighty flesh. Thus, it is my burden to bear to free those bones of yours. Volantis put his right hand over his left forearm. I do not know if I can use this power, for my levels have been reduced considerably. But I no longer possess the strength to fight you otherwise. With a solemn chat, Volantis uttered the words, "Part stitching, arm of the blood god." A massive surge of crimson energy burst out from Volantis as he emitted a war cry that thundered throughout the arena. The entire arena lit up a shade of threatening red as Volantis's burned metal body started to line with veiny streaks of brightly glowing red, forming a circulatory system that branched out from his left arm. The left arm itself turned into a shade of pure red, almost like an energy construct. Volantis trudged forwards, his steps shaky and weak while he supported his glowing red left arm up with his right hand, as if his left arm was an enormously heavy weapon. Seth Solar fell to a knee as he watched Volantis slowly walk towards him, that red arm of his with its claws outstretched ready to make lethal contact. He grit his teeth as he tried to muster up power in his eyes to unleash a solar beam, but with the boost wearing off and cryptic circulating through his system, his eyes only managed to flash gold before crackling, unable to build up energy. Seth grunted in pain as he rubbed his eyes, looking down, and that was when he saw a case land in front of him. The blue glow of a boost vial emanated temptingly at him. Of the 3 vials he had come with, this was the only one left. The other one. A dark mass rushed over Seth's head with a squall of wind trailing behind it. Seth looked up to see Zane colliding against Volantis. Zane had boosted himself, turning his humanoid form entirely into that of an avian variant. He looked like an enormous crow-eagle hybrid covered in thick coatings of sharp, midnight black feathers. A whirlwind of feathers floated around him in a tornado of slashing blades. Gah! Volantis skid backwards as he held out his blood god arm against Zane's supersonic approach. Volantis buckled down to one knee as the red sphere of light in his helmet started to dim, indicating near death. But the blood god's arm had enough strength to stop Zane as Zane loosed a bestial roar and bit down on Volantis's shoulder, tearing right into the sturdy metal with a sharp red beak. 6 red eyes gleamed menacingly from Zane's head, all of them directed in killing intent against Volantis. Volantis knew that even a second more spent against this crow creature would lead to his own death. He activated the blood god's arm. The glowing red arm's claws sunk into Zane's chest, easily tearing through the metallic feathers, and once they fit yielding, blood-filled flesh. Zane's body ruptured as stakes of hardened blood burst out of his body from within, completely skewering him from the inside out. Zane loosed a piercing cry of pain before his head hung limp, his stiffened feathers growing soft. The whirlwind of feathers raging around him stopped moving, softly falling to the ground. Volantis shook Zane's body off the side. Now, only you are left. Volantis trudged forwards with hellbent determination. Bloody stakes started to rupture out from his own armor body. The side effects of drawing upon the power of a level 100 blood god far beyond what his current form could withstand. But even as the stakes emerged, ripping through his armor and ravaging his life force, he continued forwards, ever forwards, for at heart, long ago when he was still a man of flesh and blood over bone, he had been a noble warrior, and true warriors always saw their fights to the very bitter end. No compromise, no surrender, no retreat, not when your comrades fall one after the other, leaving you alone in a sea of blood. Not even when you are beaten, bloodied, and torn asunder. Not even when your flesh is torn from your bones. No, when there is nothing but bone left, that is when you are truly free. This is what Volantis thought as he made his way to Seth Solar on the last dregs of his hit points. Seth took the boost vial before him, raised it over his open mouth, and snapped it in half. The liquid fed into him, and once again, a huge burst of solar energy radiated out from him. Boost was far less effective when used successively, not to mention the cryptic poisoning, so Seth Solar could only generate a temporary chunk of energy that would fade away rapidly. But this was all he needed. You're done, said Seth coldly as he concentrated the small burst of energy into his eyes, firing off twin mighty rays of searing golden heat that washed over Volantis. Volantis's black silhouette crumbled away in that light, disintegrating into nothingness. When the light faded, all that remained of him was a small red orb, no larger than a tennis ball, the core of his being that had been in his helmet. The orb glimmered red before dimming down into a mute gray, indicating Relentless's death. Seth made his way over to Zane's corpse. He knelt down by the giant crow and realized with some surprise that Zane was still breathing. But death was inevitable. The stakes that jutted out from all around his body meant that Zane's internal organs were all shredded. It was by pure variant tenacity that he could even stay alive like this. Not to mention the cryptic poisoning left Zane with zero chance of ever recovering even if he was rushed to the best hospital in the entire world at this very moment. Why the fuck did you do that, Zane? You think I needed help? Seth's voice lost its regular edge. He spoke softly, or as softly as he knew how to. You and I, we were both supposed to live and be strong. Strong enough that we could break free from the lives they forced on us. I treated you and only you right because I thought you and I were the same. Because you understood me. We knew what it took to survive, how much we had to kill and take. I thought we would both make it together. Stand at the top of this world no matter how many bodies we had to pile beneath us. And now, look at you. Seth shook his head at Zane's fatal wounds. The last of his solar energy started to fade away, dissolving away his aura of gold fully to leave his bare skin and face. We were supposed to show them we had a fucking choice. That we were strong enough to tell this sick world to go fuck itself so that we could live our own lives with our own choices. How the fuck are you going to do that when you're dead? Zane breathed slowly, the air in his throat rattling, heralding his passing. His 6 red, black pupils landed on Seth. I did have choice. I made choice. Regret. Zane's eyes closed, his consciousness fading as blood pooled out in huge quantities from his horrendous wounds. Seth felt the blood warm under him as he saw Zane suffering. He shook his head again and put his hand on Zane's head before twisting his friend's neck, instantly killing him to end his suffering. Seth stood up, breathing deeply as he looked at his blood-soaked, black-veined body. He looked around at the arena, waiting for it to dissolve. That was when he heard a faint rumbling from behind him, from the entrance of the arena. Footsteps echoed. He turned around, and then his eyes widened in impossible surprise. Why you? Began Seth. How does it feel, Seth, to lose your friends one by one? Said Aldrich as he made his way towards Seth with his suit on. Aldrich saw the butcher's decapitated head and grabbed it, inspecting it like a piece of fine art. Ah, you're still alive. Excellent. He took the butcher's head and shoved it into his chest where his chrysalis generated a small black portal to absorb it. He then reached Relentless's gray core and tapped it, emblazoning a green sigil on it to raise for later. Finally, he stared at Zane's corpse when he got close enough to Seth. To be honest, I was even surprised you could even make a friend like this. That you even cared about someone. You didn't give a sh*t about the rest of your gang dying. Aldrich stared down at Seth's bloodied body as he tore open the chest of his suit, revealing the phylactery that replaced his heart. The purple orb crackled with arcs of energy, reacting to the near completion of the ritual of eternity. But the fact that I managed to rip something precious from your heart almost makes me feel like my own is whole again. Chapter 78 The Ocean's Call. You'll also like. In the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, several kilometers away from Haven City. Inside an enormous cavern, in water so deep that not a single ray of light dared to trespass, the mangled body of a giant manta ray curled up in a ball. It loosed a ghostly siren wail of pain that traveled through the dark waters, but found no call of pity to soothe it back. For these waters were empty, the cavern itself located in what was known as a null zone, that generated black spots where no ether-based power could observe. The latent ether in these areas also formed a naturally concealing barrier that prevented conventional surveillance from breaching. In this cave of privacy, the manta shuddered as its form grew increasingly fragile and thin. Its spines, once large and fierce and capable of generating mass quantities of lightning, were now reduced down to nubs. The white and blue flesh of its majestic wingspan shriveled and dried into a dark husk. The many wounds on its head had sealed over but now opened up again as the creature exerted itself. Blood pooled out from deep scars that reached dangerously close to its brain. But the manta did not care about its own health. It cared only about one thing. It curled itself up into a tighter ball, keeping its flesh wrapped over a rippling orb of gray slime. In here, something terrible, something horrible, gestated. The silhouette of an eerie infant form shuddered and convulsed as it grew and grew by the moment within this womb of slime and flesh. Helical strands of eerie glowing blue fed into the infant from the manta, and as these strands streamed out, the manta grew thinner and thinner. These were nutrients and genetic material from the many the manta had dissolved with its slimes and variants that she had devoured during her hunts over the past 6 months. Cleanse the rot. This was the instinctive message drilled into the manta when she came into contact with the voice. But she had failed. The rot was too strong. The rot's carriers, the humans, were too much to overcome with their walls and mighty fighters, and now the manta accepted her impending death from her injuries. But the manta entrusted that her precious child would succeed where she had fallen. Cleanse the rot, the manta whispered deep into the depths of her unborn child's psyche, deep into its genetic memory. The manta grew thinner and thinner, until finally, it had been absorbed into the very womb of slime it had created, turned into the final burst of nutrients and energy needed for her child to be born. The gray slime womb crystallized solid, turning many shades darker, almost into a black crystal suspended within these dark and lonely waters. The infant within was nearly fully formed now, and surprisingly, it was far, far smaller than its mother. Its silhouette was shaped like the carriers of the rot, its body upright with 2 arms, and 2 legs, and it was not much larger than the carriers, those humans. Yet, within that tiny body, there was undeniable power. The crystal cocoon started to shatter as the silhouette's large, circular eyes glowed a distinct azure blue. Cracks wreathed all around the womb prison, and light shone brightly out of it as contained, built-up might struggled to spill out. Then, the cocoon shattered, and a pillar of blue energy rumbled outwards, piercing through the ocean and into the skies, and thus, with the rumbling of thunder, the call was sent out and the herald born. Among districts in Haven, it was an indisputable fact that the highest concentration of suited-up, heartless corporate workers with the fattest credit accounts lived in the financial district. Here, the corporate worker bees and their higher-ups, all collectively called suits, toiled endlessly for their mega-corporations, specifically for Hammerhead Industries that dominated the Haven's northern manufacturing district and Nautilus Moving that held a tight monopoly over Haven's shipping. In Haven's center, the streets became cleaner. High-end Arma police rotated around in their cobalt blue combat suits, ensuring that no common street thug could even dream of stepping foot in these wealthy streets. No, the only crime that they allowed was crime perpetuated by the suits themselves, because at the end of the day, mega corporations were just glorified gangs pumped up to a multinational scale. Their white collars were not above staining with blood, as evidenced by the 3 great corpo wars of 2080, 2090, and 2100 that shed blood on the order of hundreds of thousands. It was a common saying among regular folk that, where there were suits, there were walls, and this held no less true for Haven's city center. The central district was defended by its own set of walls independent of the panopticon and government-funded walls of the city proper. These walls were far higher tech, personally commissioned by the wealthy to protect them. Not to mention it kept out lower-class citizens. Within these walls, inside the penthouse suite of the White Rose, an internationally renowned 5-star hotel, 2 men sat on a luxuriously cushioned couch as they watched a wide telescreen projecting images of brutal, bloody battle that completely contrasted with the clean, cool white marbles and golds and floral patterns that decorated the walls of their room. So, what do you think? Wouldn't it be fun to just show up and screw with them? Said a red, blue, and gold costumed man as he bared an eager grin. His costume seemed almost elegant, its body armor and fabric designed to mimic a rather dapper overcoat and suit getup. His eyes flashed with bright color, his white pupils lined with 3 rings of red, blue and gold matching his costume. At the center of his costume that barely hid the curvature of his muscles was the Roman numeral 3. This was Hat Trick, A-rank hero. What's the point? We would just be dealing with small fry, said a powerfully built giant of a man with a much plainer suit. It was brown with stony crack patterns like the earth with heavy mechanical bracers of white that made his arms look enormous like those of belonging to a gorilla. This was Seismic, also a rank hero. The 2 were rank heroes stationed in Haven in case there were further variant attacks. True, said Hat Trick. It's like I'm looking at a D-list carnival. Weak-ass villains just shooting each other up, huh? Doesn't it kinda make you want to just show up, in the name of public safety and all, and just utterly stomp these fools. Just to show them that there's way bigger fish out there. Not particularly, said Seismic. He shrugged his boulder-like shoulders. Oh come on, you like breaking things, don't you? Don't you want to just go out there and break these villains in half? Said Hat Trick with an eager smile, waiting for an excuse to leave. Yeah, but it's an unhealthy urge, and I don't like feeding into it. Messes with the whole hero job, said Seismic. Plus I've been 8 years free from any unnecessary breaking incidents. Don't want to lose that streak now. But these are villains, Seismic. They deserve to get broken. Hat Trick motioned to the screen where his navigator, a techno specialized in providing surveillance and reconnaissance for heroes, transmitted video feed and images of the scuffle happening at the red circle. Yeah, probably, but you know the rules. If villains fight among each other, you leave them alone. Better to let them thin out their own numbers, said Seismic. But I'll give you this. If they involve civilians somehow, I would nay willing to go there with you. I didn't know you were this boring, Seismic, said Hat Trick with a roll of his strangely colored eyes. I'm 50 years old, Hat Trick, and I have a baby boy that watches the news to see how much of a hero his dad is. Breaking villain spines on live TV isn't exactly great for that, said Seismic. Maybe even 10 years ago, I would have gone, but now. No, not really. Seismic struck a concerned look at Hat Trick. You know, sometimes I worry that you have an even worse addiction for violence than me, and my addiction's medically diagnosed. A side effect of my power needing me to shatter things or something. You should get yourself checked out. Hat Trick scoffed. I'm fine. I'm just bored as all hell waiting for something to happen in this *TTY city. I don't see any variants attacking, and I'm not about to do some low-level *T like stopping the local convenience store from getting robbed. Figured this whole red circle thing was the next best thing to get myself moving. Still, I wonder about the consequences of this, said Seismic. He scratched his slicked back gray and black hair. The red circle going rogue. The Trident mobilizing forces against them. And those 3 B-ranker villains too, I thought they were Mia. But they show up now all of a sudden. Something big must have happened. Chapter 79 The Ocean's Call 2 You'll also like. Beats me. I just kind of wanted to go out there and flex my muscles a little. I don't hide the fact that I love to crush the weak, whether they're whimpering variant beasts or weakling alters. But yeah, seems like this isn't worth it. Not like stopping this fight is going to net us any real AP. Might as well wait for them to get civilians in the crossfire to up any AP gains, but even then, villains are real careful these days to keep their fights all self-contained, so meh. Hat Trick yawned as he realized his chances of going out and beating up villains diminished by the moment. But honestly, as he noted, it was not really worth it either. Heroes received AP achievement points based on successful missions that determined their placement in rankings and potential for promotion. But variant attacks provided the most AP while apprehending villains provided far less. As a result, most low-tier heroes who were not strong enough to go out and fight variants and instead had to help dealing with street-level crime in neighborhood patrols or whatnot faced plenty of ridicule. They were dubbed janitors, that swept the streets of petty crime instead of being strong enough to defend humanity against variant attacks. The real heroes were those who could stand up to flashy giant monster attacks and save countless lives. This lenient attitude towards villains, especially compared to during the age of villains where they were feared as tyrant overlords, occurred due to reforms that occurred after the monstering where a huge move for a unified humanity against variants started. And, at the end of the day, villains were still humans. Many villains joined heroes and sacrificed their lives to fight against the extinction-level threats of the Titans at the start of the monstering. This gave villains far more leeway to pursue their way of life. So long as villains did not threaten society as a whole or directly injure large quantities of human life, heroes generally did not engage with them significantly. Plus, it was logistically difficult. There were still obscenely powerful villains from during the monstering who became founders or higher-ups within the largest villain organizations, so trying to wage a war against them was just a waste of resources when variants continuously threatened humanity as a whole. Public and social media were also heavily engineered and regulated by the Panopticon so that they glamorized heroes beating variants but largely downplayed villain organization activities unless they became far too obvious and harmful. Like this, there was a sort of unspoken truce between villains and heroes that existed so long as the threat of the sleeping titans remained. Not to say that there was never conflict between heroes and villains, there was plenty, but on a macro scale, variants were the real threat. Police should be dealing with this, said Seismic. Ha, that's a good one, Seismic, laughed Hat Trick. I'll bet 50,000 credits right now that the police commissioner here makes triple his *TTY public salary from villain donations. I pity the idiot who would ever call that bet, said Seismic. He sighed. But still, I can't help worrying about the villains. What if they are planning something in the shadows? Using their diplomatic immunity from the monstering for something big. The years have turned you into a conspiracy theorist, said Hat Trick. If the villains ever step out of line, the Awe and Panopticon turns against them and then they just get *T on. Panopticon starts to actively find their assets, freeze them, and shut down their businesses. And then the AA fights the villains, and I can guarantee you that we have way more heavy hitters than they do. AA has been recruiting the strongest alters actively and globally for over 50 years. You can't walk more than 2 street blocks without seeing an ad for joining the AA and becoming a hero. Heroes are the faces of advertising and corporate deals everywhere. They're the ones people look up to and love. Villains, in the meanwhile, still have to move in secrecy, and that's just bad business for attracting new talent. True, said Seismic. Maybe the years have made me paranoid. You've gotta learn to live a little, Seismic, said Hat Trick. This is why I don't believe in having kids or a wife. All that commitment and responsibility, it starts to drag you down and make you worry about the future. It stops you from really living in the present, you know what I mean. I do, said Seismic. But there's something about worrying for people you're committed to that makes life worth living. It beats out the aimless addiction to destruction I had when I was young. Well, that sounds like a you problem. I got no problem having 20 different girls on call and bathing in credits and cheers, said Hat Trick. He perked up as he watched the telescreen. *T. Look, they managed to pull off a warping maneuver. Good tactics, said Seismic with a nod. Using a mass amount of drones to generate enough interference to tune out any scanning, I would never have thought of that. I suppose that's the difference between villains and heroes. They're used to fighting alters and we're used to fighting variants. Damn, look at that guy die. The guy with the shades, said Hat Trick, leaning forward like he was watching his favorite football team score a goal. He narrowed his eyes. Who killed him, though? I only see blurs. Hat Trick talked into his earpiece mic. Hey Nav, try and get your drone to zoom in a little more. The drone's camera tried to zoom in, but then a cover of strange, dark smoke washed over everything, completely removing any visibility. Nav, this is just smoke, right? Scan past it or something. I'm missing out, man, said Hat Trick. The drone camera tried to switch to various sight modes. AC scanning, thermal, radar, nothing really worked. The hell, is this some kind of alter power? Remarked Hat Trick. Fairly high end, too, said Seismic. Your Nav, what's his support ranking? A solid B, said Hat Trick. In the AW, heroes that did not directly fight went into the support department that focused on surveillance and reconnaissance, and they had their own ranking system determined from metrics that did not revolve around combat capability. Then this is pretty high-end concealment, said Seismic. It reminds me of Void Walker. Void Walker was a famous hero turned vigilante who could generate fields of shadowy darkness that completely shut down any form of surveillance. You really are old, huh, said Hat Trick. Void Walker went Mia 15 years ago. Anyways. Hat Trick stood up, stretching his arms. What are you doing? Said Seismic. I'm going out there. I'm a little curious about what's going on now, said Seismic. He balled his gloved hands into tight fists. Golden studs at the knuckles flashed as he cracked his neck. You coming, old man? Seismic put a hand on his salt and pepper colored goatee. The wrinkles around his brown eyes deepened as he thought about what to do. I don't know. We'd be going into unknown territory. Hat Trick face palmed. Seismic, We're a class. A class. We would wipe the floor with anybody here. Hell, you could probably drum up an earthquake and shove this entire place inside a sinkhole and be done with it. What do we have to worry about? I guess I can give you some cover, said Seismic. As he stood up, he immediately froze as he looked at his AA-issued alert watch. The watch embedded in his costume blared orange, indicating a possible threat that required immediate investigation. Hat Trick also stared at his glowing orange watch. A holographic projection of a status report emitted from the watch. From the holograph, a video also played showing an enormous blue pillar of energy rising from the ocean surface and into the clouds approximately 15 kilometers from Haven's coastline. The pillar of energy faded away after a few seconds, but when it did, it caused the clear night sky to suddenly throng with dark, rumbling storm clouds. A mass torrential downpour, winds, and rising tides formed. What is this? Some kind of terra storm, said Hat Trick. Terra storms were a fairly common phenomenon in the world's unstable climate. The rise of altering powers had affected the planet itself, causing ether to infuse into the Earth itself. Some scientists even hypothesized that enormous amounts of ether gathered into the Earth's core, causing it to spread outwards into the planet's magnetic field. Sometimes, ether surges in some areas of Earth's magnetic field caused terra storms. Terra storms generated sudden meteorological phenomenon like storms and even natural disasters. They were generally predictable by studying and keeping track of fluxes in the Earth's magnetic field and atmosphere, but sometimes, there were sudden terra storms that escaped all notice. No, doesn't seem like it, said Seismic. Even rogue terra storms have some windup. Usually, there's a huge buildup of ether for at least an hour. You think something made this storm? Said Hat Trick. Seismic nodded. I think so. Probably variant activity. Hat Trick grinned wildly. Good. Then we'll finally get to see some action. Stay careful, Hat Trick, said Seismic. Any variant that can generate a storm like this is probably a B-rank disaster threat at minimum. Good thing we're a rank then, right? Hat Trick unclasped a black bowler hat from his utility belt and put it atop his wild, neck-length dark red hair. As he did so, a band around the bowler hat glowed blue. Good, I got my laser form on the first try. I'll race you to the coastline, old man. Wait, we should plan, began to Seismic, but Hat Trick's body turned bright blue before shooting out of an open window in the form of a laser beam. Seismic sighed as he squeezed out of the window clumsily, trying to fit his huge body through the comparatively smaller frame. He broke the window with his huge strength, and he made a mental reminder to pay for damages. He then leapt out and flew by generating shockwaves on his feet, hopping through the air. Chapter 80 The Finale of Vengeance. Within the 15th floor of the necropolis. How are you alive? Began Seth as he stood up, flicking Zane's blood off his arms. His face set as he glared at Aldrich with pure, unadulterated, focused hate. No, the how and why doesn't matter. All that matters is that you're standing here in front of me. You're responsible for all this, aren't you? Aren't you clever? Said Aldrich. Go on. I'll answer any last questions you have before I kill you. The cryptic. How did you manage it? Said Seth. It needed deep connections through the criminal underworld and a fortune. Luckily, I made a friend who had both, said Aldrich. Casimir was with me this entire time. I made sure that the boost you wanted was spiked with a little present of my own. And how much is in here? Enough to kill me, said Seth as he looked at his hands, his eyes tracing the black veins starting to show through his skin, the telltale sign of cryptic poisoning him. In ordinary individuals, cryptic had no signs for poisoning, but with the solar family or in those with particularly powerful bodies, it manifested through the blackening of blood vessels. No, I couldn't get that much, said Aldrich. You should know your own body the best. No. This amount of cryptic just keeps your powers down, even with a double dose. I bet after a week of sunbathing, you could clear it out of your system. But that's besides the point. I didn't want you to die of cryptic. Too painless. Too easy. I needed to kill you personally. Yeah, how do you think you'll go about doing that? Said Seth. He clenched his fists. They made squelching sounds as his grip squeezed his blood-slicked hands. I still have some power. Enough to break a dud's spine with my bare hands. Enough to kill you at the very least. You'll regret showing your face to me here. Do you really think so? Aldrich manifested all of his Grave Reaper set in his Lantern of the Accursed Eye. He surged his magical energy as much as possible, to the point where the ground underneath him began to crack. I have power, Seth. More than enough power to deal with the likes of you, especially with how weak you are now. Aldrich aimed his free hand and fired volleys of chill bolts. He intentionally shot around Seth, causing countless blasts of frosty ice to scatter behind Seth. The machine gun fire of icy bolts smashed through rock, the freezing effect boring through solid stone. Seth could not react to the speed of the bolts with how weakened he was, and all he could do was turn his head around and watch the icy explosions smash rock instead of what would have been his body. Aldrich then grabbed the chain of his lantern in both hands, swung it, then smashed it into the ground while boosting himself with negative surge shattering stone. That could have easily caved in Seth Solar's skull or crushed his organs with how frail he had become. All this is a display of power, to let Seth Solar know that he had utterly zero chance to survive here. So, you wanted to show off all this new power before you killed me. Do you feel better now that you aren't a useless fucking dud? Said Seth. He spat on the ground. He did not despair, he just stared at Aldrich with the same hateful gaze he always had. Unlike Ghost, Seth did not beg or plead for his life. If he was going to face death, he faced it standing. If you're going to do it, then get on with it. Aldrich scoffed. I just wanted to make sure you felt powerless. I wanted you to know you never had a chance to begin with. Just as my friends did when you killed them. But killing you with my magic is a little too impersonal for my taste, and instant death is too quick. Aldrich dematerialized all his equipment and his lantern. But that's not how I want to kill you. I'm going to be generous here, Seth. I'm going to give you a chance. Aldrich stepped forwards, his fists clenched. I'm going to beat you to death. No powers, no magic, just my own two hands. If you can beat me, well then, hats off to you. Maybe scum like you does deserve to live. Seth nodded slowly, meeting Aldrich's cold, green eyes. He clenched his own fists as he stepped forward. A chance. Don't get cocky, dud. I've run my fist through your heart once. I'll do it again. You're welcome to try, said Aldrich. The two men stared at each other one final time. Both from wildly different walks of life. One born powerless. The other born with overwhelming might. One raised with love. The other raised as a tool. And yet, there was one thing that tethered both men. Choice. Or rather, the lack of it. And without choice, both men grew hatred that festered deep within their beings, hatred that lashed out at the world around them through a desire for vengeance. In this final juncture, Aldrich and Seth shared a wordless moment not of disagreement, but of understanding. When they looked into the other's eyes and saw the very same type of hate they harbored reflected back at them, the very same fire of vengeance that fueled them, they knew at that moment that they were twin sides of one coin. And because they knew this, because they knew themselves better than anyone else, they knew this was the end. The opposite sides of a coin could never meet together. They were part of the same plane and yet they were fundamentally opposed. Where Seth Solar's hate channeled into vengeance that sought to see the unjust world burn in chaos, Aldrich forged his vengeance into a tool that aimed to bring this world under order, no matter the cost. There would be no middle ground here. No compromise. Only a victor. Seth Solar roared as he flew forwards with his fist cocked back, though because of how energy depleted he was, he did not really fly, he just boosted his own jumping strength. Aldrich raised his arms up in a guard. Seth's fist slammed into Aldrich's arms and drove him back several feet. Aldrich grunted as he felt damage register on his arms. The bone of his forearm actually cracked under Seth Solar's punch, though simply broken bones did nothing to stop Aldrich's undead body. Despite Seth Solar going through 2 rounds of cryptic poisoning and severe depletion of his energy reserves that disabled his solar beams, the altar's base strength had been so high that even now, he was still superhuman. Each of Seth's punches could shatter the skull of a normal human and he could still out-sprint any pre-altering professional runner. That meant, roughly speaking, Aldrich and Seth were evenly matched in pure physical stats provided Aldrich did not enhance himself with magic. No, Seth had a moderate advantage, even, in terms of raw punching power and durability. Good. Aldrich wanted this fight to be even. To be as personal as possible. Seth sprinted to Aldrich with another punch. Aldrich narrowed his eyes, focusing. Seth's punch zoomed towards Aldrich's head, and he weaved it to the side, narrowly evading the blow. Aldrich then grabbed Seth's arm and spun around, slamming Seth into the ground using an over-the-shoulder throw. Seth broke his fall at the last moment, holding out an arm to stop the impact from hitting directly into his back and disabling him by knocking the breath out. The Alter had some martial arts training, it was evident, though not nearly on the level of Aldrich. Seth grimaced and immediately rolled backwards, getting back on his feet only to meet a flying double kick from Aldrich. Seth blocked the first kick, but the second kick hit him square in the face, sending him falling flat on his back against the cold hard stone. He got up on a knee, holding a hand over his broken, crooked nose. He grabbed his nose between his fingers and forcibly set it back into place before exhaling out a glob of blood. Aldrich let Seth take his breather before diving into an offense. Aldrich threw out jabs as he circled around Seth, gauging their distance. Chapter 81 The Finale of Vengeance 2. Seth put up his own guard, blocking Aldrich's light jabs as he counter-circled against Aldrich in a carefully calculated dance, each man trying to gauge when to strike. Seth was a few inches taller than Aldrich, giving him extra reach. He tried to abuse this by keeping his distance, throwing out punches at the limits of his arm span. Aldrich countered by weaving between one of Seth's punches and getting right inside Seth's range. Here, in an in-fight, Aldrich made it very, very clear who among the two was the better martial artist. Who among the two had dedicated their entire life to training just to match up the superpowered bodies around them. Aldrich feinted a head blow, making Seth raise his guard high, but then immediately adjusted into a quick low punch to Seth's gut, doubling him over and breaking his guard, before following up with a solid uppercut that sent Seth flying backwards with the resonating crack of impact. Seth grunted as he stopped his fall by floating in the air, landing on his feet gently. His breathing wheezed as he wiped blood from a burst lip. Very likely, his jaw had fractured too. He spat out 2 teeth knocked loose from Aldrich's uppercut. "Look at you," said Aldrich. "Without all that power, you're nothing. You don't know what it's like to train every single day of your life to measure up to even 1/10 of the weakest Alter around you, and it shows." "Shut up," Seth yelled as he charged Aldrich, this time holding his arms out to try and tackle and grapple Aldrich down. Aldrich knew how to defend against a takedown. There were 3 real options here. One was to strike the opponent when he got into range. The second was to dodge. The third was to meet the takedown head-on. Aldrich took the third option. He lowered his center of gravity and met the tackle with firmly rooted stance, preventing Seth from knocking Aldrich down to the ground immediately. Aldrich's plan was to elbow down on Seth's exposed neck while he stayed at Aldrich's hip level. However, the takedown was a feint. It was mostly meant for Seth to get a firm grip on Aldrich's waist, preventing him from moving away. The reason for this became immediately clear. Seth's right eye started to glow a bright gold as he channeled up a solar beam. Because of how little energy he had left, he could only manage to charge up a beam from one eye, but he aimed this now at Aldrich's face. Aldrich reacted swiftly and mercilessly. He grabbed Seth's head with his hands, holding it firmly in place, before jamming his thumb into Seth's right eye with all his might. Seth roared in agony as Aldrich dug deep into the eye, completely crushing it to a pulp and disabling it entirely. He shoved Aldrich away and put his hands over his face as the built-up solar energy detonated inside of his crushed eye, completely disintegrating it and scorching out an empty socket in flash of light. This, however, though a grotesque wound, did not kill Seth. The wound had cauterized on its own, preventing bleeding, and it had not burned into the brain itself. Coupled with Seth's own stubborn will and superhuman body, and he remained conscious and capable of fighting. But Aldrich did not stop there. He rushed towards Seth from his new blind side, and when Seth heard Aldrich near, he roared and swung wildly with a right hook. Aldrich easily maneuvered past the punch and rotated behind Seth, meanwhile taking Seth's arm in a lock. Aldrich then pulled the Alter's arm back painfully behind his back, disabling the arm and exposing Seth's face. With Aldrich's free arm, he wailed down punches against Seth's defenseless head. Seth raised his one good arm to try and guard, but there was only so much one arm could do, and Aldrich easily maneuvered past that half guard to land his strikes. Punch after punch after punch. The sound of enhanced flesh cracking against enhanced flesh resonated through the arena. Seth's face bloodied incomprehensibly as cuts and bruises began to litter it, swelling his facial muscles and his eyes. Aldrich then let Seth go, tossing him away. Seth stumbled and fell to the ground before weakly raising himself up, shaking his face of blood, sweat, and the tremors of impact. He stared at Aldrich in confusion, wondering why Aldrich had just let him go. "I told you, I was going to make this slow and painful. I'm going to break you down bit by bit, piece by piece." Aldrich ripped off the bloodied, tattered remains of his suit jacket and dress shirt. "Until there's nothing left of you." "Come on then," said Seth weakly. Aldrich ran into Seth's range. Seth clumsily shot out a punch at Aldrich's face. By now, the fight was over. Seth had taken too much damage, and that affected his coordination, and against a master martial artist like Aldrich, even just a tiny little lapse in ability was a fatal flaw. Aldrich ducked beneath Seth's strike and landed an elbow right into Seth's stomach, doubling the altar over in pain and cracking ribs. Aldrich then hooked his arm around one of Seth's and used Seth's arm as a lever to throw the altar onto the ground again. With Seth on the ground and still reeling from the gut shot, Aldrich took this opportunity and went down on the ground himself, wrapping his legs around Seth's arm in a firm armbar before applying pressure, completely dislocating the elbow joint in a painful, popping snap. Seth roared in pain as he writhed on the ground like a worm. Aldrich then got off of Seth and rolled away, leaving Seth foaming at the mouth with spit and blood as he processed the pain. Aldrich watched Seth struggle for a few seconds before his brow twitched in anger. "Get up," said Aldrich as he stood and watched Seth convulsing in pain on the ground. He saw Seth's struggling, suffering-racked form, and all he felt was rage at this pathetic sight. "Get up. All the pain you've caused, all the lives you've taken, and this is what you have to show for it. Pathetic." Seth grit his teeth and got on a knee, his left arm hanging limp and useless from his shoulder. "Good, good," whispered Aldrich. Seth breathed deeply before yelling and flying towards Aldrich in a surprising final burst of power dredged up from the depths of his will to survive. Aldrich reacted by jumping in the air and locking Seth's one good arm in a flying armbar. In mid-air, Aldrich twisted and applied cranking pressure, dislocating the elbow joint yet again. Seth roared in agony as he began to fall straight back to the ground. Aldrich got leverage over Seth and twisted atop his back. Like riding atop a wild bull, Aldrich grabbed the back of Seth's head and used it to steer Seth's flight straight down into the rocky ground face first. Aldrich was not done. While Seth groaned in pain from the impact, Aldrich immediately went to Seth's left leg. Aldrich wrapped his legs tight around Seth's knee and then grabbed his left heel with iron grip before twisting it, breaking the ankle. Seth loosed a muffled roar of agony into the stony floor. "I told you, I would break you down." "Peace." Aldrich detached from Seth's left leg before hooking around his right heel. He yanked again, breaking the right ankle this time. "By peace." Another yell of agony formed Seth. Aldrich locked around Seth's left knee next before twisting, dislocating it. Bit. He then repeated the same process with Seth's right knee, dislocating both knees and rendering both his legs utterly useless. By bit. Another scream of pain that rang through the arena, though in this realm of cold, empty death, there was nobody to hear it except Aldrich himself. Aldrich got off of Seth and then put a foot on his upper back, pinning him head down into the cratered rock below as he reached down and grabbed Seth's left arm before yanking violently back, hyperextending the arm and dislocating the shoulder. Aldrich reached out to Seth's right shoulder and pulled that back too, dislocating it. Seth's yells of pain grew quieter and quieter after each dislocation as the pain became too intense to bear, dangerously getting him close to fading out of consciousness. But Seth's enhanced durability worked against him here, keeping him in that sweet Goldilocks zone of suffering where he held onto a strand of consciousness despite the inhuman amounts of suffering he faced. Now, Seth was completely immobile, all of the major joints in his arms and legs dislocated. He did not have the energy to fire beams or fly. I can't die," muttered Seth as blood pooled from under his split lips and bloody mouth. Aldrich stood up and kicked Seth over on his back, baring his face, beaten and disfigured beyond any human comprehension. "I can't die. I'll show this world what a real villain is, what to fear, I'll burn it all down," continued Seth. He was half delirious now, muttering out the burning hate that kept him alive this long. The hate that had given him purpose. Aldrich stood over Seth, his pale skin drenched in swaths of bright red blood. He looked down at Seth's eyes welded nearly shut from bruising. Seth's one good eye still stared ahead with pure hate. But it did not stare at Aldrich. In Seth's delirium, looked past Aldrich, towards the abstract idea of the world that had wronged him. Looking down at Seth like this, utterly defeated, utterly broken, Aldrich felt nothing but immense satisfaction. Contrary to what many said, there was nothing that felt better than quenching a thirst for vengeance. But at the same time, looking into Seth's distant eyes, Aldrich, too, was forced to see ahead, into the future beyond all of this. All of this personal vengeance. Seth's solar was not unique. He was a mere byproduct of this twisted world that churned out broken monsters like him. And, Aldrich did not hesitate to admit it, broken monsters like himself as well. "I understand how you feel," said Aldrich quietly. "But this world doesn't need people like you anymore. People that see how wrong it is and think that it's better off burning down into chaos. No, what this world needs is order. My order." Aldrich tapped his phylactery, and a small dark portal opened. From within, two pairs of rotted arms drew out. Adam and Elaine funneled onto the stone floor, and as soon as they smelled weak, vulnerable flesh, they groaned in desire. They loomed over Seth's body, their jaws open and ready to feast. Seth's pupil dilated as he drifted back from delirium, recognizing Adam and Elaine for a few brief final moments. "This is my final gift to you, Adam. Elaine. With this, I've made things right to you. Enjoy your feast." Aldrich closed his eyes as he heard Adam and Elaine tear into Seth's body, ripping off chunks of his helpless, immobilized flesh. He heard their growls punctuated by Seth's screams of suffering and pain, and he felt alive. More alive than ever. Huge surges of negative energy generated by the suffering of Seth's solar and the rest of his deceased friends funneled into him, setting his green aura alight in purple. His body of flesh and blood felt heavy. Like a prison. He could feel his heart, his soul, ready to leave its confines, to become something more. Something transcendent. Something beyond. Chapter 82 Dance of Duels. At the red circle, the elite beside Joe, his personal bodyguard, watched Joe fall to the ground with the dirk jutting sticking out of his heart. Where had this attack come from? There were recon drones everywhere to make sure nothing surprised the elites, not to mention the environmental scanning systems programmed into their helmets. A stab to the back like this would not make it past the tight perimeter the elite squadrons had drawn up. The only explanation was an altar with a concealment-based power sufficiently advanced enough to avoid even higher-end AC scanning. The elite's training instincts kicked in and he adapted, suppressing his immediate worry. He stepped away from Joe's body and aimed his gun at where the knife wielder would be. Assuming command, the elite shouted into his helmet as he raised his gun. He could see that the knife was being wielded by some strange mass of hazy darkness that now started to solidify into the shape of a skeleton. Mutant class altar. Skeletal appearance. Concealment capacity level 4. Deploy countermeasures. Engaging target. The elite leader fired at the skeleton, setting his Hydra rifle to assault mode. The skeleton darted away with expert agility, backflipping and somersaulting to avoid the bullets. But though the skeleton was fast, the Hydra's auto-aim system was even faster. The elite leader tracked the skeleton's graceful movements, unloading a full clip into the skeleton, shattering its legs to disable its mobility. The skeleton fell onto the ground as the rest of the elite stood in trios where they were back to back from each other, covering all angles of approach against targets that had concealment beyond their scanning. "Who are you?" said the leader as he stepped forwards at the legless, purple-cloaked skeleton. With a swift flicking motion of its arms, the skeleton tossed its serrated dirk right at the leader's head. The leader managed to react by swerving his head to the side. With Joe dead, his potent stim boost would fade over time, but as of now, it was still nearly in full force, massively accelerating the leader's reactions and physicals. The leader quickly reloaded and shot into the skeleton's head, boring a multitude of holes into it. The skeleton, however, was unfazed by its half-blown-off skull and leapt into the air by pushing off the ground with its hands. With a swat of his gun, the leader managed to knock the skeleton back down. He calmly analyzed the situation. The skeleton was very likely some kind of mutant class alter who had a concealment-based power. His unique physiology made it so that the body was just pure bone and hollow within, and in these cases, the best solution was absolute destruction of the main body. "Switch to incendiary," shouted the leader as he willed his weapon to change. The smart-linked cable running from his gun to the back of his helmet linked with a neurochip that allowed his thoughts to control the gun. A red light shone at the gun's barrel before he fired again, and this time, the bullets exploded into wreaths of flame upon contact with the skeleton. The skeleton writhed forwards before growing still, its dry bones breaking apart under the flames. "Ah, man down, man down." The leader immediately whirled around, checking the rest of his squad. 2 more men had fallen, their hearts gouged out with dirks wielded again by skeletons. "Where did they come from?" said the leader. "No idea, they just appeared. Gun them down, before they disappear." In an instant, several Hydra rifle barrels lit up as they unleashed incendiary rounds, thoroughly blowing apart and burning the skeletons. "What are these things? They slipped through all our scans, and even when they're dead, they don't register any cell count," said an elite, confusion and fear starting to crack through their training as they faced the unknown, enemies they had never, ever seen that seemed to ignore any of the rules they knew. "I wish I fucking knew," thought the leader as he thought about what to do. He committed to a decision quickly. "Retreat. We don't know sh*t about these things. Report back to HQ," said the leader. "I'm afraid that won't be happening." A woman's voice pierced through the air, and all the elites immediately raised their guns and pointed towards the entrance of the red circle. There, a hauntingly beautiful woman stepped out, her deathly pale skin contrasting with the midnight black lace and cloth of her dress. Her eyes gleamed bloody red, tinting her fanged white smile in a hint of crimson. "AC count 0, said an elite. "A civilian, out here, what?" The leader paused for a brief moment before waving his concerns away. There was no time for hesitation here. "Gun her down," said the leader with no remorse. Several Hydra rifles clattered as they fired their rounds. In an instant, the woman put her arm out in front of her and manifested a giant shield. A cross-shaped shield of black metal and bone. She stood behind this shield, and all the bullets pattered against the shield like raindrops on a car window. Smoke then emerged from behind her, surging forwards in a tidal wave of darkness that quickly covered everyone. The smoke was not ordinary, it was more accurately described as a cloud of pure darkness. Within this inky cover of dark, visibility was limited to just a few feet ahead. The leader tapped angrily at his helmet, trying to scan past the smoke, but nothing worked. In fact, everything seemed to be short-circuiting. His helmet's UI started to crackle and distort as it shut off. Arg! Sparks sputtered from the back of all the elites' helmets as their smartlink to their weapons was forcibly severed. They immediately unplugged the smartlink cables to their guns, completely stranding them from their technology. All those thousands upon thousands of credits spent on Imugi combat suits with their world-renowned auto-aiming and scanning and smart-link compatibility, all gone just like that. This left the elites stranded with just their own bodies and minds to work with. They were even cut off from communications as they relied on built-in comm links in their helmets. In this modern age where everyone was always linked in somewhere, through their phones, their computers, or even through their weapons, this complete blackout of technology was deeply unsettling, like they had lost a fundamental part of themselves. "Get out! Get out!" The leader could not see anything that was going on, but he knew that now more than ever, he needed to get his men out. What had started out as an enforcing mission to execute the upstart Red Circle was quickly devolving into a nightmare of unforeseen consequences. Screams filled the air as the silhouette of strange monstrosities revealed by brief glimmers of gunfire showcased variants. Variants had been unleashed upon the elites. How had they been controlled? Where had they been caged? The leader asked these questions but knew he could not find answers. He looked around frantically, sweat pouring down his forehead as he felt his breathing accelerate in panic. Every time he heard gunfire, he turned around to see what was happening, and there, illuminated by the gunfire, he saw his fellow elites get torn apart one by one. An alpha striker leapt atop an elite from the smoky darkness, savaging his throat apart. It smelled the air and then growled, signaling to other variants the locations of the rest of the soldiers. A big-armed grizzly roared as it tackled down an elite and savagely crushed his skull. One elite screamed as he melted down from the highly acidic blood spray of a bloodspitter lizard. Gunfire echoed chaotically, but without auto-aiming and in this low-visibility environment, it was a long shot for any of the elites to now hit their targets. There were creatures the elites had no idea about as well. A giant, hulking muscled man with tumorous growths all over his body and protruding tusks that wielded a giant club of fused metal, swinging it from side to side, breaking elite ribcages and spines with each blow. More living skeletons. The leader abandoned all pretense of trying to save his men at this point and ran. He sprinted away as fast as he could, the screams of his dying men serving as motivation for him to run faster. He had no idea where he was going in this smoke, but he knew if he moved back far enough, he would reach the convoys, and there, he could make his escape. Gah! The leader fell backwards as he slammed into something hard. He raised his gun up instinctively, trying to see what had hit him. Put that thing down. It's quite rude to point a weapon at a lady, you know. The woman from before stepped forwards, becoming visible as she neared the leader. Before the leader could pull the trigger, the woman had moved so quickly it seemed like she teleported, wrapping her hand around the barrel of the Hydra rifle and yanking it away from the leader's grip. She was strong, impossibly strong, and she easily overpowered the leader. "I don't like these things," said the woman as she looked down at the gun, her eyes shining red. "They're so impersonal. That is how I would put it. You look through a sight, press a button, and then kill. But where is the fun in that? You lose out on ripping and tearing your foes using your own bare strength. Isn't that so boring?" The leader switched to his secondary pistol and fired shots at the woman. He managed to get out 2 shots that scraped across her skin before the woman grabbed his arms together in her hands, applying crushing force that very quickly shattered his forearms. A scream escaped the leader's lips. He began to beg, "Let me go. J. Joe's dead. That's all that matters to you, isn't it? I'm just a foot soldier." "Yes, and are not soldiers supposed to be ready to lay down their lives? It comes with the job, does it not?" The woman smiled as she let go of the leader's arms before slashing forward with long, clawed black nails. Gh. The leader tried to speak but could only gurgle as blood sputtered from his torn-open throat. He put a hand over his gaping neck before he fell over, blood pooling from beneath him. "Kill them all," said Valera to the undead left to her control from her dear master. "No survivors, but leave their corpses intact." She then put a hand to her forehead, checking up on the others. Chapter 83 Dance of Duels 2. In Haven's sewage network, 150 meters away from the red circle. Darius Fletcher grimaced as he squinted his eyes at his new and dark surroundings. He could not see in the dark, but he could generate enough light from his body to understand that he was somewhere underground. Specifically, he was inside a huge rectangular pit of some sorts, deep enough that the edges of the pit were several meters taller than he was. The ceiling above was made of stained reinforced concrete and decorated with a network of pipes. Several large pipes yawned open towards the pit. The conflicting dual smells of rank human feces and strong antiseptic chemicals filled his nostrils. Darius knew where he was. The sewers. "Ah, so you have made it here," as was previously planned, came a smooth, deep and neutral voice. A small aquatic echo rang underneath the voice, as if some part of it was uttered from under the sea. Darius immediately looked at the end of the pit to see. What the fuck was that? It was a tall, lanky, humanoid figure, maybe about 6'4", 193 centimeters, with slimy mauve skin wrapped up in eerie black robes. Its fingers were long and prehensile like little tendrils, and its face was reminiscent of an octopus with a large, bulbous, nerve-wreathed head, 3 beady red, square-pupilled eyes, and a mouth that ended in several curled tentacles. "A mutant class are you?" said Darius. "You some kind of mercenary Casimir dredged up from God knows where to fight me?" "Fight you? Dear me, no, I am not too fond of risking my body for violence. And I am no mercenary, such an occupation is far too brutish for my tastes," said the octopus man. "And a fight? You are sorely misguided, my friend. This is no fight, this is an execution, and I am merely here to bear witness." "Execution. Big fucking words. Let's see if you live up to them." Darius slammed his hands together and fired a combined stream of magma at the mutant. The octopus mutant stood calmly with his hands behind his back, his tendril fingers interlocked together, as the magma splattered against a bright orange-red barrier that became visible only when the magma made contact. The magma hissed as it spilled over the barrier, unable to penetrate it. "Curious," said the mutant as he looked at the magma, then at Darius. "You were capable of transmuting your body into an entirely different element. Functionally, you are quite similar to the elementals I am familiar with, especially magma elementals, but unlike them, you are not a form of spirit, you are purely physical. Thoroughly human, too. This defies the theory of elemental spirituality that Archmage Velenthal wrote of." Force field. Darius droned out the octopus mutant's rambling and immediately analyzed the mutant, trying to find out what tech he was using, but the mutant did not seem to be wearing anything remotely resembling technology. Just robes that looked like they belonged to a medieval reenactment fair. That meant that most likely, the mutant's power was linked to the force field. Darius, however, did not want to waste too much time here. If this mutant was not going to fight him, then he would just melt his way up to the surface. He looked up and jumped, but as soon as he tried to leave the filth-caked floor of the pit, he felt himself dragged right back down to it, anchored to the surface by some invisible force. "I told you, did I not? This is an execution," said the octopus mutant. "The noose is already tied to your neck. There is no stepping away from the gallows at this point, I am afraid." "Yeah, you just gonna sit there and talk me to death," said Darius. He looked down to see what was holding him but could not find any discernible hints. What he did notice with a fair amount of surprise was that the floor beneath him did not melt even in contact with his superheated magma body. Instead, a flickering orange barrier seemed to be wrapped around all the points of contact between Darius and the ground, preventing it from melting. "This your power," said Darius. "Power, I suppose you could say that." "Yes," said the mutant. "I shall go into specifics, for as a dead man, you will not spread my knowledge. This is a spell called Flame Ward that allows me to imbue objects with high fire damage resistance. In this case, it prevents you from boring your way down to escape while the strange specimen known as the antlion beneath prevents you from reaching upwards." Antlion. Darius had no idea what the mutant talked about with spells, but he did know what an antlion was. With its extremely powerful anti-flight gravitational field, it prevented anyone from leaving a pit it nested within. And because the entire pit here was reinforced with the mutant's barrier, Darius could not melt his way down to kill the antlion either. "So what?" Darius shouted. "You've trapped me here, but what else can you do?" Darius had a better understanding of where he was in Haven's sewage system now that he had time to process things. Specifically, he was inside a large treatment vat where sewage would get purified and transported to be reused for fertilizer or biomass. A horrible location for Darius, as his only real weakness was getting submerged in liquid. But Kubahead's power had limits to its transportation effect. First, the effective range for its warp was within 200 meters. In addition, he had to warp people into an open location. Hence, he could not just warp enemies inside walls and kill them. Not only that, but the location that anyone was warped into had to be capable of housing an empty cube 10 meters by 10 meters in dimensions, so it was impossible to just dump someone into a tub of acid. At the very least, by virtue of Kubahead's known restrictions, there was no water in the immediate vicinity. "Crabs, do me a great favor and lend me your assistance," said the mutant. All of a sudden, water began to pour out from the large pipes above, slowly filling the pit. Darius immediately fired globs of magma at the pipes, trying to cover them in molten rock, but they were covered with the orange barrier too. The magma just bounced off the barriers, landing back into the pit below. **T. Darius readjusted his aim, instead trying to shove magma up into the pipes themselves to clog them. "That simply will not do," said the mutant as he pointed at Darius's arms. Darius saw a sudden combustion explosion burst in his arms, exploding outwards and stopping his attack. "Antlion, you must try harder than this to earn your place in the Elder's Circle of Trust," said the mutant. Darius buckled down to a knee as he felt the gravitational pressure intensify. Every movement felt 5 or 6 times harder to make. Any projectile he tried to fire at this level of intensified gravity would just come straight back down. His feet sizzled as the water reached them. The water roared violently as it instantly evaporated against Darius's intense heat output. So long as he could instantly evaporate the water as soon as it made contact with the vat, he could prevent the water level from building up. "Crabs, enhance that water flow with your skills," said the mutant. "You used them so freely against me, why hold back now?" All of a sudden, the flow of water coming down from the pipes grew tremendously, roaring downwards like violent waterfalls. The vat quickly began to fill up with water, and within seconds, Darius found the water level reaching up to his ankles. His white core intensified in brightness as he generated as much heat as he could, spreading out his magma in a pool beneath him. The water bubbled, hissed, steamed and roared, but the water level still built up. This was no ordinary water, either. It had a slight murky tinge to it and its evaporation point seemed dramatically higher than normal, preventing Darius from flash steaming it easily. That is water from the murky swamps of Nilgith, said to be tainted by the mud of a clay demon, and, unfortunately, most demons have some resistance to fire from their infernal native homes, said the mutant, spouting more nonsense. Darius ignored the mutant and quickly strategized. He could last at least a minute under this flow of water, and while the water level built up, he would continually layer magma beneath his foot, eventually creating a solidified platform of rock which he could use to gain elevation and escape the gravitational field. "Excellent strategy," said the mutant. "Were I blind, yes, but unfortunately, my friend, I possess 3 eyes." The mutant aimed a finger below Darius, and another targeted combustion explosion destroyed the cooled rock platform Darius was trying to build up, sinking him right down to the floor below. The water level now reached to his waist, fatally high. "No!" roared Darius as the water reacted to his magma, superheating instantly into steam explosions that bubbled inside his magma body, breaking it apart from within. Large globular bubbles formed all throughout his molten legs, bursting apart and scattering his body as he tried his hardest to regenerate and form more magma to compensate. By generating magma, he could also stave off solidifying himself into a coffin of rock. But there was only so much magma he had. Eventually, several minutes later, Darius was neck-high in water, his body below that solidified into blackened rock scattered with giant round globs from the remnants of countless little steam explosions that had gone off within his body. "This won't kill me," roared Darius desperately as the water kept coming and coming, spelling his doom by encasing him in a coffin of his own molten design. If at any time he wanted to stop his molten form, then he would just get his unenhanced head blown off by this mutant. I'll find a way out of this, I swear, and when I do. I wonder how many humans raved of vengeance before their nooses tightened at their execution. It is quite amusing how your fragile human minds operate exactly the same despite the wondrous powers you possess. I suppose human fragility is universal. But your monologue tires my ears." With that, the mutant flourished his hand, and an explosion blew up in front of Darius's face, blowing off his face to stop him from speaking as the water engulfed him, solidifying him inside an eternal prison of rock from which there would not be escape. Chapter 84 Final Duels and Ascension. In an abandoned subway station, 200 meters away from the red circle. "Yeah, I've blown this fucker up," said Dynamite Girl as she exhaled deeply, her glowing orange blood vessels fading from her skin. She looked at the seared stump where her right arm had been. Countless bullet holes riddled her chest and stomach, leaving her already tattered costume basically reduced to nothing now. "And I really need a new costume now unless I'm going to be flashing everyone in this whole damn city." "Excellent work, Dynamite Girl," said Hirondelle as she perched over the melted, blackened, blown-apart wreckage of Clank's giant metal body. When Clank first ported here, by nature of the Kubahead's warp power requiring teleported units to be in an empty space, Clank could not immediately be ambushed. But down here, in this abandoned subway line, Speedbird's War Eagle, his strongest drone, had engaged Clank in a long-range battle of missiles and bullets. Clank, a thorough maniac for gunfights, had obliged, distracting himself. Clank eventually overpowered War Eagle, disabling it, but at that point, Dynamite Girl leapt down from a maintenance hole in the ceiling, using a bunker buster to open Clank right open. Not before Clank's automated guns had made a whole wreck of Dynamite Girl, but her undead body let her shrug off the piercing damage. Once Dynamite Girl had opened him up, Hirondelle, who was also hidden in the ceiling, had finished the job, reducing herself down into the size of a swallow before launching herself inside Clank, shooting from internal surface to surface at ultra-high speeds to wreak havoc. There, Hirondelle eventually killed Clank. He had ended up being a mechman, someone who integrated their bodies entirely into robotic shells. Hirondelle pinged and ponged around the insides of Clank's fortified armor until she finally shot through the weak human body held deep within. "Fucking mechman, they always freak me out," said Dynamite Girl. "Once you pry them outta their shells, I hear they always look real nasty. Bald and skinny and pale like literal corpses. Moment you unplug 'em, they just shrivel up and die. Plus it's super illegal too." Mechmen integrating with their machine bodies resulted in their physical bodies atrophying into frail biological husks kept entirely alive by their mechanical armor. This was thoroughly illegal in most countries because it heavily increased the risk of technomania, but among villains and others that took the law as more a suggestion and not a rule, it was not entirely uncommon. There was even a massive terroristic cult called the New Machines that believed in discarding the weakness of flesh and becoming full mechanoids. You'll find that within this line of work, the word, illegal, holds precious little meaning, said Hirondelle. Still, I can respect heroes like yourselves that put your lives on the line against variants. Though, maybe it wouldn't be too far off to call you a variant yourself now. I thought you were dead to the Geist attack, but look at you, standing here alive and well. Slightly paler, perhaps, but not much worse for wear. And far, far stronger too. Yeah, it's a perk of working for Mr. Vane, said Dynamite Girl. And I didn't think you'd recognize me. I was just a random C-class, after all. Of course I would, said Hirondelle. Her body of violet energy coursed like living fire while her eyes, twin bright dots of light purple, shone like bright embers. I do not keep track of most heroes. I find the job thoroughly tacky and self-obsessed. But real heroes that put down their lives for others, now that, I can truly respect. All those that died to the Geist attack that you fell to, I committed to my memory. Well, thanks, I guess, said Dynamite Girl, a little shy at the praise. At the same time, I do wonder how you can continue to work with that variant after it bested you, let alone even fathom how Mr. Vane is capable of raising the dead and bending not only natural variants but also Geist variants to his will. Nobody, not even the brightest minds in the entire world, has managed to subdue a Geist. I don't know the details, and I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to share them yet, even if we're working together and all, said Dynamite Girl. But the Geist, I don't have many hard feelings for it. It was just an animal following its instincts. If it hadn't killed me, I would have killed it. All there is to it, really. Just how nature is. Nature, is it? Said Hirondelle. Yeah, nature's all fucked up now with variants evolving and whatever, but the basics of it all are still the same. Human or variant, we all got base instincts we cater to, and the most basic of that is the instinct to survive. Dynamite Girl shrugged. I grew up in deep variant countryside. Wastelands, technically, though with a whole lot more green. Living out there, that close to raw, wild nature, you start to learn that at the end of the day, everything's just trying to survive. You win, you live another day, you lose, you die and let something else live. There's nothing personal about it. Just the way it is. She then put her hand to her temple, her expression growing serious. **T. Something's come up. We gotta regroup now. What about the other target groups? Said Hirondelle, referencing the 3 groups meant to fight the Blackwater faculty after they were isolated. The first group was Flurgan and a menagerie of stronger variants to trap down Darius Fletcher in the sewers. The second was Hirondelle, Dynamite Girl, and Speebird's War Eagle against Clank here in this abandoned subway. The third was the Geist, Smoke, and Walters against Colette. Group 1 trapped Darius. We're good to go. Group 3 failed and Colette's escaped, but they're all alive and relatively unharmed. They're regrouping now, said Dynamite Girl. Then might I ask what the emergency is? Said Hirondelle. Large-scale attack, said Dynamite Girl as she listened to Valera's mental communications. Just like Aldrich, Valera could also communicate to the undead, though that seemed limited only to Aldrich and his proper chosen undead. Variance. Enough to threaten overrunning the entire city. Red circles already under attack. In the necropolis. As Aldrich felt his body grow heavier, he closed his eyes. He heard the last remnants of Seth's agonizing cries of pain as Adam and Elaine finished devouring him. Then, those sounds faded away too. His entire body felt numb. Every physical sense he had started to flee him, and yet, the feeling was not alarming. No, it was liberating. When Aldrich opened his eyes, he found himself standing over his physical body. He hovered in the air as a ghostly green silhouette of himself, and when he looked at his body, he saw that it remained standing, but it stood frozen to still that it appeared almost like a mannequin. The green glow in his body's eyes was gone now, returned back to the natural black that he had almost forgotten he had. At his body's chest, the purple phylactery had turned completely dark, crackling as it seemed to yawn open, ready to receive an offering. Objective. Obtain the obelisk completed. Aldrich still saw status messages in his vision, and as soon as the message faded, a sphere of darkness roared in front of him, drawing him in. He reached out with his hand, and when he grasped it, he saw the darkness meld into him, sinking into his spiritual body, forming a webwork of black circuits that completely covered him from head to toe. 1x obelisk consumed. A chilling energy spread throughout Aldrich, infusing into his very fundamental essence, and it felt invigorating, like feeling a cool breeze in a hot summer day. Congratulations, Death Walker, came a familiar voice. The Death Lord materialized in front of Aldrich, and she too, was in a spiritual form. She did not wear her armor, simply her royal robes with a crown of glowing green shards hovering above her head. I've obtained your obelisk. I've killed those I needed to kill. I've destroyed my attachments. I'm here for my ascension, said Aldrich. Chapter 85 Ascension 2. Before the Death Lord could respond, Aldrich confirmed to himself that his quest for vengeance had truly ended. Quest. Vengeance completed. Objective. Death of Evan Harker completed. Plus 50 XP, 50 coin. Objective. Death of Simon Wells completed. Plus 100 Express, 100 coin. Objective. Death of Zane Soldata completed. Plus 9,000 XP, 5,000 coin. Objective. Death of Seth Solar completed. Plus 20,000 Express, 15,000 coin. Negative energy bonuses. Plus 2,000 XP. Aldrich saw all the experience cramming into his experience bar, but he did not level up. Reading Aldrich's concern, the Death Lord explained. All the experience, items and summons that you gain here flows into you only upon completion of this attempt, if you so choose to make this your final attempt. She raised a brow as she put clawed finger to her chin, cocking her head at Aldrich curiously. Though, you will take this attempt as your final attempt, yes. That depends on whether you give me the power I was promised or not, said Aldrich, thread oozing in his voice. The Death Lord smiled widely, showing several rows of sharp fangs, like the jaws of a shark, beneath her shapely dark red lips. Now that's the spirit. I am beginning to like you more and more every time we meet. She nodded to Aldrich as she swayed her green-scaled, serpentine tail from side to side. Unlike many of my kind, I am not a dragon that breaks promises. It is simply a little policy of mine to personally visit all those that near the completion of the ritual of eternity, for to become a lich is a celebrated event, especially when that lich is one with true free will. Interesting. I would have thought you would prefer shades, said Aldrich. In Elden World lore, a lich that failed to pass the trial the Death Lord placed on them became mindless undead called shades that basically were eternal slaves. Oh no, becoming a shade is simply proof of weakness, and weakness, frankly, is boring, said the Death Lord. But you, my Death Walker, are the exact opposite of boring. Good. Then you'll have no issue giving me what I need, said Aldrich. There. Like that. Power that you need, not power that you want. A very key distinction between you and many liches, said the Death Lord. You believe you need this power for a higher cause, and that makes you fight, and that makes you succeed at any cost. It is an awfully admirable trait. But yes, I will give you what you need. Yet are you certain you have completed all that you require for the ritual of eternity? What do you mean? Aldrich pulled up his quest tab to check his Ritual of Eternity quest. Objectives for quest. Ritual of Eternity. Obtain the obelisk. Completed. Obtain a phylactery. Completed. Sever all mortal bonds. Incomplete. What? Aldrich narrowed his eyes. He had severed all strong mortal bonds, he was sure of it. He had the butcher, the one who had personally tortured his parents, trapped in his chrysalis. He had slaughtered those who had slaughtered him and his friends. The Trident as an organization was something that Aldrich wanted to tear down, but he did not feel the same sense of burning, immediate vengeance against it as he did with the butcher. Whatever he had against the Trident was less personal and more a goal, a stepping stone on his conquest for power to bring this world into order. The Death Lord moved close to Aldrich, and he immediately put up his guard, trying to manifest his weapons and magic. However, when he tried to reach out for his power, he felt it gone, like trying to reach into an unending well for the faraway submerged coins one knew would be at the bottom. You are unused to manifesting power in astral form, that much is to be expected. But I am not here to hurt you. The Death Lord put a pale, emerald-scaled hand on Aldrich's arm, holding it close to her the same way a lady would hold her arm around a gentleman in a dance as she led him down to the ground. Her expression lost her usual smiling coyness, replaced now with a solemnity that made it obvious she, behind her facade of casualness, had eons of life and undeath behind it. Come, this is what you are missing. The Death Lord led Aldrich in front of Adam and Elaine. Their zombie forms were covered in blood and entrails, all that remained now of Seth Solar. They stared blankly and dumbly at Aldrich's physical body, waiting his command, unable to see Aldrich's soul. Seth Solar's soul floated into Aldrich. There was not enough of Seth Solar left to raise, so his soul automatically funneled into Aldrich, unlike with Zane, who Aldrich marked to raise. 1x soul of Seth Solar obtained. You have not let go of them, said the Death Lord. What do you mean? I know they're gone. They're just empty shells of rotting flesh. I only kept them around for a symbolic sense of justice. To let them be a part of this vengeance even if it didn't mean anything, said Aldrich. Yes, that may be true, but deep down, you still hold out hope that you can bring them back, do you not? There are spells, mighty, higher circle spells, that can draw forth souls from the soul stream and bring them forth. You know of them, and you know that if you amass enough power, enough levels, you might be able to learn such spells, said the Death Lord. Aldrich did not consciously think this, but he could tell that the Death Lord was right. Some subconscious part of him pursued immense power not only to fulfill his goals, but because there were high-level spells out there that could bring back the souls of even the long-deceased, and that meant bringing Adam and Elaine back to live the lives that had been torn so cruelly from them. It was not a goal he actively pursued because he knew it would tie him down to Adam and Elaine, but his bond with them was strong enough that it festered beneath his conscious thoughts anyway. I am here to tell you that it is impossible, said the Death Lord simply. I have mastery of even the 10th circle spell, Astral Singularity, that can rip forth the souls of those deceased for eons, but magic that attempts to tap into the soul stream does not function in this reality, for it is not the soul stream of our own reality. I see, said Aldrich. But there is one thing I can do for you. Though we cannot call upon souls of this reality, we can still create spiritual bodies with our magic. That is how you may still cast magic that conjures up spirits that harm your foes. Yet, in the end, these spirits we create are simply constructs destined to fade away, too unstable even to inhabit a flesh body. The Death Lord inspected Adam and Elaine. She nodded to herself. With my experience, I can likely construct temporary copies of their souls, but again, they cannot inhabit a flesh body, nor will they even be the real thing. Their true souls are lost to the soul stream of this reality, and that is locked to even me, let alone you. The only reason you would accept this offer would be to converse with your departed friends one last time. Their souls will even act as if they had been within these bodies the whole time, experiencing all that you have done. Yet, it is merely that. An act, an illusion. They may not be real, but, if you so desire, it may be of some level of closure for you. The Death Lord wrapped her arm around Aldrich's and squeezed it surprisingly comfortingly. Consider this a gift from me, as one who knows what it is like to let go of true friendships. Friendships that bind deep to the heart where their loss scars the very soul itself. Where their loss is a loss of a very part of yourself. Aldrich looked at Adam and Elaine. At their glazed-over eyes, their rotted bodies, their bloodstained, horrible figures, and closed his eyes. Was this going to be his last memory of them? He felt light, ever so light, but when he imagined them in his mind, he felt just one last tug of weight. Do it, I'll talk to them again. The Death Lord nodded and detached from Aldrich. Her own body was astral too, a silhouette of green, but unlike Aldrich, she could still generate magic from it. She stepped between Adam and Elaine and clasped her hands together. She closed her eyes. Her emerald green scales glowed as did her draconic horns. A shimmering white light formed between her palms, and it burst outwards, engulfing herself, Adam, and Elaine. From this burst of bright white light, bright, warm light that seemed like the kind you would bathe in when the gates of heaven opened, two dark silhouettes, one of a man, one of a woman, stepped out. Chapter 86. A Farewell. Aldrich paused, his spiritual body watching unblinkingly at the bright white light. That light, though warm, though so very welcoming, felt odd to him. It felt strangely alien. The coldness of his own soul, of the deathly energies that he harnessed, felt much more at home with his heart than this. But the repulsed sensation within Aldrich quickly dimmed away as his spiritual eyes beheld the forms of his friends once again. They were whole, too. No longer was their flesh rotted and bloodied, it was unwounded and whole and warm. Their eyes looked at Aldrich with focus, not with bleary dead blankness. They did not wear the tattered remnants of their Blackwater uniforms. Adam dressed simply in jeans and a plain white shirt while Elaine had on a plaid skirt and jacket combo she was fond of. These were the types of outfits they wore in the rare occasions they had free time to go out to Haven. Outfits they wore when they wanted to have fun instead of worrying about the countless problems life threw their way. They did not even have the many old scars on their bodies and faces that stood as proof of their harsh lives. This was what they would have looked like in an ideal world, when they could just live their lives the way they wanted to. And in the world that Aldrich envisioned, many like them, many like Aldrich himself, would get to live these lives out. Adam and Elaine smiled at Aldrich, and when he saw those smiles, his visions of a future under his control, all those far-off plans fled him as he was sucked into the present, the here and now where he had just one final more precious moment to spend with the only two people he had ever called friends. Man, did you get even edgier since school? Said Adam. And not even heaven can make you look good, huh? Said Aldrich. Hey, always got something to say back to me, huh? Come here. Adam opened his arms wide for a hug, patting Aldrich firmly on the back. Thanks for looking out for us. Even when we turned into zombies. It must have been a burden. Not at all. Aldrich pulled back from Adam and then hugged Elaine. Elaine smiled as she rested her chin on Adam's shoulder. Just make sure to take a break once in a while. No need. With undeath, my stamina is infinite, said Aldrich as he pulled back from Elaine. Yeah, we know that, said Adam. Don't take it so literally. What she means is that sometimes, you just have to slow down, even when you don't think you need to. Helps with clearing the head. You ought to know a lot about that, huh? Said Aldrich. Adam smiled and sighed. Come on, cut a dead guy some slack. Yeah, I know. Aldrich paused for a bit, eyeing Adam and Elaine before speaking his mind. You too, about what I've done, all the people I've killed, the people I've made suffer. I just wanted you to know that it isn't because I've gone insane. This is how I just am. How I always was. I just never got to show it to you two fully. But everything I've done is for a reason. Don't worry about it, Aldi, said Adam as he shook his head. You don't have to explain anything to us. This is your life, or rather, unlife, I guess, that you get to live, and it isn't our right to force anything onto you or judge you for anything. Whether you kill or torture or whatever, that's all you, and it would be wrong for us to try and change how you are. Are you sure, Adam? Didn't you want to be a hero? Said Aldrich. The whole capes and saving lives thing I thought might have clashed with this a little more. I wanted to be a hero to make money and be famous, huh? Not because I had any strong ideals or anything. Adam shrugged. I mean, I guess I would have liked to save people too, yeah, and me personally, I could never imagine doing what you do. But as someone from the wastelands, I also know what the harsh reality of this world is like. There are people like you and people like me, and at the end of the day, we aren't any better than the other, just different. And Aldrich, said Elaine. I want you to know that we've always known who you are. We know what you're capable of. We know what you've been through and how much that's changed you. Plus, you never really kept it a secret. You always did tell us about how your biggest dream was to get out of Blackwater and hunt down the people responsible for killing your parents. We accepted you for who you were then, and that doesn't change now. Yeah, I know, Aldrich nodded. It's still good to hear it from you two one more time though. Just don't get too crazy, though, said Adam with a laugh. What was that quote again? Staring too long into the abyss is bad for your eyes. No, you doofus, sighed Elaine. Gaze too long into the abyss, and the abyss also gazes into you. That's what it is. Yeah, whatever, that quote. Just make sure doing all this sh*t, you don't get messed up too bad, said Adam. A little late for that, said Aldrich. I've always been like this. Ever since my parents died. I know, said Adam. But there's a really big difference between how you are now with a focused goal and legitimately being messed up. Like, birds spinning above the head real bats crazy kind of deal. You honestly think I would turn out like that? Like any of the raving lunatics in Ark Asylum? Said Aldrich. Of course not. I don't know a single guy out there with a stronger will than you. I'm just saying, because of that strong will, you tend to really focus on something, and you don't let it go. It could take up too much of you. Adam patted Aldrich's shoulder. What I'm saying is, when you're doing all this crazy stuff to try and change the world, make sure to take some time to breathe. To relax, you know. Relax? Questioned Aldrich. He shook his head. My days of relaxing are over. They ended when you two died. That's just not true, said Adam. You have a whole lot more people to live for now. You've even got someone that loves you out there, and it's hard to love someone back if you've got so many other things in your mind. I guess if I try to boil down my rambling, it's this: if you start to look at the world too much as a problem to solve, I'm worried you'll start to only see what's wrong and not the good that's in it. And believe me, I'm speaking from experience here. Even though life can seem like a pile of steaming dog crap, you can always scoop out a nugget of good somehow. Did you seriously try to make a deep life quote using an analogy for picking apart dog poop? You really are a poet, aren't you? Said Elaine. Hey now, you have to admit that it works, doesn't it? Said Adam. It does, said Aldrich. He looked at his friends and sighed. I just wish that maybe, somehow, I could bring you two back. I have so much that I need to do, so much I want to change now that I have power. I took you two along as zombies because I wanted you two to see as much of what I did as possible, to try and make you two a part of that change I wanted to see. It's okay, said Elaine. We had pretty awful deaths, but it doesn't change the fact that we're dead. Coming back, at least for me, isn't something that sounds too great. Plus, dying is, well, how to put it, strangely peaceful. It feels like a rest after a long day of work. If, maybe, you weren't doing so well, if you didn't have anyone beside you, I think we might have had a stronger urge to come back, but all I can say is that I'm happy seeing how you are now. Yeah, have to agree with that, said Adam. I don't feel too much like coming back, either, considering Mr. Edge over here has netted himself the hottest girl I've ever seen. Sorry, Aldi, but it looks like we're going to have to leave this whole changing the world thing to you. Lazy to the end, huh? Joked Aldrich. No, if there was ever anyone out there that I could trust to change this world, it would be you. All there is to it, said Adam. Adam and Elaine's forms started to flicker, turning misty. Looks like our time is up, said Adam. There's just one more thing for me, said Elaine. What is it? Said Aldrich. My dad out in the wastelands, I want you to give him some closure. Elaine looked down ruefully. I was working on a project for him a while back. It isn't finished for obvious reasons, but it's something I wanted him to have before he passed away. If you log into my cloud, you'll find it pretty easily. I'll do my best to get it to him, said Aldrich. He knew Elaine's login information because the two routinely had collaborated in designing weapons, upgrades, and programs for the frames back in Blackwater, though it was mostly Elaine doing the work and Aldrich providing user feedback. You better, said Adam. And you have any last requests? Said Aldrich. Yeah, I do. A pretty damn important one, said Adam seriously. What is it? said Aldrich. For you to be happy, that's what, said Adam with a smile. Me personally, nothing. So quit wasting your time on dead spirits and get back out there. What he said Elaine. Thanks, you too, said Aldrich. And get rid of those zombies of us already. I look bad enough as is. Doesn't help when I'm a rotting corpse, complained Adam. Yeah, I will, said Aldrich. Don't worry about that. Now that I've talked to you two again, I feel a lot better letting you two go. One last hug, said Elaine. Of course. Bring it in, folks, said Adam, and the three of them hugged together for a long, lingering moment. Aldrich stayed in his friend's embrace until he felt their souls slowly fade away, their touch and warmth on his astral body growing colder and lighter until finally, it was all gone. The bright white light from their manifestation had disappeared, fading away into the gloomy dark and gray of the necropolis. Aldrich looked down at his open hand where a few faint sparkles of white light shimmered, though even those slowly flickered away. Objective: sever all mortal bonds, complete. So, did you find what you needed? Said the Death Lord. She breathed heavily, though she hid it quite well behind a straight posture and calm smile. It was obvious that channeling the soul construction had taken a massive toll on her. Yeah, I got my closure, said Aldrich. He paused. Thanks. It has been a very long time since anyone has thanked me for anything, said the Death Lord. Her smile then faded, her expression growing stern. Now then, let us finalize the ritual of eternity. About time, said Aldrich. Chapter 87: The Rise of Lich. You, Death Walker, will now ascend to a plane of existence beyond any mortal, beyond any mere undead, said the Death Lord, without wasting any more time, beginning the end of the ritual. She clasped her hands together and held them out towards Aldrich. As she did so, large swaths of crackling green energy surrounded his astral body in a spherical matrix. The Death Lord's reptilian green eyes flashed brightly, and a cord of swirling green energy manifested between Aldrich's spiritual heart and the phylactery in his physical body. The phylactery's purple orb started to oscillate rapidly, bearing countless glowing blue lines of magical inscription weaved into its surface. One by one, these inscriptions faded away, breaking off into flecks of bright blue dots. As a mortal necromancer, you merely walked through the currents of death. You waded waist-deep in the infinitely vast stream of living and dying, afraid of sinking your head under, for it was forbidden among mortals to do so, chanted the Death Lord, and as her words echoed through the necropolis, more and more inscriptions faded from the phylactery. As the phylactery lost its inscriptions, it began to open up physically, bearing moving segmentations that clicked and clacked as they slowly slid open like pieces in a puzzle box. But now, you will know what it means to truly be a part of this stream. To not be afraid of what lies below, but to embrace it. To swim within the raging rivers of death without drowning, no, to breathe it in, to let it become a part of you. To let it become your might. You will know power, and you will know eternity. The tether tying Aldrich's spirit form to the phylactery intensified in its green glow, and that was when he felt himself slowly assimilating into the phylactery. His spirit body began to grow ever more transparent as his essence funneled into the orb. The Death Lord paused, waiting for Aldrich's spirit body to fade away entirely into the phylactery. When it did, Aldrich found himself inside his own body again as his phylactery started to close up, returning into its spherical shape. The black circuit-shaped streaks all around his pale body were still present, but he did not feel any stronger. Any better than before. So what, that's it, said Aldrich. He held his hands near his face, seeing that his body was the same, as was his level of magical energy. No, not at all. The Death Lord smiled, baring her rows of threatening fangs. She put a hand on the hip of her silken green dress as she flitted out a forked tongue with strangely seductive air. This is simply the process to tether your soul into your phylactery. It is once you leave the necropolis and return to your realm that you will truly ascend. When all the power that you have amassed here descends upon you in one crashing tidal wave of strength. Oh, how wonderful your strength will be, how terrible your aura will be, how much death you will spread. I truly anticipate it with all my cold, undying heart. So that's it. You want me to kill for you? To spread death? Said Aldrich. What, you think me some mere hungry spirit? Of course not, said the Death Lord. No, my dear, What I want from you is merely for you to actualize your potential. What do you mean by that? Said Aldrich. All will be made clear in time, said the Death Lord mysteriously. She laughed. I jest. It would be so easy to end this with a mysterious line like that, no. But in all honesty, I am simply bored. I am trapped here in my realm, severed in its own pocket of space-time, and I cannot interact with anyone or anything else other than you. You are my only and, thus, greatest source of entertainment. So do your best not to die and end this show early. The Death Lord made a cutting motion with her hand, and a portal opened up behind Aldrich, leading out into the real world. He floated towards it, and even if he tried to stay, he would not be able to resist the pull of the portal. Wait, this power I'm about to receive, I don't fully know all about it, began Aldrich. He knew what liches could do in the game, but he did not know entirely if the game mechanics translated perfectly to real life. You will find out, said the Death Lord. I am not sending you away so soon because I begrudge your company. Nay, as I have said before, I like it. But there are those that need you. Need me, yes. This arena blocks your connection to undead under you from outside its walls. But, let's see, you've received no less than 8 distress signals that these arena walls have intercepted. I assume you are direly needed, said the Death Lord. What, an attack? Aldrich immediately perked up in battle readiness as his mind raced to think about how this had happened. He had planned very thoroughly with Casimir about how to take down every conceivable threat that would come the Red Circle's way. This involved creating unique teams to defeat Blackwater's combat instructors, the strongest threats on hand, and the Trident Elite Squadron stationed in Haven. Other than them, there would be no significant threats until at least a day later when reinforcements came. Had reinforcements arrived early? How was everyone doing? Was Valera all right? Your most recent distress call was a mere minute ago. Those that rely upon you should still be intact. The Death Lord waved Aldrich away. Now go. Receive your strength. Test it upon those that dare to strike against you. And when the time is right, bear it down upon me. She smiled eagerly at Aldrich in pure, battle-crazed desire. Her crown of glowing green shards flared. Take this heavy crown of death from me. Make it yours. Aldrich blinked, processing what she said, but before he could respond, the portal sucked him in with one last violent draw, and he saw nothing but darkness. Then, as Aldrich perceived the real world, the beginnings of color and shape forming the walls of the Red Circle's dance floor, it hit him. The power. It washed over him like a tidal wave, and at first, he felt like he was going under, completely drowning, his consciousness and body buffeted and crashed every which way and that by power. His vision turned a bright green, and he felt almost like his entire existence was being pulled apart at the seams. He felt as if at any given moment, if he lost control, if he let himself be pulled under this raging flood of strength, he might be scattered into atoms. But, almost as soon as the power hit him so very violently, it stopped. The blinding bright green around him faded into pure darkness. He felt weightless in this darkness, without any physical form, just his basic consciousness, but here, he saw the very familiar sight of letters typing across a status screen. But where before the letters were white and gold and styled as if they belonged to a fantasy game, the letters were now a bright, eerie green, the font shaped like thin, bare bones scratch marks. And there, he saw the rewards he had reaped pouring in. Calculating express gain, opening square bracket comma closing square bracket. Opening square bracket comma closing square bracket. Express gains exceeding normal limit. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, comma, comma, comma. The level up messages continued on and on and on until finally. Level up, level 14, level 40. New express bar. 0.45 thousandths. Plus 130 stat points available to distribute. Race changed from undead, risen, to lich. Passive. Inner circle of the lich obtained. Passive. Outer circle of the lich obtained. Spell. Death bolt obtained. Anti-life shell rank 2 changed to mist of undeath. Lich stat bonuses obtained. Plus 20 strength. Plus 20 agility. Plus 40 vitality. Plus 40 attunement. Plus 20 perception. Racial passive. Undead body changed to racial passive. Lich aspect. Comma. 1x living armor, Volantis automatically equipped. Current armor set consumed. 50 plus miscellaneous items, weapons, armor, materials obtained. Exceeds personal inventory limit. Surplus moved to available personal storage identified as the chrysalis. Summons preserved in temporary storage. 30x Death Knight. 1x Crimson Knight Captain. 20x Skeleton Knight Archers. 1x Zombie Giant. 1x Great Bone Wheel. Miscellaneous Raised Mortal Undead. Aldrich saw all this power flowing into him through the void and did what he knew best. He built his character up. He distributed his stat points. And as he did so, as he organized himself, he did not just upgrade his character, he built his very existence back up. His physical body, his old mortal shell, was gone now. In this darkness, as he put in points into magic, into attunement, into vitality, as he gained a greater and greater grasp of what he could do, he could see his new body starting to form again, manifesting around his bare, floating consciousness. Chapter 88 Return of the Lich. 26 level ups, 130 stat points to distribute. With the racial bonuses from becoming a lich, Aldrich was satisfied with his physical stats for now. His strength was now at 40 and his agility at 35. That was more than enough to be thoroughly superhuman, and with Valantis's shattered bone necromancy aiding him, that would increase massively too when needed. Thus, Aldrich focused on putting his stats into vitality, magic, attunement, and perception. Plus 25 vitality, increased to plus 50 with affinity bonuses. Vitality, 60, 110. Current HP, 333 130ths. With that, the darkness around Aldrich faded away into bright, ghostly green as a tongue of green fire flickered and began to grow rapidly, raging into a pillar of waving green energy. The pillar then stabilized, condensing upon itself into a sphere-shaped aura of green energy that shimmered in hazy waves like thick mist or fog. In the center of that aura of misty green energy, the phylactery manifested, though now, its purple shade had turned completely emerald green like a beautiful, precious jewel, like the very same shade present in the Death Lord's draconic eyes. Plus 55 attunement, increased to plus 110 with affinity bonuses. Attunement, 91 201. With this, the beginnings of Aldrich's physical body then started to develop. A bare skeletal spine of steely dark gray shade, almost as if made of metal, emerged from the center of the green mist sphere, forming into the skeletal upper half of a human. An enormous human, at that, standing nearly 7 feet, 2.1 meters tall. The ribcage formed around the phylactery, the ribs curling around it in a defensive matrix. Strands of energy shot forth from his ribs and tethered to the phylactery in a web of energy strands that kept it suspended in place and thoroughly protected. When these strands attached to the phylactery, Aldrich understood one thing. The phylactery had changed massively. By receiving Aldrich's soul and enormous quantities of energy, the chrysalis within had merged with both. What exactly this entailed, he did not know yet. But he was eager to find out. The lower half of Aldrich's skeletal body was not visible, for it melded into his now permanent spherical aura of green energy. For liches were beings that were akin to elementals. Spiritual entities with a physical anchor that represented a specific natural force. In the case of a lich, that element was the ever-present, ever-reaching flow of death itself. Spikes jutted out of his metallic dark gray bones, curving out from his shoulders, forearms, and in the form of horns around the crown of his skull. Plus 26 magic, increased to plus 52 with stat affinity bonuses. Magic, 71 plus 52 equals 123. New current mana, 369 369ths. Plus 24 perception, 50. With the final distribution of these stat points, Aldrich's empty eye sockets glowed with bright green points of light that flickered like twin spots of flame, and with that, he felt his consciousness fully anchor into his newly developed physical form. The darkness around him completely cast away as his new eyes saw the real world around him. Aldrich found himself in the middle of the performance stage in the Red Circle's dance floor, exactly where he had previously been before he had warped all the villains to the Red Circle. However, what he saw all around him was a scene of carnage. The dance floor was utterly thrashed. The ground was cratered with smoking explosions, fires, and cracks. Tables and booths were broken apart into splinters. The performance stage was broken apart, wires in the machinery within it sputtering crackling showers of sparks that furthered more fires. Thankfully, the red circle was largely fireproofed, preventing the flames from spreading. Dozens of corpses of red circle staff were scattered everywhere, and among them, the culprits showed themselves. Variants. Aquatic-type variants, all of them. Most of them were quadrupedal, though, being almost like hideous mutations of man and fish with hunched backs, legs, fin tails, gills that breathed sucked in air through both land and sea, burly, clawed arms, and glowing yellow eyes. A dozen of these variants stood still, stopping themselves feasting on human corpses as they paid attention to the performance stage, as if to lend their eyes and ears to a performance. That performance being their death. Aldrich mentally gained an immediate understanding of where his summons were. They were not here in the red circle. It seemed that, under Valera's command, they had rallied their forces and left when the red circle, its defenses already thoroughly damaged by villains, came under attack by variants. They had retreated to the abandoned mega complex apartment that Aldrich initially stationed the Geist, Walters, and Smoke at to deal with the Blackwater instructor Colette. They had fortified the complex as a sort of base, using its many floors as a natural tower full of choke points to defend against attacks. Overall, though, Aldrich had suffered no major losses to his forces. A few skeletons had fallen, but that was about it. That left Aldrich to clean up here and regroup with the others. As soon as the variants made eye contact with Aldrich's giant, glowing form of energy and bone, they froze, awed. "I hope you enjoyed your meals," said Aldrich. His voice rung out in echoing, thunderous peals that no longer sounded remotely human. It was deep, threatening, and chilling to the core to listen to that voice, a voice that promised nothing but impending death. "For they will be your last." Aldrich thrust out a skeletal hand and cast Death Bolt, a new cantrip spell he learned that all liches knew. It was a 5th circle spell that cost 10 mana that specialized in heavy destructive power. For enemies weak enough, it was an instant death spell. A helical strand of green, flaming energy shot forth from Aldrich's hand, whistling with a ghostly wail as it smashed into a variant. The variant did not just die, it blew apart as if a bomb had been detonated inside of it, utterly drenching its brethren behind it in its scales, blood, and entrails. The variants shrieked in fear, but one of the variants, a larger, bulkier variant reminiscent of a swordfish, roared, forcing its brethren to stay and fight. It was evident that this creature was in command here. It was far larger than the others with a heavy build reminiscent of an armored car. Easily 2 meters tall and powerfully built, ready to charge and skewer anything with its long, blade-like snout. The swordfish variant charged, using a power that boosted its movement speed with jet bursts of pressurized air in various holes in its flesh. The variant sped forwards as fast as a speeding car, smashing into Aldrich. The variant's snout blade, metallic in its tensile durability, shattered when it hit Aldrich's ribcage. Aldrich not even budged a single inch back. The variant roared in pain as it stumbled backwards, utterly rebuffed. Aldrich grabbed the swordfish variant's throat with one hand and held its several 100-pound weight of muscle and scale up with utter ease. The variant flailed its finned arms and legs in a desperate struggle to survive, but there was no struggle here. Only a massacre. Aldrich used his other hand to grab a firm hold on the variant's head, his skeletal fingers piercing into the flesh and anchoring into the creature's skull. He then channeled another death bolt right into the creature's head, completely splattering it. Blood spouted out from the variant's headless body like a fountain, and seeing this, all the other variants shrieked and fled as fast as they could. Weak. Very weak. And to think something like this might have even posed a challenge to me before, said Aldrich. The creature was level 15 maybe, in terms of raw stats, but Aldrich was far too strong now, especially in terms of durability. Even without any strength or speed augmentations, he was more than a match for it. And this was even without him willing Volantis to manifest. As a living armor, Volantis now bound to Aldrich's very soul, being present within him even if not physically present. Aldrich could feel the living armor's presence lying dormant inside, the heart of a fierce, powerful warrior ready to awaken and serve at a moment's notice. But before Aldrich willed Volantis to awaken and manifest, he forged his Materius. Aldrich's current form of energy and bone was his aspect base, his fundamental appearance as the death elemental known as a lich. On top of this, he could create what was known as a materius, essentially a far more physical form that liches used to appear similarly to other mortals and to reduce any weaknesses they had to attacks that targeted spirits. The materius also gave Aldrich much more maneuverability to move around in armor and wield weapons with a more familiar humanoid body. As a lich, he received negatives to equipping regular warrior-type armor, but with a materius, he could subvert that. The process to create one was simple. It was simply a matter of enforcing his will, for it was an innate racial ability of his. As natural as knowing how to breathe or knowing where one's limbs were even in the dark. Strands of raw red flesh sprouted from Aldrich's dark bones. Organs, mostly decorative, serving no true functional purpose, grew within his skeletal frame. Over these, muscle fibers knitted around before growing deathly pale skin. His energy aura faded away as it covered up under his costume of flesh and blood, and within seconds, he looked as he had in his human form. Though, with a few minor differences. Aldrich was now much, much taller, standing almost as tall as his lich aspect form. Now, it was time to don his new set of armor. "Awaken, Relentless," said Aldrich as he looked down at his naked body, balling up his fists and breathing in, remembering how it felt to be in a body of flesh and blood. Chapter 89 Learning Spells. Aldrich closed his eyes as he felt his body start to oscillate rapidly, his skin and muscles undulating grotesquely as if there were countless little things alive and crawling within. Then, countless patches of his skin ripped open, but from these holes, no blood pooled out. Instead, dark metal streamed out in flowing, living strands. Gleaming black metal streaked with an aura of crimson. The metal strands weaved and locked around each other and over Aldrich, soon enough encasing him in armor that exactly replicated what Relentless embodied. This was armor fashioned from the flesh and bones of a blood dragon, and its organic origins showed in the spikes of dull white, almost gold-colored bone that jutted from Aldrich's shoulder plates, forearms, and greaves. Aldrich looked down at his hands. The gauntlet's fingers ended into curved claws meant for ripping and tearing, and indeed, the armor did not seem like something someone would wear. No, it felt like a creature of its own, a predator and hunter in its own right. Bands and streaks of bloody red glowed throughout the armor, signifying the flesh and blood of the dragon imbued within. The helmet that Aldrich wore, a three-horned, spiked construct of black metal and gold bone and red blood with a single gleaming red dot at the eye line, fused into the armor itself with a metallic click. Aldrich perceived the world around him in a faint shade of red at first before Relentless merged with him better, their minds and souls synchronizing and adapting. His vision adjusted to the color spectrum he was used to, and he felt the armor shift in size, adjusting its dimensions to perfectly fit Aldrich's body. Instead of wearing a suit of dead metal armor, it felt more like Aldrich was fused with something already alive. Almost like operating a mech suit with a highly functioning AI, though even more personal. "Your command, my lord," rumbled Relentless's voice within Aldrich's head. "How much of your own power can you use, Relentless?" said Aldrich. "My independent strength is limited, for I am bound to you and still recovering from destruction," said Relentless. "While I am tethered to you, I am only capable of accessing necromancy that directly stitches the organs and flesh that I have amassed and imbued within this armor. General necromancy such as that involving the summoning of bone, I cannot wield. Should you detach from me, I may use all my powers, but again, I will be weakened. And, I will warn you, my lord, that calling upon my shattered bone necromancy will conflict with your own legion necromancy. As we share one spirit, one body, we cannot access both streams of death at once with our respective full strengths. At the least, not until we have reached greater synchronicity over time. As of now, I may grant you one stitching at any given moment. Whether that be great muscular strength or wings with which to fly, it is yours to choose. But if you wish me to delve deeper into my shattered bone spells, stitching multiple parts at once with greater strength, it will require you to sacrifice your legion magic. Tell me, can you still stitch the arm of the blood god?" said Aldrich. "Yes, but it will take all my might. After using it, I must go dormant, rendering me into naught but a mere shell of metal and bone," said Relentless. "I see," said Aldrich. He paused to gather his thoughts. Relentless could use his shattered bone necromancy to grow exactly one part on Aldrich for now. Granted, The base stats and durability that Relentless gave Aldrich was still enormous and likely more than enough to sustain Aldrich through basically any threat. Especially durability. As an armor set, Relentless was probably the most durable that Aldrich could ever wield as a full mage, easily being on par with the defense offered by a full warrior's armor set. Originally, Aldrich, as a pure mage-type character, could not even wield proper full armor like this without suffering huge negatives, but because Relentless was a living armor and more a symbiote than an item, it seemed that Aldrich did not face equipment-based negatives. Over time, Relentless would also grow stronger, recovering his strength and also becoming more and more synchronized with Aldrich. This also meant that as Aldrich leveled up, so could Relentless. Theoretically, in a hypothetical end game, Aldrich could essentially have mastery over 2 entire necromancy occultations, something that was never in the game because it would be game-breakingly overpowered to have a caster that was also just as strong as a warrior in melee. For now, though, Aldrich had to rely on himself to deal damage. He used the 40 attunement points he had received from dumping so many points into attunement. Attuned spell limit, 7/12. Inner circle units, 8/45. Inner circle units, Valera, Relentless, Chrysalis, Geist, Flurgan, Dynamite Girl, Antlion, Bloodspitter Lizard. Outer circle unit limit, 225. As a lich, Aldrich now had massively enhanced capacity to control undead. Liches were forces of nature that, when angered, were basically like natural disasters. When they attacked a city or village, they did not just wield a few dozen undead as mortal necromancers did, no, they fielded entire undead armies, submerging living settlements like a flood of death. Thus, Aldrich's undead control system changed fundamentally to reflect this, splitting into 2 categories known as the inner circle and the outer circle. The typical unit's controlled limit that Aldrich fielded now changed to the inner circle. This encompassed undead that were strong enough to be above level 15. Meanwhile, the outer circle consisted of units that ranged from 1 to 15. The max amount of units Aldrich could field in his outer circle equaled his inner circle limit multiplied by 5, allowing him to essentially raise an entire army. The stronger Aldrich got, the higher he evolved as a lich, the wider the level range of his outer circle. On top of this, the Raise Undead spell and its mass variation also changed from a typical spell to a mere cantrip, giving it essentially 0 cooldown when used on outer circle undead. For corpses strong enough to enter the inner circle, however, Raise Undead still went on cooldown, and the health and mana consuming channel was the same for raising unit that was significantly stronger than Aldrich. Aldrich withdrew from his inventory the Tome of Skeletal Mastery and the Tome of Necrotic Carnage. He used both, learning spells to pad up his spell count and replace those that were no longer needed. Twin auras of bloody red and ashen white swirled around him, lighting the abandoned, ruined insides of the red circle in their eerie twin glows. At the end of this process, Aldrich was left with the following 12 spells. First, there were spells he kept. Grave Consumption. Raise Undead. Create Greater Undead. First Ring. This spell was Aldrich's most useless as undead created from this could only go up to level 20. This was because he had not received the necessary Tome of Dark Arts to upgrade it, yet, once upgraded, would become much better. As a result, he kept the spell. Negative Surge. A reliable spell to use in buffing an ally or Aldrich's own physical stats. Once he got the appropriate Tome of Dark Arts, he would replace this with Death Surge. And then there were his new spells. Death Bolt. Aldrich's new spammable spell attack, directly replacing Chill Bolt as a vastly superior alternative. Call of the Impaler. An area of effect spell that caused impaling stakes of bone to erupt all around Aldrich, allowing for him to generate distance or clear out enemies very easily. Bone Wall. This allowed Aldrich to summon forth a wall of bone that could block attacks or, if raised beneath an enemy, impale them. Bone Missile Array. This generated a circle of floating bones around Aldrich that could be shot forth according to his will like bullets. He could also supplement this with bones he found on the battlefield. Rite of Bone Binding. By activating this spell, Aldrich could make all skeleton-type units under his control in his nearby vicinity to greatly strengthen their durability and strength. Burning Agony. Using this spell, Aldrich could cause zombie-type undead under his control in his vicinity to start burning up, their blood boiling and their bodily processes maximizing, granting them heavily enhanced stats and a flaming hot ignited blood aura. Eventually, this would reduce the zombies down into skeletal undead. Corpse Nova, a mighty spell that Aldrich could use on any zombie-type undead or unit with flesh in his command, sacrificing them to turn them into a living bomb. In terms of sheer firepower, this was perhaps Aldrich's strongest attack in his arsenal so far. Mist Phase, a spell known by all liches. It allowed Aldrich to teleport a short distance away after a small channel of 5 seconds. The range extended greatly if he teleported to an undead under his command. Aldrich's was now beginning to scrape back his original power and, as a result, his original battle strategies. As a Legion Necromancer, he was used to fielding large amounts of undead, though now as a lich, the scale of this increased tremendously. Knowing this, Aldrich geared his spells towards being able to maximally abuse the hordes of disposable undead he could generate. Burning Agony on raised zombies made even the weakest among them strong threats, and eventually, they would turn into skeletons. At which point Rite of Bone Binding could turn them into durable defensive units, or Aldrich could scatter them and use them to fuel his bone-based spells. Against targets Aldrich really needed to take down, he could use Corpse Nova on any of his many disposable zombies, dealing massive and unexpected damage. On top of all this, Aldrich could now thoroughly defend himself with his own defensive spells and relentless, no longer needing to solely rely on his undead. He could afford to take hits and fight on his own now. And yet, at the same time, Aldrich asked himself the same question he had asked himself the first time he embarked on this journey as a necromancer. What was a necromancer without his undead? Aldrich looked around at the variant and red circle staff corpses lying scattered about. He smiled underneath his helm of darkness and blood. "Serve," said Aldrich as he raised his hands up, casting Mass Raise Undead. All the dozens of corpses in the dance floor twitched and shuddered as they rose up as zombies, becoming the first of Aldrich's ever-growing Outer Circle army. Chapter 90 Exterminating Pests. Aldrich walked outside of the red circle, and surprisingly, despite the heavy appearance of his armor, he did not make much noise at all. As he approached the blown-apart neosteel door leading into and out of the club, he could hear raging, whistling winds outside along with the roar of heavy rain and the occasional crackle of lightning. Aldrich's newly raised undead comprising of the swordfish variant, a few dead aquatic variants, and much of the red circle's staff, followed around him, forming into an entourage of zombies. Outside, Aldrich saw a truly apocalyptic scene unfolding before him. The clouds above had formed a thick veil of dark storm clouds, and from them, rain and gale force winds raged downwards. There was enough rain that it had flooded the roads, overloading the city's drainage systems. The water reached to Aldrich's knees, and considering how tall he now was, that was more than enough for cars, phones, papers, and countless miscellaneous city objects to float about. Everything was dark, nearly pitch black. Haven City's usual collection of brightly lit billboards, hollow, and building lights had sputtered out as if under a blackout, with only the occasional emergency generator-powered streetlight illuminating much of anything. The air felt heavy, and not simply because of humidity. There was a weight to it that was unnaturally dense, and any human that needed to breathe would likely find themselves short of breath within half an hour of being here. It was probable that this air also affected technology, disrupting it greatly. It was to the point where there were few, if any news drones or hovercraft in the sky. And even if there were, they would not have survived. Several large flying manta rays hovered above the city, the skin on their white bellies rotund and stretched out. When they opened their gaping maws, sea variants poured out, landing down below as ground troops. On top of this, there were floating sea serpents and flying fish variants that hovered in the air, raining down spines. The constant rattle of gunfire and explosions rumbled in the distance, and bullets and shells in the form of bright streaks of light shot up, gunning down variants. Humanoid battle drones sent by the Panopticon zipped through the air, engaging in a losing battle as they got swarmed by sheer numbers. Countless sirens blared out a piercing wail that echoed through the whole city, ordering emergency evacuation or retreat into designated Panopticon bunkers. This was an absolute war zone. An attack of this scale was a horrific disaster, perhaps one of the worst known in a decade. At the very least, the worst attack made on Haven in 50 years. Something like this warranted a S-rank hero's response, or at the very least, several dozen A-rankers. But the fact that this disaster continued meant that either the heroes were late, already dead, or not coming. Either way, Haven was left to fend for itself. Especially the poorer Southside district where the Red Circle and Dud ghettos were. When Aldrich tried using his Death Sense passive, its range greatly enhanced by his Lich status, to see if there were freshly dead or near-dead mortals around him, he registered that everyone in the nearest street blocks were all dead. Most of the corpses were those that had been torn apart in their apartments or hiding spots by variants, and they had died merely half an hour ago. Most likely, variants had swarmed in from the eastern coast and now funneled down south, towards the projects where the Duds were defenseless in their ghettos. At best, the projects had just one functional panopticon bunker, and maybe 200 people could be crammed in there. Overall, though, there were over 5,000 Duds living in the projects, all of them soon to be casualties. Aldrich sensed stares zoned in on him. There were variants everywhere, crawling on building walls, perched on roofs, on the streets, anywhere they could find purchase, they did. All of them stared at Aldrich with inhuman fish-like eyes that gleamed yellow or red. Most of the variants, Aldrich noted, were bipedal fishmen-type monstrosities with 4 arms, hunched backs, and scales of varying colors, some red, some blue, some white, it did not matter, all of them were weak. The quadrupedal types that Aldrich had seen in the Red Circle were larger and seemed to be mounts or attack dogs for these fishmen. Each fishman was a head taller than the average human, even with their hunched backs, and their imposing frames meant that they could easily rip the normal human limb from limb with no effort. Several fishmen, those nearest to Aldrich on the streets, hissed as they sprinted at him, utterly unfazed by his imposing appearance. "So inconceivably stupid," said Aldrich. "Can you not sense my power, even now? Well, I suppose that's a good thing, in a way." Aldrich punched one fishman in the head and literally blew its head off like he had fired a shotgun point blank at it. Then, using the decapitated corpse as a club, he violently brutalized all other fishmen that neared him until his convenient club was reduced to a mangled mess of flesh strips attached to a cracked and twisted spine. Several fishmen on the roofs, green-scaled in color, shot spines from spiked protrusions on their fins. All of them clattered off of Aldrich's armor with as much effect as the rain. "Pests," muttered Aldrich as he pointed at a group of green fishmen on a roof and fired a death bolt. The helical blast shot forth like a cannonball, completely blowing up the fishmen group in a mess of strewn apart, mangled limbs. With that, the remaining fishmen, those that were some distance away from Aldrich, spared of his immediate slaughtering power, saw their kin massacred with ease and shrieked before running away. It was almost miraculous how quickly the fishmen just disappeared, slinking off into alleyways or climbing over buildings to fade away. It reminded Aldrich of how vermin, rats and cockroaches, scattered under light. "I don't have time to deal with the low-level grunts," said Aldrich. He looked at the corpses he had made and chanted, "Serve." They arose, joining Aldrich's outer circle army. "All of you, go down south. Clear out any variants. Protect the projects," said Aldrich. "And before you'll go, you will need help." Aldrich reached into the temporary storage that the Death Lord had fashioned to hold Aldrich's summons. He held out an open palm, and within, a bright green sigil formed in the air. In here, all his summons were stored, and by breaking the sigil, he could release whom he wanted to put under his control. He saw the list of undead he had marked to raise. From there, he filled out his inner circle. A zombie giant, a deathwheel, 15 members of Blackwater's a class, the Crimson Knight captain, and 15 of the Death Knights under the captain's command. That marked out Aldrich's inner circle to 41/45 capacity, with him leaving 4 spots for strong undead to raise on this battlefield. Aldrich then closed his clawed gauntleted hand, shattering the green sigil. An omnidirectional wave of green energy surged out from him, and as it did so, it materialized out of misty matter his promised undead. A red-armored vampire knight knelt in front of Aldrich, as did 15 black-armored, black-caped Death Knights behind him. Some distance away, the large wheel-like form of the Deathwheel's many stitched together bones and corpses as well as the enormous dozen-meter-tall zombie giant loomed. "The 80th Immortalist Legion is at your command, my lord," said the crimson-armored captain. "The 80th Legion, is it? What happened to the rest of you?" said Aldrich. In the game's lore, the Death Lord fielded 100 Immortalist Legions. The lower the number of the legion, the fewer knights there were in exchange for having higher-leveled individual knights. As for the 80th Legion, Aldrich estimated there should have been almost 1,000 knights within it. A rather disposable fighting force of level 20 to 30 knights when encountered during the late game. "This is all that remains of us," said the captain solemnly. "But we are still always ready to serve. That's all that matters in the end," said Aldrich. "And you won't be the 80th Legion any longer. You are the first knights under my service, and so, accordingly, you will be my first." First. The Crimson Knight stared up at Aldrich with his vampiric red eyes wide in shock. He then quickly bowed his head. "Yes, of course, we will take this great honor to our undying hearts. You will not regret granting us such a revered position. I have no doubts you will live up to my expectations," said Aldrich. "Captain, or rather, what is your name?" "Kairos, my lord, of bloodline Adal, Bloodine, vampiric nobility. Then, there is someone under me that I would have you meet after this battle is over," said Aldrich. "But for now, Captain, if you were raised as nobility, then you were taught how to fight and how to lead. No doubt there was a reason why you were a captain within a legion. Your job here is simple. You will go south and slaughter all fish-type monsters with extreme prejudice." "Your will is mine, my lord," said Kairos with a bow, his white cape fluttering behind him with the raging winds. "As for who you will protect and how to navigate these streets, I will have these men and women guide you." Aldrich turned now to the 15 members of Blackwater's resurrected a class. "All of you, follow under Kairos. Guide him towards the dud projects. Save all those you can but focus mostly on killing the enemy. Secure the projects and the Panopticon bunker there. You can finally fulfill your debt to society, to all those you spat on and looked down upon." "Understood," said Alexis, the storm barrier generator. She seemed to be the de facto leader of this group now that Seth Solar was not here. "All of you except you," said Aldrich. His gaze settled on Zane, or rather, the monstrous giant black crow that he had turned into. Chapter 91 New Mount. Aldrich reached out his metallic black hand towards Zane, his palm open wide. Zane managed out only a rumbling growl, his vocal cords now too mutated to speak anything resembling a human language, as he hopped forwards on his huge talons, bending his head down. When Aldrich made contact with Zane's steely, feathered head, he tried to sense for any of Zane's memories and thoughts within. After all, Aldrich had risen Zane with his soul intact, so there should still be the man's thoughts and will within. Nothing, or at the very least, there was nothing that could remotely be considered human. It was odd. Aldrich had never heard of a case where a mutant category alter could completely shift themselves into a variant. Even mutants whose physical appearances were permanently altered were still human at heart. But this was different. Functionally speaking, the individual, the human known as Zane, was utterly gone, leaving behind only a monster. There was a soul, yes, but everything that made up the individual, the memories, the emotions, the feelings, all of that was wiped away. This might as well have been a completely new existence. It feels odd to address you by a name you don't even recognize. Not to mention you are not even human any longer. At the same time, I don't consider myself the most creative type, so, how about I rename you as Crow? Said Aldrich. The giant avian beast growled in assent, and that was that. Crow it was. In terms of raw size, Crow was comparable to a fighter jet or small aircraft. Easily more than large enough to fully seat Aldrich. He leapt atop Crow's back, and Crow stood up tall, his wings outstretched. Aldrich looked down at his knights and Blackwaters a class. "Go, wipe the variants out." "As you command," said Kairos. He stood to attention, his white cape fluttering as he unsheathed a red-tinted saber from his hip. "Knights, dedicate your blades to our new lord." The Death Knights stood at attention just like Kairos, unsheathing their weapons and holding them in the air in a salute as Crow flapped his great wings once, sending Aldrich hovering in the air. Aldrich nodded down at them before looking into the distance, towards the top of the abandoned mega complex where Valera and the rest of the undead were holed up. Aldrich mentally commanded Crow to move, and Crow growled before flapping his wings, sending a squall of wind raging down below, forcing rainfall and water to part from sheer air pressure alone. Crow shot forth like a shooting star of midnight black, soaring into the air with extreme acceleration that very quickly made all those on street level tiny like dots. In the air, Aldrich faced immediate attention from various flying aquatic variants. Sea serpent and flying fish types, mostly. There were a few large seahorse-type variants with fishmen riding upon them. They all aimed their natural weapons at Aldrich. The serpents fired streams of venom or bolts of energy from their mouths. The flying fish shot spines from their fins. The seahorses generated pressurized cutting streams of water. All the projectiles hit Crow's armored feather exterior and dealt no damage at all. Crow's response was brutal and quick. He swiped his wing towards them, and a hailstorm of giant black feathers, each large enough to impale through a man wholesale, shot out like a giant shotgun spray, reducing all the variants into chunks of severed meat. Had you always been in this form, you would definitely have been the strongest in the A class. Barring anomalies like Seth Solar, of course, said Aldrich. Or Mel Morales. I wonder whether she's protecting this city or whether she's fled. In either case, I suppose it really doesn't matter to what I do. With that, Aldrich willed Crow to make his way towards the mega complex. While en route, Aldrich tapped his metallic forehead with his index finger, establishing a mental link with Valera. Valera stood with her hands clasped behind her back on the balcony of the mega complex's highest floor. Beside her, Casimir also stood, matching her downward gaze below where they oversaw their forces fighting against an unending wave of monsters known as variants. It was primarily the Geist and the undead fighting. A purple haze hung low over the courtyard and parking lot leading into the mega complex, and within it, fishmen dropped like flies, completely overdosed on the Geist's neurotoxic gas. Fishmen with green scales were immune to the poison, however, and these, the undead faced off against. The grizzly, striker, troll chieftain, crabs, and all other monster-type variants fought savagely against the fishmen. Individually, the fishmen were no weaklings either, and Valera estimated their combat capacity to be roughly equivalent to a level 10 or so warrior. Each fishman was weaker than any given undead, but there were far more of them, and their numbers only increased over time. Thankfully, so far, it seemed that these fishmen were an advance force, not backed by much stronger creatures nor any significant air support. They were weak enough to the point where the heavier-hitting undead consisting of Flurgan, the Geist, and Dynamite Girl could easily dispatch them. Inside the complex itself, Casimir's Red Circle staff were armed and ready to deal with intruders if they made it past the neurotoxic gas field littered with hostile undead. It has been 2.5 hours since Mr. Vane's expedition, said Casimir. I place my faith in him, but at the end of the day, I am still but a man, and it is in man's nature to worry. I would wring your neck for you even suggesting incompetence of his part, but I also understand it is, as you say, also natural for weak creatures like yourself to worry, said Valera. But have faith and hold this position. When he returns, all will be made right. I have never considered myself a man of faith, said Casimir. But perhaps there is a first time for everything. He turned to the insides of the apartment where Speebert, a short, stocky man wearing goggles that Valera had first mistakenly identified as a dwarf, and Fisk worked together, hooking up an emergency generator and signal generator to their array of laptop screens. Have we established net connection? Said Casimir. As difficult, said Speebert, his accent thickly Russian. He thumbed his nose with a cracked, dirty nail. Whole city under interference. I sense it comes from above. In the sky. To establish connection, I would have to fly away from city or go very high. But far too dangerous, even if I get support from Hirondell. At the very least, we have backed up all the blackmail, yes. Said Casimir. Oh that, of course. Speebert nodded. But what good is blackmail when we all die, yeah? We ain't gonna die, little man, said Fisk. Even third-rate nomad techno call me little, Speebert shook his head. World is going to sh*t. Third rate, I'll have you know, I actually went to a techno school. I just kinda got bored and dropped out, said Fisk. Speebert just grunted and continued working. Before communications went down, AA said this attack was a rank disaster. But don't see a rank heroes out there. Lazy sons of whores. It has been precisely 1 hour since this attack, said Casimir as he looked down at his gem-studded luxury watch. And I was made aware that there were 2 rankers stationed in Haven. That they have not taken this under control by now indicates that they are either dead or require reinforcements. Blanca, my dear, you do have my updated will, yes. Blanca stood at attention with sleek laptop under her arm. Signed and saved. Thank you, my dear, said Casimir. Why do you worry? You used that power of yours, said Valera. It said you would not face harm this night. Minimal harm, corrected Casimir. And that is the issue with my power. It has many gaps. What if I endure a small but thoroughly poisoned cut? I would die in days, and yet, it would still technically be true that I suffered but minimal harm in the timeframe my power encompasses. Also, I am not worrying. I am simply securing the future of my assets. As Casimir finished his sentence, Valera thrust out her arm in front of him. She manifested her cross shield, blocking several flying fish spines. Airborne monsters, growled Valera. She saw 2 flying fishes in the distance and shoved Casimir back. She then cocked her arm back, then threw her shield out using the shield toss skill. The cross-shaped shield spun rapidly through the air like an oversized shuriken before smashing into one fish, then the other, before returning to Valera's arm. The 2 struck fish fell to the ground, their bones shattered thoroughly. Marvelous. Casimir clapped his hands in wonder. So this is your power. Manifesting and manipulating the trajectory of this shield. One power, said Valera, but she did not elaborate further. Her mind was on her master. Chapter 92 Return of the Lich. Valera had sent many distress signals to him, for in the realm of death, it was impossible to truly establish a connection with him. The only thing she could do, even as a chosen undead close to him, was send out mental messages that he may or may not even receive. She did not worry about his safety, though. She did not believe her master would fall. No, she never once believed that. But at the same time, she was not a fanatic either, believing her master could do no wrong. He could err and make mistakes or miscalculate. For example, he likely had no idea an attack like this was coming. That was where she, as his chosen, as his most trusted guardian knight, would stand up tall with her shield and her might and her wits to cover for him. She did not just spend her time like a distressed princess, wringing her hands together and sending distress calls to her master. No, Valera had assumed direct command of all the undead. In the first half-hour of attack by these monsters, she had stayed in the red circle to try and defend it, but the base was already damaged, its gates breached and its shields destroyed, and its confines were small and unsuited for a long-term siege. So, after half an hour, Valera had gotten everyone to move to this mega-complex. This building formed a natural tower of defense and was also large enough that the Geis's potent poison cloud would not affect any of the vulnerable flesh and blood mortals under Casimir. All the while, she had sent the Alloy-Wing Eagle, Evil Eyes, and Grave Wards on scouting trips to determine what was going on. The Evil Eyes and Grave Wards, unfortunately, were not the best spies in a battlefield like this where explosions and projectiles flew everywhere. They were too slow to react to attacks and got caught in crossfires before disintegrating. The combined efforts of all the scouts, however, had accrued valuable information. The main brunt of this monster attack was not targeted here. It was focused directly at the center of the city, and there, defending fortified walls, the humans known as heroes, with their many strange war machines mounted a consolidated defense. The strongest monsters were located there, though some were scattered apart, leading small hosts of troops under them to suppress other locations in the city. One such stronger monster had come to the Red Circle, in fact. A lionfish-type fishman with enough strength to require Valera, Dynamite Girl, Flurgan, and the Red Circle higher-ups to reliably defeat, and even then, it was at the cost of much of Casimir's weaker staff baiting it into constant ambushes by sacrificing their lives. That attack had breached the Red Circle's defenses even more than it already had suffered, prompting Valera to make the move to this more defensible building. That creature was approximately level 30, but even that was no match compared to what seemed to be the general of this force. A huge, humanoid sea beast covered in colorful, iridescent shell that massacred all that it encountered with powerful punches that seemed to hold no equal. That creature, Valera estimated, was strong, truly, truly strong. Perhaps level 50, perhaps even higher, and it only seemed to grow stronger and stronger. Eventually, If the humans did not deal with that creature, the undead would have to. Yet, even Valera could not think of a reliable way to put down such a mighty foe. Valera paused for a moment, freezing up as she felt a strange sensation of power well up within her. She instinctively looked to the direction of the red circle. "What is that?" said Casimir. A large pillar of green light had formed where the red circle would approximately be, reaching into the sky and temporarily parting the thick throng of dark storm clouds. Valera smiled widely, her vampiric fangs extending in pure excitement. "He has returned." Aldrich quickly dawned upon the mega complex, and from above, he saw that a strong defensive position had been set up courtesy of Valera. Undead fought at ground level with support from the Geiss's neurotoxin. There was also ranged firepower from Flurgan and Red Circle troops in higher floor windows and balconies where the human staff were safe from the neurotoxin. It looked like a scene out of a zombie infection movie where hardy survivors would stake out in an abandoned building to fend against unending hordes of zombies. Though in this case, it was the zombies that were fighting for survival. Aldrich was proud to see his undead work together like this, even without him. He was proud of Valera for managing this without him. He had full confidence now to trust Valera's decision-making, and his respect for her only grew. But yet, proud as Aldrich was, he did not want his undead to suffer the threat of these pests any longer. "Take care of all the vermin in the air," Aldrich said to Crow before he jumped off, taking a massive fall down into the middle of the courtyard. There, he landed his huge, armored, spiked and metal bulk right on top of a giant crab variant that was angrily jabbing at his own mud crabs. The crab splattered under Aldrich's fall, its shell completely caving in as its white insides splashed everywhere. Seeing Aldrich, his two mud crabs immediately waved their claws in the air in delight. "Gega!" The Geist clapped its hands in glee after caving in the skull of a nearby fishman. The troll chieftain roared and pumped his cursed rock axe up and down, beating his chest at Aldrich's return. All the undead variants joined in on this roar, the Alpha Striker howling, the Grizzly roaring, the Bloodspitter lizard hissing, and so forth until a medley of animalistic cries filled the night. To any human observer, this would have been an utterly horrifying symphony to hear, as all the creatures that joined in were predators that did not shy away from the flesh of men. "About damn time," Stella shouted as she punched into a fishman and set off an explosion in its stomach, blowing the variant apart at the middle. "And damn, look at you. Was there a gym in that dimension or something? Steroids, too. You're all bulked up. I appreciate the welcome, but all of you should step back." "Get back into the building," said Aldrich. "I'll deal with the vermin." Aldrich's undead immediately obeyed, holing back up inside the mega complex, leaving Aldrich alone and surrounded by hostile fishmen and their variant mounts and companions. The variants did not try to chase after Aldrich's undead. Instead, they warily stood around Aldrich, trying to glean a sense of his strength after his threatening entrance. After a few seconds, they snarled and hissed, inching forwards, sensing no ether energy from him. Aldrich had to admit that even though his lack of observable power was a benefit for the most part, it was annoying when Small Fry did not immediately run and had the delusional thought to even challenge him. Aldrich punched into the ground, and a surge of ashen white energy billowed out from him. Call of the Impaler. With that chant, the ground rumbled, and the variants had just a moment to look down confusedly before huge bone spikes emerged everywhere, skewering through the fishmen and their mounts in towering stakes of barbed, serrated bone that displayed their flailing, impaled corpses proudly in the air. Just like that, every single enemy in the courtyard had been killed. All those outside saw their brethren struggling, spitting and choking on their blood as their death throes only made the barbed bone stakes hook into their bodies deeper, and immediately turned away in fear. Aldrich did not raise those he had killed. He let them stay on these stakes as a monument, as a warning to all other variants that would dare to trespass that this would be their fate. Instead, Aldrich leapt into the air, above the stakes, and Crow came by, swooping down to pick Aldrich up with his talons. Several corpses of flying variants skewered by giant black feathers fell from the sky, crashing into the ground below. "Good work," said Aldrich, "now get me to the top floor." Chapter 93 Connection. Crow grumbled in understanding before sending Aldrich way up high to the top floor of the mega complex in just one flap of his great wings. There, on the balcony, in the pouring rain, Aldrich saw Valera with Casimir standing behind her giant shield. Valera trembled with excitement at seeing Aldrich, wanting nothing more than to crawl all over him, but she composed herself, standing tall and stiff with her shield out and her armor covering her form head to toe, maintaining her duty as Aldrich's sub-commander to the utmost of her abilities. Aldrich hopped off of Crow and landed on the balcony with a heavy, crashing thud. He sent out a mental command to Volantis, and the helm of his armor parted in half before folding into the gorget with an almost organic fluidity. "Master," said Valera, "it is good to see you back. And here I was ready to finalize my will," said Casimir with a bow. "Good work, Casimir. All those men and women under you that you had to sacrifice today, you have my greatest gratitude," said Aldrich. "Thank you, Mr. Vane, but your gratitude is misplaced. It deserves to those that have fought and fallen, not I who is merely protected," said Casimir. "The devotion you have to your staff is admirable, Casimir, and I will see to it that tonight, no more of your people will die," said Aldrich. He would have also liked to have fully raised the red circle staff, but one weakness that Aldrich possessed in raising undead was that to create a risen undead, that is, an undead with their souls intact, it required their souls to be present at the time of reanimation. However, souls faded extremely quickly, approximately within 1 minute, the same length of time they lasted on screen in the game before fading away. In the game, 1 minute was a very, very long time for a drop to last, but in the real world, it was a vanishingly small sliver of time. By the time Aldrich had returned to the red circle, Casimir's staff had been dead too long to raise with their souls intact. Thus, they were just mindless zombies. At the very least, when this all over, Aldrich would give Casimir the option to have the zombies laid to proper rest. "And Valera, excellent work managing our forces," said Aldrich. "Under your guidance, losses have been minimal, even when I took so much time in the other realm. For that, you have my apologies." "No, my master, there is no need to apologize," said Valera as she put her hand over her breastplate. "As your guardian knight, it is simply my duty to serve." Aldrich saw Valera tremble again in barely contained excitement, and he nodded to her. "Come on, I've taken my helmet off, and we're safe for now. You can stop the formalities and holding back now." Valera immediately dematerialized her armor, leaving her base unarmored outfit of curve-hugging black leather leggings and leather and white and red tunic. She rushed towards Aldrich and wrapped her arms around him in a deep, crushing hug. "I missed you, my master, I did so very much," said Valera. "My lord, we are taking damage," protested Volantis as his metal form groaned and creaked under Valera's hug. I forgot you gained levels with me," said Aldrich. "For once, I thought I'd be immune to damage from your hugs, but I guess not." Valera pulled back and stared at Aldrich's armor. Living armor, fashioned from that demon. Volantis was his name, no. "Right," said Aldrich. It made sense that Valera knew. She and Aldrich had defeated Volantis together twice already back in the game. But it also seemed that the chronology of these events were all jumbled up. If everything was linear, then Volantis should have been level 80, not 40 as he was now. Valera should have been level 100. And so on and so forth. These were matters to think about another time, though. "I see you have understood how wonderful it is to be in service of my master." "Good," said Valera as she crossed her arms and looked down at Volantis's armored form. She gnashed her teeth together and put a hand to her mouth while muttering under her breath, "But to think that a piece of scrap like you has the chance to wrap yourself over my master's body like that, even before me. I do not know the worth of this one that I am now bound to," said Volantis, his smooth yet threatening voice echoing out from the armor. "But I hold no protest binding myself to a fighter who has managed to best me not merely once, but thrice, for it is my firm belief that in pure and true battle, the worth of one's bones is laid in full display. And that isn't the only armor I found," said Aldrich. He took Valera's hand and placed his gauntleted hand over it. He willed items to be transferred over to her. "Master," said Valera, first reacting in surprise, then in understanding as she saw what Aldrich did. Valera could not receive miscellaneous items from Aldrich, but she could hold equipment sets and weapons for her to wear in her inventory. In this case, Aldrich transferred over to her the strongest armor and weapon set he had found in the necropolis. Her basic armor set developed with her, but it was rather generic and just aided her defensive stats and abilities as a shielder. The armor set from the Necropolis, however, was one with far more flair and suited to giving her an impressive edge in pure offense when she flipped from shielder to berserker. Aldrich stepped inside the apartment and looked up. There was a massive hole in the ceiling where rain and wind poured down. The living room was thoroughly trashed, the table and telescreen there shattered apart, not to mention the rain pouring in and drenching everything. Fisk and Spiebert gathered up electronics and shielded them from the rain under a small tarp. "What happened here?" asked Aldrich. "Some giant shark dude thing just jumped in from the ceiling," said Fisk. "Damn near bit my head off." "It was a stronger beast, that one," said Valera as she came by Aldrich's side and looked up at the hole. "One of the commanding monsters, most likely, judging by its strength and stature." "What happened to it?" said Aldrich. "Well, by the time it intruded, the power you left the Death Realm with funneled into me through our chosen bond, so I was more than strong enough to deal with it," said Valera. "I punched it out of the very same hole it made to come in. I don't think my blow killed it, but I doubt it has any fight left in it, considering it has not returned." "I see," said Aldrich. He could imagine the rather comical scene of the shark variant crashing in, expecting a fight, only to get one punched several blocks away. "It's good to see that you're still more than capable of dealing with problems with, well, simple solutions too." "There is no problem a good punch cannot solve," said Valera with a fanged smile. "That said," said Aldrich, "you mentioned a commanding monster. Are the variants using military tactics now? When I look up at the sky and see this storm, the mantis carrying variants, and the flying variants raining down suppressive fire, it looks strangely organized." "Like a proper army," said Spiebert. He reached into his trousers and withdrew a wide canteen. When he unscrewed the cap, the acrid smell of strong alcohol filled the room. He took a huge glug from the canteen and continued. "Not good army, no, simple in tactics, but still, tactics." "Ever heard of variants using tactic?" "No," said Aldrich. It was well known that variants, generally speaking, were basically just larger and scarier wild beasts. They did not come remotely close to organizing into armies like this, let alone devising war strategies. "Then you and me are just the same," said Spiebert. He rubbed his wrinkled forehead with stubby, calloused fingers. His expression was stern and thoroughly tired. "But I think long tonight, and I remember. I was at the sinking of Neo-Moscow 7 years ago. Giant worms attack the city, use hit-and-run tactics. Start with small worms first, scout city defenses. They find weak points that way. Then, they sink buildings with force fields. Makes the city defenseless. Then, they show up with the big worms. Then heroes die, half of city sinks, everything horrible and bad." Spiebert took another swig of alcohol. "This reminds me of that. But you know what, if the situation is similar, then that means there is main commander. Big shot that controls everything. In Neo-Moscow incident, when main worm deep underground died, all worms fled. Maybe same here, I think." "I see," said Aldrich. "So take out the head and the rest fall. Well, any candidates for this main unit?" "Yes," said Valera immediately. "There is one, a shelled monster leading the vast majority of its brethren at the center of this human settlement. However, I must warn you, my master, that the creature is incredibly powerful. If you faced it alone, even as you are now, you would fall." "Good thing I'm not alone, am I?" said Aldrich. Valera smiled. "I was just about to say that. But before I move out, I need to have more information," said Aldrich. He looked to Spiebert and Fisk. "Have you two managed to get any news from outside?" "No net connection," said Spiebert. "Yeah, this storm's got everything tech-related real messed up," said Fisk. "How long has it precisely been since the start of this attack?" said Aldrich. "Almost 2 hours," said Casimir. 2 hours, said Aldrich. "Yes, Mr. Vane, and you must be thinking what I am thinking. 2 hours without any resolution to this horrid incident. Where are the heroes? Where are the Panopticon's battle drones?" said Casimir. "I saw Panop drones out there," said Aldrich. "But they looked like Class 5 drones, the disposable kind that the Panopticon has millions of. A citywide attack like this should warrant a Class 3 at the very least." I also saw heroes, but strong enough to be in the A class. Indeed, said Casimir, even considering the hypothetical scenario that the AA and the Panopticon are both uncharacteristically incompetent to their extremes, a response time lagging beyond 1 hour for an attack of this scale is absurd. You may call me a pessimist, Mr. Vane, but I do believe Haven has been abandoned. The 2 Arankers stationed here have either fled or have fallen. Either way, the end result is much the same. The city falls too. You're probably right, said Aldrich. But I doubt it's because the AA or Panopticon wants to abandon the city. Either something's blocking them out, or something so big's come up elsewhere that it requires all their resources. Regardless, I can't keep dealing with hypotheticals and questions. I need solid information. Aldrich turned to Spiebert and Fisk. I need you two to connect to the net. But how? Said Fisk. Nothing works, and believe me, we've tried basically everything. Then we brute force it, said Aldrich. The storm is blocking you two out, is it? Then why not fly above the storm? He waved his hand, and Crow's enormous black form hovered by the balcony like a living shadow. Above, said Fisk. Aren't there tons of variants up there? Do you doubt the Master's ability to keep you safe? Said Valera sternly. Fisk immediately shook his head. No, it isn't that, it's just, I'm piss weak, you know. A stray fart from one of these things might kill me. You're right, you are too weak, said Aldrich bluntly. He looked at Spiebert. The short man was definitely cybernetically enhanced. At the very least, the segments on his skin showcased that he had some form of dermal plating layers that would make him far tougher than the average man. Spiebert, you're coming with me. Damn, you could have at least tried to tell me I wasn't weak, complained Fisk. So what, you want to come along? Said Aldrich. I'll be here doing, research. Said Fisk as he immediately began to fiddle with his laptop despite the fact he could not connect to anything. Me, hey, just my luck. Run from one city-ending disaster, find the next. Well, good thing there is vodka to make things better. But no use complaining. I will come, said Spiebert. Take a moment to get ready, said Aldrich. Arm yourself if you need, but make sure you prioritize getting a connection to the outside world. Get ready, E.H. Spiebert nodded. He smiled before he glugged down the rest of his canteen down to the very last drop. He then crushed the metal canteen like a soda can in his bare hand before tossing it away. Now, I am ready. The alcohol won't slow you down, said Aldrich. Slow me down. Spiebert furrowed his brows and made a heavily offended face. No, it makes me warm. Makes me sharp. Keeps me alive. All right then, said Aldrich. He turned to Casimir for confirmation. It is true, said Casimir. Spiebert does function better with a deadly dose of alcohol flowing through his veins. He even claims he possesses a generator in his liver that converts the alcohol into power, but I am still unsure whether that is true or drunken rambling. Hey, and you will never know, said Spiebert. He packed a bag with a laptop, a small rectangular signal generator, and various wires and cables. While Spiebert packed, Aldrich spoke to Valera. Valera, optimally, I would want to take you with me. But everyone in this building is low-leveled. You are the only strong warrior I can trust to defend this place. Understood, Master, said Valera. She bowed her head. But promise me, if ever you are out there and you feel as if your life is in danger, even the slightest bit, do not hesitate to call me. I would give my life and soul, everything, for you. You won't have to worry about me staying alive, said Aldrich. I'll be careful, and I do have to give you an answer. No. Can't do that if I'm dead. Valera's pale face turned bright red as she stammered out, why yes, that is true. I'd almost forgotten about that with how busy this night has been. All set, said Spiebert as he went out to the balcony and hopped atop Crow's back. Aldrich nodded to everyone before he also got on Crow, aiming now towards the stormy, variant-filled skies. Chapter 94 Sky Fight. Crow pushed off the balcony and hovered in the air, allowing Aldrich to inspect the sky. The wind raged around him in angry howls, carrying a torrential downpour of rain that nearly even managed to drown out the sound of high-caliber gunfire and artillery shells exploding in the distance. The roar of occasional lightning pierced through all this noise, cracking down in heavenly judgment against buildings, especially those near the city center. That's no natural lightning. The kind that strikes down at random, noted Aldrich. It's being used with purpose, almost like their form of artillery. I'll need a closer to look to figure out what's really going on, though. Stitching farseer eyes, stated Relentless, and a single blue, crystalline-shaped eye formed on Aldrich's helmet forehead. Through this, Aldrich could see far into the distance and identify life forms that shone bright blue through the cover of the dark storm clouds. That was when Aldrich came to understand how exactly this storm was being managed. There were large jellyfish-type creatures positioned in a huge lattice-like matrix across the storm, and each of them linked together to generate storm clouds and electrical charge. These jellyfish were also responsible for casting an electrical interference net via these storm clouds. Aldrich saw an artillery shell fly through the storm cloud, piercing several jellyfish and shredding apart their soft bodies. In an instant, the jellyfish reformed. The jellyfish were highly regenerative so long as all of them remained tethered to each other, feeding off of each other in a positive feedback loop that massively enhanced their natural abilities of electrical charge generation, manipulation, and healing. This made them essentially invincible unless a large number of them were destroyed all at once. Or unless they were killed with an ability that rendered their regeneration useless. Like the rotting effect of the Death Bolt spell. Yet at the same time, there were so many of them. Casting Death Bolt on all of them one by one was about as effective as trying to scoop the ocean out with a bucket. "Thank you, Relentless," said Aldrich. "Our synchronization is not yet complete, but we are linked enough that I may sense your intent and aid it. I may also provide you with sensory awareness all around you, regardless of where your line of sight is faced. I'll trust you to cover me, then. For now, I'm going up." Aldrich spoke to Speebird. "Brace yourself. I can slow down and try to make sure you don't fall off and die, but you'll need to put in effort too." "Understood," said Speebird. He dug his fingers into Crow's back, and hydraulic clicks indicated that Speebird's fingers were locked in with a steady grip. With that, Aldrich willed Crow up, and Crow loosed a piercing, rumbling war cry before flapping his wings down with immense force, instantly shooting him up like a dark comet. His acceleration was exceptional, and in terms of sheer speed, Crow could easily reach the realm of a fighter jet, though for now, Aldrich held back on the top speed to keep Speebird conscious against G-forces. As Aldrich approached the air, aerial variants comprising of flying fish and floating sea serpents reacted, firing off spines and bolts of energy respectively. Aldrich activated his Death Essence Barrier. This was a passive shield of energy unique to liches that constantly formed around him. It was essentially an upgraded version of the Necromancer's Corpse Barrier, and in the lore, it was said that Necromancers formed the Corpse Barrier as a cheap imitation knockoff of the Death Essence Barrier. Where the Corpse Barrier rotted over time, was weak to fire, bludgeoning damage, and other undead weaknesses, the Death Essence Barrier was a shield of pure energy. A mana barrier formed from the essence of death, and in Elden World, mana barriers were highly resistant to elemental or energy-type damage. Dozens of energy bolts from sea serpents just fizzled out against Aldrich's shield while the spines were too weak to pierce through, pattering off like toothpicks. Aldrich did not pay these flying weaklings much attention. He only wanted to get above the storm clouds for Speebird to establish a connection. "Fly through them all," said Aldrich. Crow growled as he folded his wings to his sides and thinned down to a streamlined, missile-like form meant for pure speed. He shot through the flying variants like a living battering ram, completely shredding apart anything in his path by slamming into them with his steely feather-covered body. It was roadkill to the maximum extent, sending severed body parts and chunks of fish flesh raining down. As Aldrich quickly neared the storm clouds, the jellyfish within reacted. A webwork of glowing blue energy became visible in the clouds, shifting around energy and centralizing it around the jellyfish cluster nearest to Aldrich before it exploded out into a lightning bolt. Aldrich shifted near to Crow's head and thrust out his arm. His Death Essence Barrier shone green, and the lightning strike crashed against it with a thunderous roar. The lightning fizzled out as it hit the energy-resistant barrier, dealing minimal damage. "Brace for impact," shouted Aldrich. Speebird tightened his grip and hunkered down. Crow smashed through the clouds, completely shredding apart several jellyfish. The air turned immediately heavy, dark, and full of static as Crow flew past the storm clouds, focusing only on moving straight up. A few arcs of electricity shot out at Aldrich, but again, he absorbed them with his barrier. Within a few seconds, Crow had pushed through to the other side of the clouds. Here, above the clouds, Aldrich could now clearly see the vast amount of jellyfish needed to make this storm. There must have been over 1,000 of them all lined up neatly, feeding energy through each other in a complicated organic network of circuits. The jellyfish glowed blue in color, but once Aldrich flew above them, hundreds of them below turned an angry alert red. That was when they began to fire lightning bolts en masse at Aldrich. Up here, all alone, Aldrich had become a prime and lone target against which they could all focus their firepower against. "Higher," said Aldrich. Even if his barrier was energy resistant, he could not just stand there and tank the full force of a bioelectric storm. Crow soared higher, spinning and swerving and ducking to dodge countless streaks of lightning. A few did hit Crow, but he was durable enough that they did not deal significant damage, not to mention that Crow possessed a potent healing factor of his own. Eventually, Aldrich was high up enough that the jellyfish stopped targeting Aldrich. This was high enough in the atmosphere where even the cloud cover below looked tiny. There was no rain here, nor were there strong winds. It was strangely calm, a clear contrast to the raging rumble of lightning in the artificial storm below. "Can you breathe?" said Aldrich to Speebert. "Have augmented lungs. Will be good," said Speebert. He immediately unzipped his pack and booted up his laptop, hooking it up to the sleek rectangular signal generator. A blinking red light at the end of the generator turned blue. "Connection established. Am diving now." Speebert took a glove off his left hand, and his stubby fingers snapped back at their knuckles, revealing wires laden inside his digits. They snaked out like they had minds of their own, funneling into the laptop as Speebert merged his consciousness with the tech. The cylindrical goggles on Speebert's eyes clicked and clacked and glowed blue. "Connected," said Aldrich. "Duh. But," Speebert's face set like stone. "You will not like news." "Just tell me one thing," said Aldrich. "Are reinforcements coming, or will I be dealing with this disaster myself?" Neo York, Neo San Francisco, Neo Miami, all under attack. Bigger attack. All S-class and A-class heroes routed to them. Panopticon drones also busy with them. Haven, well, is not even on news. Too little a city for news to care about. All there is on net is disaster about bigger cities. Official AA and Panopticon stance is that Haven and many other Tier 3 cities are lost. All valuable citizens have been evacuated, but many still left behind. Some smaller news corps covered Haven until Storm cut them out. Latest details I see from 1 hour ago. All the corporate suits in Haven Center long gone in their jets, but everyone else from other, poorer districts have moved into the center where walls are bigger, there are sentry guns, and strong force field. They man those defenses now, but they are holed up. Soon, will die. Speebert shook his head. Poor bastards. All their lives, they probably fantasize about living in city center with all the big buildings and rich corporate suits. But now, city center will be their coffin. Ironic, no. And the two rank heroes stationed here, said Aldrich. He understood now that establishing a net connection to see who was coming to help, to see what data the Panopticon and AA had about the attack, to see how much the media had covered to gain information, all of that was impossible. Haven was utterly and thoroughly abandoned. There was no news or information about it. It was doomed. Hat Trick and Seismic. Hat Trick has fled, said Speebert. Seismic was last seen fighting an hour ago, but since then, nobody knows. I see, said Aldrich. Then looks like this city truly is our responsibility and ours only. Chapter 95 Corpse Nova. Is this city our responsibility, though? Said Speebert. We can always run. Set up base elsewhere. The lives here, are they worth so much we lay down ours for them? That calculus is always in my head. If this city is too hard to defend, then I have no qualms leaving it. But so far, I don't have enough information to make that judgment call, and, to be honest, I'm still itching for a fight, said Aldrich simply. I still haven't tested the full extent of my powers. He put a clawed metal hand to the pointed chin of his metal helm. But how should I approach this battle? Haven is still large enough where I don't have nearly enough forces to cover all of it. That means I should target the main variant leading this on the ground, but if it gets constant air support from this storm, then it'll be next to impossible fighting it while worrying about an endless rain of lightning. Which means I should break this storm formation, but at the same time, I don't want to go around individually death-bolting every single jellyfish. I don't have the mana nor the time for that. My analysis is complete, said Volantis suddenly. What? Said Aldrich. When you utilized the Eye of Farsight, I analyzed what you observed. I have thoroughly seen the flow of energy from these creatures and determined that it follows a spiraling pattern leading to an anchoring force at the center of this storm. Eliminate the center, then the entire formation breaks apart. Quote. And you managed to figure that out with a single look, said Aldrich. Among Demonkind, living armor were forged to be the ultimate battle companions to the highest of battle demons, often battle demon princes, and their fondness for direct battle, said Volantis. Thus, each and every one of us forged with the highest level of true sight. Granted, I have never found anyone worthy of donning me, and so my true sight is rather lacking in practice, but it is more than enough to perceive this level of energy flow. So that's how it is, said Aldrich. He knew from Elden World that living armor were, as Volantis said, supposed to be the demonic equipment of a specific type of demon called a battle demon. Battle demons were fanatical devotees to the demon god of war Karnassus, and they had a special racial ability where if they fought head-on with pure martial honor with no sneak attacks or ambushes or even much of a plan other than a desire to do battle, then they received damage buffs, immunity to psychic damage, strong regenerative capability, and damage reduction. Consequently, this way of straightforward, smash everything on-site battle also made them highly susceptible to sneak attacks, ambushes, and traps. Battle demons thus absolutely hated being the subject of such tricks, believing them incredible insults to their very way of existence. Thus, they forged demonic constructs called living armor that had something called true sight which let them perceive hidden units. Living armor and battle demons therefore had a symbiotic relationships. Where battle demons were the aggressive muscle and brawn, living armor were calmer, made better decisions, and had higher observational ability. In the lore, true sight was said to be sight capable of reading the flow of all energies so well that nothing was ever hidden to it, though functionally it just revealed invisible units in the game. True sight was not limited to living armor, nor did living armor have the best true sight out there, but there was no other class or monster that could have true sight active permanently like living armor did. Aldrich was conditioned to think of true sight as just something that revealed invisible units and traps, so he was temporarily surprised to see that it had much more applications in the real world, allowing Volantis to read the flow of energy in living creatures exceptionally well, even those he should not have had any familiarity with. Well then, looks like I have a plan, said Aldrich. He looked back to Speebird. You're no longer needed here. Staying here will just make you a hindrance to me. I'll have Crow take you back to the mega complex while I settle this storm. And you, how will you manage in the air? Said Speebird. Stitching. Blood dragon wings, said Volantis. The back of Aldrich's black armor shuddered and shook before bursting into a pair of fully grown draconic wings. The wings were bony white with gleaming red flaps, clawed at their tips in the case they needed to be used for offense. Ah, I see, you can do that too. Why am I even surprised at this point? You know, I see your powers and I mostly keep quiet, but it does make wonder where they begin and end. How many do you have? How do you have so many? Said Speebird. A discussion for another time. Aldrich hopped off of Crow, floating in the air as Volantis operated his wings. Now go. Whoa! Crow's 6 yellow eyes blinked before he shot away in a rush of wind, disappearing into a black blur as Speebird held on for dear life. Was it a wise decision to leave your mount? Said Volantis. It seemed to me a formidable creature. Crow has no barrier to fend against lightning, said Aldrich. And my barrier mostly covers myself. I cannot extend its protection reliably over him. He would eventually suffer too much damage if he tried a frontal assault with me. Plus, I needed to get Speebird out. After all, I promised Casimir that no more of his men would fall. Understood, said Volantis. Lead me to the center of this energy swirl, said Aldrich. Directing, said Volantis as he maneuvered Aldrich's wings. Aldrich flew through the dark night, and as he neared back down to the storm, the single crimson circle in his helm gleaming as he scanned the clouds below. He was high up enough where he could perceive the jellyfish glowing through the dark clouds but not close enough where they saw him as a target. His vision zoomed in on the mass formation of glowing blue jellyfish as Volantis's voice reverberated through his mind. "I have mapped a course through your vision," said Volantis. Aldrich saw a glowing red trail circle through the jellyfish storm formation and he flew through the air, maintaining his distance from the jellyfish swarm to try and get a visual identification of the center point first before thinking about trying anything. Soon enough, Aldrich saw the center. Floating amidst a throng of shining blue jellyfish was a giant flying anglerfish. Its flesh was a slimy, scaled black with an oversized, gaping, permanently open mouth filled with dagger-like teeth. Its beady eyes glowed a bright white, channeling crackling energy from the teardrop-shaped lure jutting out from its head. A mass amount of jellyfish were gathered around the anglerfish, their translucent blue tentacles all wrapped around it, merging with it to symbiotically feed off its energy. The hundreds of jellyfish formed a giant spherical cocoon of translucent blue flesh around the anglerfish, and together, they formed the heart of the storm, the engine that kept it going and rumbling. The lure from the anglerfish shone bright blue, and from it, waves of visible blue energy permeated outwards, fueling the jellyfish. Each jellyfish acted like a conductor, taking in some of the energy, amplifying it, then spreading it out to its brethren, and like this, it created an enormous biogenerator of massive proportion to fuel a storm as strong as this. Said Aldrich. Approaching that will be difficult. At the center of the storm, around the anglerfish, the jellyfish concentrated in the strongest numbers. If they all tried channeling lightning against Aldrich, the damage would be immediate, massive, and in such a large scale that dodging would be nigh impossible. "The energy there is at its peak," said Volantis. "Any resistance you face here will be the mightiest this formation of creatures may muster." "I know. There's easily enough there to overwhelm my death essence barrier. I need to scatter them somehow," said Aldrich. "Without triggering their aggro, too, because the moment they perceive me, they will all be on alert. If I replace the current blood dragon wing stitching, I may instead bestow you with a plague toad's acid bomb spitter." "No, I need these wings for maneuverability," said Aldrich. "And acid bombs from plague toads are relatively slow moving. They'll notice and shoot it down. Afterwards, they'll all be on alert. I have an alternative solution." Aldrich put a hand in front of him. "Create greater undead. First ring." Green dots of energy materialized in front of Aldrich, filling into the purple-robed, tattered hooded form of a skeleton assassin. Aldrich held the skeleton up in the air by its arm, and it dangled loosely while staring at Aldrich with its eye sockets for instruction. "Your service to me will be short but worthy," said Aldrich. With his other hand, he put a finger on the skeleton's forehead, casting Corpse Nova, delayed. A glowing red sigil appeared on the skeleton assassin's forehead. Corpse Nova was a powerful sixth circle spell that was among the most devastating in terms of area of effect damage in a necromancer's arsenal. Easily strong enough to blow apart the throng of jellyfish surrounding the anglerfish below to disrupt the storm at its very heart. Copiar's Nova was also unique in that it could be delayed, allowing Aldrich to remotely cast the detonation at any given time, though there was a 10-minute time limit before the Corpse Nova sigil faded away. The biggest weakness of Corpse Nova was that because it was so strong, it could only be marked on a single target at once, with this limit increasing at higher levels up to a max of 3. There was also the issue that the red sigil was highly visible, though stealth effects did hide it. "I'm going to throw you down there," said Aldrich as he nodded down towards the thick network of jellyfish wrapped around the giant anglerfish. "You will cast your shadow walk so that nothing detects you. When you get close enough, I will detonate you." The skeleton assassin chattered its teeth and gave Aldrich a cheerful thumbs up. "Your sacrifice will be remembered, warrior of worthy bone," said Volantis. Aldrich then aimed, made sure the trajectory of his throw was right, then flung the skeleton assassin down to the anglerfish. The skeleton assassin rolled up into a ball to prevent itself from getting buffeted by winds before turning invisible, entering into its shadow walk. Aldrich watched intently as the skeleton assassin fell rapidly down below. It sunk into the thick cover of storm clouds, then sunk deeper until it crashed into the giant ball of jellyfish clung around the anglerfish. The moment its invisible body made contact, the jellyfish around it glowed an angry red, preparing for a threat. But far too late at that point. The skeleton assassin withdrew its serrated dirk from a sheath at its hip and stabbed it into a jellyfish to get one kill for itself before bowing its head, accepting its end. Chapter 96 Ruler of the Storm. The red sigil on its head glowed brightly, emanating a threatening shine even through the storm clouds for just an instant. Then, a huge sphere of green light suddenly exploded outwards from it, hungrily expanding and completely devouring everything within it. Anything caught in that light was immediately disintegrated, and that included a huge chunk of the giant apartment-sized sphere of jellyfish, exposing the anglerfish held within. Not a moment later, the shockwave of the blast then rocked outwards in a wave of condensed green energy. An ear-shattering rumble echoed through the air as jellyfish were scattered away when the shockwave crashed against them, their frail balloon-like upper bodies eviscerating from the sheer force of the blast wave. Remarkably, though, the jellyfish were tenacious even the ones closest to the blast wave still remained attached to each other and the anglerfish, their tendrils holding on with a strength and durability that far exceeded their physical limits even as their heads were blown away. Most likely because their tendrils were the main receptacle to channel the energy, thus making them more durable. The disintegrating light had not hit the anglerfish, but the shockwave had, and it grotesquely flattened the fish's body, breaking most of the bones in its body, likely instantly pulping its internal organs to kill it. The shining white lure dangling from its head drooped low before sputtering out, and the moment it did, it was as if someone had just turned off the power switch in this giant biological generator. A wave of darkness spread out from the center of the storm as every jellyfish lost its source of energy spontaneously. Aldrich could immediately see that the jellyfish were shriveling up and dying when they were detached from their energy source. This indicated that they had relied entirely on the anglerfish to even survive outside of water. Not yet. Aldrich immediately flew downwards, into the center of the storm as it began to crumble apart, the dark clouds fading away. He had to get down there before the jellyfish completely rotted away, before the cocoon formation around the anglerfish completely broke apart. He flew straight into the anglerfish's broken body and dug his clawed gauntlet into the variant's head. The crimson eye dot in Aldrich's helm glowed green as he held down the sizable variant's corpse. "Serve," said Aldrich, and his voice resonated outwards, reaching all the jellyfish nearby that had died the moment their link to the anglerfish was severed. Inner circle. 41 45ths, 42 45ths. He casted Mass Raise Undead and raised not only the anglerfish, but as many of the jellyfish nearby as he could. Because of how many jellyfish there were, this immediately maxed out his outer circle unit limit, but for very, very good cause. A wave of green energy radiated outwards from Aldrich, and every jellyfish it hit, it infused with energy, stopping their decay and giving them new life in the form of undeath. Most of these jellyfish comprised of just bare tendrils that managed to stay intact after Corpse Nova's shockwave, but Aldrich now had them regenerate. He activated his Mist of Undeath, a lich racial ability that replaced the anti-life shell, which, like the corpse barrier, was just a cheap imitation of the real thing. A ghostly green fog spread out from Aldrich's form, covering his surroundings in a massive haze. Within the mist, any non-undead were afflicted with the low visibility debuff that, though it did not blind them, made it so they could not see far ahead. On top of this, the mist also had the same life-draining effect as anti-life shell, though if one got close enough to the center of the mist, it would also afflict both crippling fear and a constant instant death check that scaled based on how low level and how low health a unit was. But perhaps the most powerful function of the Mist of Undeath was its vastly enhanced undead healing factor. The mist retained anti-life shell's passive healing of undead, and that passive healing increased the closer an undead was to the center of the mist. However, Aldrich now had the ability to manually expend mana to massively accelerate the healing process for undead near him. The rate of healing was such that Aldrich could probably instantly restore an undead from a single limb back to their full bodies within seconds. The main weaknesses of the Mist of Undeath was that the mana cost to heal scaled exponentially higher the stronger the healed unit was, and Aldrich could not restore units that were reduced down to nothingness. Using Mist of Undeath, Aldrich rapidly regenerated all the jellyfish under him, but this process left his mana dangerously low. This would all be worth it, though, if things went according to Aldrich's head. Mana. 3471st. This total mana value is post-equipment bonus from Volantis. Now gather, all of you, gather as you did before. But this time, gather under me. Aldrich held up the giant anglerfish's body. It dwarfed Aldrich, being easily the size of a small house, and in an instant, all the hundreds of jellyfish that Aldrich had reanimated floated towards the anglerfish. The jellyfish extended their undead tendrils outwards hungrily, latching back onto the anglerfish, and as they did so, they connected back once more into their biological generator of living storm. Aldrich flew upwards once the jellyfish finished tethering to the anglerfish, watching the scene of his making unfolding below. The lure from the anglerfish, once glowing a bright white, now shone an eerie, misty green, and with that, a wave of green light spread out through every single jellyfish attached to the fish. When the green light infused into a jellyfish, their once blue glow turned green as they amplified the light, passing it on to the next jellyfish in their web, and on again until the previously dark storm clouds now shone an eerie green, and instead of creating bright blue lightning, the crackling of incandescent teal bolts now raged within the cloud cover. Aldrich raised his hands up, feeling the power of a living storm beneath him, obeying his each and every command. He had successfully hijacked the storm. Granted, the storm was much smaller than the original, as Aldrich could only raise several hundred jellyfish where before the original storm comprised of thousands, but it was still enough to be a formidable threat. The rest of the storm dissipated, fading away and returning some semblance of calm over Haven. This would at the very least grant Haven's defenders a massive break from getting slammed by lightning bolts over and over again, not to mention being freed from the storm's tech disruption field. It would also draw media attention again, and this was good. Aldrich had enough power that he now calculated it was about time he could come out of hiding. As after all, he could not hide in the shadows forever. But he could not just emerge with his odd powers randomly either, not until he was strong enough to hold his own, strong enough to make the major organizations of the AW and the Panopticon completely beholden to him. And there was no better way to make these organizations and the government recognize Aldrich than in clearing a disaster like this, especially if the people of Haven recognized him as their savior. In fact, the AA was officially forced to recognize him for clearing a disaster like this, putting them in an awkward spot where Aldrich would have all the leverage he needed in negotiating how independently he could operate, for he had no intention of folding himself into the existing hero framework. Gone were the days of Aldrich putting his life on the line all for a *TTY hero's license to try and have even a tiny semblance of freedom to do what he wanted. That was when he was weak, when that was all he could get. Aldrich floated downwards, through his new personal storm, emerging out below in a shroud of wispy green cloud matter like an angel of death dawning to enforce judgment. Beneath the clouds, he saw variants huddled under the storm for defensive cover. They now stared up at Aldrich in complete wonder. Flying fish, sea serpents, all familiar foes, but what was different here was that there were hundreds upon hundreds of them gathered here. More importantly, the giant mantas used for troop transport also rested here where it was safest, where the storm could strike down any enemy. This was the heart of this invading force. The heart that gathered under the eye of the storm which, just moments before, had been the safest haven for them. But now, this was no longer the very center of safety for them. No, this was the terrible eye of a natural disaster that would ruin them all. "Begone," said Aldrich as he waved his hand across in dismissive manner, like a god enacting judgment, and indeed, with the force of a storm, of a natural disaster at his beckon and call, it truly did seem as if he was a deity raining down righteous fury. The green storm above rumbled, and countless bolts of green lightning shot down in a rain of heavenly fire, each great bolt blasting apart entire groups of variants, blowing apart their bodies into charred chunks. Whenever a variant was struck by lightning, their bodies acted as a conduit for the lightning to arc further until green electricity bolts surged everywhere, annihilating hundreds of variants all in the span of 30 seconds. The mantas wailed in pain as lightning bolts assailed their backs, blowing out seared chunks from them until they fell to the ground, too damaged to sustain flight. And in the center of this carnage, of this judgment enforced with the might of the heavens themselves, there was Aldrich, his horrible form of dark metal and bone and blood standing in the sky with outstretched draconic wings as countless burnt body parts and corpses fell down all around him. All the while, experience constantly flowed into Aldrich from this massacre of enormous scale. 1240 miscellaneous units defeated, plus 68,450 express. Express bar. 68,450 45 thousandths. Level up, level 40, 41. Express bar. 23,450 50 thousandths. Plus 5 stat points available to distribute. Aldrich knew this was inevitable, but he began to feel an issue with harvesting enough experience to level up now. Even with the hundreds, no, 1,000 plus variants killed, he only got enough experience to level up once now that his express requirements were much higher. At this rate, past level 60, it would take Aldrich wiping out entire variant ecosystems just to scrape up a few levels. This was partly another reason why Aldrich needed to make his presence publicly known once he became strong enough. At a certain point, the sheer amount of experience he needed meant that he needed to clear out the biggest variant nests to level up, and those were all closely monitored by world governments, the AW, and the Panopticon. He distributed his stat points and looked to the next step of clearing out Haven. Plus 5 attunement, increased to plus 10 with stat affinity bonuses. Attunement. 201, 211. Inner circle limit. 45, 47. Outer circle limit. 225, 235. With most of the storm now gone, Aldrich could now safely float in the sky to inspect the city from a high vantage point from which he could plan the next stages of his attack. Chapter 97 Holding Out. Aldrich scanned the city from above. It was odd to see it so dark. From a helicopter or plane, Haven or any city, really, was always lit up, and in the dark, they looked like rivers of sparkling gold speckled with bright and bold dots of neon. But Haven was dark as it could get. The only real visible lights came from Haven's central district where the large force field encompassing its walls shone a faint blue, shimmering and flickering as it took occasional hits. Where the light was, the fighting was. The bioluminescent forms of various aquatic variants formed an odd and eerie approaching ring around the force field. The variant army was slowly closing in. The rate of fire from the various wall turrets and artillery were slowing down, either running out of power for energy-based weapons or running out of ammunition. Haven's east side, its shipping district, was completely dark and flooded over, likely hit by the initial wave of a small tsunami strong enough to smash through its flood barriers and engulf any land defenses before they could get activated. That let the variant army intrude into the city at frightening speeds. West side, Haven's tech district, was thoroughly abandoned, its usual medley of colorful lights faded into darkness. North side, the manufacturing district, was also dark and abandoned. The main manufacturing zones themselves, however, were fine as they were located outside of Haven's walls. It was only the residential districts where workers and engineers working for the factories lived that faced the most damage as they were in Haven City proper. South side, too, was thoroughly dark. This meant that all of Haven was either evacuated, dead, or holed up in the city center, behind the force field. Aside from a few splinter groups of variants, most of the variants were also located around the city center in the form of a siege. "What shall we do?" said Volantis. "Clearing this storm should buy the defenders around the force field some time," said Aldrich. "Yes, but in my battle experience born from countless war zones, I can perceive that it is only a matter of time before those walls fall," said Volantis. "I am unfamiliar with the nature of weaponry or magic in this era, but those cannons and ballista stationed within the barrier fire with less and less vigor over time." "Then we wait until then," said Aldrich. "I want the defenders to weaken that force as much as possible, at the very least until that force field gives out. And, if I arrive when the force fields break down, at the height of hopelessness, I can make a much bigger impact." "Ah, you intend to perform a timely entrance to raise morale," said Volantis. "That, and I'll need as much good PR as I can get. If I can become this city's savior in the eyes of its people and heroes, then I have even more leverage against the AA and Panopticon that practically abandoned them all," said Aldrich. "So, until the force field falls, we wait. And the lives that may fall before then," said Volantis. His voice had no hint of judgment to it. After all, he was still a demon, even if he had been a human knight in his past life. His valuation of lives was low, subject to the same cold distance Aldrich felt against them as an undead. Volantis only asked this question to gauge a sense of Aldrich's values, to better understand his wearer so that he could supplement Aldrich's decision-making more efficiently. They will be men and women worthy of respect that died for their city. Heroes that sacrificed their lives for a greater good. I will honor them in my memory as best as I can. But they will still be sacrifices, said Aldrich flatly. Understood, said Volantis. Southside Haven, near Panopticon Bunker C-88. Over 200 men, women, and children were packed together in the underground confines of Southside's single-functioning Panopticon bunker. As a C-class bunker, it was an earlier version that had limited whose construction had been phased out over 50 years ago, but it was all that Southside could get. On dusty white tiled floor, this mass of people laid down what bare belongings they could get. Blankets, some food and water they could scrap together at the last minute, spare changes of clothes, the barest of necessities. Despite how much society had progressed since the altering with its hovering cars and smartphones and drones and towering buildings, when it came down to it, when desperation hit its peak, what people reached for to keep themselves alive were the same basic things they had reached out to for thousands of years. And that was another thing that humanity knew deeply well throughout its history: desperation. Minuteman could practically smell the desperation in the air as he saw the civilians wide-eyed, clutching at what little they had, straining out drenched clothes, shivering and huddling together, and he tried to stay strong for them. "Everyone!" shouted Minuteman, his commanding voice resonating through the underground bunker's sterile white floor and walls. "You're all doing great. Remember to pace your breathing and keep quiet. As a C-class bunker, we only have limited oxygen. If we wait just a little while longer, we'll get help." "Help? When?" said a mother as her child clutched at her hand. She shouted with a voice made hoarse in terror. "It's been hours. Where's the help? We've been abandoned, I'm telling you," shouted a man. "All the rich fucks took off on their private hovercrafts and copters and jets. All we are is fish food. A distraction. You heroes." A teenager with a broken, twisted arm shambled forwards, pointing with his one good arm at the row of heroes behind Minuteman that had led this evacuation. The young man's face was twisted in rage, his face caked in dirt and tears streaming down his face. "You're all here to just watch us die, aren't you? You led us down here, down into our own graves. All because we're duds, isn't that right? I bet you're enjoying watching us suffer." "Shut the fuck up," roared Rockshaper, one of Haven's C-class heroes that had followed Minuteman tonight, mostly to tie themselves to a stronger hero to ensure their survival. "You're lucky we even wasted our damn time to make sure you useless fucks are safe. See, at the end of the day, a few heroes care," shouted the teenager, and tension built in the room, nearing a boiling point that would descend into mass chaos. Rockshaper's jaw set under his mask and he stepped forwards, raising a fist into the air. A jagged, spiked rock formed in front of his fist, hovering threateningly. Minuteman gripped Rockshaper's shoulder tightly, and Rockshaper winced in pain. The jagged rock fell to the floor, breaking apart as Rockshaper lost his concentration. "The fuck was that for?" said Rockshaper as he whirled around to face Minuteman. Minuteman got aggressively close to Rockshaper, towering over the smaller hero. "If you have nothing productive to say, then don't talk. Do you understand me?" Minuteman was a solid B-rank hero who in terms of both rank and strength was Rockshaper's senior by far. There was nothing Rockshaper could do here, especially considering he was a blaster category alter versus Minuteman who was a classic example of an augmenter specialized in close combat. Rockshaper grimaced and nodded. Chapter 98 Minuteman. Minuteman stepped up to the teenager and looked down at him. The kid looked away, intimidated by Minuteman's powerfully built, navy blue uniformed body. "Kid, it's okay, I'm not here to hurt you. Here, look at me," said Minuteman gently, and the boy looked up at him. The kid blinked in surprise as he looked into Minuteman's surprisingly soft blue eyes. Those were not the eyes of a fighter or a killer, they were strangely doe-eyed and round and innocent, an incredible contrast with Minuteman's muscled, trained body and scarred face. Pain and fear and anger were all mixed up in the kid's eyes, and all of that compounded by the glint of something that Minuteman was intimately familiar with: loss. "Who'd you lose tonight?" said Minuteman. "Why the fuck do you care?" said the kid. "Because I know how much loss hurts. I know how much it takes away from you, and I know how alone it makes you feel. I know you don't know me, and I don't know you, but I'm still here to listen," said Minuteman. The kid paused before whispering out, "My mom and my dad." Minuteman gently put his dark red gloved hand on the kid's shoulder and bent down, meeting his eye level. He did not do well with basic condolences. The "I'm sorry for your loss" type of formality. Those were empty words that just reminded those hurt about their loss. "Anyone left?" said Minuteman. "My little sister," said the boy. "She here with you," said Minuteman. "Yeah, then you can't afford to be up here lashing out like this. You're all she's got, and she's all you've got. Down here, it isn't my back that she's looking to for strength, it's yours. You've lost a lot, I know, but you still have someone to live for. Someone you have to fight for." Minuteman patted the kid's shoulder. "Go back to your sister. Keep her calm. Fight on. Tell her it'll be all right." Minuteman smiled and pointed a thumb at himself. "And I'll make sure you won't be lying." The kid nodded and shuffled away, and Minuteman went back to the line of heroes. They were all C-rankers native to Haven. Among the stronger heroes in the city, explaining how they could survive so long. "All of you have completed basic hero training, correct?" said Minuteman. The heroes nodded in unison. "Then get the med kits stashed in this bunker and start treating everyone here," said Minuteman. "What?" said Rockshaper. "There's barely 20 of us, and 200 of them. Do you understand how long that will take? You have anything else better to do?" said Minuteman. He got up close to Rockshaper again, and the man visibly shrank against Minuteman. "Until Miles gets the hangar and the carrier running, all of you need to keep these people calm, and there's no better way to do that than by comforting them. All this sh*T for duds," spat another hero. "We should have left with the first wave of evac when they got all the people that mattered out." "For people, not duds," corrected Minuteman. "In a situation like this, we're all just desperate people, you understand me?" Minuteman pointed a red-gloved finger to the ceiling. "Above ground, the variants don't give a sh*T whether you're a hero or alter or dud. Whether you're filthy rich or dirt poor, you're all just food for them. So why do you care?" Silence was the response against Minuteman. "I don't want to hear anyone using the word dud again, do you all understand me?" said Minuteman. None of the C-rankers dared to protest against Minuteman. That was just how big the rift was between the C rank and the B rank. Even if they wanted to mutiny and fight back, Minuteman could hand them all their asses on a silver platter, especially with how tired they already were. "Good, now get to work, heroes," said Minuteman as he waited first for the heroes to get the medkits before leaving them, going to the separated control room where Miles, a techno support from the AW, plugged into a large monitor, getting control of the bunker's functions. "How's the situation?" said Minuteman. "This hangar hasn't been maintained in decades. Don't even know if the carrier inside it will take off, but if it's using a standard electro-etherite engine, I can use my powers to jumpstart it." "The issue is this," Miles tapped the monitor, and the screen switched to surveillance on above ground. The hidden bunker cameras were completely wired to prevent disruption from abilities that disrupted wireless technology, so thankfully, they could still operate even in this tech-disrupting storm. A mass amount of variants were gathered around above, circling around the dirt-caked vault doors of the bunker. "They've sniffed us out," said Minuteman as he crossed his arms. "But they can't break through that door. It isn't neo-steel, considering how old it is, but it's still too much titanium alloy for them to chew through." "Yeah, for the normal fishman, but Shark Man's back." Miles tapped the screen again, and it switched to another camera, this one showcasing a hulking, shark-shaped fishman walking towards the vault doors. "What?" Minuteman immediately uncrossed his arms in alarm. This shark variant was immensely strong. Minuteman had clashed with it before while leading the initial evacuation of Southside. Minuteman, along with Gladiator, Haven's native B ranker, had fought the shark variant, and though they had killed it, it was at the cost of Gladiator's death. Granted, Gladiator was still heavily injured from the past attack against Haven, but it was still an incredible feat that this beast was able to contend with two B-rank heroes, both specialized in melee combat, at once. And, it seemed, the creature had some ability to resurrect itself as Minuteman had made sure to crush its head with his shield. The variant seemed to be even stronger than before. Where before it had just one fin on its back, it now had three, and its muscle mass had increased significantly. On top of that, its sharp gray scales had grown thicker, almost into armored plating. The plating was especially pronounced around the variant's head and chest. As it was now, Minuteman knew he would have an extreme difficulty fight against it. He might even have to use his minute of freedom to secure a win. That thing is strong, but even it can't smash through those vault doors with raw strength alone, said Minuteman. That was when the situation went from bad to worse. The shark variant waved its muscular, gray-scaled arms forward, and in response, several dozen fishmen lugged forwards huge spiral-shaped black shells on their backs. They put down the car-sized shells with the holes facing downward and into the vault doors, and with that, the spiral pattern on the black shells began to glow a molten red. Molten lava began to pool out beneath them and heat started to permeate through the gray metal vault doors, rapidly superheating them into a bright orange. Vent worms, muttered Minuteman. Vent worms were deep-sea variants that lived in volcanically active veins in the ocean. They fed on molten rock and could generate intense heat waves from within their shells. They were not very mobile creatures, but they fended themselves against predators with their intense heat generation. Very soon, the worms would melt holes straight through the titanium alloy doors, and then, it would be a pure massacre. "How's Portal Girl doing?" said Minuteman. Portal Girl was a D-rank hero, a new graduate from one of Haven's hero academies. She could create portals that had a range of 300 meters from her current position. The biggest limit was that every single time someone passed through her portal, it drained her stamina, and by now, she was so weak she could barely move. "She's still dealing with a killer headache. I doubt she's going to be good for a mass evac," said Miles. "She's been making portals all night, and she's way beyond the limit of people she can handle portaling in a day. There's no way in hell she's going to be able to portal out everyone away from here." "She doesn't need to," said Minuteman. "She just needs to get one person out." Miles paused before he turned to Minuteman, his eyes wide in shock. "You cannot be serious. You're going up there, all alone. Look man, you're going to die." Chapter 99 Resolve. 6 green-scaled fishmen each manned 2 vent worms, holding their large black shells in place so that the worms within could direct their heat waves right into the metal vault doors below. The vent worms were spaced just a short distance from each other so that their melting zones overlapped, creating one large spot of glowing white molten metal that would soon burn through the doors. And then, it was open season to hunt the tasty and helpless humans down below. Over 100 fishmen gathered in a ring around the vault doors, licking their lips eagerly for their long-awaited feast. A little ways from the main crowd their leader, the hulking, muscled, armor-scaled shark variant, watched, overseeing this operation with gleaming yellow eyes. The 2 squadrons of green-scaled fishmen operating the worms cocked their heads as they felt an odd sensation weigh on their scales. An invisible weight that settled through their whole bodies. They looked around, swiveling their heads from side to side, wondering what was going on. "Scraw, scraw," one of the fishmen on the outer ring pointed above wildly, but too late. Minuteman emerged from a portal several dozens of meters in the air, away from sight, and hurtled straight down. He fell headfirst with his right arm stretched out, his round shield poised to take the impact of the fall. He crash-landed solidly behind the 2 green-scaled fishman groups, and his silver shield took the energy of the fall and flashed blue before it reflected the force of the fall outwards in the form of a kinetic energy shockwave. The shockwave knocked the green fishmen on their backs and toppled the vent worms over. Outside of the water, vent worms had no way of moving around. They relied on fishmen to carry them, and so they rolled on the backs of their shells helplessly. Without a moment's hesitation, Minuteman clenched the fist of his shield arm and then twisted it, triggering a razor-thin vibrocoating plasma layer to rapidly whir around his solid silver shield in a ring of glowing pale blue, almost white light. Shaped plasma in the form of rapidly rotating micro-saw teeth lined the shield, and armed with this deadly cutting edge, Minuteman threw his shield like a frisbee. The shield shot forward like an arcing buzzsaw and sliced through both vent worms' shells like a hot knife through butter, killing them before continuing its path of destruction, whirring into the crowd of green fishmen and severing their bodies in halves. After making a full round trip, the shield returned to Minuteman's forearm where it latched onto his red gauntlet with a mechanical click. The solidified plasma layer around the shield dimmed down, going on a short recharge period. "Sorry, but if you want to get down there, you'll have to get through me," said Minuteman as he watched the countless hostile, gleaming yellow fish eyes stare at him from every direction. He faced those strange eyes and fanged snarls with a grin. "And trust me, you won't be getting through me." Several blue-scaled fishmen pointed their forearms at Minuteman. Water seeped out through their scales and gathered around their webbed palms, swirling into spheres that then pulsated, shooting out pellets of highly pressurized water like shotgun shells. Minuteman put his shield in front of his face to stop his eyes from getting gouged out as he sprinted forwards. His shield was not big enough to cover more than half his body, and water bullets pelted his legs and back. However, Minuteman's enhanced physique meant that firepower like this equivalent to small arms gunfire barely only stung him. He took the most damage at his exposed back, with hundreds of water bullets crashing against him, but so long as he kept his eyes safe, he could weather this storm of projectiles practically forever. Minuteman leapt into the air when he got near enough to the blue fishman, and before he landed, he threw his shield. It zipped forward, bouncing between 4 different fishmen and cracking their skulls before landing on the dirt. This left Minuteman with both his hands free to fight with. There were still dozens more fishmen to deal with ahead of Minuteman, so he shuffled among them, making sure that wherever he maneuvered, there was a fishman behind him to take the water bullets meant for his back. All the while, Minuteman laid a beatdown on any fishman near him. He used thoroughly trained mixed martial arts augmented with his superhuman stats. Jabs, kicks, locks, throws, he used it all, dancing around the alarmed fishmen and tearing through their ranks. Blue-scaled fishmen were frailer in exchange for their ranged water bullets, so Minuteman could put them down with singular well-placed blows. Red-scaled fishmen had sharp blades on their fins and respectable land-based agility, but not fast enough to outmaneuver Minuteman. They were just as easy to put down as their blue-scaled brethren. Green fishmen were the toughest with stronger builds, durable scales, and a minor healing factor, and these, Minuteman beat by gouging out their eyes and ripping out their gills to secure a kill. All the while, Minuteman kept his peripheral vision tracked on the shark variant. The shark variant seemed to just be watching for now, letting Minuteman make a mess of his subordinates. Good, thought Minuteman. The more time he got, the more time he bought for Miles to open the hangar and jumpstart the carrier. Once the hangar was open, it exposed the bunker. But once the carrier left, the only people left behind for the fishmen to try and hunt were trained C-class heroes that would back Minuteman up. 30 minutes. That was how much time Miles had estimated it would take to get all this ready. Minuteman could easily hold up for that long, provided he only fought fishmen. A sizable fishman, much larger than its brethren, growled as it trudged forwards, swiping away other smaller fishmen in its way as it sprinted towards Minuteman to try and tackle him. Minuteman ducked under the clumsy swipe of the large but slow fishman before he closed his right fist. His red gauntlet glove flickered with light, and his shield sped back towards him, latching back onto his forearm. He uppercut the green fishman with his circular shield, breaking the creature's jaw. While the larger fishman reeled from the blow, Minuteman spun as he tossed his shield forwards. The shield acted like a metal catapult ball, smashing into the fishman's knee and shattering the bone. This time, Minuteman instantly recalled his shield, catching it in midair before spinning again, giving more momentum to a second throw that shattered the fishman's other kneecap. The fishman grunted in pain as it fell face forwards, at which point Minuteman rushed forwards, jammed his hands into the creature's gills, then tore them out with a roar of exertion. Blood sputtered from the fishman's gills as it screamed in agony before slumping to the ground, the holes on its neck convulsing as they gasped for breath. Minuteman dropped the fleshy gill matter from his hands and flicked blood off his arms. The smaller fishmen around Minuteman shrieked in fear as they stumbled backwards. That was the thing with fishmen. They were social creatures that moved in groups, but inherently, they avoided conflict and were quite cowardly. There were a lot of them in the world's oceans, but they were like cockroaches, numerous and able to populate anywhere, but weak. The fact that they managed to gather in such a large scale like this, under other aquatic variants that were not even the same species of them, was impossible. The shark variant loosed a guttural grunt that echoed through the air, and the fishmen all backed away, clearing the vault door as a makeshift arena. The shark variant stepped forwards, its sharp-toothed gaze ever smiling as its beady yellow eyes gazed hungrily at Minuteman. Round 2. Sorry to say, though, but this'll end up exactly like last time. Minuteman clenched his right fist and twisted it, activating his shield's plasma saw blades while simultaneously tossing it, giving the shark variant as little time as possible to register the attack. Even if the shark variant had adapted to blunt force blows with its thicker scales, solidified plasma like this, especially rotating at vibrating speeds, would still pass through it with no issue. The shark variant's 3 fins twitched, sensing motion in the air, and it swiveled around, lashing out with its lengthy tail. Its tail hit the shield in midair, forcefully pinging its trajectory far up. The shield whizzed by the shark variant, instead continuing forwards and mowing down several more fishmen behind it. Minuteman exhaled. This thing's reactions, speed, and strength had all gotten considerably better since last time. There was no question about it. The monster was superior to Minuteman now. On top of this, Minuteman only had 1 more charge of plasma left in his shield. Thankfully, the shark variant seemed to hold some sort of tribal, martial pride, preventing any of the other fishmen from intervening, but when Minuteman stared at that shark variant, at its powerfully muscled body, its force-absorbing scales, its fins that registered attacks at lightning-quick speed, and its many rows of jagged teeth, he knew he was staring into the face of death. Minuteman smiled and stayed strong as he clenched his right fist, recalling his shield back to his forearm. Looking at his smile, a bystander would have thought Minuteman was just moments away from securing a win for himself. Be strong. Strong even when you are weak. Strong even when you are losing. Because the moment you look weak isn't just the moment you lose for real, it's also the moment when everyone standing behind you, everyone watching you, everyone relying on you, loses as well. Sorry for the sneak attack, said Minuteman. Now let's beat each other bloody the old-fashioned way, me with my fists, you with your claws and jaws. Chapter 100 Nightly Intervention. After 30 minutes. Minuteman looked up at the sky, feeling wet mud underneath him. His body raged with pain that racked him like hot fire, but the rain and the mud was oddly comforting in its coolness. He felt that if he closed his eyes for just a few more seconds, he would drift away, forever away into a sleep from which he was never waking. But he could not do that. Not now, not ever. Minuteman grit his teeth, tasting iron, his own blood, in his mouth, and put power into his body. He leapt back onto his feet with surprising agility as he sucked in breaths. He put a hand over his stomach where large claw gashes threatened to widen with every one of his movements and spill out his guts. His right shoulder had been torn into with a massive bite, shearing off a big chunk of his developed deltoid muscle. In front of him, the shark variant showed its ever-present, many-toothed grin at him. Its right arm was twisted backwards at the joint, dislocated from a well-executed lock. The armor plating like gray scales around its neck and chest were bashed in, lined with countless cracks of impact from Minuteman's shield. Several large gashes and tears in its flesh indicated where Minuteman had thrown his shield and drawn blood. 3 of its fins were reduced to small nubs smoking with seared flesh, the result of Minuteman's last plasma charge in his shield. Not looking too good, are we? Said Minuteman. He looked down at a puddle of rainwater and his own blood. He saw his own bruised, bloodied, battered body. But guess I'm even worse off. Grah, said the shark variant. It pointed at Minuteman, then at its own stomach, mimicking where Minuteman's stomach gashes were. Yeah, you got me, so what about it? Said Minuteman. The shark variant turned to one of the fishmen and waved it forward. When the fishmen neared, the shark variant reached out and viciously bit the fishman's head off. Then, it dug its claws into the fishman's hide and ripped off a great strip of its flexible skin and scales. It then tossed the skin towards Minuteman's feet. Grah, grah, the shark variant motioned to its stomach. You want me to wrap my injuries up, so you can fight more. Minuteman looked at the bloody strip of red-scaled skin. He reached down and picked it up before tying it around his stomach, wrapping it tight to seal his injuries shut and prevent his intestines from pouring it. So much intelligence, Minuteman was astounded. Variants that communicated like this to people were extremely rare, limited mostly to cases of parasitic variants that took over human minds. That a variant had independently evolved to be able to communicate like this was unheard of. What was going on in the world? Why were the variants evolving so much? And was this related to why they were attacking so often? The ground rumbled as the vault doors oscillated. Thanks, said Minuteman as he smiled. But time's up. I've won. The shark variant cocked its head as it stared at the ground, wondering what was going on. Some distance away from the bunker vault doors, a circular hangar door opened up in the ground with the groaning of heavy metal working for the first time in decades. Then, Minuteman heard the whir of an electro-etherite engine starting up. Miles had gotten the carrier to work, too. Now it was just a matter of getting the civilians inside out. Raw. The shark variant thrust its clawed hand out, motioning its fishmen subordinates to investigate the sound, and hordes of fishmen ran towards the hangar. Too late, though. With a booming whir, the large carrier plane emerged from the ground, its huge bulk likely packed to the brim with civilians. White lights shone out from the dual electro-etherite engines embedded in either of its wings. The cylindrical structure of the engine spun rapidly, processing power with crackling electricity. Minuteman let the fishman crowd pass by him as he knew they could not get there in time. Before they were even halfway there, the carrier was high up in the air, and with a burst of power, speeding away. The skies had cleared up, too. Halfway through Minuteman's fight, the huge storm above had miraculously broken apart, and that guaranteed the carrier's safety. The fishmen kept running, though, towards the open hangar, but inside, they would only face heroes to rebuff them and reinforce Minuteman. Or that was what Minuteman thought. Instead, he heard a medley of screams fill the air. Screams of desperation and terror and pain. Civilians. Minuteman immediately whirled around and started to sprint towards the hangar. "Fuck those idiot heroes," roared Minuteman as he grimaced in pain, feeling with every step his injuries cry out in agony. He knew what had happened. The heroes had left behind all the civilians just to evacuate themselves. That massive carrier could carry 200 people inside of it, enough for all the civilians but not enough for the heroes. So instead, the 20 or so heroes had decided to take the plane for themselves and leave 200 lives to die. They could not afford to save even a single person once they committed to this plan, because if they did, they took with them a survivor to report on their behavior later. They did not want any witnesses. Minuteman heard the shark variant roar in anger as it sprinted towards him, wanting to continue their duel. From the frequency of the shark variant's heavy and mighty footsteps, he could tell it was going to gain on him way before he could make it to the hangar. Minuteman ran as much as possible before he felt the shark variant right behind him. Then, he turned around and used his minute of justice. His body lit up with a brilliant blue aura as his blonde hair spiked up and started to float in the air. His power was called Force of Will, and it converted willpower into physical strength. In particularly desperate situations, Minuteman could concentrate all his will into a state called the Minute of Justice, that made him faster, stronger, and, more importantly, invulnerable to damage for one single minute. The shark variant lunged at Minuteman with its two clawed hands. The shark variant's claws ran down Minuteman's chest, but they scraped up sparks as they skidded down across his skin, unable to pierce through it. "I don't have time for you anymore," shouted Minuteman as he kneed the shark variant in the stomach before throwing it away as far as possible, sending its huge, heavy body skidding across the mud like a stepping stone thrown across the surface of a lake. With that, Minuteman turned back to the people that really mattered, the civilians. Any fishman he ran into, he shoved away or beat down with single strikes. He tried his best not to slow himself down because he needed to get there, to the hangar, where all those defenseless, innocent lives were. But Minuteman was not going to make it. Already dozens of fishmen were there, at the edge of the hangar doors, ready to jump in below and massacre those inside. He desperately reached out, his blood-soaked red gloves grasping forwards, towards those lives that had trusted and relied on him. Minuteman blinked in utter surprise. His hand was still outstretched towards the fishmen, but instead of seeing fishmen framed between his fingers, he saw a wheel. Something Minuteman had never before seen in his life. A sizable, 5-meter-wide wheel made of what looked like stitched-together corpses and bones. Its wheel structure consisted of spines tethered together with vertebrae jutting out like spikes. The bones were wreathed in green flames, and those flames spread out all around the hangar doors where the bone wheel moved, lighting up a wall of green fire that did not burn down the fishmen within, but still killed them near instantly. The fishmen roared and flailed in pain before they fell to the ground, their corpses withering as if the flames were draining their very life force away. The flame wall also stopped fishmen from advancing into the hangar. What? Minuteman was astounded at this otherworldly sight, but he quickly regained his wits. He needed to figure out if this was a threat, some kind of strange new variant that posed a danger to those within. At the same time, he had to deal with the masses of fishmen still charging forwards from behind him. Minuteman looked ahead at the bone wheel, then back at the crowd of charging fishmen. Worst case scenario, he was stuck in a pincer attack. His fears faded and his confusion only grew when he saw what looked like black armored knights fall from the sky. They landed among the advancing fishmen, and as they did, they swung blades and halberds of cold blue metal decorated with bones at their guards and handles. The knights utterly butchered the fishmen, moving across them like specters of death, their dark green, tattered cloaks rippling behind them, their each and every swing slicing and dicing fishmen in halves. The fishmen hissed and shrieked in pain as their body parts were lopped off before their lives ended in swift, merciless blade swings. Were these heroes? They must have been human, judging by their builds and how they moved, but beneath their dark helms, Minuteman could not tell. Was this a hero team themed as knights? He knew of one called the Neo-Templars, but they armored themselves in cyber armor, whereas these knights seemed to just be wearing regular metal with no hints of technology added in. Minuteman was torn from his thoughts when he saw the shark variant approaching, seeing new enemies and grinning with eager desire to fight. "Wait, be careful, that one's much stronger," said Minuteman, hoping to be helpful. He started to move forward to try and aid the knights, but a red-armored knight appeared in front of him. "Stop right there," said the knight with a threatening edge in his voice. His face was also covered under his helm, but beneath the visor gaps, Minuteman could see that the knight's eyes glowed with crimson light. The knight looked at him with long, crimson saber in hand, and then nodded. His voice softened. "You are not one of our targets, and you are quite injured. With that trained body of yours, no doubt, you are a warrior of some sort, and you have fought long and well. Take a well-deserved rest, fellow warrior, and let us fend this advance off. You shall see how battle is truly done, elegantly, and without mercy." The Red Knight then dashed forwards, leaving behind a streak of red in all of his movements as he slashed from side to side, carving up fishmen in his way. His skill with the blade was masterful, each slice lopping off fishmen heads. The blood the fishmen spilled from their neck stumps funneled into the Red Knight's saber, elongating the blade with solidified, glowing blood. The Red Knight neared the shark variant, confidently surging forwards to engage in battle. "Am I dreaming?" said Minuteman, wondering what the hell was happening.